Hello everyone and welcome to the 2023 Silverstone Festival. What an amazing 3 days of action we've got lined up for you. We've got racing and today it's a day of qualifying. So, I mean, Nicola, there is so much to look forward to this weekend. Cars from 1934 all the way up to sort of 2010s. I mean, there's something for everyone, but what are you looking forward to?
I mean, this is my first experience of the Silverstone Festival, and I've been so excited for it. And honestly, the first thing that hits you as soon as you arrive is the smell. It smells incredible. I mean, as a classic car fan, this is what you crave, right? You crave the fast cars, the loud noise. My watch is going to be pinging all day about the loud noise, which you can already hear, and the smell is already blooming fantastic.
Now, of course, this weekend is extra special because this year we're celebrating 75 years of racing at Silverstone. Back on the 2nd of October 1948, racing cars first took to the perimeter road here at the old airfield. And there's been 75 years of memories of great racing, Nigel Mansell overtaking Nelson Piquet going into Stoke Corner. And I think this weekend we're going to get a lot more memories. We've obviously got a lot of racing to look forward to, but it's not just the racing, it's the demonstrations as well, aren't there?
Yes, so we have the NASCAR demonstration that's going to be taking place. And actually, you don't normally see those cars stretch their legs that often. So actually seeing them here on track at Silverstone is going to be brilliant. And then later on, we have the Le Mans cars that's going to be hitting the track. As soon as the sun comes down, it's going to be chef's kiss.
Well, there is so much to look forward to. And let's have a wee look through the timetable.
So, as the day goes on, we're going to kick off with the historic Formula Junior. We've got a massive grid of 56 cars, really close racing, and it's always good to watch. You've got the historic Touring Car Challenge as well later on. So, I mean, we all grew up watching Nissan Skylines, Ford Sierras. That's going to be brilliant. Back by popular demand, it's Jaguar time later on with a Big Cat Challenge. Mostly E-Types hitting the track. It's very loud here, this is amazing. Then you've got the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, one of our headline post-war British manufacturers. Some very quick Lotus 11s to look out for. Then you have the NASCAR demonstration, like we mentioned, it's their 75th anniversary. It's going to be very, very noisy, like it already is here. It's not often that these cars get to stretch their legs. It's going to be fab. Then another demonstration later on. We've got the 75th anniversary demonstration of Grand Prix cars post-1966. They're going to be hitting the track. And then you have the Masters Endurance Legends. They're the recent Le Mans cars. They are fast. That is going to be awesome. You've also got the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Such a cool era of cars. So it's going from 1934 all the way up to 1965. It's basically a moving museum of Grand Prix cars. And of course, you've got the transatlantic pre-66 touring cars, America versus Britain, if you will. So, show me your cars, I will describe your country. Big old American beasts versus British minis and Cortinas. It's going to be such an awesome weekend.
Right, well, we are right in the middle of the assembly area here. All the Formula Junior cars are ready to go out. These cars, just follow me, Max, but these cars are sort of split up into different categories. We've got front engined here, we've got the Duncan Rebagliati's car, we've got rear engined, we've got drum brakes, we've got disc brakes, and actually we've walked past a couple of sort of front contenders. We've got Alex Ames here, you can see with the daisy on the back of his helmet. And on his left, we got Lucas Halusa, that's also very quick. But let's have a wander down. They've sadly all got their helmets on, but we'll probably jump in and just annoy someone. Let's see who we've got. We've got Mark Woodhouse. Mark, I'm going to jump in. What's going through your mind at the moment, I mean, minutes before you go out?
How I'm going to get past all these cars on the first lap.
And how's the car running?
Very well, thank you. Yes, yeah, all good. We had a third place at Donington recently, so... Yeah.
Fantastic, best of luck. I couldn't hear what he said, so hopefully it was insightful. Here's one of the earlier front-engine cars. You'll see over the course of this weekend that there's this huge cut-off with front-engine and rear-engine cars. This was the original thinking. You put the engine in front of the person. But then Cooper came along with a T51, in Formula One and said, no, we'll put the engine behind the driver. And that format, motor racing has kept really ever since. All current Formula One cars, Le Mans cars, you name it. Let's carry on back down. So I'm going to be really interesting and talk about tyres for 1 minute. So these historic tyres, historic Dunlops, you can see here, this is a used pair, so these have been scrubbed in. You'll see quite a lot of cars down the pit lane, and some of them you even see the stickers on, because they're new tyres. And the best grip you get from them, you do one heat cycle, so you use them in qualifying or use them in the practice session the day before. And then when you reuse them, that's when you have the most grip. So you never want to go out to race with a brand new set of Dunlop Historics on, because you don't get so much grip. But with these cars, it's all about carrying speed. They've got tiny little engines, very aerodynamic little cigar tubes. They're sort of miniature Formula One cars. Very nimble, very quick through the corners, but the key is do not have a moment on the way into a corner on the way out, because you lose all that speed down the straight. Fantastic racing. This is going to be some of the best racing of the weekend. I guarantee you there's, I think, 56 cars on the grid. Max, just follow me, and we'll see if we can get down a little bit further down here, because you'll just get an idea of the enormity of this grid. Wonderfully organised by the likes of Duncan Rabagliati, who we saw a little bit earlier. Right, Max, this is going to be a test. Follow me and see if you can get between these two cars. Quite an expensive mistake to make there. Right, here we go. Now we get the shot. So this is way out of the assembly area. This is looking down the paddock. This is how many cars are in this Formula Junior race. So it is going to be absolutely fantastic. They've all got their helmets on, so it's quite difficult to chat to them, but we're going to be chatting to drivers throughout the weekend from the assembly area here and also the international paddocks, and I can't wait. I hope you can't either.
Silverstone Festival 2023 is just about to get underway. 3 days of historic racing action from the dawn of motor racing here at Silverstone, from 1948, when this ex-World War II bomber base was finally decommissioned by the Ministry of War and then turned over to its new owners, the British Racing Drivers Club. From hay bales and oil drums marking out the circuit in the early days to this fully fledged modern Grand Prix circuit that is our current playground. Today is all about qualifying. We have hundreds upon hundreds of different cars throughout the ages, all of whom have got to get some time lapse in a bit of a rush. So today is going to be a helter-skelter run through everything. And we start with, as Ed was pointing out, Formula Junior, which was the training ground for future Grand Prix drivers in the late 1950s, early 1960s. I'm Martin Haven, alongside me, Alistair Douglas, and a chance to try and identify some of these cars. Those of you who are at the circuit or have made an online connection may have a Silverstone Festival race card. We have some changes. We have a number of additions, a number of car changes and driver changes have gone through as well, and we will try and work those out while we build our commentary booth around us. So plenty of cars going out into this historic Formula Junior session. Now, all of these sessions are very short, and in a number of categories, drivers are driving two different cars for some of the races over this weekend. So in some of the 20-minute sessions, there'll be a handful of drivers who have got to qualify in two different cars. So the Formula Juniors will be out in a moment or two, and that is the start of our action for the weekend. So we have some changes. So they will be the first race up on track on Saturday and on Sunday, and these are definitely races that you will want to watch. Now, there are a couple of changes. I'm going to start working my way down through the race card in time-honoured fashion, and the first change is car number 15. Richard Spritz was entered in a BMC Mark 1 and he is now in a Huffaker, BMC Huffaker. So unfortunately, the Stangolini, one of the ENI Formula Juniors of Peter Fenchel, car number 16, has been withdrawn. That's quite unusual. A man who has got a number of different cars in a number of different categories, Mark Shaw, no longer has car number 99, Brabham BT6, so that has gone. Some number changes, oh hurrah, I love those most of all when I've just spent days doing an entry list. John Arnold's Elva was car number 119. He was a reserve. He is now confirmed as being in the field, and he is car number 121. And Charlie Besley, another Elva, was car number 121. He's now car number 114. So Charlie Besley, Elva 100, car number 114. Other details, I was going to say have not changed, but in fact his white Elva is now red, so there's a change to that. And coming on to page 2 of the entry, because there are dozens of them, below Mike O'Brien, car number 127, 136, John Truslove. His Elva is not entered, so he was one of our half-dozen reserves. And Eddie O'Kane, who was car number 144 in a Crosley 4F, he is no longer in the field either. So that does mean, I think, that Rudiger Friedrichs, in his Mark V Lola, car number 154, he is in. He was one of 4 reserves on the reserve list. So that's the start for Formula G. And that takes me right back to being a callow youth, sitting in the grandstand opposite where I'm standing now, listening to Keith Douglas, and then in his turn Ian Titchmarsh, doing exactly that and making all the changes in my own program. So there is I know it's the modern age of streaming and TV and everything else, but it does feel, yeah, like where we went back to. Now then, there is one of the men who produced such phenomenal racing last year, Sam Wilson, car number 53, Cooper T59. Now it's in the Cooper, it's in a dark blue with the orange band all the way down it, but he's particularly easily identifiable because of his bright purple and green psychedelic Porsche style helmet livery. Look out for him. He was an absolute superstar last year. And these cars, they may be small in capacity, up to 1100cc, but boy, are they entertaining. And they look like 1960s Scalextrics cars. They're about the same size as 1960s Scalextrics cars, but they go like 1960s Grand Prix cars. So these cars in period, up to 1100cc, and at that stage, Formula One was only 1500cc, so there's quite a difference in performance, but the actual car size and shape, very similar indeed. And these Formula Juniors, as they head out to qualifying, essentially, Formula Junior started like Grand Prix cars of the late 50s, with the engines in the front, and you will see some of those. They're the sort of slightly taller looking cars, like the Mallock that you just saw going through, which looks like a green shoebox. Oh, somebody testing out the levels of adhesion already in the first corner. So some of the cars have got a tall hump, if you like, behind the driver, and a slightly longer looking nose. They're a slightly more upright looking car, and those will be the front engine cars, early Lotuses and so on, and then most of them following in the footsteps of John Cooper, particularly in Formula One, Formula 2 and so on, with the engine in the rear. And that is the bulk of these cars. Now, just going through the camera shots, you can see the Mallock, Sir Arthur Mallock, as he was, created his own series of racing cars, and the family continues that tradition. Ray Mallock's company that he set up ran many successful touring car and sports car programs. You'll see some of those cars here this weekend, and son Michael currently running the company, and their latest program, of course, is their evocation of the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. So car number 32, that is Ray Mallock. That is one of the original Malik U2s. That's a Mark II, in fact, so the second generation. And again, with the slightly less aerodynamic looking bodywork. And the deal with Malik, it was called U2 because you too can build one yourself. And they have been the founding place for many, many engineers over the years, amateur as well as professional. And Ray Malik now really retired from running the business, but they restored this car a number of years ago, and he does enjoy racing it. And you could have raced these in all sorts of Formula Junior with a little bit of development in Formula Ford races, and in the 750 Motor Club, who've got another big display here at Silverstone. Still 750 Motor Club for clubmans, based on Malik's and other chassis, have a hugely inventive and entertaining category. So back in the late 50s, early 60s, most certainly boys' comics would have had adverts from Charles Atlas, the renowned bodybuilder. You too can have a body like mine. Well, Arthur Malik said you too can have a racing car like mine. So that's the whole thought. Now, in the early days, of course, Silverstone used bumpy concrete perimeter tracks and the cross tracks across the runway. Nowadays, very much more sophisticated. Now, looking here, car number 7 in your picture, Duncan Rebagliati. That's an Alexis, 1959 Alexis, and that is your classic front-engined Formula Junior car. Again, you can see driver sitting well back, little aerodynamic hump behind him. You know, they will all looked at a D-Type and gone, that's a very good idea. That'll tidy up the airflow a little. And it looks a little larger as well in amongst all the others. 162, little gyration for Katsu Kubota. Again, there's a name you'll hear a lot. Very enthusiastic historic racer from Japan. So Kubota-san looping his Lotus around. He's got a little bit of a fluid leak at the front. As we go back to Duncan Rebagliati. At the moment, fastest car on track is Michael O'Brien, his Lotus 27, one of the later cars, 1963 machine. And again, that will be the classic Lotus look, but it is a blue Lotus, car number 127. And second fastest, another man whose name you'll hear a lot more this weekend, Horatio Fitzsimon, car number 68, a Lotus 22, again, one of the later cars in the field. And you see that where the cars are progressing around the track based on what sector they're in, very Formula One style timing there. Normally it would have been done from the timing tower with a stopwatch and a piece of paper back in the era where these cars date from. Coming towards us with the red nose, 87, that's Pierre Guichard. Now that's another individual car. That chassis is a Lynx T3, again 1098 BMC engine. So the Lynx built in Sydney, Australia. So 16 cars of that denomination made. So again, with the look of a slightly squished Lotus, if you like, a little lower at the front, very low indeed. Even though the driver's sitting relatively upright, I can't imagine there's much space for knees and toes in under there. Sort of almost expect to see toe humps on the front bodywork. Again, look at the car behind, the Coopers and the Lotus, and that little Lynx looks absolutely tiny behind it. Right behind him, 47, Clinton McCarthy, Lotus 18. Well, in fact, 37 is Andrew Taylor. You just saw that's a T56 Cooper. And on the grass, Keith Pickering, another very seldom seen car. That is a Britannia. So another of the front engine cars. And designed by the famous designer Tom Tejero. So he also designed his own range of sports cars, and you will know him possibly best for the AC Ace. You may not have known, I didn't know until this minute, that he had designed the AC Ace, but that of course was the basis for Carroll Shelby's fire-spitting Cobras, and you'll see plenty of those around. And you'll see Tejero Jags as well racing in the 50s sports car programs. But again, it's got that slightly front-engined look with the big hump behind the driver, but it is in fact a rear-engine car. Or rear mid-engined, but it's got that long sort of van wall style fin behind. Now right behind him and going quite a lot quicker is the little Lotus. So we'll try and determine which of many, many little Loti that is. And that was 68. Yeah, that was Horatio Fitzsimon. So that was the second quickest car there, the classic Lotus green with the yellow wobbly wheels. And a bright yellow Lotus, and this is 61. Okay, so trying to identify the colours as well. Andrew Beaumont, so another Lotus 22. And Colin Chapman discovered very quickly that having customers buy copies of your cars was a good way of helping to reduce the overall cost of running the racing team. So a reverse of the classic green Lotus with yellow stripe, but the blue and yellow of a Ronnie Peterson style helmet there for Andrew Beaumont. So taking a look at a big moment right on the opening laps. And that was Mark Carter's Brabham BT6. That's the classic Works Brabham colours, the dark green with the gold stripe, green and gold, the colours of Australia, of course, Sir Jack Brabham's homeland. And those early cars, in fact, all the Brabhams up until the 90s, BT stands for Brabham and Toranak. Ron Toranak was the designer of the cars for Jack Brabham, and then went on, you'll see Ron Toranak's own company's designs as well in 1980s Formula 3 guys, Rolt RT3s. You'll see a number of those. On screen, catching Justin Fleming in his Mark II Lola, 1960 Formula Junior. So there's a host of different classes, which we probably don't need to trouble you with at the moment, but I will try and pick out who the class leaders are. Quick picture of Horatio Fitzsimon, 68. And we're looking at, there's a good looking livery. Car number 44, bright gold car, and this is Sam Harrison in a Renmax BN1. There you go. So, judging from the name, Renmax, you'll gather, will be a German-built car. Let me see on the notes. Oh, I don't have anything on them. Oh, down into the Beckett's S's. Some of the quicker rear-engine cars really starting to pick up speed. So Mike O'Brien and Horatio Fitzsimon and Sam Wilson, they're the top three in the fastest class. And those will be the most recent, the Brabhams and the Lotuses. Fastest in Class B2 is Andrew Hibbard, car number 51. And Class B2, of course, you know this, it's for Prix 61 front-engine cars up to 1100cc. The fastest cars are in Class E1, which is post-1960 cars with front and rear engines, but crucially with disc brakes, because in the early days of the format, drum brakes will have been a thing. Nick Halusa's Lotus failing to proceed, car number 54. And again, Nick Halusa, not with an entry in every race here. I'm not sure that would physically be possible, but he certainly has got a number of cars that he'll be racing here this weekend. 143, we just saw Stuart Monument's Lotus 18 in the colours of Rob Walker Racing Company, and it's that same style of car with which Sterling Moss won the Monaco Grand Prix, with the side panels where the number are removed because it was such a hot day, despite which his mechanic Alf Francis was welding up tubes on the frame while the car was full of fuel on the grid. Not to be a don't try that at home, but yeah, he had some nice damp rags around the fuel tank, so what could possibly go wrong? Different times, everybody, different times. So fastest man in qualifying, Michael O'Brien, car number 127. Again, expect to see this right at the sharp end of the field. Hugely experienced historic racer, and finally, for the first time today, I will draw breath, Alistair Douglas. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from Alistair. Good morning.
Good morning, Martin. Good morning, everyone. And yes, we're looking at Michael O'Brien there in the Lotus 27. Michael had a fantastic battle last year and won the equivalent race on both days, Saturday and Sunday. Works McLaren driver in GT racing. And you touched on something there, Martin, about you said that Lotus 18 is the type of car that Stirling Moss used to win Monaco Grand Prix. And what that tells me is that, of course, these cars were used in different formulae, just a different engine, basically. Yeah. So the same body shape, the same chassis and frame with a different engine became a Formula One car. And how small they were compared to today's examples.
Well, exactly right, and actually, particularly in the case of the Lotus 18 and 1821, the four-cylinder Formula Junior engine would have been a Climax engine. The 1500cc Formula One engine was also a Climax engine. It was the same block, just a slightly bigger engine. So the capacity, an extra 400cc, it's basically either sleeved down or bored up. So yeah, swapping between one and the other, even for an impecunious privateer to go from Formula Junior to maybe a Formula 2 race at their home Grand Prix, would definitely have been possible. Little loop around for 92, Simon Jackson. Now, again, a name that you may not particularly associate with single-seater racing, that of the Argentine industrialist Alejandro Di Tommaso. But yes, he made a few racing cars as well as road supercars. 36, again, the classic Lotus colours. That's Danny Baker, the green and gold. And those distinctive yellow wheels, they were a pressed alloy wheel rather than a spoked, but to keep it, instead of a flat disc, to keep the strength of spokes, they have undulations around them that look like a spoke that has been not quite cut out, traditionally known as Lotus wobbly wheels, because when they're standing still, they are wobbly. They don't wobble on the car. So currently he is... We've got 3 timing screens running on here, so I don't know where he is in the timing at the moment, but all of that will become clear later. 68, Horatio Fitzsimon, again, second fastest, ahead of Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson with his best lap last time round, 2 minutes 21.8. But the fastest lap is a 2 minute 20.5. So it's half a second between Michael O'Brien and this man, Horatio Fitzsimon, car number 68. And then third fastest is Sam Wilson, the 53 car. It was a massively emotional weekend last year for Mike O'Brien, who'd just lost his mother in the week leading up to the race weekend. And to come back and to win not just one but both enormously closely fought races was a very, very emotional start to each day of the weekend.
And one of those very close races was with the red car you see on screen, the number 68 Horatio Fitzsimon Lotus 22. They had a really good battle for the whole of the race, and Michael just sneaked through on the last corner, club corner, before the finish line. And Horatio is racing certainly 2 cars, he may be more.
Yes.
He is a racer that is based in the UK but an American, and does a lot of historic racing. He's out in his Elan as well in a later qualifying session. I notice also, Martin, that the fastest front-engined car is 18th position overall, which is tremendous effort from Andrew Hibbard, number 51, which we saw earlier on. Andrew Hibbard in the Lola Mark II is the fastest front-engined car, which front engine preceded the rear engine cars. Rear engine was the way to go, so you'd expect them to be a little slower, and he is 18th in the overall timing screen.
That's impressive, isn't it, when you consider there's 56 cars out there, and a car that has been superseded by about 40 of them is well up in the top 20. There is car number 51, Andrew Hibbert, down in our on your race card as green, but I would say that's more grey with a yellow noseband, so I'm going to make that. There will be no working for a moment as we're both grey and yellow.
And they really, these, particularly the front engine cars, they look like mini Grand Prix cars.
Well, that's a mini van wall, isn't it? I mean,
absolutely.
For the same reason that it worked on a Formula One car for Van Wall. And so Eric Broadley, when he was designing that car, would have done the same thing. Drivers standing up in the airflow. So like the D-Type Jag, have that aerodynamic fairing behind him. I mean, all of this was learned from World War II fighter aircraft. You just tailor the airflow, and if it looks like that's where the air is going to go, chances are you're probably not that far wrong. Ooh, little smoky moment right at the end of the session for the deep Sanderson of Chris Wilkes. Now again, the only reason I knew Deep Sanderson until a few years ago was sporadic entries of little sports cars at Le Mans, but there was indeed a Deep Sanderson Formula Junior, and look at the intricacy of those wheels as well.
Deep Sanderson was designed by Chris Lawrence, and that's why you remember him from GT and sports car racing.
Yep.
Actually got the name from Deep Henderson, which was his father's favourite jazz tune, and Sanderson, which is his mother's maiden name.
Excellent.
Such things were done in those days.
Horatio Fitzsimon in the pit lane, but the checkered flag is out. Our first session is done and dusted. Coming towards us, Sam Wilson with the orange noseband, but that particularly distinctive, oh, look at that, pole position at the checkered flag. Again, with 60 plus cars out on track, very hard to try and find the pole lap. And Sam Wilson there taking to the grass as he came across the line because there was somebody stationary on the infield. So the checkered flag waves and the session is done. Now there's an interesting strategy going on here because there are a gazillion racing cars. This is entirely apart from all the displays on the infield and on the track. Because there are so many racing cars, essentially the morning is run from the old pit lane, what's now known as the heritage or historic pit lane. So the pit lane that was here in the 70s, 80s, 90s, noughties. And this afternoon's sessions will all be run from the modern Formula One pit lane. However, the start-finish line remains in the same place. 72, again, that's a very individual look. Tom DeGrasse in a Stangalini.
Yeah, it looks very much like a Maserati 250F, which it was based on.
Yeah.
And Stanguilini actually won the very first Formula Junior race in 1958.
And there's Lotus 18, car number 143 of Stuart Monument. And that distinctive dark blue with the white noseband, those are the colours that Rob Walker had on all his cars in all different categories, sports car racing, Formula One, wherever they raced. And there's the Stangalini again. Again, you can see how much more upright the car looks because the engine's at the front. The transmission, of course, can't go through the driver. And unlike in the Grand Prix of Gibraltar, the driver does not sit with one leg in front and one leg behind, as in the famous Peter Ustinov skit. So you can see again, offset driving position, and you've got to sort of cant the engine right over so the crankshaft is on one side of the car and then the drive line and gearbox go past the driver who's sort of sitting on the other side. So less than ideal, and putting the engine behind you, all the grubby bits behind you, sorted out a lot of those programs. Caused a lot of other problems, of course. Heating, the airflows at the front, the engine's at the back, so you have to get around that, but you can run the pipes around the outside and add cooling to that. But yeah, having the engine at the back, better for access, better in terms of getting the driver in the center of the car, getting the car lower, the driver lower, the weight lower, and all of that. Just that one revolution alone that John Cooper really forced through in all sorts of different categories, and Colin Chapman at Lotus espoused as well. That, I mean, you can see the difference, you know, it's half as high. Again, it's like an SUV compared to a normal road car behind it. So, Sam Wilson, pole position at the death. Michael O'Brien in second fastest, and Horatio Fitzsimon was third fastest. Car I don't think we saw, Clive Richards' Lotus 22, another one of the most modern cars in this Formula Junior field. That it will be starting from fourth on the grid, and Tim De Silva will join car number 92, which is Simon Jackson's Di Tommaso, in the top half dozen. So Tim De Silva in sixth place, and the Di Tommaso of Simon Harrison fifth quickest. Again, failure. I didn't think we had a 16, so that must be 160 something, 167. Is that Mark Carter's Brabham? I think it might be. So let's take a look at how they qualified then on a beautiful Friday morning. Sam Wilson, fastest of all, found 2 seconds, or a second and a bit, on the last lap to pit Mike O'Brien, and Horatio Fitzsimon with Clive Richards, Simon Jackson and Tim De Silva. They're all in the same class, and that is your top half dozen. And the fastest of the front engine cars we thought was 18th, Andrew Hibbard's Lola Mark II. So Rudiger Friedrichs in the 17th fastest in his Lola. That's a rear engine car. Ray Mallock's U2 just outside the top 20, so there's going to be a real mingling of front and rear engine cars there, and all sorts of oddities. The Britannia, the Donfords, the Assegai, the Deep Sanderson. I mean, there weren't many Stangolinis not racing in Europe, not racing in the UK anyway. Huffaker BMC, the Alexis, and a couple of Elvas down towards the tail of our field. No time there for Sharon Edelman in her Brabham. Hopefully she is here and is A-OK, and there was just an issue with the car, because Sharon again is down on umpteen entry lists in a variety of different things. Beautiful conditions in the Beckett's S's a moment or two early on, just in front of the new condos being built here at Silverstone. The full Grand Prix circuit, the playground for our first qualifying session of the weekend for the Formula Junior cars. A combination of front-engined early cars to the latest of the mid-engine cars. And the drivers who made such a race of it in 2022 to start the action on Saturday and on Sunday were all at the front of the field. Some others found the limits of their Dunlop CR65 racing tyres and the 70-year-old technology just a little bit too much to deal with. And just as we are prepared to call the grid, it was Sam Wilson who came across the line in his Lotus to snatch pole position at the very last from last year's double winner Mike O'Brien. Well as cars on track, there is so much to see and do here at the festival. Music, static displays of cars, there are demonstrations and coaching, there's laps of the kart circuit and so on, and a chance to catch up with a whole host of different racing drivers as well. Now, one of the other things that you get with your ticket when you come to the Silverstone Festival is free entry to the Silverstone Museum, which is just outside the old pit straight, and a fabulous day's entertainment, never mind anything else. BRM is back. Not only are the original BRM V16s here, but some of the continuation cars that have been commissioned by Paul Owen and the family are here. And in the evening, there will be music as well. The Christians, who I saw just a couple of weeks ago at Party in the Park, Pub in the Park, they will be opening the show. And ABC, Martin Fry and the boys are back, and as exciting as ever. They will close off Friday evening here at Silverstone. So again, for those of you who are camping and are possibly going to have some dinner and stay a little bit later just to soak up the atmosphere, there's so many track displays and also so much to see in the various different car clubs. Just as you're coming in over the bridge from the main entrance, there's a host of GT40s. There's a gaggle of RS200 rally cars. What do you call 20 RS200s in a field? Well, apart from mouth-watering. Well, let's catch up with the tallest man in the collecting area. Never hard to spot Ed Foster.
Next up, the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. Now, these are the cars that we all grew up loving. They're sort of showroom-based-ish, and we got a lovely Mark 1 Escort here ready to go out for qualifying. And just follow me, because there's a very tall British touring car star here. I'm going to be very rude and just interrupt. Matt, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You're getting sort of rather keen on these historics, aren't you?
It's just good fun. Everyone smiles in the paddock, and you're having a good time. And it's not so much pressure. Everyone wants to win still, but yeah, it's good fun. The sun's shining, great.
And do you know this car well?
I know it from yesterday with Harry, and it's one of the new iconic car auctions. Is it Group 2? I think Group 2 Escort. So I've not driven a Group 2 car before, so it's new territory for me as well, but I'm looking forward to it.
Harry, let's get you in here. Have you got a data logger in here? Because hopefully you haven't, because there's nothing worse than comparing your times to someone like Matt's.
I have to admit, it's a bit, I shouldn't say this in front of Matt, but he's a hero of mine. You know, I grew up in the 90s watching the touring cars, so it's really weird for me to share the car with my heroes. So, no, I haven't got data, but that's probably a good thing from my perspective, I think. But, yeah, it's really good fun, and it's great to share with Matt, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Matt, and your son's racing as well?
Yeah, it's a special thing. I was going to be doing the Cortina with him. A little thing, dare I admit to, I pushed my dad for 30 years to do a race with him, and he never would. So he passed 7 or 8 weeks ago, and we got his ashes back 10 days ago. So his ashes are in the ballast box for the Cortina this weekend. It's going to be his final fling at the Silverstone Festival. So yeah, we'll get him in the end.
That is amazing. What did your mum say?
Well, I started laughing when I told her, and she started to cry a bit, which didn't go down very well, but I think she got it in the end.
Well, I hope all 3 generations have a great time this weekend.
Thanks, Ed. Cheers, mate.
For those who don't know, I'm sure almost everybody watching knows the name of Matt Neal. His son Henry is racing the Neal family Lotus Cortina with Gordon Shedden. Of course, Flash was for a long time Team Dynamics teammate in British touring cars of Matt. And Matt with Harry. Harry there is Harry Whale. Now, Harry normally shares with his dad, Nick Whale, period 80s BTCC racer, now auction company owner. But now it's going to be son versus father, Neal, and son versus father, Whale. And I'm not sure that, that the old man is officially approved ballast, but he's in the Cortina anyway. And that, of course, is the legend that is Steve Neal, who passed away just a couple of weeks ago. Well, Ed's found another victim. While I lust over the PMG Rover, let's hear from Ed.
Julian Thomas, it's always lovely to see you here in the assembly area. You get to drive some amazing cars, but this, well, it certainly would be for me, but this must be a favourite.
Definitely, yeah. It's the one that gives me the willies the most, because it's a beast. But it's got such a history, it's such an iconic car that to race it here at Silverstone is just absolute privilege.
And you're going to be sort of hanging on to the coattails of, well, there's the Nissan Skylines, there's the Sierras. They should all be at the front, shouldn't they?
Yeah, it's a lottery who's going to get a clear lap on this qualifying session, but we're right up the front, so we're going to give it a go.
What's the secret to being quick in this? Because are you on slicks? I guess it's not sliding around.
Oh, yeah. 560 horsepower, it's sliding around a lot. Yeah, it's about being very, very precise and neat, because you can get massively out of shape in these things, and it feels fast, but it isn't.
Sounds like my worst nightmare, being neat and tidy. Now, it's a car like this, what is it like to actually run? Because there's so much power. Is it quite an expensive car to keep on the circuit?
Yes. Yeah, they're a nightmare. Yeah, they take a lot of preparation and a lot of thought, and yeah, they change every time you get in. It's a little bit different, which is great.
Keeps you on your toes. Cheers, Julian.
Thank you.
Sounds like my Morris Minor. Every time you get in it, it's a little different, and also something goes wrong. Now, this is the sort of grid that makes me a little bit bleary-eyed and misty-eyed, because when I first started coming to Silverstone, I was watching late 1970s, early 1980s touring car races, many other things, and so an awful lot of these cars, the blue Sanyo Rovers, the Patrick Motor Group Rover, you know, the BMW SD1s, SD1s, the BMW 635 CSIs, all of that stuff really, yeah, takes me back to my earliest days. But these cars go a lot further back. This is qualifying for Motor Racing Legends Historic Touring Car Challenge, and essentially these are cars from late 60s, early 70s, so cars like the CSL, Lotus Cortina from the 60s, Cologne Capris, BMW 1800 Ti's, and then moving through, you can see there the Calsonic, Nissan Skyline. We've got the a host of BMW M3s, 635s, and Sierra Cosworths, and of course, against the Cortinas, you've got the bigger American muscle cars and the Minis, and a trio there of Skylines as well. So those are all, you know, so many different categories here. And again, Alistair Douglas, so many different battles within this race. It's going to be really entertaining to watch, but also quite difficult to follow. There's just so many different eras on the same grid.
It is indeed, yes, and some of the earlier era cars that ran to completely different regulations and had much more power and grip actually mix it with the much later cars which were more restricted. So it's absolutely fascinating. And you mentioned the Nissan Skyline there. That car actually led effectively to the formation of Group A, which was a restricted formula, because it won everything, and I mean everything. It won the Australian Touring Car Championship, the Japanese Touring Car Championship, and it will be a force in this session now and in the race tomorrow.
And of course, because modern tyres are a little better, some of the older cars with more power are performing better than they used to, so you'll get more grip out of your Texaco Eggenberger RS500 than you would have done in period. Probably you can see the blue there with the Saltire on it of the Acuria Cross Cavalier, the ex-David Leslie car. That will be very close to the performance that it had in period in terms of tyres. They won't have progressed a vast amount. Compared to something like this Cologne Capri, that would have run on cross-plies initially. And of course, the cars in the 60s would have done the Lotus Cortinas, the Mark I Escort you can see there. So that will have definitely changed the performance of the cars. Cars like the Camaro, you're getting more power now out of the same capacity, and that will be the truth also for things like the Cortinas, than you ever would have done in period. So car number 7 there, that's John Young and Jack Young. They share the car, father-son combination. Car number 3, that's Reardon Welby and Jack Moody, their Rover SD1 in the Daily Express colours, campaigned by Brian Yogi Muir, if I recall correctly, in the Tri-Central British Saloon Car Championship. Now, you talked about the Skylines. There is one, 23 Graham Pattle and Mark Burton's. That's a Skyline rival. That's a Holden Commodore, so that's a Prix Group A Aussie Supercar V8.
And that one is actually an original car from Australia, which they brought over. And it's quite a handful, as you can imagine. Lots of power.
So the door panels showing it in period in the Tui's 1000. The Bathurst 1000, Australia's legendary touring car annual fiesta. And yeah, that's I can't even go to which era of Commie it is, because I start to get very distracted there. That's late 80s, early 90s, I think.
Couple of Skylines there coming up and just warming the tyres, just weaving side to side. Immediately with that front end shot, you can see the difference in the tyre widths of those Nissans running to the regulations when they were successful, and then the earlier cars, the Rover we saw, the Minis and the Cortinas, which I don't think we've picked up a Cortina yet, but really little skinny tyres compared to these.
And of course, these cars with turbocharged 6-cylinder engine, twin turbo, 6-cylinder, and 4-wheel drive as well in period. So it's a mighty weapon. And yeah, the flame-spitting Peter Jackson cigarette-sponsored car of Jim Richards was the force that crushed the life out of the Aussie V8s for a number of years in the Australian Touring Car Championship and at Bathurst. Godzilla, as the Aussies named it.
It was a beast from Japan.
It came from Japan, spurted flame and destroyed everything in its path. Yeah, seems about right. Now, the little yellow and white cars you can see there, BMW 1800s. So the familiar shape of the Neue Klasse BMW, that was the 1800, 2000, 2002. And those cars have become more familiar in the UK in the last decade or so in historic racing. Don't know how many raced in period, but there are probably at least as many racing now as ever were.
That's Harry Barton, number 18, in his white BMW 2002. He's also got the 1800 version, which he'll be bringing out for a later saloon car race. A very, very quick young driver who arrived on the historic scene a couple of years ago and has really been mixing it with the Cortinas, which are the dominant force in this class of historic racing.
202, James Palmer and Simon Horriban sharing that, 2002. And behind them you can see the classic white with green of the Team Lotus colours on the Ford Lotus Cortina.
And those 2002s remind me very much of Ronnie Peterson, the great Swedish driver, Grand Prix driver, who raced as Grand Prix drivers did then in other classes of racing.
In just about everything. You had to supplement your income as a Grand Prix driver. Yeah, so there's the classic white and green Team Lotus colours, and you'll see that a number of the Cortinas, although they don't necessarily use white and green, use that same style, because the body line down the side there, that sort of widening little converse shape down the side of the Cortina, really lends itself to an indicative stripe. So you'll see white and purple, you'll see black and red, you'll see all sorts of different colours. And what you will also see a number of, probably, or at least one of, is red with gold highlights. So the colours of Alan Mann Racing, who was a very distinguished team owner in the 60s and into the 70s. And those colours, so you've just seen a Lotus go through with white with black highlights. 116 though, this is a slightly later Ford, mid-70s, for the Cologne Caprice. So started out as a 2.4, then 2.6, V6 Cosworth engines, Cosworth GA V6 in the car. That was the car that Dieter Quester and his teammates dominated in the German touring car championship with.
And they were designed and built to beat the BMWs, of which we've got one example, I think, in this race, the early Batmobiles, as they were called,
yep.
the 635s.
Well, here's another car that you should see quite a lot of. It's easy to spot the Caliber colours. And this car, 101, Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. And again, Callum and Julian with a variety of different cars. And this is the Andy Rouse livery, the Caliber. And it was Andy Rouse that was responsible for bringing turbocharged Fords into the British Saloon Car Championship. He'd taken many class wins with things like Triumph Dolomites and Alfa Romeo GT-V6s, won the up to 2.5 litre category so convincingly that he became the overall champion. But then he discovered that in South Africa, and this is a recurring theme in motorsport, in some random market, a Ford Sierra, which is a very uninspiring 2-litre Pinto engine car on the market in the UK, came with a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. And if they made it, you could race it. And so he brought the Mercure XR4 Ti to the UK, and that heralded in the era of the Sierra Cosworth. Now, in a car and with colours with which he is very familiar, Steve Soper in a Fina liveried factory-style BMW M3. He was a factory BMW in those drivers, in those cars. Before he moved on to be a factory driver for Ford in the Eggenberger Sierras. And again, full Taisan Japanese GT and touring car livery on James Hansen's Skyline. So car number 2, R32 Skyline, that 2.6 litre twin turbo ceramic pistons. I mean, a highly sophisticated car in its time, and I can imagine for historic racing that makes it a little harder maybe to stay on top of than something that's, if you can call an RS500 prosaic, it is a little bit more compared to the doohickery of the Skyline.
Well, the expert in Skylines is Rick Wood himself, who is racing in car number 123, the blue car, and he actually builds these cars now new for customers. So it's difficult to tell, in fact impossible to tell from this distance whether it's an original or a recreation.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't really matter, they're built to the same specification, and it's great to see them out there on track.
Yeah, Andy Middlehurst, who you'll see racing a variety of different things as well, won the British Saloon Car Championship in Group N spec with a Skyline for a number of seasons, and he's raced them over the years as well. You'll see him out in ex-Jim Clark Lotus 25s and various other things as well, in historic meetings all over the UK and abroad. And like so many drivers, I mean, Matt Neal is another classic example, continuing to race in historic cars that have a little bit of emotion, either because you've built them yourselves or they're kind of part of your history. And many drivers, as well as many fans, do that. Nick Whale and Al McKinnon's Ford Escort. You can see the black and yellow car. Again, Nick Whale raced BMW M3s in the British Touring Car Championship in the 90s, continued to race for a while and then set up his own company. He has an auction company which up until recently was called Silverstone Auctions. It's now called Iconic Auctions. And he and son Harry have raced together over the years, but they're now racing against each other. So this will be the car that Nick Whale races. And Harry Whale is with Matt Neal. So it's not quite a meeting of equals, because a Mark 1 Lotus Cortina versus a Mark 2 Ford Escort. The Escort should win it, hands down. Calsonic Nissan with the correct number on the side, 123, that's Rick Wood.
And you can see the flames coming out of the side exhaust when he changes gear, most spectacularly when he's braking into a corner. So perhaps if we do catch that on the cameras, it really is very, very spectacular indeed, particularly if they race later in the day when the light isn't so bright.
Yeah.
Great camera shot there. There it goes as he goes up through the gears now. It's just flashing flame from the unburnt fuel in the exhaust system.
Yes, part of the reason you have unburnt fuel is that it means that you couldn't possibly burn any more, so you know the engine is producing as much power as it can. The other effect that unburnt fuel has is it helps to keep the engine just a fraction less hot than it might otherwise be. But as you can see from the heat haze from the exhausts, those turbocharged engines run at a prodigious temperature under the bonnet. Hence with these cars, cooling is everything. You see the huge cooler ducts at the front, allowing the radiator to gulp in all of that air.
And talking to Rick last year about this car, I asked him how much power he'd got, and he said, well, the wheel in the cockpit, I can twiddle it to the right and it goes up to, well, 800 or 900 horsepower. Twiddle it to the left and it comes down a little bit. And I think they are limited in this series to how much power they can run. But in wet conditions, they would turn the power down, otherwise the car would be undrivable.
Exactly right. Well, Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie, the Caliber liveried Sierra Cosworth, is fastest at the moment, and that is now in the pits, I think. So I'm assuming that Callum took it out first, and Julian Thomas will go out and qualify now. 88, Richard Kent, Joe Osborne, Ford Capri, the Broadspeed Capri, 1975 car number 88. That is second quickest, and also quickest in its class. Let's take a look at this car again. Late 90s, early noughties, Super 2000 version, pre-Super 2000 version of the Vauxhall. So this in the colours of Ecuria Cos.
And that was actually built by Ray Mallock, who
it was indeed,
mentioned earlier. Yes, Ray's company built this car for the Super Touring area, driven by David Leslie, and he won at Thruxton.
Yep.
And the Toka shootout as well, famously. A certain Nigel Mansell took part.
David Leslie and Bobby Verdon Rowe was frequently his teammate. RML running 2 cars, and that got them into touring cars. They then went on to European touring cars, world touring car domination with Chevrolet. Cars again blue, just randomly happened to be the colour. And there's the Fina BMW, again Steve Soper coloured car. In fact, 2 M3s there, that same mark. So 25, that's Nick Bartlett's E30 M3, and right behind it is that 101 Julian, oh no, that's not. So again, in the second car with Wintershall on the, that's car number 10, Mark Smith's M3, that is DTM spec, the Warstein livery and the Wintershall windscreen banners, so that's DTM era car or style car. And the Fina colours would have run in the European Touring Car Championship And in Mobil 1 colours, those cars were run in British touring cars as well. Jonathan Palmer and Swedish housewife Nettan Lindgren, the early drivers in that campaign. Simon Alexander, another generation earlier. We talked about the Cologne Capris being brought out by Ford in Germany to combat BMW. That was in the European Touring Car Championship and also in the German Landstreckpokal, so particularly tracks like the Nürburgring, the BMW CSL 3-litre CS, lightweight body panels, aluminium roof and bonnet and doors and so on, and the big wings that got it the nickname the Batmobile. I don't think it was ever Das Batmobile in Germany, but certainly for British fans it was the Batmobile. And that Ford versus BMW battle continued for many years through into Group A era with the M3s versus these cars, the Eckenberger run Texaco Sierras.
Just running a little bit off track there, Mike Manning, number 35 in the Sierra, finished in those black and red Texaco colours, so dominant in European touring cars in the period.
Yep, won Bathurst as well, to the great dudgeon of the Aussies, who then promptly declared that they were all illegal for some reason or other. Wasn't uncommon in 80s and 90s touring cars for lots of cars to be later found to be possibly not entirely within the spirit of the rules.
And cars like that driven by Steve Soper, who we've seen in the BMW, and Klaus Ludwig as well, the German driver.
Absolutely.
Very, very... And another one of a similar car, number 22, Paul Mensley, sharing with Michael Lyons. That's a new build car that Paul had built, but it's finished in the Netcom colours, the Australian Touring Car Championship sponsorship livery.
Okay. That's an unfamiliar livery to me, I have to say. It's always nice to see something a little different. And talking about little and different, you'll see... Oh dear, bit of a failure. Is that a slow-mo? That's a slow-mo, yes. It's a car going slowly. Look for replay logo. Just saw a Clubman, 1275 GT Clubman. So when you're looking at the traditional Lotus Cortina versus Mini battles, then the Minis will have the more familiar rounded tops to their wings and the smaller grille. But that Mini we just saw with its with the square Clubman front. Again, another familiar set of liveries that are coming back into modern motor racing. Motul back with a vengeance. They've been around the motor racing scene for 100 years or so. Very frequently sponsored Dutch and Belgian and occasionally French racing drivers as well. 87 you're looking at there. That is a new entry to our entry list. I didn't get around to doing that, did I? Not a 635 CSI, as we were told, but it is Jamie Sturgis, and that is an Alpina 5 something, isn't it? That is a 5 series. That's too big for a 3 series, so that's a... So it's a Motul, and it's red. That is car number 87, Jamie Sturgis, S-T-U-R-G-E-S. So again with the Decra door panels, that will be a DRM, the predecessor of the DTM, Deutsche Rennwagenmeisterschaft. So that'll be an Alpina 5 series.
And we're looking once again at the Mensley Lyons Sierra Cosworth, because that's gone fastest in the qualifying session with a 2 minutes 10.280, just done that time. And Paul Mensley, the owner of the car, sharing with Michael Lyons. Michael, a prolific historic racer, but also modern GT racer as well, so he has a huge amount of experience, and he will be popping up on entry lists throughout the weekend.
As will these two. Now, 129, currently 16th fastest, Graham Bryant and Ollie Bryant, father and son, this time in their Z28 Camaro. Again, a very familiar shape to American car fans, not widely raced. Stuart Turner's car is perhaps the one that we think of most often. The Brute car, Brute 33, splash it all over. Skyline coming past the Rover, and Watson's Water on that Sierra RS 500. That's a Macau livery. Scott Kendall in his 1275 GT. So the Clubman front, the square front, the new updated 1970s version of the Mini that lasted about 7 or 8 years before BL were forced to bring back the old shape because nobody really liked Clubmans very much. But you knew what it was when you saw one on the high street because it said 1275 GT down the side in its gold stripes.
And that car was originally took part in the 1275 GT Championship that was run, supported by Rover, or Austin Rover as it was at the time. And nice to see it with number plates on, Martin.
Yes.
Or it could have just driven in off the road, couldn't it?
Well, and that was the thing. The 1275 GT Championship, it wasn't, you know, all carbon this and that. The special tuning logo, the helmet with the red, white and blue on the side of it as well. They were in close to standard specs. Steve Soper, as a former champion in 1275 GT Challenge, as was the late great Pete Baldwin, who passed away just last week. Pete Baldwin raced minis from the 1960s through to the present day, so he was still racing and winning championships in his 80s. A real guru of minis and everything about them. Pete Baldwin sadly passed away just a week or so ago. So this car, 57, it's 157 in fact. There's an extra black 1 stuck beside everything. Still says 57 in the window, so easy mistake to make. Gaffer tape has a host of uses, and getting late entries into the field is one of them. 157, that's Joe Gomm in an RS 1600 Escort, so that's a Mark 1 Escort with a 1600 BDA. And holding its own in terms of pace against the M3s and the 3.4 Cologne Capri. So the Cologne Capri would have been slightly more recent, but I'm sure Cologne Capris would have raced against a few big arched Mark 1s and early Mark 2s in its time as well.
A timeless car, the Mark 1, I think, with the big bubble arches on it as well. And it was driven not with the big arches on, but John Fitzpatrick, Frank Gardner as well, very successful in British Saloon Car Championship. And just behind it, the much boxier yellow and black Mark II Escort with the wide arches on as well. So that's the car of Nick Whale and Alistair McKinnon.
So the Mark 1, 28th, best lap time, 2:27.38, and the Whale and McKinnon car is 19th, 2 minutes 20.9. So 2:20, what did I say? 2:27.38 compared to 2:20. So you can see why the Mark 1 1600 versus the 2-litre BDA RS 1800 behind it, with the full X-Pack arches, not actually Group 4 Forest arches, but race arches on it. That's a significantly quicker car.
We go back now to the mid-60s, well, early to mid-60s, the Lotus Cortina, and up against the BMW here, Sean Balfe in the white car with the red stripes.
Yeah, you just saw car number 70 as well, 72 rather, John Wood and James Pickford's car, white and blue. So there are a number of Lotus Cortinas. We'll see in the historic touring car racing a little bit later as well that there are even more Lotus Cortinas. So again, the classic Lotus colour scheme, but with a different colour. Mike Gardner and Phil Keane, white and purple on that Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. The Mark 1 Cortina was a Lotus Cortina. The Mark 2, Ford got a bit miffed with Colin Chapman's Lotus, despite having done all the donkey work and turning it into a decent car for racing, getting all the glory. So it became the Ford Cortina Lotus. And thereafter you got things like, instead of the Ford Cosworth Sierra, you got the Ford Sierra Cosworth. Ford always got their brand in before anybody who'd done the hard work got their kudos.
James Hansen in the Nissan Skyline, which has just set third quickest time. He's driving solo, James Hansen, in car number 2, 2:11.828. And the colours scheme, I would assume the black and red is Advan, which became Yokohama in the UK and still exists as such, but Taisan, maybe not one I'm familiar with, Martin, but one probably a brand in the East.
Absolutely is. And one of the joys of going to Japan when we go annually to Fuji for World Endurance is that you pass all these sort of tyre dealerships. Yellow Hat, oh, that's what Yellow Hat does. So you see random pictures or footage of Japanese GT and touring cars over the years, and you see all these companies, and then you go, ah. So for instance, if you were in Japan and you were watching British touring cars and wondered what Caliber or Listerine were, you'd have no idea, because they don't sell them in the Japanese market. And the same deal here. There are so many. You can see the livery of Advan, the logos on it. Yeah, so at the bottom, but Taisan, another Japanese constructor. And, you know, companies like Nismo that have been sponsors of Nissan for so many years, you know, a parts company and part of the overall Nissan empire. So a lot of them are very much interrelated.
And James Hansen making an effort for a slightly quicker lap, perhaps. He's lying third quickest, but he's done the fastest sector of anyone in Sector 1 on this lap. So he is aiming for pole position. His Sector 2 time is good, but not better than everyone else, but good.
It's not making great corner speed compared to some of the others. His speed trap 139.5 compared to 147.1 of the Hensley Lotus Sierra Cosworth. So it's maybe it's making better corner speed than the Cosworth, but not maybe quite so much straight line speed. 150.8 on the straight for the Thomas & Lockie Ford, and 145.2 for the Skyline. And different cars from different eras are going to make their speed in different ways around this circuit. Some of them will be better in the quick stuff. Some will like things like the Beckett's S's a little more. You know, the Mini will be all over everything there, because you will absolutely not be lifting for those. And then the Cortina, of course, very different style of driving, even though they're both front engine and rear wheel drive. It's got so much less grip. You just have to slide the car everywhere. Under braking, through corners, under acceleration, keeping the engine on its cam. Checkered flag is out at the end of the session. And so if James Hansen is going to improve at all, he was 0.29 away from second. And that's a 2:11.490. And so, in fact, that is that lap that he's just completed. 0.29 away from second, but 1.21 away from pole position.
And car 22 is fastest at the moment. Michael Lyons, I think, looking at the helmet on board.
Yep.
With black overalls, that's normally his wear. So he's taken the car through to the end, end of the session for its owner, Paul Mensley. And fastest with a 2:10.28, which is nearly a second quicker than the Callum Lockie, Julian Thomas similar car.
Yeah, 0.9 of a second quicker, and even though it's a long lap, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, that is still a pretty decent amount to be in front. So Sierra Cosworth first and second, the best of the Skylines in third place. That's car number 2. James Hansen. Fourth fastest is the Broadspeed Capri, Richard Kent and Joe Osborne, car number 88. That's very impressive. That is fastest in its class, as the Skyline is fastest in its, and this car fastest in its class as well, and overall. And again, there are probably about 34 different categories here. Strictly, there are sort of getting on for nearly 20 different categories, depending on what era and what category your car comes from. And within those, of course, then you have the factor that you're just basically chasing the car in front, or in the case of these two, trying to keep all the cars behind you. You can see the Cologne Capri right in front. I think that might actually be the car that is fourth fastest, the Kenton Osborne car.
And Michael Lyons' last lap was actually quicker. Although he was already in pole position, he got below the 2:10, and he's now 1.4 seconds quicker than anyone else.
Yeah, just an extra, another half a second taken out of everybody else, just to underline how much quicker that car was going. Just didn't spot that, because the position didn't change, just the time got another half second quicker. And again, it's a very short qualifying period, and both drivers have had to get in through the car as well. So you lose that time going in and out of the pit lane, time lost stationary. So for any of these drivers, unless you're doing it on your own like James Hansen, you're probably getting 7 or 8 minutes in the car, maybe 3 or 4 flying laps. Yesterday there was a test day, but I'm sure they're still not really fully up to speed in the cars in a lot of cases. So our second qualifying session for the 2023 Silverstone Festival has concluded with Ford RS 500s at the top of the pile, but 1.4 seconds between the fastest 2 cars. Third fastest is James Hansen's Nissan Skyline, the Kenton Osborne 1970s broad speed Capri, fourth quickest, ahead of another RS 500 Cosworth and another Skyline. Plenty of turbocharged cars at the front, but the Cologne Capris and the BMW M3s will be hot on their heels in a little top 20 battle. Mercury across Cavalier and a Chevy Camaro will share a row. There's a clash of titans, and it's a VL Combi SS, the red Geo Insurance liveried car that we saw in 21st place. Plenty of Rover SD1s, Mike Whitaker and the Welby and Moody Patrick Group Lotus, Patrick Group Rover, rather, ahead of BMW 635s. And a whole host of others. 45 different cars going out on track and setting a time this morning. Touring cars to whet every appetite, from the 1960s through the 70s and the 80s, right up to the early noughties. Plenty of opposite lot drifting, turbocharged, flame spitting and big grumbling V8s. Just about every era of touring cars since the 1960s represented in the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. And the flame-spitting turbocharged cars of the Prix and Group A era were at the top of the pile. Nissan Skylines, Ford Sierra Cosworths, but some enterprising wheel twiddling has seen some of the earlier cars get in amongst the thick of the action. So an hour already into our qualifying. We've had 2 sessions for Formula Junior and for the historic touring cars. If you haven't had breakfast, you can probably smell it pretty much everywhere around the circuit. Reminds me, I've got a cup of coffee somewhere. That's probably gone stone cold by now, but there are plenty of opportunities, not just to scoff, but actually to watch some masterclasses as well. Coffee masterclass with Illy Cafe. That sounds like a good place to start. Lots going on the live kitchen. The tasting tent for a wine tasting masterclass. That sounds like good stuff to me as well. Plenty to keep your stomach full and to keep you entertained. And Chef Jack Blumenthal will be in the kitchen at 1:30, 2:30 and at 3:30. So lots going on. I'm sure out in the open down in the collecting area, Ed Foster can probably smell most of that wafting over the paddock as well. Let's hear from him.
Next up, the HSCC Thunder Sports, and these are some of my favourite cars of the weekend. We've got big V8 monsters, especially from Can-Am, that wonderful championship over in the States where really there weren't that many rules or regulations, so the cars got more and more mad. They're brilliant. Anyway, over here, driving this car, we've got Richard Dodkins. I'm going to jump in, and I've just been talking about the wonderful kind of Can-Am monsters in this thing. They're not the kind of thing that you'd want to jump into having not driven it before at Silverstone. And I don't think you've driven this, have you?
I had a slight test yesterday, but as in racing circumstances, no, I haven't.
So what did you find on your very few laps in it?
It's very fast. That's about all I can say. Yeah, it's phenomenal power.
And it's interesting, whenever I talk to someone who drives one of these cars, they say actually it's not as scary as it looks. Is that true?
No, I can't say that. It's pretty mind-blowing, really, yeah.
And have you had any advice in terms of how to get the best lap time out of it?
No, I'm just going to feel where I go, really.
And these qualifying sessions are very short, so and you've got 2 drivers as well. Is it a case of just get it on the grid, or are you still looking to learn the car?
Learn the car really, but I'm driving it myself today. Richard's not driving it, so I'm on my own.
Right, well, enjoy it. I'm sure you will once you get going.
I'm sure I will. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, Can-Am cars not as scary as they look. Somebody has been selling Ed up the river there. I think they are, I'm sure, at least as scary as they look. 170 there, again, gaffer tape 1. That's Steve Seaman's Lotus T70. You'll see quite a number of different Loti. Car number 19, this is a Chevron B19. Now, not all of these are Big Banger V8. Some of these are 2-litre engines, and those will be super competitive as well. Blue car number 96, Tim and Harinder De Silva's Tadek. That's another 2-litre engine car, and in amongst them, sports cars. You can also see sports cars of a different nature, a couple of 2 or 3 Chevy Corvettes. So the Stingray version, the C2 Corvette, C2 or C3? C2 Corvette. And Jaguar E-Types as well, the very familiar shape of the E. That kind of 34 is an addition to our program. I'll get to those in a moment, because have you got a 34? You haven't got a 34 either. Right, so we might need to have a look at that E-Type later and figure out actually what number it was. Why do we have E-Types here? I haven't got a single E-Type on the entry list. No, they're going, those are the cars that are going out in the Big Cat Challenge next. Good. Right, so these are all Jags. Martin, just wake up a little bit. I do need this coffee really quite badly. So again, we have a 26-minute session. Clock is running as the cars head out of the pit lane. And I will steal a sheet here. Oh, look at that. You've got to love a little Chevron. 27 John Sheldon's B16. V8 B16, the prettiest sports car of any generation. There's an argument. And which, B8 or B16?
B8 for me.
Yeah.
B8, definitely. That one, the yellow car there, my favourite racing car.
It's just such a gorgeous little shape, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If it had a Ferrari badge on it, you wouldn't even remotely be surprised.
It just looks right. It's marvellous. Designed by the great Derek Bennett, who also designed the other car you saw in that early shot, the B16. We're looking now at the number 14 car, which is a much later car from 1975, the Osella PA3.
And that is the first addition to our programme. So car number 14 still being driven by John Spears, and added in Nigel Greensall. Again, another name you will hear a lot of. So Nigel Greensall joins John Spears in car number 14, the Osella PA3.
And it's John Spears in the car at the moment, the car's owner with the black helmet. He will appear many, many times during the weekend.
Now then, further additions to the programme. Car number 52, Andy Storer, Chevron B52, joined by Jonathan Storer. I'm writing this down. So this is like the Jimmy Young programme, isn't it? Pens poised. I'm writing down at the same speed that the listeners at home will be writing, so I can do that. So cancel car number 60. John Burton's Chevron B26 has been withdrawn. Peter Halford's car number 112, Chevy Corvette, that has been withdrawn as well. There is no car number 169, another Corvette for Tim Davis. And Bernie Chodosh, another name I associate with American muscle cars. He was due to be in a Corvette as well, so car number 999 also not present. So 3 Chevy Corvettes. Now, they are probably still in the Transatlantic Challenge, which we will see them in a little bit later, but not coming out in Thundersports. However, we can add, where are we going to add them? We're going to add them at the top of the page. Car number 25, driven by Michael Lyons. And again, lots of quick changing, car warmed up in collecting area, and he is in an Ibec. Ian Bracey design car, 308 LM, which is white. Other details we can fill in later. There is an addition to the programme. Car number 74 is Ian Rowley, IAIN Rowley, Rowley, and Stuart Ollie. And they are driving a Tiger. So Tiger Sports 2000, the Tim Schenken Howden Ganley company that was based up in High Wycombe. Very successful in Sports 2000, then in Group C2, so a red Tiger from 1978, so that's one of their early cars. 98 is an addition to the programme, and that is John Davison. So John Davison rather than Davidson, and that is a Chevron B6. And this is very untidy, so I'm going to have trouble identifying these later. And that is white. And our fourth and final addition to the programme is car number 110, Michael Campagne. And he is in a Chevy Corvette. So there is still one Corvette, and that is a C3, and that is BL. Does that stand for black or blue in your writing? Blue, okay, so that's blue. Okie dokie. Right, now then, let's take a look at this Corvette. So this is the Everys. I spotted them, Glenn and Sam Every from the States, car number 13, red and white. So that is the C3 Corvette. So the mid-1970s version of the Corvette line. The cars we saw earlier, in fact, right behind, you can see a C2. So the Stingray version with the like split rear window, if you like, that's the blue and white car coming up behind. So you've got a C3 followed by a C2, and that is 110, one of our entries. So Michael Campagne in the blue with white stripe Chevy Corvette. So again, same surfeit of power over traction as the car in front of it, with the same big block Chevy engine. Again, big ride height. And these cars, America's sports car with fiberglass body, transverse leaf spring supporting the rear axle, also made from fiberglass. I'm not aware of any other car that had a fiberglass leaf spring in the suspension, but they did. Saved a little bit of weight, and since they were au fait with it. See Michael heading over in front of the red and white car. So fastest car at the moment, number 25. That is an addition. That's the Ibeck of Michael Lyons. So that will be a little low-slung open sports racer. And what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the George Hallau Lola 310. What an amazing looking car. Very low, but very large.
Yes.
Of the style of Can-Am cars of the period. Canadian-American Challenge was a series that ran in America for many years, from '66, and it had very few regulations, so the cars got bigger and faster.
Yeah, dominated by Lola, and particularly by John Surtees and Jackie Stewart in the early years, the B&M Lolas. And then the Bruce and Denny show took over when McLaren's M1s came along and started to really dominate. Again, all rear-engined, essentially built, most of the big customer cars built around an aluminium monocoque with Formula One suspension they would have had anyway. And yeah, big block Chevys, big block Fords, less successful, the Chevy engine, or occasionally Oldsmobile, big capacity V8s, so all around 7 to 8 litres.
And later dominated by the Porsche, the
yes.
91710s and 91730s, which were hugely powerful.
So when the 5-litre 917 was outlawed by the FIA, they went to America, stuck turbochargers on it, and went even faster. Mark Donoghue and George Follmer and those guys dominating the championship for a couple of seasons, and the cars producing routinely north of 1,000 horsepower. Alpina BMW, possibly not Alpina's finest work in terms of body shape and livery. Just a little uncomfortable sort of version of a 635 CSI. Again, fairly happily in the hands of Tim Brooke, Howard Spooner rather. Now then, just in front, car number 14, that's the John Spears and Nigel Greensell Acela that we saw a little bit earlier. That car is currently 6th quickest.
That's a car comes out of Italy.
Yep.
Designed and built by Enzo Acela near Turin.
Nigel Greensell now at the wheel. John went out in it earlier. And these are the sort of cars that when in the 60s and 70s, particularly when hill climbing was a massive deal still, 2-litre Italian sports cars tended to be used a lot on the hills. And in this country, we think of places like Chelsea Walsh and so on, you know, a narrow 1,000 metres maybe, or a mile or so of tarmac. On the continent, they tend to be much longer and quite a lot faster. So they're also used in the 2-litre category of World Sports Car Championship as well for many years.
And in fact, the Acela still appears in European hill climbing with modern cars, not cars from the periods that we're looking at here. Still building hill climb cars.
Now, lurking behind the Corvette, and in fact almost invisible behind it, apart from the fact that it sticks out on either side, is the Blue Coral 935. So this car raced in the British GT Championship a number of years ago by John Greasley, and now being driven by Dave and Mike Smith from the USA. So Porsche's 935, car that preceded the Group 6 era, and the 936, which went on to win Le Mans outright, and then of course that then led to the 956, 962s. But this was a car created by the Kramer brothers to help Porsche's development.
935 actually won Le Mans overall as well in 1979, which was quite unusual at the time because it was normally dominated by the prototype cars, but a GT car won it.
Survivability is still a big thing at Le Mans, but was even more important then. This is a Sports 2000 Lola T290, 2-litre engine, and you'll see a number of those, like the Acela. You see a number of Sports 2000s, particularly 2-litre BDGs and also Heidegger BMWs, the kind of engines that would have been used in Formula 3 as well. Formula 2 cars were very popular. That in the Ecuri Filippinetti colours, with livery that we probably aren't allowed to talk about these days, I suppose, the sponsors.
The European 2-litre sports car championship was incredibly competitive, and it was like a caravan of cars and trailers going around Europe. Many British drivers involved, including our own John Burton, who unfortunately is a non-starter in this race, still racing in his 80s, but in period he was a very quick chevron driver.
Some great looking cars as well. It was predominantly a customer category, and so Chevron built cars, Lola built cars, and some really great looking Sports 2000s. And another C2 Corvette Francesco. Now, he is not on my entry list.
Nor mine.
No, okay, good. And I haven't pronounced Marschalkewart, Francesco Marschalkewart, 166. So I'm adding at the bottom of mine 166. Francesco M-A-L-K.
And by the windscreen thing, what do they call it? The sunscreen, if you like. It's the Dutch GT Championship car, that, because that's a series they bring over to the UK very occasionally. NKHT GT.
Yep. Okay, so
it's the unpronounceable name.
Marschalkewart. Again, the classic outside pipes now. Okay, so we're on slightly more familiar territory here. This is a 1965 Ford Mustang notchback. The notchback rather than the fastback, which was a sort of long sloping back that joined the roof to the boot lid, because it was lighter. Not necessarily particularly more aerodynamic, but certainly a little lighter. Car number 24, Rupert West, Richard Hodgson. So that is a 5.7 litre big block Chev. John Sheldon, a very familiar racing name to sports car fans. Chevron B16, Again, the B8 a little shorter, a little more truncated. The B16 you can see just built for bigger power, bigger tyres and bigger pace. And you can see as well little echoes of what the Lola T70 ended up looking like as well. The Lola with a very similar sort of broad hipped approach, but built to take bigger engines still than the Chevrons. And again, Derek Bennett's company, Chevron, really existed to build customer racing cars, like Lola did, like March did, like so many manufacturers. And Chevron still with a hugely healthy following. Now this is one of the cars we saw a little earlier, Tim and Harinder de Silva's Tay-Deck. So Mark III, and this is again the up to 2 litre category.
Not a very common name that you hear, Tay-Deck, but it's a British car built in Keighley in Yorkshire, and uses the Ford FVC engine, which was very common in this period.
So it's got all the looks of a Can-Am car, it just doesn't have a big V8 and all the injector stacks standing up behind the driver. So and yeah, you've got all the look and none of the power. It's like an MGB powered AC Cobra replica.
It's been through a hot wash as well, hasn't it? It's slightly shrunk.
Oh, it is,
yes,
it's still a fabulous looking thing, isn't it? Really is. Now Chevron B8, the distinctive livery of Roger Whiteside's car. So this is car number 69, car built in 1969, and again 2 litre category. So most of these cars with 2 litre BMW. And where is he? How far up the order? He's 12th at the moment, 4th in the 2 litre category.
Roger Whiteside, the boss of Greg's the Bakers, likes his weekends off racing rather than designing vegan sausage rolls.
I tell you what, he certainly has enough money coming in, I should think, on a daily basis to be able to afford his fun. Car number 2, Dan Eagling, Royale RP17. Royale perhaps as famous for their single-seaters as for their sports cars, possibly more so because of how many were raced in period in Formula Ford. But again, very successful, small capacity sports car manufacturers.
And Dan Eagling, a race preparer, and will be preparing a number of the cars that are racing this weekend, but also a very good driver indeed, and driving the RP17, quite a late car, and quite rare as well. There is another Royale in the race, and that's an RP6/17. That was an RP6, but it's been upgraded to 17.
That sounds like a massive jump, doesn't it?
Yeah, yes.
Although all of those type numbers in between, like with Lotus, won't necessarily have been sports cars. It will have been all sorts of different things, a Formula 3 car, a Formula Ford car, a Formula V or a whatever. But yeah, a 16/17 or an 18/21 sounds like, you know, a bit of an upgrade. A 6 sounds like something you found in a barn and put new bodywork on.
Well, Dan Eagling is sitting 3rd at the moment in the timing, 2:04.034 his best time.
And he is fastest in the up to 2 litre class, just ahead of Tim and Harinder de Silva, actually. They've just gone up to 2nd fastest car we're looking at a moment or two ago, the blue Tay-Deck. So that and this car are the fastest in the 2 litre category. So Michael Lyons fastest of all. We saw him a little while ago, car number 25, the Ibeck, the white Ibeck. And Richard Dodkins, in fact, Mark Williams saying Richard wasn't driving, was it? The March 717, we saw that in the collecting area. 86, this is Dan Balfour's Chevron B8. The yellow and black car, and that is currently 2nd fastest in SP1, which is its category, and the fastest car of all. Maybe going past you now if you're in the grandstands, car number 19, that's the Chevron B19 of Chris Porritt and Ed Thurston.
And an improvement for the Spears Greensole number 14, the Ozella that we saw earlier on, which I think you mentioned, Martin, probably has Nigel Greensole on board now.
Yeah, it did now. The blue helmet with the yellow highlights, that's Nigel.
and that's up to 4th, so it's ahead of the Tadek, but actually now jumping in there is Georg Hallau, which is the number 310, that huge Lola T310 Can-Am car.
Nigel looks like he's in a kiddie go-kart. Now, if you look at the size of the driver's helmet, as we watched car number 14, what's he got, 10-inch front wheels? 12 at the most? The front wheels are absolutely tiny. So this is a little bit like the Frisbees that raced in Can-Am. Basically, instead of the cars getting bigger and bigger, they thought, right, if we make the car as small as possible, as low as possible, and have as little frontal area as possible, we'll go through the air quicker with the power that we've got. And that's the same sort of deal. Now, here is car 3. This is the March 717, Richard Dodkins and Mark Williams. And this car now second fastest, but the gap from first to second is 3.39 seconds. So this car just coming, just coming off its fastest lap last time round. And those big Hillborn injector stacks on top. That's the induction system of the car. You can see sticking way up in the air as he over-rotates. Again, these cars always had more power than grip, despite those enormous fat slicks at the back. And those enormous fat slicks will be far more useful than the cars, the tyres they raced on in period as well. So 74. Now, where is he in our time? It's 17. That's the Tiger. So this is one of our additions. Ian Rowley and Stuart Olley. Sports 2000 Tiger. TI from Tim Schenken. GA from Howden Ganley. It was based in the industrial estate Cressix in High Wycombe. They built single-seaters, everything from Formula V, Formula Fords, all the way up to Group C2 cars. Two Aussies who, like so many before them, came and made their racing names here in Europe. Very successful sports car, single-seater racers both.
Interesting comparison there between the early Can-Am car, the black car at the back of the shot, and the white car at the front. The sheer size of the much later Lola T310, and then this, the number 70 car, Ross Hyatt's Lola T70. Which he spins on camera for us. Thank you, Ross, that's very kind.
So the Mark III, the Lola T70 started as a fully enclosed cockpit car, and then in Can-Am you didn't need that, and it was just weight and sophistication that was unrequired. So they cut the roof off effectively, and that's how that developed. 19, Chris Porrett, Ed Thurston's Chevron B19. So again, the B8, B16, you see the B16 is just going by closed coupe endurance races. This number 19 car, this is a Sports 2000 open racer. Again, light, nimble, and you used to see these racing at every circuit, pretty much any weekend in the UK. You would see Sports 2000 cars, Formula Ford 1600 as well.
We did Ross Hyatt an injustice there. I've just noticed that's another one with a number 1 stuck at the front. It's actually 170 we saw spinning. Open Lola T70, which was the Mark II, whereas Ross is in the closed Mark 3B.
Mark 3B, yeah. Okay.
So his black tank tape on green background doesn't really show up terribly well.
The Corvette behind seemed to be slightly on the squonk as it came down towards us. I wasn't quite sure why.
And the number 19, Chris Porrett, Ed Thurston, Chevron B19, and anything that came off Derek Bennett's drawing board was just so pretty, wasn't it? The B19 was a car that developed into later cars with much more aerodynamics on them, but I think the B19 just looks so nice. And this is an earlier car from the Chevron mark, the B16 we saw earlier on, number 27, John Sheldon. Swooping lines over the wheels, little bit of aerodynamics at the back with an upturned tail.
Sheldon with the open helmet and a sort of asbestos wrapped around the face look of Steve McQueen Le Mans era, so 1970s, kind of very period look there, rather than a slightly more modern looking balaclava. And again, look at the behemoth carrier. It actually looks a bit like an aircraft carrier, that Lola. Massive device, the Lola 310. And of course, carrying so much extra power means extra speed, means you need more rubber, and the wider the body, the more aerodynamic ability you had with it. The Michael Iron still fastest of all by 3.39 seconds from the Dodkins-Williams March 717. And here is 121. This is our Porsche 935. So this is Dave Smith and Mike Smith. 3.2 twin turbo flat six, early 80s car.
And in fact, the 935 launched in 1976 here at Silverstone for what was called then the Silverstone 6 Hours, the World Endurance Championship Prix, and it didn't do too well in the sense that it broke its clutch on the line. It took them an hour and 20 minutes, I think it was, to fix it, but it came out, and Jackie Ickx and Jochen Mass drove the wheels off it for the rest of the 4.5 hours or so. And obviously didn't get a good finish, but proved the car.
Well, Jackie Ickx also one of the drivers who debuted Porsche's 956 here at Silverstone in another Silverstone 6 Hours in the days when it was being dominated by Martini Lancia Barchettas. The Group 5, Group 6 era was coming to an end, and the Group C era was just about dawning, and that car didn't win on its debut either, but like the 935, once the Grems had been ironed out, went on to win an awful lot more races here at Silverstone as well as everywhere else. Familiar logo on the back of the gearbox there, Hewland transmission in this car, 52, Andy Storer, and addition to the programme, Jonathan Storer, driving that 1980 Sports 2000 Chevron.
Looks a little down on the front right, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if he's had a little collops on the front suspension. It does look a little lower on the right. He's going very slow, and so too is this B8. We've seen this a couple of times. Dan Balfour's 1968 Chevron B8. Now whether he's just had a little moment of ambition of speed over skill, not too sure. Lola 310, George Halou. Okay, Halou, he's in 4th fastest at the moment.
And looking to be going well. He's set a green, which means he's his best time in Sector 1 that he's done. And at Silverstone, the sectors, the middle sector, or the first sector, sorry, from the start line through to Woodcote is actually the slowest sector, because it's got that section in the middle with Village and the Loop. And maybe this car would favour the longer sweeps of the Wellington Straight and Hangar Straight.
Yeah, coming down to Stowe, not looking like the car's absolutely up on its toes. I think this is a reasonably pedestrian lap. Yeah, he's not on pace in the second sector. Top speed down the Hangar Straight, just 174.7. Is that miles an hour or kilometres an hour, do we think? That's got to be miles an hour, hasn't it? Yeah, 174 k's doesn't sound like an awful lot for a Can-Am car. 175 miles an hour knocking on. That sounds like, you see, when Ed was told they're not as difficult as they seem, they may not seem quite as difficult here. That sort of prodigious speed around Goodwood, that's a whole different thing. So here's the 717 March. This is the Dodkins and Williams car in second place in our overall timing and scoring. Checker flag is out, so everybody now motoring serenely back. And again, look at the difference between a Sports 2000 car on the right-hand side and a there are no rules Can-Am car. In fact, those, you know, it almost looks like it's the escape pod for the Can-Am car that's just sitting alongside it. Enormous power, big wings, and lots of body to channel that power as well. And again, another little spin here. Again, this is 170, Steve Seaman in the Mark II Lola T70. So the 70 is easy to spot in lovely 70s groovy script, and there is a tiny bit of gaffer there.
car similar to the one that John Surtees took to the win of the very first Canadian-American Challenge in 1966. A car which still races regularly on the historic scene, but this one, the example of Steve Seaman.
Gorgeous looking thing. You can see that's still the real feel of the 60s, you know, kind of Lister Jags and all those sports car races of the 60s and Ferraris and what have you, just flowing bodywork that just covers all the grubby bits. And then you're looking in the 70s where the aerodynamics have really taken over, enormous wings, big flat body panels everywhere to try and gain some downforce. It was a period of real transition. After the end of the 50s, front-engined, and into the 60s with the rear engine, then the end of the 60s into the 70s as aerodynamics really started to take hold. Another massive transitional time. So there's our commentary position with the windows blacked out so we can actually see what's going on. Now we didn't see this car at all, but it is Gwyn Pollard and Rob Wainwright's Royale RP617, the one you talked about a little bit earlier, Alistair. And so that car, another of our 2-litre racers. Very handsome little thing. So perfect conditions on this Friday morning of the Silverstone Festival, and Mike Lyons certainly made the most of them in the Ibec 308 LM. Dominating performance from him to go 3.4 seconds quicker than the Dodkins Williams March 717. Dan Eagling's Royale, third fastest ahead of Georg Hallu in the equally enormous Lola T310. The Spires Green Solacella 2-litre car in 5th quickest, and the 2-litre Tadek of Tim and Harinja de Silva is 6th quickest. Half a dozen, in fact, 5, 6 and 8, 9 different categories of car, including some in the invitational classes. Simeon Chodosh didn't see that car going out, his grey Chevy Corvette, one of a number that were due to go out on track, but he didn't head out. And no time either for John Davison's Chevron B6. So if the car gets running, then hopefully he'll be able to qualify in a different session. So the Lola T70 and Alpina BMW, Chevy Corvettes, and Can-Am cars, a whole host of different specs of sports racer, stretching the definition in all directions in the Thunder Sports category. Big March 717 Can-Am car, the Lola T310, and some of the earlier versions of the Lola T70 Mark II and Mark IIIs, all coming out against 2-litre sports racers. Less power, but a little nimbler and perhaps easier to handle even on the fast flat-out sweeps of Silverstone. But it was Richard Lyons in the Ibec Le Mans car that was the dominant force, getting on for 3.5 seconds quicker than anybody else.
Next up, the MRL Big Cat Challenge Trophy. As the name suggests, this is all Jaguars, and the E-Type is obviously the sort of most prevalent car here. There are also Mark IIs, there's XK120s, there's XK150s, but there are lots of E-Types. And so we're going to get a little bit geeky. So there's ultimately three different types. There's Prix 63, there's semi-lightweight, and lightweight. The Prix 63 ones are quite easy to spot. I'm just going to get Max to turn around. This one here, Prix 63 car, just on the left, number 55. I hope I'm actually getting this right. And then if we turn around again, Max, these here, we've got a full lightweight car that you can kind of tell with the wider rear wheel arches. And then in front of it, a semi-lightweight. So the lightweight cars are all aluminium, and then the semi-lightweight cars have an aluminium roof, aluminium bonnet, and then the rest is all steel. So they're quite hard to spot between the two. But let's go up here, because I can spot a certain Mr. Brundle. It's Alex Brundle, who's a busy boy this weekend. Alex, I'm going to jump in here. I was just been saying you're a very busy boy this weekend, but you're out in the E-Type now. You know this car pretty well, don't you?
Yeah, I've done a few laps in them now. It doesn't seem to me 5 minutes since I started all this historic stuff, but a couple of laps in an E-Type here and there. I've got a 512M Ferrari, the Brustang's here, and I'm in a Toleman Hart Formula One car as well in the demo, so excited about all of that.
You've driven so many historic cars now. Does anything surprise you when you get in one?
I think they all surprise me. They all need their tummies tickling, you know, in different ways. And they're never the same. You know, you leave these things a couple of weeks on their own and they morph into something different. So you've got to be right on top of it. Every lap's a new adventure, but that's why we love it.
What I always find quite amusing is, especially a grid like this where it's all quite close, everyone's queuing up to get in the assembly area and rush down, because what you really want is just one clear lap, don't you?
Well, look at the amount of cars here. To get a clear lap, even around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, it's going to be really tough, especially when everyone's going at a sort of similar Jag straight 6 GT car-y sort of speed. So, yeah, exactly that. Gary's going to be out first. In Gary we trust to get the lap, and then I'll try and whittle one in through the traffic at the end.
I mean, Gary's driven so many E-Types, Jaguars in general. Do you learn things from him?
A massive amount, always. I mean, you're talking about a guy who can look at a D-Type across the paddock and go, oversteer. He's just on it, you know, in terms more now rather than driving style, more sort of mechanical sympathy, but the guy's a wealth of knowledge. There's one thing, you know, learning to play golf with someone telling you how to play golf. It's another thing, playing golf with someone who knows, you know, things come up, right? And that's been a fabulous experience for these past few years.
Alex, best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Close your eyes and he sounds exactly like the old man, doesn't he? He's got the same passion. By the way, of the cars that he named, the Brustang, what on earth is a Brustang? It's the Brundle Mustang. It's a car that he's had a hand in building himself. So it's a 65 notchback Mustang. You will see that out. And a Toleman Hart. Now, there you go. See, that's going to be quite entertaining for him to run as well. So our next qualifying session, the MRL Big Cat Challenge Trophy. It is all about the Jags, and predominantly, as you heard from Ed, there will be a lot of E-Types. Now, there are a number of changes to the programme as well, so we'll start at the very top. I might need Alistair for this. Car number 1, James Barkley, E-Type lightweight, 1963, that remains the same. Driver 2, an addition, Tom Dillman. The Tom Dillman endurance racer, Tom Dillman? The singles. I mean, I don't know if there's I know one Tom Dillman. I am surprised that he's here if it is him, but there may be a British Tom Dillman, I don't know. In addition to the programme, car number 18, a fixed head E-Type, John Clark, being joined by Alistair McCaig of the Curiacos McCaig dynasty. Ria Sota in car number 52, joined by Andy Newell, N-E-W-A-L-L. Gregor Fiskin does no longer in car number 62. His E-Type have Christoph Cohen's beside him. He will be sharing the car with Sam Hancock. Again, another name we'll come across a few times. Car number 77, Guy Zeiser is joined by Ollie Webb, W-E-B-B. Car number 134, Christopher Sholey, is joined by Rob Newell. What else is Rob Newell driving in this? I thought I'd seen his name before.
Andy Newell.
Oh, Andy Newell, right, okay.
Different Newell.
Is that it? Just 5? Goodness me, that may be the least additions to any programme or any entry list ever. No additional cars, and the only one that is not here is car number 17, Tony Best and Charlie Jones Best. So that's not here, so you won't find it on camera, boys. Don't look for 17. Stop looking, because he's not there. Okay, now let's identify what we do have. Car number 77, this is Series 1 flat floor E-Type fixed head coupe, Guy Zeiser, who is also driving... Why have I seen his name twice? I haven't. Okay. So that's him. Cut 7 just going through shot. That's the car, the E-Type with the pale blue noseband. And again, looking at 77 with that little white nostril. Why do I know that livery? What team is that? Dark blue with the white nostril. That's a sort of, don't know, 77. Ollie Webb, I haven't added him in. Ollie Webb is the other driver in that.
The E-Type launched by Jaguar at the Geneva Motor Show, and famously Norman Dewis, who was their test driver for 100 years, only died fairly recently at the age of 100 and something. He was asked to drive a second car down to Geneva non-stop because they'd had so many orders, and it's not a surprise, because what a beautiful car with a fabulous engine which lasted right through to the 80s for £2,200, which I think was about half the cost of a Ferrari at the time.
It must have had the same shock of the new that the Citroën DS did when it was unveiled, because everything else was just sort of boxy and blocky, and suddenly this E-Type came, which looked like it'd just been sort of melted from a car shape into something more, as famously described by Enzo as Ferrari, as the most beautiful car ever made. And there was a man who prided himself on the beauty of his cars, obviously on the potency of his engines. But you're right, the XK engine that debuted in a car like that Red Roadster in the XK series in the early 50s was still going in Series 3 Jags into the 80s, and one of the world's greatest workhorse engines. It powered Le Mans winners, it powered automatic commuter cars. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of XKs were being driven in every town in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. And many of them still going. Car number 20 here we're looking at. This is Chris Keith Lucas and Kerry Wilson's XK120. So the first of the XK Roadsters. The 120 was the earliest, the 140 and then the 150 followed. Open cars, all fixed head coupes available. And these cars really brought Jaguar first to motorsporting prowess, and particularly in rallies. Things like the Coupe Alpine and so on with Ian Appleyard brought big sporting success early on to Jaguar, and with these cars, this was a car that you could buy and you could drive and race or rally. The C-Type and the D-Type, which of course got all the international glory a little bit later, less usable as a road car, but the XK's still very much a practical road proposition.
Well, the C-Type was actually, the full name was the XK120C, because it was the competition version of that red car we've just been looking at, yes. Car number 8 we're looking at on screen now is Stefan and Clara Rattenmeyer's E-Type from 1962.
And this is looking like a much more standard looking car, and
actually raced at Le Mans in 1962.
Wow.
This car, so it's got a great history. Never really very successful in international racing, the E-Type, but in domestic racing, tremendously successful.
Too beautiful to be fast, is that a thing? 134, again, we're going back a generation or two. This is Christopher Sholey's XK120.
So sharing with Rob Newell in the 1954 XK120. And you can see, if you think that the XK preceded the E-Type, the difference in the two cars in terms of their shape and stance on the track.
Well, the E-Type is really completely out of the family. If you look at the XK, and then the C-Type, and then the D-Type, and then the Mark II Jag, and then the Mark 1 and Mark 2s, and then the Mark 10 and the 420, and then the XJ6 series, they all gradually morph from one to the other. The E-Type bears no family resemblance to any of the XK engine cars at all externally. I mean, apart from the fact it's still got the XK and the independent rear suspension that was developed for the E-Type, then went on to the S-Type Mark II, and then on to the XJ series. So a lot of the engineering is the same, but the E-Type does not look like any other Jaguar ever made. It's just, it doesn't look like any other family of cars ever made. And you know, when the F-Type came along, the clear temptation ever since they stopped making E-Types is to make another E-Type for the modern era. And Jaguar so far have resisted doing a Fiat Cinquecento or a VW Beetle, like reimagining of it, but it would still sell like hotcakes. If they could make something as beautiful as this as a modern car, it would still just sell and sell and sell.
The 147 is Guy Grant's car. He's sharing with prolific racer over many, many years, Mark Hales. And I think that will be Guy in the car at the moment.
Yeah, Mark Hales still with his familiar yellow helmet with the black diamonds around it.
Yes.
That he's raced in all his career up through Formula One and ever since. And 57, Jonathan Mitchell's semi-lightweight E. So the body panels remain the same shape, and it's got the vent in the roof, and it's got that little rear boot lid sort of hump that allows the hot air out from underneath the car. But the difference is what the panels are made of. In the lightweight, almost all of them aluminium. In the semi-lightweight, basically the hull remains steel, but the roof panel, which was relatively easily placeable on because it's a hard top, and the bonnet, the enormous multi-moulding of the bonnet, or multi-pressing of the bonnet, that is aluminium as well. So semi-lightweight, car number 57. And again, a lot of these cars will not have started off as fixed heads. A lot of them will have started off as drop head coupes. Looking at 62 here, a little earlier. So this is Gregor Fiskin and Sam Hancock, 62 Jaguar E-Type DHC drop head coupe, and raced with the roof up, not because it's hot or cold or raining, but because it's slightly better for aerodynamics. And that's Sam Hancock at the wheel at the moment. His familiar helmet.
That car, if you cast your mind back a few years, 6 years to Goodwood, 2017, that took second overall in the Kinrara Trophy, which was the sort of equivalent race down there, driven by none other than Mr. Le Mans himself, Tom Christensen.
And that car still on US plates. Now, I can't identify the state from this range, but those are definitely US plates on the back of the car. And again, you can see, look, as a relatively standard road car ride height, what a 60s car corner's like on narrow tyres, plenty of lean, lots of fluency and suppleness in the suspension. 21, this is Graham and James Dodd's E-Type 62 Roadster. Again, the 3.8 XK engine.
Father and son team, Graham father, James son. We'll probably see them out in certainly more than one, if not more than two cars. They're very enthusiastic historic racers.
Again, like so many of these cars, will have started off based on the open car, and instead of the fabric hood that we saw, will have had a hard top. Gives you a little bit more rigidity and a little bit better aerodynamics as well. And of course, the semi-lightweights and the lightweights also had that roof vent, which helped to evacuate heat from the cockpit. And the longer the race, the more important that is. Got a lot of furnace generating heat right in front of you. And you want to have the car as sealed up for aerodynamics as possible. 190, again, another relatively standard looking car. Bill and Martin Addison's 62 E-Type. And this, the full 2+2 body shape. Again, looks like it should be better aerodynamically, but there's a lot more weight you're carrying there with that opening rear tailgate. First hatchback. Jaguar ever made another hatchback? I'm not sure that they ever had. Wouldn't have been called such in period, of course.
That car didn't always look so pretty. It was, well, it did when it was made, but by the 90s it had fallen into disrepair, and it was what the word used, it was rescued. The Addisons used, rescued in the 90s. So it's had a complete rebuild.
Well, many of them had it, like most cars, not just British cars, most cars built in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, there were more water traps than there was rust protection. And so, the hull of the E-Type is particularly vulnerable. Water gets in around the bulkhead, and it's not just sills, the entire bulkhead starts to rust from the ground up. And once water gets in, it finds its own way out as well, so it creates its own holes. 150 XK150, I'm guessing it is. Claire Keith Lucas and Andrew Keith Lucas will be driving this. So FHC fixed head coupe. So this is not a hard top that's been added. This is a full body. So the 150, the last of the XK range.
The Keith Lucas family expert preparers, another team of preparers who race as well. CKL Engineering, and they've probably got more than 10 cars here this weekend that they prepare. Big transporter, but they race as well very effectively.
And these cars, the XKs, the 120s, 140s, 150s, so successful in the US that XK became identified with Jaguar. So when the E-Type was launched, it was launched in the States as the XKE, which to a degree makes sense if it looked even remotely like any XK that ever preceded it, but it didn't. And as the swinging 60s took hold, everybody became very much aware of what an E-Type was. Car number 1 coming towards us, James Bartley and Tom Dillman, and that's that silvery grey E-Type, and right behind the flamboyant blue, car number 52, Ria Salter and Andy Newell, down in the programme as turquoise. Yeah, that's a standout colour, whatever you describe it as.
Ria Salter, actually a German lady, prepares the cars in the stable of a German count, and all his cars prepared in this turquoise colour. Andy Newell shares with Ria.
78 Danny Winstanley, white and blue Brumos style stripes across the car.
Yes, I think that's new for this year, those colours.
That's lovely. I'm liking that a lot. Red, white and blue. Can't argue that. Okay, slightly lighter blue. More Cambridge blue than Air Force blue, but that's a very attractive looking livery on the fixed head Jag.
That's likely to be a contender. At the moment sitting 8th quickest in the timing. Danny Winstanley, ex-Caterham racer. If you follow your club racing, you may remember the name, but moved over to historic racing a few years ago.
Tom Smith in his white Mark II with the red highlights. Now, we haven't seen any Mark 1s. The basic difference between them is they look the same. The Mark 1 has bigger, thicker windscreen pillars, and particularly a smaller, much smaller rear windscreen. So if you ever look at what you think might be a Mark II Jag, if it's got a very small rear window and big, thick window pillars, and it doesn't have the chrome I'm zipping up my anorak, doesn't have chrome B pillars either between the doors. Those are all body coloured as well. So that's the difference predominantly to the eye between the Mark 1 and the Mark II. Mark 1 tends to have bigger wheel spats on the rear as well, but in racing they don't use those. Cut 7, car number 4, very familiar registration, very famous registration. This car being driven this weekend by Richie Kent and Joe Osborne.
I think there was probably more than one Cut 7.
There were quite a number because it was a registration
yes.
rather than a chassis number. So in the same way that if your own registration was Alistair 1, you would put it onto every car you owned. There would be lots of them. So yes, there was. This one, well, Richard Mines owned certainly one of the Cut 7s and raced it. I think it was actually this car, raced it with Rob Huff for a number of years. He sold that a few years ago.
Well, the Cut 7 number was owned by Dick Prothero, who raced in club racing for many years, very successfully in a series of Cut 7s and Cut 8 as well. Yep. But this particular car is a genuine car. It was the 4th right-hand drive fixed head E-Type ever produced by Jaguar. Chassis number 4, so it really goes right back to the very start.
That's a gorgeous, that's a really, actually more of a 70s colour, I was going to say, 60s colour, maybe brighter in the 70s. 121, another E-Type, and this is Graham and Alan Bull. 63 car, one of the slightly later cars. I mean, whether it's an open two-seater or the 2+2 body, it's just such a gorgeous looking car. The dimensions are, I mean, of all car manufacturer bosses, William Lyons, you know, ran the company, did the finance to make sure that they could afford to sell cars this good, this cheap, and that was one of the great things about them. But designed, I mean, he was the overall design genius as well. These weren't designed at Pininfarina or by Giuseppe Giugiaro. They were predominantly designed by William Lyons. Not quite maybe on the back of a fag packet. I don't suppose he had a drawing board in his office, but he certainly would have given the lines to the cars.
And the race team so successfully managed by Lofty England, Lofty because he was tall, and ran the race team right from the XK days through to the D-types, and remained with the company until he retired. And,
that seemed to be very much a theme. I mean, you talked about Norman Dewis, yeah,
yes.
remained with Jaguar long after anybody who they ever knew at Jaguar was dead and buried, and still, you know, was part of the touchstone of Jaguar's heritage, living and breathing. And it was just one of those kind of companies.
We're looking at number 5 there, and that's William Paul and Andy Prio. And Andy Prio, 3-time world touring car champion, although it could be 4 because he won another series which was effectively the World Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, he was the European Touring Car champion,
yes,
the season before, yeah, and that is the Guernseyman. So in fact it says GB in the programme, should say GBG rather than GBR, Guernseyman. So you're absolutely right. And son Seb now racing very successfully in the US as well. And Andy's sort of retired from top flight international motorsport and just enjoying a little bit of fun in the sun. Car number 1, the lightweight. So James Bartley and Tom Dillman. Do you need to find out if that is French single-seater and sports car race Tom Dillman or another Tom Dillman?
And that car, 60 years old. It's you forget when you're our age, Martin, that we've grown up with these cars on the road, but it's 60 years now since that car was produced, and it looks as good today as it did in 1963.
Yeah, slightly sexier than my equally 60-year-old Morris Minor is this year. Probably a bit quicker as well.
This number 1 car is actually owned by Jaguar Classic. It's a continuation car. Raced here at Silverstone in 2021 for the first time. That's the number 1 car. We've moved on now to the number 77, which is the Guy Zeiser Ollie Webb entry.
That's currently 2nd quickest in its class to 1:11, the Bryants. So that is, yeah, 6/10 off the class pole at the moment. Is that Ollie Webb? I think it might be. Looks like a relatively tall. Mine, in an E-Type, most drivers look like a relatively tall driver. See the difference in handling between the big tyre, lightweight, and the skinny tyres on the car behind, the fixed head. Look at that, just drifting out wide. Going by 84 as well. That's a much more standard looking car. That's Rick Wilmot's E-Type, the white car.
And the lead car in this group is indeed, was in fact quickest, but it's now in 3rd. That's the Pearsons, Gary and John, brothers.
And that is the new quickest car number 21. The dark green and yellow noseband, Graham and James Dodd. So
and son James tends to be a little quicker than dad these days, so it might be James on board now in the pole-sitting car. He's done the fastest Sector 1 time of anybody on his Sector 1 on this lap. We'll get his Sector 2 time very shortly.
Yeah, picking up speed, so he's going to extend that advantage.
End of the Hanger Straight is the end of the 2nd sector. We'll see whether he can keep up the pace. In fact, he goes yellow on 2nd sector, so slightly slower, but not much.
Yeah, that's not his best sector. Thorpe and Quaife second fastest, just 11/100ths of a second in it. And the Pearson car in third, car number 27, is 1.3 seconds off the front row. Ooh, and trouble in the gravel. At 147 is Guy Grant and Mark Hale's E-Type.
To save Mark's blushes, we can't see the colour of the helmet in that car.
Oh, I fear we might in a moment.
No,
it's not Mark Hale's, unless he's using somebody else's helmet, so that may well be Guy Grant. Mark Hale's with a bright yellow helmet with black diamonds around the centre of it.
And the
some fabulous Jags watching on from the is that Jaguar Drivers Club or Enthusiast Club enclosure? JEC, I think, probably. Some XKs and what's that on the right hand side?
Looks like a
D-Type.
D-Type or
and
something.
then
yeah.
an XJS on the left, red XJS. Yeah, the bright green D-Type. I'm sure that is a D-Type on the right hand
with
side.
the low aerodynamic bubble on the back rather
yeah,
than
the hump on the back
yes.
gave it away there. So fixed head coupe galloping across the line, a pair of them underneath us, and turning into Copse Corner, what of course when these cars were first racing here would have been the first corner. How much time we got left on the clock? I can't find 2 minutes 50 seconds. All right, so almost enough for a lap. So that's where the E-Type went off. A little bit too much pace into Copse. Copse Corner is a really inviting corner when you get into it, but coming down the pit straight, you can't see through it at all, and it always seems to be a lot slower than it actually is. So you end up carrying in more speed than you think you probably should, and sometimes you're right. You have carried in more speed than you probably should, and that's where the gravel awaits. So fastest two cars are in the pit lane. Pearson Brundle up to fourth fastest. They're only 0.3 away from the Pearsons in the battle for third.
And yes, that is the same Pearson in both cars.
Yep.
Gary shares with Alex Brundle and also shares with his brother John, so they have to balletic move in their pit stops to make sure that Gary is available to take over the second car.
Looking at the Pearsons there briefly, car number 27. This is 26, the Spears and Greensell car. So I imagine that Nigel is out in it now because he was out in the last session second, which would have made getting into this car first a bit of a hardship. So in this second session, yes, there's the blue and yellow crash out of Nigel Greensell. So whoever he's sharing with, I'll be there, I promise. You take it. See, now that's where he comes unstuck. Luckily, he doesn't have any of his own cars here. At least I don't think he does. I think he feels it's far better for somebody else to own the car and for him just to twiddle it around at high speed. So this is the best lap of the car so far. Green, green, green goes up from fifth to fourth, and only 100th of a second away from the Pearsons in third. That's a very quick lap, and there's 50 seconds left, and cut 7 has failed to proceed. That is the inside of Copse Corner, so that's the old pit exit road there, or the pit exit. Ooh, and that's a lurid spin we've just caught the end of for the Bill and Martin Addison red E-Type fixed head. At least I'm pinning the blame on them because there was smoke and they were going very slowly.
The cut 7 we could see behind the barriers with the marshals. Joe Osborne was stood there, the modern-day GT driver for McLaren, but having a weekend off, busman's holiday. But clearly, as you say, not proceeding in cut 7, a mechanical failure of some sort.
I thought you were going to say the modern-day Joe Osborne. Has he been rescued as well? Yeah, there's an awful lot of drivers finding that coming and racing historic cars that do very different things in very different ways is not just fun, but actually really a good education. I mean, I don't think you drive a car without learning something that's applicable, even if it's only never get in that car again. So checker flag is out. So this is quite possibly actually heading back for the pit lane for most of these cars. Couple in the background going very quickly indeed, and that's a real problem when you're trying to set a lap right at the very end of qualifying, because there's a lots of dawdling going on and there's a lots of high-speed lappery as well. So 27, this will be probably Gary Pearson, I would think, was in the other car first that he was sharing with Alex, because Alex wasn't in it when Ed caught up with him. And so honking on.
It looks like Gary's open face helmet, so I think, yes, John would normally take the car first.
Comes across the
Lovely
line,
slide.
checker flag is out, and did not improve actually. 2:26.5 on that one, 2:25.0 their fastest lap, so traffic probably not helping. That's a beautiful look at that. That is a classic Nigel Greensall front-engined rear-wheel drive GT car drift. That was beautifully done. And that's the way you have to drive these cars. You can't drive it point and squirt. You can't be hard on the brakes and expecting it to straighten up. You've got to allow for the fact the car has much less grip than a modern aerodynamic device and drive it accordingly. Little loop round for 84 right at the end of the session. And that is Rick Wilmot's 1961 E-Type. That's down as silver. Now, to my eyes, I'm afraid that's more Old English white. Our camera ops at the end of the lap are getting plenty of drifting shots in, aren't they? So I'm going to change Rick Wilmot's 84 car to OEW from silver. And here's the turquoise car, just one of those. So Ria Salter and Andy Newell's car. Proper swinging 60s stuff. And Claire and Andrew Keith Lucas. Car number 150, XK 150 fixed head. Again, the 3.8 litre engine in the XK. So a great looking end to the line for the XK. Can you imagine going from what you knew what a Jaguar sports car looked like, an XK 150, and then they unveiled this, the E-Type. It really must have looked like aliens had landed. And the shock of the new, and the reason that Norman Dewis had to drive a second car down was because it wasn't that they didn't have a car in the hall or they wanted another car on the stand. It's that they had a car in the hall and the demand to drive it from potential customers, because you could walk outside and drive the cars on a little test route. That was the reason that Norman Dewis had to drive overnight. And this is, don't forget, in the 60s or late 1950s, 1959, driving overnight was not as simple as going down and getting on the Eurotunnel. That didn't exist. There was a great degree of not very much motorway, not very great lights, and a very slow ferry. So it was a very, very long drive indeed to get to the Geneva Motor Show. But he did it overnight, got the car there, and then, without having had any rest, presumably, spent the rest of the motor show sitting alongside customers or potential customers, and dealers and journalists as they drove the cars around the streets of Geneva. And equally, coming from this, the very upright XK 150 to the E-Type, the shock it must have caused to the honest burghers of Geneva as they drove round the streets. People must have been walking into lampposts, jaws hanging slack as they saw an E-Type for the very first time. MRL Big Cat Challenge Trophy, Jags everywhere. And it was the Dodds who ended up fastest of all by just 11/100ths of a second from the Thorpe and Quaife E-Type. The Pearsons ahead of the Spears Greensall lightweight by a similar tiny margin. Again, just 10/100ths of a second there. 10,000ths of a second, in fact. Pearson Brundle car 5th, and Mole and Keane in 6th spot. And in 13th place, the fastest of the Class D cars, and that was the Graham and Ollie Bryant fixed head coupe, slightly less modified cars. Andy Prio down there in 16th place. And Mark Hale's in 20th in the car. That is second fastest, no it's not, it's 14th fastest in their class, just ahead of the Class F leader. The Big Cat Challenge, essentially pitching lots of generations of E-Type against each other, some XK 120 and 150s, and even a Mark II in there. But it is predominantly about lightweights, semi-lightweights, and E-Type fixed-head coupes racing hard against each other. The same XK engine, the 3.8 version, powering them all. And a chance to see the world's greatest motoring shapes at speed at a circuit in which the E-Type made its racing debut in the hands of Graham Hill and has been successful ever since.
So I've just stepped away from the track for a minute because I've come to the Village Green because I want to meet the official charity partner of this event. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to meet Sandra, who is Chief Exec of the Kidney Research UK. So Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the charity.
So we're the charity of the year for the Silverstone Festival, and we are here to tell the story that 3.5 million people are living in the UK with kidney disease now, and our research is looking for answers to help them live a healthier and better life.
So what can people do if they come over here and find you guys?
So please come and see us. We're on the green. We'd love to talk to you. You can learn a little bit more about the research and development work that we do here. And you can do a kidney health check, a quick check yourself on your own kidney health.
Amazing. So you can come down here, get a quick kidney check and donate.
Yes, that's right. And there's lots of other exciting things to do over the whole weekend. You'll see us out and about on the main stage and here in the tent. So we'd love to see people.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to go over here because I have heard that a very, very famous person is here. David Brabham. How are you? Lovely to see you. So just a quick question. You're here because this is rather personal, isn't it? Kidney disease and this particular charity. Can you just let us know a little bit more why?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my father had kidney disease and his mother had kidney disease. It kind of runs through the family on that side. So obviously do whatever I can to support Kidney Research UK. And, you know, we're here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival. We've got the Brabham simulator here, the BT19 Brabham Motorsport Sim. And people can pay £5 to have a go and try and beat my time. And there's a prize at the end, whoever gets the quickest time as well.
Amazing. Make sure you get down here and try and beat David's time.
Yeah, good luck with that. Let's hope that Jodie has a go as well. Don't forget, plenty of opportunity to go and see the Kidney Research people, one of the supporters of the Silverstone Festival, and get yourself checked out as well. So Jodie Kidd, you'll see her popping up throughout the weekend, shooting bits for the highlight shows on ITV. Now, down in the collecting area, our next group of cars heading out for the Derek Bell Trophy. Let's catch up with Ed Foster.
Next up, the Derek Bell Trophy. And this is for single-seaters, for Formula Libra cars. And the wonderful thing about this grid is we've got Formula 1 cars, Formula 2, Formula 5000, Formula Atlantic, Formula Ford 2000, we've got Formula 3, the list goes on. So there's an amazing selection of cars. And I've just been speaking to the chairman of the Derek Bell Trophy, and that this year they're going to award the Derek Bell Cup. So there's 2 races. 19 cars on the grid. The first over the line gets 19 points, last one 1 point, and over the 2 races they then have an overall result and they're going to win the Derek Bell Cup come Sunday. So I don't think it's going to be any of the sort of smaller engine cars. We've got some Formula 5000 cars which you can kind of see, they're the big V8s, 5-litre cars, high air boxes. They're kind of everything you really want a single-seater to look like. Because despite the accent, I am Scottish, and down here we've got Stephen Barlow, who has come all the way from Oban. Stephen, I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in and interrupt. I was just saying, it's lovely to interview a fellow Scot. Are you coming all the way from Oban?
Yes, I've just come from... I live just south of Oban in Kilmore, and I used to stay in Tobermory on Mull. But I don't know if you could call me a Scot. I've only been there since 1980. So, you know, it doesn't really qualify. You need to be second and third generation, I think, to be certainly on the island. But my great-grandfather, that's got Scottish heritage there. He used to be a bare-fist boxer in Glasgow. So.
Right, well, what we should probably do is we should probably talk about the car. Formula 3 car here. And very modestly, you told me that you'd won the historic Formula 3 championship sort of by luck more than anything else. But I'm sure that's not true.
No, it is. It's persistence, I'd say. Classic Formula 3 last year. It's persistence. I kept going to all the meetings and people dropped out, and I was lucky enough. But in saying that, we did have a very good race in the finals. The very last race of the year, I started last because I went off in the previous race and ended up a tenth and a half behind the guy who won it. So I did all right. You know, I enjoy it. That's one of the best races of the year. Really enjoyed it.
One of these cars at Silverstone, it's all about just not losing speed, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yeah. You have to carry speed through the corners. You know, that's the only way. And with all the cars I'm competing against here, almost all of them technically much faster than mine, much faster. You know, it's when you see them go past you on the straight, then you realise you really have to push it through the corners to be past them and stay in front of them. But it's all good fun, though. That's what we're here for. It's fun. We're not going to be a Formula 1 driver, are we? Not unless we buy one.
Well, look, enjoy it.
OK, thank you very much. Nice to speak to you.
Right, let's just stay with me, Max. We're going to go kind of up to the front of the grid. So follow me, and right up at the front, where we mentioned the Formula 5000 cars earlier, there's no way you can't have a soft spot for Formula 5000 cars, because they are sort of, I wouldn't say they're simple beasts, but they are big engine, big wings, big airbox, perfect. So up here, right up at the front, we've got Christian Pissar. Christian, I'm literally just, sorry, you're Darren, are you not? This looks like Christian's car, but you're driving it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're both going to have a play in qualifying and do a race each. So only 18 minutes of qualifying, so it's going to be very tight. I'm going to go out first, hopefully get some clear air, bang one lap in, and then get back in the pits, throw Christian in so he can get more testing in before the race. So it's only the one lap that qualifies us. So yeah, hopefully if I can do it in one lap, it gives Christian plenty of time to have some fun as well.
Just very quickly, we've been talking about the Formula 5000 cars. What are these like to drive?
Yeah, they're absolute animals, to be honest with you. So very, very quick in a straight line. They just don't stop pulling all the way down the straight. Big horsepower, big torque. They're a little bit cumbersome in the corners, but you make up for that down the straights. Great fun to drive. We've really started to tune this car up quite nicely now, so it's handling really well. I think it's just different to your normal single-seater that's sort of light, nimble, and really good through the corners. This is all point and squirt, so yeah, really good fun. Keeps the concentration up, that's for sure.
Cheers, Darren.
No problem, thank you.
Heading out for our fourth qualifying session of the morning, the Derek Bell Trophy for Formula Libra cars. So Formula Libra, essentially run what you brung. It is a single-seater category that does not necessarily restrict itself to any particular class of cars. This is Chris Merrick, car number 39, a Chevron B17. He's at the side of the road. So you've got everything from 1600 and 2-litre Formula 3 cars up to Formula 5000. Why was Formula 5000 called Formula 5000 and not Formula 2 or Formula 1 or something? Well, the answer is behind the driver. They used 5-litre small block Chevy V8s, hence 5000. So essentially it was a Formula 1 car of the era, but with a big thumping fuel-injected Chevy V8 behind you. So they make a lot of noise, a lot of power, and as you just heard from Darren Burke, they go quickly in a straight line. Whether they're going to be as quick as a 70s Formula 3000 car, whether it's going to be as quick as an 80s Formula 3 car around a Grand Prix circuit, we will wait and find out. Currently, this car in second place, Henry Chart's Modus, again a relatively small volume manufacturer. And the Modus M1 is a 1600cc Formula 3 car.
Formula Atlantic car.
Formula Atlantic car,
Yes,
there you go.
So they use the 1600cc engine, but the cars race together, and slightly different specifications, but very competitive with each other. Henry Chart, again, if you follow your club racing, you might remember the name from Formula Ford, but he's very recently purchased this Modus, so new to the car, but a quick young driver.
Just popped back up to second quickest. He had just been shuffled down to 5th place, up to 4th. Has gone car number 50, Clive Wood's Chevron B29. Fastest of all, though, after a quick trip round by Darren Burke, was that Chevron B28 Formula 5000 car, the red machine that we saw. That is back in the pit lane for Christian Pittard to take it over. So looking a little further back, this is a March 782 Formula 2 car with the white, blue and purple of BMW Motorsport. This is car number 94, Martin Wood. So this is one of 2 March 782s, and they put on a great race last year in this category. Andy Smith, car number 16 is the other one, which is whiter with a bit less blue, red and purple on it in the colours campaigned by Mark Sura, who was one of the BMW young drivers. So these cars, low-slung March with that familiar sort of conning tower cockpit almost, the bodywork so low, and a 2-litre Heidegger BMW engine behind. Of course, March cars built over in Bicester. Very successful through the 70s and 80s.
I think that might be the Modus, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the Modus, which has come to a little bit of a halt and smoke, or a smoky halt. I'm not sure which.
And the smoke is coming from the engine area, which is never good news, is it? After setting competitive times, looks like a problem for Henry Chart.
This is Clive Wood's Chevron. We talked in the sports car qualifying half an hour ago about pretty chevrons, and Derek Bennett didn't hit his single-seaters with the ugly stick either. Good-looking, flowing bodywork, and a particularly 1970s kind of sponsorship there. I don't know if that's period or not, Coin Weekly, but certainly should be. Safety car is out on track. And another March 782 whizzes underneath our noses. Car number 4, that looked like, which we don't have, but there is the Modus stranded. That's the outside of Copse Corner, isn't it? So there is still some tarmac beyond the white line, but generally that's not quite enough to rescue it all up. If you've gone in too quickly, you tend to stay a little too quick and through the gravel. Now, I saw this car in the collecting area with Ed, car number 9, Craig Dolby, who is a very successful modern single-seater racer, now getting into historics. And this car, an ex-Claudio Langes Rolt RT3 with originally Nova Motor Toyota engine. So in the Yokohama colours with which Claudio Langes raced it in the 80s. And Claudio is, and there's another RT3, there's the other one, that's Stephen Barlow's car. Claudio Langes, I seem to think, was a nom de plume, and I can't remember for whom. What I need is Stuart Dent now to remind me of all these things. So the Modus, unfortunately, coming to a bit of a halt. Here we go. Now, this is another different looking car, but with a famous connection. So this is a Motul M1, but the Rondell is Ron Dennis's preparation company that he started, and then, of course, moved on to take over the reins of McLaren when they ran into all sorts of problems at the end of the 70s. So a Motul Rondell, and for those of a certain vintage, the sponsorship on it, Alistair, Fab 208. There'll be a lot of listening under the bed covers to the whistling tones of 208 Radio Luxembourg. And if you don't know anything about Fab 208 or Radio Luxembourg, you do need to ask your father, or quite possibly your grandfather. So in the days when there was only Radio 1 and Radio 2, and even before that, when it was the home service and light service on the BBC, there were all sorts of pirate radio stations playing modern beat combos and popular music, and Radio Luxembourg was perhaps the best known of those, before the pirates like Radio London took to the high seas just outside of British territorial waters. 20 here, looking at Chevron B24. Oh no, that's not. That's Simon Fish in his B42 Chevron. Great looking livery on that car as well. And where is he? Car number 20. Yeah, he's currently 6th fastest. Now this is a very short qualifying session. So as we heard from Ed chatting to Darren Burke, Darren went out in car number 51, which is Christian Pittard's Chevron, to do one flying lap and set the qualifying time, which he's done, to then head back into the pit lane to give Christian some laps. That didn't work out quite as well as might have been hoped with the safety car coming out, but Christian Pittard is in the car and is at least circulating, even if it's not at much speed.
Christian Pittard, another ex-Caterham racer. It seems to be the way to go. Race your Caterhams very successfully and then move into historic racing.
Right, red flag, so the session has been stopped and will not restart, I don't think, for the final 6 minutes. I'm afraid very little qualifying running for any of these drivers, and that's going to make the race quite interesting, because you've got cars like the Brabham there, car number 82, and some of the Rolt Formula 3 cars didn't really get a lap in. There are some Formula 3 5000 cars further back as well that didn't really get a lap in, and they're a long way down the order. Number 1 car, now that's an addition to our programme as well. You've got that?
No, I haven't got that one.
Okay.
But it's an N Roddy on our graphics, so our graphics team have had the information.
Is that a Van Diemen? That looks like Van Diemen.
Formula 4 2000.
Formula 4 2000, yeah. RF80 or RF82 or something. I mean, I'm clutching at straws there. Car number 5, what a beautiful livery on the March 75B of Mark Goodyear. Not that Mark Goodyear, the Schweppes livery.
And I think the most significant driver missing from that session, I'm afraid, was Andy Smith, number 16, who was in the programme as 54, changed his car to a March 782, definitely a front runner, potential winner, but just did one lap and straight back into the pits.
Yeah, only did an outlap, and so he's obviously got an issue with the car. Well, let's hope that he gets a chance to qualify out of session somewhere. However, that's going to make life very interesting, because if he does manage to get the car qualified in a different qualifying session, we're already starting to build a little list of people who need to qualify in somebody else's session. Then traditionally the rule is you will start from the back of your grid if you get qualified, or back of your race if you get qualified out of session. So if he does get a chance to go through, then hopefully he will. So not much to talk about, I'm afraid, in this qualifying session, and it was that Modus stopping on the outside of Copse that needed rescuing. So cars coming down to the end of the lap.
Well, everybody did the minimum 3 laps, which they need to do to qualify, except Andy Smith. But Andy has such experience that I suspect the clerk of the course will allow him to start if he can get the car fixed.
Again, as we go around, you can see all of the attractions on the infield. Particularly if you've got kids with you here for the weekend or on any of the days, lots to see and do. The Formula 1 displays, the interactive displays, the fun fair, of course the music this afternoon and this evening, the kitchen demonstrations, the wine and food tasting. And yeah, if you've had breakfast and haven't quite had lunch, this might be the time to go on the fun fair rides. But lots and lots and lots and lots of car clubs here celebrating, and not just car clubs as well. 75th anniversary of the first Grand Prix held here at Silverstone in 1948. It's also the 75th anniversary of NASCAR, and we will have a fabulous thunderous display from NASCARs of all vintages, right from the early days of the early 50s right through to the 2000s. But that modus, I'm afraid, is not operandi at the moment, so it is going to, I see what I did there, I'll stop right now. It is going to need a lift and a flatbed, I'm afraid, and the problem there is that it was clearly not wheelable out of the weighable, which might suggest that actually that smoke from the rear might not have been engine, it might have been more transmission. Because normally, if you can select neutral, then you should have been able to push it behind the barriers to the left there, but or at least make an effort, but nobody's been able to move it at all. So there you go. So we should have a result in the moment, but the fastest car was Darren Burke in Christian Pittard's Chevron B28, car number 51. And I think that is all the qualifying they're going to get, because it is a very busy circuit and a very busy day today. And tomorrow we will start racing. So, oh, hang on a minute, we are going to restart the session. So there will be 6 further minutes. That's why there are no results. Panic ye not. I can see it on the timing screen. I'm having a three-way conversation, one with the audience, one with myself, and also with the TV director. So we are being told that there will be a further 6 minutes, which will be enough time, Alistair, for probably about a lap for most of these cars.
Yes, it's 6 minutes, but of course that's when they release the cars. 6 minutes to go. They've got to do their opening lap from the pits, which won't be that quick. Then they might get one flying lap and then back to the flag, but they do get timed on the lap to the flag, so they might get 2 timed laps in, maybe 3 if they're very quickly out of the pit.
Well, the good news is that because these guys are starting in the national pit lane, their out lap is actually only half a lap. So that takes a minute out of the minute that you might otherwise lose if you were starting from the Formula 1 pit lane. So yeah, a 6-minute clock. So yeah, they might get 2 or 3 laps, but again, it's going to be another 5 minutes before the flatbed is out of the way. There is already a queue, I can see from the window we haven't blanked off, at the end of the national pit lane, or the historic pit lane, whatever you wish to call it, but they are queuing to go out. So that will head in around by the old scrutineering bay, possibly, or possibly straight back down the pit lane from whence it came. And then we should be ready. It didn't look like an awful lot of fluid that needed clearing up. He was outside the white lines anyway, and on your own head be it if you venture out there. There's gravel and all sorts of muck that you don't want on your tyres. But that should be close to the end. So that will bring us to the end of the Derek Bell Trophy qualifying. We will move on then, a little possibly behind time, to the, draw a deep breath, MRL Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. Now that essentially is 1950s sports racers in 2 different races, all on the same grid, so about 175 cars in that. Then the parade of NASCAR, 75th anniversary of NASCAR, North American Stock Car Association Racing, that's what NASCAR stands for, and you'll see everything from the 50s through to the noughties. Through the lunch break, Gary Champion will be picking up the action here on Silverstone Radio and on the stream with lots of information about the anniversary and car club parades. And into the afternoon, we will fire up the Formula 1 pit lane at the wing as we start our qualifying with the Masters racing legends, the GT Trophy, the endurance legends, modern and not quite so modern Le Mans cars, the International Trophy for Prix 66 Classic GTs, and again, there's only around 900 cars on the entry list for that. Prix 66 Grand Prix cars, so before really the takeover of the aerodynamics, front engine and rear engine cars. And the afternoon will conclude with Prix 66 touring cars for the Adrian Flux Trophy and the Masters Sports Car Legends, which again is 60s and 70s sports car racing, with the Road Sports Trophy heading into the evening, by which time the Christians will be limbering up. And if you have never seen the Christians in action, I can tell you that Gary Christian and the boys are in fine form at the moment. Saw them about a month ago performing at Pub in the Park in my hometown, and they will be very entertaining. And Martin Fry and ABC will round out the evening's activities on the stage, and that will be well worth watching as well. So for the Derek Bell Trophy, the Formula Libra cars will have a further 6 minutes. Track inspection just going on to conclude that everything is safe. There is a little trail through Copse Corner out to where the Modus stopped. So unfortunately, Henry Chart's car coming to a halt, but not before, I don't know what that is. But the fact that it couldn't be moved does slightly suggest it might have been transmission. Rather, all you got to do is get a bit on your finger and sniff it, and you will definitely know whether it's hot transmission oil or whether it was engine oil, because the two smell very, very different. And transmission oil is a disgusting smell. So Marshall's working hard to try and clean it all up. Let's take a look at where we're going then on the main stage. Catching up with Kidney Research UK. We heard Jodie Kidd talking to them a moment or two ago. The West End kids will be out before the British Touring Car Championship legends. Now, among whom, well, Andy Preo, you could count as one of those. Matt Neal certainly as one of those, but certainly there are a bunch of them here. Silverstone Museum will be telling you a little bit more about what's going on there this weekend, just before 2 o'clock. And Max Chilton, fastest man up the hill at Goodwood last year, will be on stage at 2:30. Paul Owen will be talking about the family's reawakening of BRM. And then from just after 7 this evening, get some dinner and maybe a beer or two and settle down with the Christians and ABC. And this evening as well, we saw some hot air balloons taking flight as we drove in this morning, not from the circuit, but this evening there will be a hot air balloon night glow. So the hot air balloons will set off into the wild blue yonder to the strains of Poison Arrow, possibly from ABC. Trying to think of a more aviation suitable ABC song and couldn't on the spur of the moment. Always a risk, isn't it? So plenty to see and do here at Silverstone, and some beautiful weather as well. It was a little bit of drizzle yesterday evening coming towards the end of the test day, but the weather is absolutely as gorgeous as you need. Not too hot, particularly for some of these cars, but clear, dry, and absolutely gorgeous. So we're seeing these cars in absolutely their best condition. Green flag, cars are back out on track, and the clock is running down from 6 minutes. I must learn to see, I can see it now on the TV screen, I must learn to find on the timing screen, bottom right-hand corner, where it is. And presumably it's the same on my computer as well. No, they've hidden it somewhere else. It's on the top right-hand corner on the computer, bottom right-hand corner on our timing screens in the booth, and top left on the TV. So, fastest car, not driven by the man who's driving it now, Christian Pittard. It's car number 51, the red Chevron B28, well, red with sort of white and blue on it. And that is a Formula 5000 car. And that lap set in haste and at speed by Darren Burke early on in the session. So this is the march that we were looking for a little earlier, March 782, car number 16 you're looking at on the big screens, March 782, this is Andy Smith. Now Andy was down as 54 in the programme with a March 798, which is an Atlantic car, but he's in the 782 Formula 2 BMW with the BMW Motorsport colours on. And that's got the Yardley on the front. And again, the March 782, one of the most distinctive single-seater shapes, very flat, ultra-low bodywork, barely came up to the tyre rim, or the wheel rim, and then the centre cockpit like a submarine conning tower. And there's somebody going straight through the easy dry at the beginning of the lap, so into Copse Corner. Now, the problem with that is that not the dust, which is a little bit of an issue, but the oil underneath it goes onto the tyres, And you particularly don't want that on a qualifying lap. You don't want it on a racing lap either.
Andy Smith, relatively local to Silverstone Circuit, lives near Leamington Spa, and I'm really pleased to see him back out, because he never liked to see a car go in on its out lap, and clearly a problem. But immediately he has set the fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 times, and nearly 147 miles an hour down the Hanger Straight into Stowe Corner.
Yep. This is a pole position lap, first flying lap for Andy Smith. He came out and went straight back in before the stoppage. See, it's blowing a little bit of blue smoke, which is possibly not a great thing. But Andy Smith comes across the line, 1:57.031, 2.6 seconds. Okay, no, not fastest, 2.6 seconds slower than the 51 car of Darren Burke. So quickest in his class and second fastest Andy Smith's March BMW. Well, that wasn't bad for a loosener, was it? That's the first flying lap the car has done. Let's see what he's got on the second flying lap. Other than a lot of traffic, he's having to try and find his way by.
Grabs a little bit of a slipstream there down the Hanger Straight from one of the bigger Formula 5000 cars.
Yeah, that's the Chevron. And big lock-up. Oh, and again, didn't quite get the gear he wanted. Now I suggest perhaps we might know why he went straight back in, and maybe that's why it's blowing a bit of smoke. Looks like he might have a bit of a recalcitrant gearbox.
And I've worked out why we were confused by those fastest sector times. These are for this part of the session.
Yep.
That's why he came up as second quickest, but he's still going.
There we go.
Although he's run off the track there at Copse Corner.
He's blowing a lot of oil. So sweeping through the Beckett's S's, it's quite a handful, isn't it? You can see his gloves working speedily there to gather it all up out onto the Hanger Straight. So this much at least would be familiar to the car from racing here in Formula 2 in period. And down into Stowe. Of course, the exit of Stowe much tighter now than it used to be back in the 70s, dropping down through the Vale.
That smoke's getting worse, isn't it, Martin?
It is. Now, it's done almost no laps, and they may have had to have a bit of a fiddle with it. It may well be that it is blowing off extra smoke. Now he goes fastest of all, and that is a 1:56.956, 75 thousandths quicker than Darren Burke's car, but he doesn't have radio. If there is a pit board, if he's not seeing the smoke, and it's entirely possible he won't, those little mirrors fixed onto the plexiglass, I can imagine those are only good for, vibratory pictures. He needs to call it a day there, I think. This is Neil Glover's Formula 5000 Chevron. Again, that big high air box. So redolent of the late 70s, where you needed the ram air induction going into the engine at speed to feed the injectors, and having it up in the airstream over the driver's head meant you get laminar airflow, so it's nice and quick. This car, third quickest at the moment, second in the Formula 5000 cars, but 5.3 seconds off the front row. Not an improvement at the moment. Behind him, though, there has been an improvement last time round for car number 48. That was Henry Chart's Modus.
No, Henry's.
No, he stopped, hasn't he? So that was his last. That was his last lap, not his. Yeah. So he has. Actually, I don't think he's lost a position. So checkered flag is out, though, and that means that Neil Glover has taken the checkered flag in his Chevron. And still going quickly is Andy Smith.
Very quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. Car steps out over the line out of club corner.
And the smoke seems to have eased off, so that might just be a very, very slightly overfilled.
Yes.
And just burning off a little bit of oil.
Paul Campfield's Chevron B24 Formula 5000 car. Again, look at the ground clearance that it doesn't have in front of that enormous nose. He comes across the line, coming to a halt though, Stephen Barlow. We just heard from him with his Alpha-powered Rolt RT3, another Ron Toronac design. You'll see a lot of BT somethings in the older races. Those all Ron Toronac designs as well. Toronac teamed up first with Black Jack Brabham in the 60s, designed a lot of, almost all of Brabham's so successful range before then moving out on his own.
And there we have one.
Yep. The classic Brabham colours. 82 Mike Bainbridge in a BT 35. So that would have been a Formula 1, a Formula 2 and a Formula Atlantic chassis, depending on what you stuck in the back of it and how big your tyres were predominantly. And
the 57 dark blue car is Robin Lackford in his GRD. GRD was stood for Group Racing Developments, and it was a team of people who used to be the designers at Lotus, but when Lotus closed its customer race car division, not its Grand Prix or road car divisions, they formed together into GRD. And Stephen Barlow talking with a marshal there in his Rolt RT3, the aforementioned Ron Toronac designed car, which was so successful in Formula 3.
Yes, dominated Formula 3 for the better part of a decade, and of course at the same stage he also had Rolt Hondas dominating Formula 2, so it was a real golden era for Ron Toronac, yet another golden era for Ron Toronac. I'm not sure that Toronac and Brabham were ever perhaps the least incendiary pairing, but they certainly knew how to get on when it counted. 57, that is Robin Lackford's GRD. The traditional arm out of the cockpit, as you saw so often in the olden days, even in Formula 1 cars. Gilles Villeneuve with 3 wheels, one arm out the cockpit, thrashing his car around, trying to get it back to the pit lane.
And the hard-working recovery truck that very recently collected Henry Chart's Modus is now out to collect the Rolt of Stephen Barlow.
Completing a set. So qualifying concluded for the Derek Bell Trophy for Historic Sports and Car Club Formula Libra. Andy Smith fastest of all in the March 782 BMW, ahead of the Christian Pittard Chevron B28 driven by Darren Burke. To set that lap, Neil Glover's Chevron third, Henry Chart's Modus before it stopped was 4th quickest and remains there, ahead of the Chevrons of Paul Campfield, Clive Wood and Simon Fish. The Motul Rondel of David Tomlin is 8th quickest, Martin Woods March 782 9th quickest, and Craig Dolby in the ex-Claudio Langes Yokohama sponsored Rolt RT3 rounds out the top 10. Stephen Barlow 14th fastest, car number 14, didn't do 14 laps. That stopped at the end of the session, which was red flagged for an earlier stoppage for the Modus of Henry Chart. So a couple of cars with issues that we'll need attending to, but other than that, all safely progressed. Formula Libra living up to its name, bringing together single-seater cars of all sorts of ages, descriptions, determinations and power. And unfortunately, a red flag after the car of Henry Chart stopped out on the circuit. So what was a short qualifying period anyway, broken up into 2 very short qualifying periods, at the end of which March 782 of Andy Smith came out on top, beating the Formula 5000 cars in overall pace. They've got more power, but they've got more weight, and they have got a little bit less aerodynamics. 51 in 2nd place. That car will be driven by Christian Pittard, but it was car number 16, the March 782, which was such a dominant force last year, with which Andy Smith blew out a lot of smoke, but also produced a couple of searingly quick laps.
I've come down to the village green again because I've come to meet the official insurance sponsor. So basically, this is Adrian Flux. They've got some beautiful cars around, and I'm going to have a quick chat with Grant. Hi, Grant.
Hi, Jodie. You okay?
I'm very, very good.
Good.
So, number one, I want to say happy 50th anniversary.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this year we are celebrating our 50 years in business. So what better place to celebrate it than here, sunny Silverstone.
So tell us a little bit more about the insurance company.
So yeah, it's a family-run business formed in 1973, and yeah, we're here now with 50 years. We made our name as a specialist broker. We insure lots of classics, modified, imported, so more the kind of niche products. Motorsport as well, hence us being here. So yeah, you name it, we can pretty much insure it.
Fantastic. And also, very excitingly, apparently, someone's told me you got some very nice gifts to win.
Yes, yeah, a bit of fun today. So it's a family event as well, so we want to give something back. So we've got a bit of a prize draw going on, so you can win a drift day in a catering, which yeah,
You're serious?
Yeah, so basically you can take that out next year, have a drift day. Yeah, what better vehicle to spin around and have a laugh than a catering?
Very joyous moments in a caterham going sideways.
Silly fun. But speaking of silly fun, yeah, I think we should really get you to have a go. So we're doing a beanbag toss. We are giving away some bits and pieces, but
okay,
I'll
you're
hold the
gonna
microphone.
Have to take that.
Yeah.
Right, and I've got to get it. So if I get, hang on, let me put that down.
So you have to go for the golden shot, I'm afraid. So you've got 3 chances. Oh, it came back out. Okay, we'll count that. Well done. That was fantastic. You've won. You get a selection of prizes as well, and you're entered into the competition as well. So congratulations.
Jodie Marsh, beanbag tosser. There you go. That will stay with her forever. Beautiful weather here at the Silverstone Festival. Day 1 of action, and it is qualifying day. Oh dear. Hello. I'm not sure the marshals are aware of that little collision. I think they may possibly have taken a rest. From one tool host, Jodie Marsh, to another. Let's catch up with Ed Foster.
Next up, the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss Trophy. Now, you can see behind me, these are wonderful 50s sports cars. The earlier 50s, the earlier cars, they're going to be going for battle in the Woodcote Trophy, and then the later cars, sort of later 50s cars, are going to be battling for the Stirling Moss Trophy. And you would have thought, there's a lot of things here, like sort of Lister Nobblies and things like that, that they would be the fastest, but actually watch out for the Lotus 11s, because they are so quick around here, even though they don't have sort of a huge amount of power. Their handling is absolutely beautiful. So what I always find quite amusing is that as this grid leaves, the next set of cars is usually waiting at the back of the assembly area, because you want to be out and get to the front of the queue so you've got clear tracks. So there's this wonderful kind of battle that you don't see behind the scenes, so that people can get up the front. This is where you want to be, because you go out and you've got clear track. So let's see what we can find. We've got a whole host of people. We've got Martin Stretton here. We've got Ollie Bryant. Ollie, I'm so sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Ollie, I've just been talking that you would have thought some of the bigger engine cars would be winning this all the time, but actually the Lotus 11s just keep going quicker and quicker.
Yeah, all the small engine cars, it's always a great mix in this grid. You've got the Listers, the Lotus 15s, and this little Lola that Keith drives is very, very small engine, super light, and can be up the front as well. So it's great to see a big mix. The cars doing similar lap times, but in very different ways.
You've sort of been dumped in it there. You're going to be near the front then.
Well, 2019, and Thruxton is the fastest track in the country. The Mark 1 Lola beat the Lister Jags and we won the race. So nothing's ruled out in this race. It's a complete cross-section of different cars, but who's at the front of the end is anybody's guess. It's great.
Ollie, you're driving a lot of different cars this weekend, but by the looks of it, at Lotus, they always look fun to drive.
Yeah, the 15's great. I mean, we haven't raced it since Le Mans Classic last year, actually. But, you know, we've won here in the past with it in the wet, I think in 2021. So looking forward to driving it. It's a fantastic thing, and it's at Revival in a few weeks as well. So big staying out of trouble and looking after it.
Well, I'll be looking at the weather. There looks like there might be a bit of rain later or over the weekend. Is that what you're praying for?
It doesn't really matter with the car, to be honest. It's good in either condition. So, you know, just looking forward to a good run out there.
You never dump yourself in it, do you? You've done beautifully well there.
Yeah, no, it should be good. And Keith Arlers, I raced with in British GT in 2005 in the Morgan Aero 8. So my start in GT racing was with Keith, so it's great to see him here, still at it.
Fantastic. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
So old friends, old co-drivers, and friends old and new rejoining as we get ready for action in the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. So sports racers that just mouth-watering stuff. Now then, there are a number of amendments, so I will run through those first as you enjoy the cars. Car number 8, John Clark, has a co-driver, Gordon Much. So that is still the Cooper T39 Bobtail. New car, entry car number 58. It's already there, is it? Gareth Burnett. Oh yeah, Gareth Burnett and Balfour. Second driver in car number 69. Now on the entry list, that's Justin Mayers and Ben Mayers, so that remains the same. Double checking these, 88. Now that is an addition. That is a Lister Costin for John Spires and Nigel Greensell. And again, imagine that John will be out first and Nigel second in that, although the last qualifying session, the Formula Libra, they weren't actually in, so they have had a chance to have a cup of tea and a bun. And finally, 151 Graham Bull, Alan Bull, Jaguar XK120. That remains as it was. So very few changes in our host of cars. So we'll get to take a look at some of those. Now, Keith Arlers, you just saw. Let's talk a little bit about Keith. Car number 29. He's sharing with Billy Bellinger, Lola Mark I prototype. So one of Eric Broadley's very first cars. And as he said, even at Thruxton, which is a fast, flat-out blind and the quickest average lap speed of any circuit in the country, the Lola has won. But look for cars like that pale blue one, car number 250. Now, that is the Lotus 11. And that one particularly, actually, and here's another Lotus 11, car number 139, which is Olivier Gonzalez. The Lotus 11 1.5 litre Climax engine. Now that's the same engine that would have been powering Lotus's Grand Prix cars in period, and the Lotus 11 won its class at Le Mans and the index of thermal efficiency a number of years once Colin Chapman worked out that a good light car rather than just a French light car could win the index of thermal efficiency. They kept changing the rules on it to try and make sure that cars like the DB Panhards and Bonnets would continue to win, but Lotus were adaptable enough to follow the rule changes and have the odd win as well. But 150 we saw, no, 250 we saw another Lotus 11, the blue one. Sandy Watson, modern GT racer, and Andrew Kirkcaldy, not quite so modern GT racer and team boss. So that will be a very potent combination. Now, you can also see a couple of Aston Martins here. Car number 4 is Tim Stamper's DB24, and there was a darker green DB24 in front of that. So from the Feltham era Aston Martins. So they were originally built in Feltham and Middlesex, home then of Aston Martin and later of Freddie Mercury of Queen. And Aston Martin then moved to Newport Pagnell, and since then have moved to Gaydon in Warwickshire, which is the current home of Aston Martin Lagonda. So under various different ownerships, of course, the DB24, that was the first new model introduced under the ownership of tractor magnate David Brown, from who the DB initials arise, and the DB24, then the 4, 5 and 6, the cars that were so famous for Aston Martin in the 60s. Car number 3 we're looking at here, that's another whole generation earlier, Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. So cars like this, or a couple of factory cars like this, chain-driven Fraser Nashes, did race at Le Mans in period, and the Fraser Nash Le Mans replicas were then built by AFN, Archie Fraser Nash's company, and still a car dealership in North London, in Islington, and Fraser Nash replicas were available for road use. Although I think to a degree, you had to be quite a dedicated enthusiast to consider it to be all-weather and all-purpose transport. What they certainly were was highly entertaining, I should think, on the roads of the 50s and the 60s. 34, another familiar shape. This could just as easily have been in the Big Cat Challenge. Jaguar XK120, that car driven by Christopher Scoley. Another 3.8 engined XK, and he has a co-driver. Oh, that's an addition, and that is Oliver Marquet. So I shall write that in. So M-A-R-C-A-I-S, Oliver Marquet. We have an addition, car number 88, was that in the list? No, so you've got an 88, John Spires and Nigel Greensall in a Lister Costin. I shall add that in as well.
And I think the only other late change to the programme, if you are looking at your programme, is that number 5 is running as number 6. These late changes coming in as we're preparing for these sessions.
It's a gorgeous looking slide from the Lotus 15. Car number 51 of Stefan Yerbstel and Andy Willis, the Austrian Stefan and British co-driver Andy Willis. Lotus 15 development of the 11, you can clearly see. And again, not necessarily sequential type numbers at Lotus for a particular model of car. The next Lotus that came out of the fertile brain box of Colin Chapman got the next number going. So it might have been a Formula 1 car, it might have been a Formula 2 or a Formula Junior car, whichever. So 250, the pale blue car. That's Sandy Watson and Andrew Kirkcaldy, not quite Scottish blue. That's a real sky blue, isn't it?
Yeah, unusual for Sandy. His car's normally dark blue with an orange nose.
I'm kind of guessing that may be its original livery.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And Andrew Kirkcaldy, been racing for many, many years, and at one time was in charge of building the racing McLarens, not Formula 1 cars, but GT cars.
24, Roger Wills in his Lotus 15. As you will gather from the white fern rather than the black fern on his helmet, Roger heralds from New Zealand. Hugely successful in this car, multiple race winner in it at Goodwood and here at Silverstone. And this is a man who is at one with his machine, isn't it? He really knows how to get the best out of this car.
He does, and he's an extremely proud owner of that car because it was at one time raced by Bruce McLaren. And Roger, being a New Zealander, just believes he's the custodian of the car rather than the owner. Well, look,
I think anybody who owns an old car, you naturally feel that. You weren't the first, and you hopefully won't be the last owner of it either. So, yeah, particularly when you've got something that's got that sort of heritage. And the Lotus 15, like the 11, a little central monocoque with the suspension and engine all hanging off it. Very simple design with built-in lightness. 94, Richard Wilson shares with Richard Bradley in that Lotus 15. Again, we can expect to see these cars going pretty quickly. Roger Wills is fastest of all at the moment in car number 24, that Lotus 15. Second quickest is the Lewis and Watson car, number 28, Mark Lewis and Sandy Watson. We're looking here at 94. This is Richard Wilson, Richard Bradley's Lotus 15.
And I think that must be Richard Wilson at the wheel. Richard Bradley's helmet, from memory, has red in it.
Yeah.
Richard Bradley, a contemporary LMP2, that's Le Mans second-class driver.
Yep. And that car raced in period by Graham Hill, we understand. So here, this is a slightly less familiar shape. Car number 19, Ralph Emmerling and Florian Brandt in a Mark V Elba. So Elva, she goes, another British manufacturer of the 60s. And accusing looks there at Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett's Lotus 15.
It's Michael Birch at the wheel. He always uses a Rubens Barrichello tribute helmet.
Yes, instead of Marlborough around the top, it's got his name on, so that makes life easy, just in case he forgets where he is or who he is.
And that leads to his nickname, Barry Birch.
33 coming through shot there. Is that 33, or I'm not reading? Looked like that was the, might have been 88 then, the top of it, 88. That looked like a Lister Costin. So it might have been the car John Spires, and, oh no, it is a 33. Oh, it's David Hart in a Lister Costin. All right, so I was right with the Lister Costin, I just didn't get the number out of it correctly. So David racing a selection of different things here, predominantly with the son Olivier, who is not on the entry list in this two-driver race, which is slightly surprising. Unless there is something before and after that they're both driving in, which makes it almost impossible for the changing over.
Or David loves the car so much he doesn't want to share it.
Yeah, he wants to enjoy all of it to its fullness. That's entirely possible. Justin Ben Mears driving this Cooper Monaco, Cooper T49. Again, the Monaco, basically a sports car racing version of the Formula One chassis. And with that cut-off rear end, no rear overhang at all. Basically, the bodywork just gets the tyres. And then you get the Cooper bobtail nomenclature. Just in front of him, a little lower, 57 Ben Adams in the Mark 1 Lola. And Eric Broadley's Empire coming from that Mark 1 Lola. And Roger Wills. Oh, that's not Roger, that's 28. So that is Mark Lewis, Sandy Watson's Lotus 15. So 2 purple sectors for them. So that car in third at the moment and goes to the top of the pile. So fastest lap. Car number 1, Ollie Bryant's Lotus 15 is second quickest, and Roger Wills' Lotus 15 is currently third quickest. So it does look like we might have an entertaining Lotus 15 battle at the top of the pile. Getting a clear lap's not going to be easy because there are 54 other cars out there when you're looking for a clear bit of tarmac. It's only a 2.5 mile circuit, and not all of them are going quite as quickly as you. Looking here at 155, John Cleland in a Lotus Mark 6. So Lotus 6, as you can probably see, is the what was the genesis then for the very customer-friendly Lotus 7, nowadays known as the Caterham 7. Free the Caterham 7. And the Caterham 7 now, essentially these were sold as kits by Colin Chapman, the 6 and the 7, when Lotus was still in Hornsey in North London, and you bought the car in a kit and assembled it yourself in just a few hours with simple tools in your own garage. And the deal was you avoided sales tax, purchase tax, which would add something like 20% to the price of the car. So it saved Chapman having to build the entire car in all of its parts, and there the workforce could do other things like build more kits or build Formula One cars or whatever, other customer chassis, and it meant that the owner got a cheaper car than he would have done had it been fully built. And at that stage, at the end of the 60s, having got to the Lotus 7 and then the Series 4 Lotus 7 with the slightly ill-advised rear end, Colin Chapman decided he didn't want to sell kit cars anymore. He wanted to sell grown-up cars for grown-up customers, and with the Elan and so on coming on and being very successful, basically cut the 7. However, impecunious businessman Graham Nern decided that there was still a market for a Lotus 7, bought the rights from Chapman, and because he was based in Caterham in Surrey, it became the Caterham 7, and that was 45 years ago nearly, and the Caterham 7 still continues to sell about as many as they can possibly build. So some things, like if somebody was still making an E-Type under license, people would still be buying them. but sometimes manufacturers don't necessarily know their own worth. Car number 9 there, the familiar shape of a Jaguar D-Type. Benjamin Eastick in his 55 short nose D-Type. Did I say E-Type? I did. And it's Jody Kidd, by the way. I don't know where Jody Marsh came from out of my fertile imagination.
Ben Eastick built that car up from original parts, but it was never an original car in period, but it does have all original parts on it, and it's a wonderful car. I talked about the Chevron B8 earlier on as being my favourite GT car. The D-Type, I think, is probably my favourite car from this period, with that very evocative vertical fin at the back.
Yep. And anorak fact again about the D-Type, if you look at it from behind, you'll see that the fin does not travel straight back down the car. It curves very slightly towards the centre line to even up the aerodynamic balance. Malcolm Sayer, the aerodynamicist, who had a hand in that, another man who was trained in World War II or after World War II by aircraft companies. Lister Nobley, car number 2. This is Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley's car. And in that white, that livery sort of looks like the Maserati birdcage on steroids, doesn't it?
Yes, a little. Do you know where the name Nobley came from?
It was from... wasn't Brian Lister's wife, was it?
It was Pat Coundley.
Yes.
John Coundley, who was... Oh, and a car goes off into the
first customer's wife came in and said, oh, that's very knobbly.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And it stuck. Nick Harris off into the gravel in the Austin Healey 104, which was the precursor to the six-cylinder big Healey, or the big squealy.
Yep. So the 3000 had the six-cylinder Austin engine. This had a four-cylinder Austin.
Just reverting to you mentioning that John Spires and Nigel Greensall an extra runner, and I thought, I'm sure I've seen them in the programme, they're actually driving 2 cars.
Each.
Greedy. So
and here are we driving none.
None, yeah, absolutely. So
and that's why we talk and they don't.
And somewhere along the line, John Spears has collected a Lister Jaguar Nobley and a Lister Costin into his wonderful stable of cars.
Well, you would. I mean, you know, if we had the money and our wives didn't object that much, well, I'd be divorced, but you might have extra cars. We just had a little look at a one of one in this field. Car number 60, Greg Hillcock and Gillian Carr. They will be sharing an Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. So Austin Healey Sprite. So Healey also not only using Austin engines in their own cars, but teaming up with the Austin Motor Company to produce the Sprite, which was also, of course, the MG Midget in its turn. And the Sebring Sprite, there it is, with the blue noseband on the silver body. Sebring in the Sebring 6 Hours in the States, one of the legendary sports car races, along with Daytona 24, Le Mans 24 Hours, and so on. It led to a variety of different, particularly MG body shapes over the years.
Another of those Fraser-Nash Le Mans replicas, and Martin explained earlier, that doesn't mean it's a current built replica. This they built replicas in period to copy the works cars that raced, and that particular one at Le Mans. And
cash in on.
Yes, that's it. You too can have one.
I mean, great marketing, you know, and all sorts of cars bore names that echo Ferrari Daytona. The Ferrari Daytona never raced at Daytona, but the 275 GTB 4-cam gathered the name Daytona after Ferraris did win at Daytona. So there was all sorts of tie-ins there that were handy for marketing. There are all sorts of reasons why Lotuses have different names and numbers. The numbers are because it was the next design from Lotus, but there are other little stories. The Lotus 40, a Lotus 30 with 10 more mistakes. There are all these little stories that follow the cars around.
Well, the one we're looking at here is incredibly narrow tyres on it. That's how it ran in period. The car number 36, Eric Stays from Belgium in his Lotus 11, so that's slightly earlier version of the Lotus 15, but you can see there's definitely similarities in the car.
Yeah, it was Lotus's top flight Le Mans racer in period. And again, you know, when you had a 1500 Climax in your Formula One car, then having a 1500 or even 1100, which was a common engine size as well for the index of thermal efficiency, the smaller the engine and the further you went with that engine, the higher up the index of thermal efficiency you went. So the safety car is out to rescue our errant 104. So the Healey in the gravel.
And it's Lotus 15's 1, 2, 3 in the timing at the moment, and quite close for second, but the Lewis and Watson car just under a second quicker than the Bryant and then the Wills cars.
And fourth fastest is something that will dominate them in terms of engine capacity, because it's a 3.8 XK Jag. That's the Greensell and Spires Lister Carnival 152. So that's their black Lister Nobly. And Brian Lister, not averse, very familiar with Lister cars with Jaguar engines, but not averse to using other things, Oldsmobiles and all sorts of stuff. And basically, if you went to Brian Lister and said, I've got this engine and I want to put in that car, he would make it happen for you. May not be entirely happy, but he would definitely make it happen, because a sale's a sale. And the Watson and O'Connell 11, that is a very distinctive looking car and be easy to spot. 24th place, fourth in their class. And again, just to reiterate, this is the Deep Breath Royal Automobile Club Woodcut Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race. So all 55 cars go out on track together. They all mingle with each other, but there are two separate races, not just two classes, two separate races, each with their own host of classes going on together. So you can win the Woodcut Trophy, or you can win the Stirling Moss Trophy and your particular class in either of those. So it's a proper old-fashioned Silverstone type race where there are lots of different possible combinations of victor and valiant efforts going together.
You've just mentioned there another change to our programme, which has come up on our screens, that the number 250 that we just had on screen, the light blue Lotus, Sandy Watson and Martin O'Connell, not Andrew Kirkcaldy.
Not Andrew Kirkcaldy.
Yeah, so it's Martin O'Connell who is equally as quick as Andrew Kirkcaldy, the Midlands race car preparer.
Now, both of them will take offence with that, because both of them will think they're quicker. You can see the little Sebring Sprite in front, Austin Healey Sprite. And actually, that's interesting. They see part of the development of that car. So the Austin Healey, Mark 1 Austin Healey Sprite and Mark 1 Midget did not have round wheel arches. They had the sort of squared off wheel arch. So part of the Sebring body kit is the hard top, which, as you can see, is built into the windscreen, is the lower nose, because that's definitely not an Austin Healey standard grille, that's more Frog Eye, and in fact looks very much like 250 short wheelbase, but rear wheel arches at the back are rounded, and that's to allow for faster tyre changes than the squared off wheel arch would have allowed. So back to green flag, and we're coming past the start finish line, and there is Roger Wills, currently third fastest. And it'll take a little while. He's halfway around the lap as he exits out of Copse Corner and heading down into Maggots, turn left at Maggots, then into the Beckett's S's. And he will gradually bring the car back up to speed, particularly getting some temperature into the brakes. You need that in the early part of this lap. And how much longer on the clock? Minute and 20 seconds. So as long as he can get to the start-finish line and start a lap in the next 80 seconds, which he will do quite happily, then he will get one flying lap, and anybody else who does so will as well. Anybody who is a bit further around the circuit, I'm afraid, is going to be struggling, because quick laps on this Grand Prix circuit for these cars are over 2 minutes and 20, not 1 minute and 20.
Coming into Club Corner, and you might, if you know the Silverstone circuit well, might wonder why they're taking that line through Club. That's because we're using what's called the historic Club corner, which is a slightly less aggressive left and right into the Club Corner, which helped the older cars with oil surge, which is when the oil all moves over to one side of the engine in that very tight left and right that you see in Grand Prix racing.
Bit less brutal on the brakes and on the chassis as well, and on the tyres. 28, that's the Lewis. It's still down as Lewis and Kirkcaldy.
Was Lewis and Watson. So
right.
They've had a switch around in their cars.
He's jumped ship, hasn't he? So.
And at number 1, Ollie Bryant. Definitely Ollie at the wheel of that one, driving solo and second in the times, but coming into the pit lane. And he's actually stopped under our commentary box. So Ollie Bryant has had a mechanical problem, presumably engine, because the car is still rolling quite happily as he pushes it along. If one of us could pop out and give him a hand, perhaps.
Well, the good news is it's a Lotus, so it's light to push.
Yes.
Meanwhile, 28, and this is not Andrew Kirkcaldy's helmet, so this will be Mark Lewis in his Lotus 15. This is the fastest car. He is not on a better lap. So is he going to take the checkered flag? Checkered flag is out. He does. In fact, that's not him. Is that him? That is him. So checkered flag is out, and they will not improve. Will there be an improvement from this man, Roger Wills? Well, he is quicker than his own best first sector time, but he is stuck up behind a big saloon. And that's not saloon, that's an XK120. He goes by. Down out of the Beckett's S is probably the least helpful place to catch that. Ollie Bryant not on a better lap in second place either. He's pushing the car down the pit lane, and Roger Wills will be 1.4 away on this lap. Yeah, catching the XK in the Beckett's S's was exactly what the Lotus driver did not need. Car up on its toes, squirming under braking. You can see the dive under braking and a squat under traction. Soft springing, firm damping from the Lotus, and across the line, no improvement for Roger Wills either. So he will remain in third place. Nobody else on a lap that was going to make much difference. Everybody else is either in the pits or has taken a checkered flag. And so that brings the session to an end. 149 coming under me. I spotted that earlier, pale green car. What was it? Oh, it's a Cooper Monaco. And that's being driven by Shane Brereton. Just coming down into the pit lane behind the Lister Nobly and ahead of another of the Lister Costin that comes in.
And fastest in the Woodcote Trophy, which concurrently qualified with the Stirling Moss Trophy, was the Pearsons again, the brothers Gary and John, this time in their Jaguar D-Type.
The D-Type that we saw. And here, as a 1275 minor owner, I have a lot of empathy with this car. Now, wherever they qualify, they will be, they are down towards the tail of the field. 54th position out of 55, the Healy Sprite Sebring.
And on screen, we've got the Pearsons D-Type. This one, the short nose version without the big vertical fin, just the bubble behind the driver. The vertical fin used at Le Mans, but the more traditional shape used elsewhere. And what is to be known about Jaguars generally, but Jaguar D-Types in particular, the Pearsons know.
Yes.
Everything.
I think if you cut them through, there is a Jaguar logo right up the centre.
Well, their father also an expert in Jaguars in preparation, Pearsons Engineering.
Now I have an inkling suspicion that little white car you can see just going through the shot under the pillar that holds us off the ground. I know what that is, and I can't think what it is for the life of me. Centre seating position. It is a Cooper, isn't it?
Looks like a bobtail.
Yeah, it does look like a bobtail.
Perhaps the number 39 Nicholas James Julian Draper car. Centre seat, as you say.
Yep.
And the cut-off back.
It became Roger Penske's first car, Xerix Special. Qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss trophies sees a trio of Lotus 15s at the top of the pile. The Lewis Cocotti car ahead of Ollie Bryant and Roger Wills. Ollie Bryant having to push his car into the pit lane at the end of the session. Then the big bangers, the Lister Nobly and the Lister Costin of Greenhill and Spires and David Hart, ahead of more Lotus 15s and Lotus Costins again in the top 10. In the Woodcote Trophy, the fastest car down in 18th position, that's the Jaguar D-Type of the Pearsons. And throughout the top 17, it's all cars in various classes in the Stirling Moss Trophy. But of our 55 cars, had a couple of problems, including a spin for the 104 of Nick Harris, the car that's 30th quickest, and a brief safety car period to rescue another errant machine. But other than that, everybody entertaining themselves with their qualifying session. Now, those cars will be out on track again in a joint race with no fewer than 15 different classes across the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. Sports cars of all types, from the light to the road modified to Le Mans outright and class winners in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss trophies. Lotus 15s, not the most powerful, but some of the most efficient in the field, dominating proceedings. 33 David Hart in his Lister Costin up in the top 5. And Roger Wills, one of the real forces we expect to show strongly in this field. Pipped to pole, but he was in third quickest position. Ollie Bryant had to push his car in at the end of the session. Bott was second fastest, but it was Lewis and Cocotti who topped the times. Mark Lewis and Andrew Cocotti's Lotus 15 going fastest of all.
So this is the international paddock. I've come down here to meet the lovely Giles English, who is the co-founder of Bremont. Bremont are the official timing partner for the festival. So look, I have to say they are in prime position here. They're literally on the track. Look, you've got all the Jaguars going out at the moment. Right, let's go and have a word with the man himself.
Rudy, lovely to see you.
How are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Well, isn't this a wonderful position?
Well, we wanted the perfect view of the course, and obviously people coming to buy a car, they can come and have a look at a watch as well.
Exactly. So this is the second year that you've been the official timing partner. So what brought you back a second year?
Well, I think it's such a sort of iconic event, this, isn't it? And I think what I love is that, well, first all the racing that goes on, and my brother will be racing later on, so we can sit here and watch him come last.
Hopefully not crash.
yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's no, it's brilliant.
So tell me a little bit, because you've partnered up with Jaguar and Williams.
Yes, we've always had quite a sort of strong motor racing sort of history, and worked with Jaguar for many years, and originally designing clocks for some of their concept cars, and then Williams, we've been with them for the last 3 years, and on the Formula 1 world, as that goes slightly manic, which is great fun and great partnership to have.
And where is that kind of connection been with cars and Bremont?
Well, if you think Williams is based 40 minutes up the road from us, we're based in Henley-on-Thames, using some of the same machines as they're using, with a lovely sort of technical crossover. And we used to have a facility just on the edge of the circuit here where we machined all our car components. So yeah, lots going on there.
Fantastic. Well, all I have to say is I think last year, where did Nick come?
I think he did relatively well. Not last.
Not last. Do we think he's going to do better?
I think he's doing well, actually. Right. So, well, please come and see us.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
As well, and this is our opportunity to show you what's on track, because it is the lunchtime track parades. And of course, the great thing about this weekend is the fact that we have so many car clubs here over the weekend, and just as you've probably gathered in the middle, all of the car clubs that are around in the various areas. In fact, it's so big now, the Silverstone Festival, that car clubs have to be on the outside of the circuit as well to try and accommodate as many of them that we have. So a whole load of anniversaries to be celebrated, of course, and one big anniversary that we should be mentioning, and we will be marking that, is the 75th anniversary. 75 incredible years of motorsport heritage here at Silverstone, which we are celebrating as part of the festival weekend. A lot of track action, of course. Amazing music and so much to see and do and so on here. 1948, the end of post-war bread rationing. The Roundtree's company introduced us with polo mints. The Land Rover was unveiled in Amsterdam, and of course it was the first post-war motor show as well, held at Earl's Court. And the Jaguar XK120 was launched as the world's fastest production car at the time. King Charles III, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Robert Plant, Lulu, all born back in 1948, and what a festival year that was that we had, and it was a pretty big year then. So some of those cars that we saw back in those days, we will be seeing on the track shortly as we do our track displays here at Silverstone. So cars coming out onto the track that we will see, including the Ford factory team, for want of a better word. They've a whole load of Fords here, of course, 120 odd years of Ford. So we will be seeing them, and they will be led by Jack Sears Galaxy that will be leading out the Fords. And that was a game-changing car back in 1963 at the International Trophy here. It was the 15th International Trophy, and quite a car that it was, the Galaxy 500. And of course, before that happened, from 1958, the Jaguars really were dominating pretty much everything that was going on, and well, they came, they saw, they conquered. We had people like Graham Hill and Roy Salvadori as well, who was driving in those Jaguars back then. And then we came to 1963, so after 5 years of domination by the Jags, along came the Ford Motor Company and the game-changing Galaxy 500, as I say. And it won every race in that year and gave Jack Sears his second championship after he'd won his first year, the 1958 crown. So let's look at some of the cars that are going to come out on the track then. And the other cars that we're going to see as well are the NASCARs, because it again is a big anniversary of NASCAR here, and we're celebrating it, of course. We like to pick the championships and the years, etc., that we can go by and find a really good sort of hook to hang something on. And of course, you don't see NASCARs in this country very often at all. So it is lovely that the birth of NASCAR is being celebrated here 75 years ago. As we've been talking about, the Silverstone Grand Prix story was being opened, and another form of motorsport was brewing in America across the Atlantic. And it was a significant year, really, for the Americans, because they called it auto racing. It marked the birth of NASCAR, as much as we're trying to mark that today, of course. So the first stock car racers had a singular purpose: to outrun the long arm of the law and keep up their supply of moonshine across country roads. The bootleggers had these souped-up cars that they had taken from showrooms, stripped away, and made sure that they could stay ahead. And once the ban on the sale of alcohol was lifted in 1933, it was like, well, what can we do with them, really? Let's maybe go racing with them. And it wasn't until December 1947 that was a guy called Bill France Sr., and he organised this meeting at the Streamline Hotel in Daytona Beach, Florida, to discuss the future of stock car racing, as he wanted to call it. One of the reasons why they called it stock cars was because they literally did come from the stock of cars in showrooms. And at that meeting, the National Association for Stock Car Racing was achieved, NASCAR as it became, and then the sands of Daytona Beach, which had long hosted speed record attempts, back in 1948 ran the very first NASCAR race. And we've got some of those cars here today at Silverstone. You can see them on the track there. Some of them are really going back into a bit of history as well. One of the cars that you can see on the track there was one of King Petty's, King Richard's cars, because July 1984, watched by President Reagan, Richard Petty scored his 200th victory in the Firecracker 400 at Daytona, and that's a record, let me tell you, that still has to be matched by NASCAR in any other drivers and so on. And it was the Daytona 500 of 1979 that really kicked off the modern era, to be honest. Petty won that day, and it's a race that is still remembered by so many. CBS, I think, were the broadcaster at the time. They showed that first race, actually flag-to-flag coverage. Never been happened before. So NASCAR 500 miler. Cale Yarborough is another name. Bobby Allison is another name that you probably would remember. And they were the big names back in those days. And here we've got some of those NASCARs here, and including one of the NASCARs that takes us right the way back to those early days that you can see. And the great thing is, of course, about the NASCARs is the noise that they make when they bring those big engines over here. And a lot of the cars, you'll get names like Chevrolet and those kind of things, but there were some Fords in amongst them, but mainly it was like Dodge, Chevrolet, those kind of things that were the cars that we saw. And it's great to see them here at Silverstone, because it is very unusual to see NASCARs on a track here, and they, as I say, go right the way through the decades. So we've got these fearsome V8 monsters here. These cars are capable of doing 200 miles an hour. I'm not sure we'll get them up to that sort of speed here at Silverstone today. They don't like racing in the rain, so thank goodness it's dry, otherwise we might have a bit of a problem. But we've got the heritage here going back to, well, mainly between 1990 and 2015. The great brands, as I say, Chevrolet, Dodge, Ford, Pontiac, and Toyota as well. These big beasties that are here. And we will have these demonstrations today and tomorrow. And then from Sunday, we actually get a race of them. We'll see them at full chat going around, which is going to be fantastic to see these cars, because they are big, powerful monsters. And it's a great way to open the track parade this lunchtime, to have a bit of noise on the track and plenty of you whilst you're enjoying your lunch. And of course, there's plenty of outlets here at Silverstone where you can go and get yourself something to eat and something to drink. The big stage as well is operational at the moment. There's some stuff over there, and of course very busy this afternoon. Max Chilton will be on the big stage at 2:30. Mike Brewer will be on the big stage at 3 o'clock, and we'll be talking BRM on the big stage as well around about 20 to 4, and then bands the Christians at 7:15 and ABC at 8:30. But on track at the moment, if you're looking at a track and looking at one of our screens, and there's plenty of screens dotted about, of course, we've got the NASCARs here because they are celebrating their 75th anniversary of NASCAR racing. So just coming back into the pit lane, and then we'll start to see some of the car parades. And I've had our reporter, Rob Jan, has been out. He's been chatting to some of the car club people as well. So as soon as we see cars out on track from the various manufacturers, then we'll start to hear from some of the club secretaries and so on that are out there. But still, these NASCARs just finishing off this lap, this demonstration. And as I say, there's another demonstration with them tomorrow lunchtime as well. And we're hoping to have one or two of the drivers that we can talk to about the history of some of these cars, because they do date back. They're not modern, not just modern NASCARs, they do date back through the years. And just look at the one at the back that you can see there with the pace car behind it. That car takes us right back to the very early days of NASCAR. So they will come in, and then we'll start to get some of the other car clubs out and about. And I've mentioned how many car clubs are here at Silverstone this weekend, and it's what makes the Silverstone Festival so unique, because not only do we have all of the track action, oh hello, there's a sideways NASCAR just going round, and not only do we have so much track action here all day long, of course, from 9 o'clock in the morning, we also have all of the stuff off track as well, and the car clubs coming. It is the biggest gathering of car clubs anywhere in the UK, and in fact one of the biggest gatherings, one of the biggest gatherings of car clubs in Europe, if not the world. I don't want to say the world because I might be factually wrong and someone will pick me up on it. You can bet your bottom dollar. But anyway, but certainly as far as the UK is concerned, this is the biggest collection of car clubs at any festival. And that's why it's no longer called the Silverstone Classic. It's called a festival because it is a festival weekend, of course. A lot of people camping as well this weekend. So if you're in a tent or a motorhome or a caravan, don't forget, keep listening to Radio Silverstone throughout the weekend. It's on 87.7 FM. You can get all of the commentary from Haven and so on throughout the day. And then, of course, in the evening, Tracks of My Years, which is where people talk about the music that they want played, and the breakfast show wakes you up in the morning with a good old look ahead to the day here. So we should be seeing GT40 Enthusiast Club. We should be seeing a number of the Ford clubs out and about as well, and of course the Triumphs going out, the Triumph TR Register car club. We've got the Gay Classic Car Group, the Vauxhall Droop Snoot Group, and Club Calibra as well. Every lunchtime over the next 3 days will be full smatterings of all of the various car clubs, so they get the opportunity to come here and to display, but at the same time they get the opportunity to come and take to the Silverstone track. So the NASCAR's still doing 1 or 2 more laps just before they finish. Great to see these big beasties out there, isn't it? So they're just cruising round gently then just to end this lap. And this demo just pulling into the pit lane now. And as I say, tomorrow we'll be hearing from some of the drivers of these amazing cars and finding out a little bit more about the history of NASCAR and some of the cars that you'll see on track, so we can sort of put a name, a face to a name, for want of a better word, really. It's also quite a relentless championship. I don't know if you know anything about NASCAR, but if you think that Formula One has got plenty of races with 20 plus, the NASCAR championship runs from February through to November. There are 36 championship counting cup races over that period. So it's quite busy, to be honest, and a very long season. But good to see them. So tracks cleared then from the NASCAR, so that means that we can now introduce some of the car clubs to our Silverstone circuit here. And a busy afternoon of racing, of course, to come as well throughout the day, and plenty of other things for you to do. Just one other thing I should mention, just while there's a slight lull in proceedings, the food area is worth going to. A number of decent top chefs over there, and some masterclasses as well that are taking place over there. We had one this morning, a coffee masterclass. There'll be plenty of others throughout the weekend over there. So that's again something that's been built up this year to increase and make it more of a festival feel, to increase the food side, for want of a better word, and of course plenty of outlets for you to go and get food and eat this lunchtime. Or just to chill on a grass bank and watch the world go by, as indeed they're doing there. So, but car demonstrations, the cars, by the way, that will be parading this lunchtime are simply just parading, doing that. There's no speed to it at all. They are just literally out there and pottery round, so to speak. They get the opportunity to drive the iconic track, drive past the iconic wing, of course go down the Hamilton Straight, the iconic track that is here, where only a couple of months ago cars were driving very fast indeed, because it was the British Grand Prix here, of course, and we had the Bike Grand Prix, the MotoGP, just recently, and now we come to the third biggest meeting of Silverstone, the Silverstone Festival. People able to sit out and enjoy the sunshine, have their lunch whilst they sit, as we can see there, having their lunch whilst they're sat by their Jaguars as part of the Jaguar Owners Club. So Rob, our reporter, has been out and about on the track as well a little bit earlier, and he's been wandering around all the car clubs. Rob, there are, I mean, I do keep saying it, but there are so many car clubs here, aren't there? It's amazing.
It is amazing. Do you know, one of the biggest struggles was finding the people to talk to, because there are actually so many cars out there. And, you know, the standard of presentation amongst the car clubs, the owners are so proud, as we'll see on track in a minute. The owners are so proud to have these cars here, and they're so proud to be here at Silverstone, such a special weekend, being the 75th anniversary. But yeah, the variety as well. There's those, the classic cars that are the sort of, you know, my mum, my dad had one of those types, through to really exotics. You know, you've got the Ferraris, you've got the Lamborghinis, the Maseratis. There's a whole plethora of cars. And some, as we'll see in a minute, really unique motorsport cars that are going to be out there. Things like the RS200s and things like that, sort of things we don't normally see at Silverstone very often. So really, really exciting to see these cars out on track.
I think that's one of the things that's so enjoyable for people that come here. They can go wander around, and then they do almost relive their childhood. You know, it's like, oh my God, my mum and dad had a Triumph Herald. You know, it's that sort of thing. It's like, oh my auntie had a Triumph Stag. You know, she was a bit of a do at the time, or that kind of thing. My aunt, genuinely, my aunt did have a Triumph Stag, and she was sort of, she was. No, I won't say anymore. That's it. That's enough said. But she had a Triumph Stag, yeah. And of course, whenever I went to Auntie's, and she would sort of say, "Oh, we need to go to the shops," then it was a great pleasure to go to the shops with Auntie in the Triumph Stag, particularly if she put the roof down. That was like, oh, for me, that was my weekend done. You know, it's like, so yeah, it's a great opportunity, the festival, to relive your childhood, I think, and all the cars, and bring back so many memories.
Yeah, they do. They certainly do. And you talk to the owners and the pride they show in them. But the other thing that I noticed was there's so many different, like Triumph, for example, there's so many different iterations of the club. So there's a group that look after the Stags, a group that look after the TRs. And they're also enthusiastic about the individual parts of the brand and the specs of the brand. And they've spent so many time. And a couple of the conversations we had were, you know, people wanted to hide from their partners how much they'd actually spent on restoring some of these cars. And you know, they've clearly spent a huge amount of time preparing them, and they look great. And when people get a chance to walk around the areas over by the Wellington Straight and that kind of area, you've got the noise of the race cars going past, but you're walking in amongst these cars, and the sights and the sounds and the smells. It's absolutely amazing to be here and be able to see all of those cars. Looking like they're getting ready on track. I saw a Radical going out there a moment ago.
I don't know what that was about. That's not in my notes.
No, I hadn't seen. I just noticed the Radical, and it's certainly not a car that I've noticed when I've been out and about in the parades today. But you know, the makes and things that we've got out there today, the Triumph have clearly got quite a number of people. Very significant anniversary from them. We'll hear from some members of the club a little bit later on. But they've got
two anniversaries, haven't they?
Yes.
Because they've got the 100th anniversary, which is just of Triumph. Then you've got the TR version of the Triumph, which is 70th anniversary. So yeah, double anniversary for them.
And for the TR, as we'll hear from one of the owners a little bit later, we have got a really special car here at Silverstone. It's number 2 off the production line. And it's here at Silverstone. It looks pristine. It's got lots of stickers all over it. It's very, very noticeable.
Is that holding it together?
I wouldn't want to say that. In fact, as we'll hear, they were proud to say actually they don't take a lot of maintaining some of these cars, and one of the gentlemen have been driving them around Europe in his one. Oh, we have got the Radical mixed in there, looking at the cars just going around Luffield at the moment. We have got the Radical there. It doesn't seem to fit.
We've
but,
got quite a
great
choice
season.
going around now. We've got like a Rolls Royce, and this is now this could be one of our our charity drives, because we have got a charity here that enable you to pay a little bit of money towards the charity, and then you get to go around the track and follow the pace car BMW. And I can tell you as well, if you go over to the big stage this afternoon, they are playing a couple of competitions whereby you can win an opportunity to go in that pace car. But let me tell you, you do go at pace, not the pace that it's currently going at. You could probably just walk faster than that car currently. So I think the pace car that you go, I think it's 2 laps or 3 laps you get in the pace car, and it is, I don't know who's driving the pace car, but you do get a proper speedy lap. You know who's driving it, don't you?
Well, I know it'll be one of the instructors here, and they are all either ex or current racing drivers, so they will be going pretty quick. And having been around the circuit at pace, it is a real treat. You know, you go through places like Copse, Beckett's, Maggots, you can't believe how quick you're going in what is essentially a road car.
Yeah.
So that will be a real treat for people. Looks like we've got some excellent race cars. The Ford, the GT40.
Looks like the GT40's out. Yeah, the GT40. Now, it's called the GT40 Enthusiast Club. They are actually celebrating 100 years of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's also Carroll Shelby's 100th birthday. He's no longer with us, obviously, and it's 120 years of the Ford Motor Company. Now, I don't know, Rob, you didn't go and talk to the GT owners?
Oh, didn't get around to the
Didn't find them.
the GT40s. I couldn't find them. I don't know whether they were down towards the international paddock area, but did speak to some of the Ford owners, and we spoke to a gentleman who is going to be out on track. I'm just looking for the car in the distance.
Oh, sorry, can I just interrupt you, Rob? Because leading that parade is the car that was driven by Jack Sears. Now, that Galaxy was a game changer back in 1963, because before that it really was the forerunner then of the Tourist Trophy, or the touring car trophy, really, because Jaguars had really just won everything from 1958 onwards. And back then the Jaguars were driven by people like Graham Hill, who, you know, was getting into Formula One at the time, Roy Salvadori. So some great names driving those Jaguars, and they literally cleaned up and won everything. And then along came Jack Sears with this big American 7-litre beast, the Galaxy 500, back in 1963. It was the International Trophy here at Silverstone, which was the first race that car was seen. And I think it was the 15th International Trophy, but it was the first time that we've seen it. And he won that. He then went on to win every single race of the championship, not surprisingly, and took the crown back in 1963, a repeat of what he did in 1958. So it's nice to see that out there. We've got the Ford RS 2000 Owners Club, 200, Owners Club. It's 33 years since that car, and people like Mark Lovell rallied it.
Yeah.
It's just...
It was a car that, unfortunately for Ford, they kind of came too late to the game of Group B with that car, didn't they? It was a spectacular car. But, you know, the heyday of the Audis and the Lancias, Ford came with a great car, incredibly quick. I'm always amazed when you look under the skin of one of those. The space frame, there's hardly anything holding it together. There's a huge engine. It must have been really brave to have driven those at pace on some of those particularly loose surface rallies.
Yeah, I mean, because Ford had such a history, of course, with things like the Escort. They were winning everything with it back in the sort of Mikola and those kind of eras, and the Valdegarde years and so on, with the Mark I and Mark II Escort. And then, of course, along came the supercars, the Group B cars. So we had 6 R4s, the Lancia Delta, we had that sort of Group B rallying of cars, the Quattro, of course, the Audi Quattro. And Ford were like being absolutely beaten by 4-wheel drive cars. The 2-wheel drive Escort couldn't compete. No. So they had to come up with something, and they came up with the RS200, which was sadly never a huge success, was it?
No, well, it came too late to the party, because Group B was incredibly dangerous, and partly down to the types of cars, the engine power they had were absolutely phenomenal. That car was brilliant, but it just came a little bit too late to the party, and then rallying changed the rules, and we moved more towards the Subaru Impreza and the Mitsubishi Lancers, and we moved to the kind of Colin McRae era, and so those cars really never got a chance to stretch their legs and really really have a chance, although did make it in rallycross. You may remember some of the
and there are
rallycross.
Still some in rallycross these days doing British Rallycross Championships.
In historic rallycross in Scandinavia and various places. So the cars are still campaigned, and when I went over there, they were the first group to have all the cars ready in the car club this morning.
Oh, really?
The owners were all there, and they were really proud and really quite keen to talk. And it was great to see them. Just one of the cars I'm going to mention, the Sapphire Cosworth. We spoke to the owner there, who found that car in a barn and has completely restored the car. Yeah, and that car looks really stunning. If you get a chance to have a look up close to that, great to see it going around the circuit.
Okay, right, let's hear from the Ford Owners Club, because I know you were out and about a little bit earlier, Rob, so let's see if we can catch up with the secretary of the club.
On track today, we've got Shane. Shane, your car is very, very special. Tell us a little bit about it.
So it's a genuine Sapphire Cosworth Group N rally car. I dragged it out of a barn back in February, so it's done a handful of rallies, but it's done 8,500 miles from new. So it is a genuine rally car, Motorsport shell. Bit of a nice find, really. Yeah, it's stage 3, about 330 brake horsepower.
Yeah, it looks absolutely outstanding on track. Can you tell us how many hours of work have gone into making it look that good if it's been found as a barn find?
To the wife's discretion, many late nights, long weekends, a lot of swear words, stress and tears at the time. Yes, it's been a labour of love, to be honest, but it's been a headache at the same time.
You've got a lot of time and effort gone into it, and there's some other lovely Fords out on track today. Are there any others that catch your eye?
Paul Mensley's RS500, the Netcom car, that's my mate's. So, yeah, that's one to watch out for. The Caliber car is always a favourite as well.
Okay, and these fabulous RS200s that are going around as well, do you fancy going one of those?
I would do, only if the red one's Mark McCann's. So,
okay, you're clearly very, very enthusiastic. It's a very special anniversary for Ford this year, and that's why we've got the parade here. Do you feel quite proud to be part of that 120th anniversary?
Yeah, I do, and I'm quite proud to own a Cossie again, because I bought one at 20 years old, couldn't afford to do it, so I sold it. 8 years later, I've got another one, so yeah.
Fantastic, and we know they're really increasing in value. That one going at the Race Retro auction this year for $500,000 was great. Did you get to see that?
Yeah, I see that. I also see Princess Diana's car last year. That was quite extravagant, to be honest, the price of that one.
And some of those cars at the auction look great. It's fantastic to be seeing your car out on the parade, and we wish you all the best for this weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, Ford Owners Club then. And the GT40 enthusiasts, let me tell you, a number of those cars that are out on track have just come back from Le Mans. They were there, and they were invited actually as the car club to celebrate their 100th anniversary celebration, and that's why they're then here at the Silverstone Festival. There's something like 60 members from across Europe attending this weekend. 40 GT40s will be parked up on display on the Bugatti circuit, and 10 of the GT owners have driven as VIPs around the iconic circuit as well. Back in 2019, of course, it was the GT40 that was featured in the film Le Mans 66, which depicted the story of the battle between Ford and Ferrari in the 24-hour race. I think there was a novel of it that was at the time. I think the film was based on a novel by someone called, I want to say A.J. Bain, but oh no! Look, there's it now. Look at that.
Now
that's taking you back. That's taking you back to your childhood.
I was going to say that the Bond Bug. I didn't see that one when we were walking around the paddock, but probably hidden somewhere. What a fantastic little car! And always, you never see anyone driving a Bond Bug that isn't smiling. Have you noticed that? They're always smiling. Obviously, the people in that one getting some much loved camera shots as they're driving around. But again, it's back to that variety that we see here. You know, you've got beasts like the RS200 out there, and then you've got the little Bond Bug, and all those owners are just really savouring being out on the circuit. One of the group we're going to talk about a little bit later is the Drop Snoots group. That was a challenge mentioning that. But those cars, the memories of people like Jerry Marshall driving those fantastic Vauxhalls, and it's great to see not many of them actually around now, and it was good to see such a turnout of them. So if you get a chance to go over to the paddock area later, go and have a look at them. They are really, really well prepared cars. And so many people say, oh, you know, I had a Vauxhall, or, you know, I know someone that worked at Vauxhall, obviously Luton, not too far away. And they're great to see those, the Chevette, the HS Chevette that's there as well with them.
Well, yeah, because the HS Chevette, of course, was a very successful rally car for Vauxhall, with the likes of Tony Pond and Penty Aricola, rather, Terry Cabey, who I think won the British Championship back in 1979. They won the manufacturer's title a couple of years later, and everyone remembers Russell Brooks, sadly no longer with us, with the Andrews Heat for Hire car. He had an Escort, moved over to Vauxhall.
Yes.
And it was DTV, wasn't it? It was Dealer Team Vauxhall. And the reason why it had to be called Dealer Team Vauxhall, and the Vauxhall dealerships contributed, was because ultimately they were owned by General Motors, and General Motors wouldn't condone a works team. So the only way you could have it was by all the dealerships contributing to the team. And then Bill Blydenstein Racing developed the engines for that, and also for like Jerry Marshall. So we had cars like Big Bertha and those kind of things back then. So and Barry Williams, Wizzo, raced a Forenza.
Yeah, absolutely raced a Forenza
back in those days. The HP Forenza back in like 1974, I think it was, in the Touring Car Championship back then. So we've got that, and the Club Calibra. The reason that they've got a parade here celebrating 120 years just alongside it was, of course, the Vauxhall Opel Holden Calibra, whatever you want to call it, which was released, I think that was back end of the 80s, so 1989, 90, and that is the Calibra there that you can see, a little bit based on the Opel Ascona, which, of course, when DTV decided that the Chevette was really still going very, very strong, and then they merged GM, Opel and Vauxhall together, so they had to change the name from DTV to GM Dealer Sports, and I think Opel won the argument. So then the Ascona then replaced the HSR Chevette, and then we had the Manta 400, and Russell Brooks moved into that with Andrew Seat Vire, and we had Jimmy McRae and so on as well. So it's great to see those cars out there.
Yeah.
And I do think, I don't know who owns it, but the big, I think it was Baby Bertha and Big Bertha, someone owns those cars, those ex-Jerry Marshall cars.
They have been seen out here meeting the Pomeroy Trophy that we have the Vintage Sports Car Club run early on in the year. Normally February, it's normally you're fighting out the snow to get here. But that car has been seen out at the Pomeroy Trophy a couple of times, which is great to see, and it's a fantastic thing. And Jerry, obviously a member of the BRDC and a very popular member of the BRDC, and lots of fond memories people have of him.
Yeah.
And talking to the Drop Snoot group this morning, they mentioned him as well.
Well, let's hear from them.
Okay, we're here with the Droop Snoot group, who have a really special collection of cars out on track today. What can you tell us about them?
Well, we've got some rare sporting Vauxhalls from the 1970s. And hopefully you can see them. I know they're all silver. We have obviously Droop Snoots and a HS Chevette, and we also have a flat front Forenza.
Wow, and there's some great names of drivers that have been associated with them, particularly Jerry Marshall. Do you have a lot of people coming along talking about him when you've got cars at these displays?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Jerry Marshall will always be in our hearts, you know. And I know his son does some racing now, you know. But yeah, it's good.
It's fantastic to see these cars, and I imagine a lot of people, as they see them round on track, will be thinking a lot of nostalgia in terms of, you know, I remember when my mum or dad had a car similar to that, and things like the HS Chevette were really aspirational at the time. How many people come up and talk to you about those?
Oh, loads of people. You know, a lot of people say, oh, I used to have one of those, or, you know, I had one of those, and yeah, it's great. Good to see the cars out, you know, and it's good to see the people out.
Okay, and it's a very, very special anniversary for Vauxhall this year, which I know you're here as part of. So can you tell us about that little anniversary that's going on?
Yes, 120 years of Vauxhall Motors. I mean, that's a long time, really, for one car make, yeah. But we're proud to be celebrating it.
And very much tied to the UK, Vauxhall, with a lot of those cars being built in, and vans being built in Luton. I know personally my grandfather even worked at Vauxhall in Luton. But it's great to see these cars out on track again. And is there a special favourite of yours?
Well, my favourite is always the Droop Snoot. I mean, that's, you know, my favourite. And we got a couple of good examples here that are really well looked after and everything. And a couple of the HSs as well. So it's nice to see these rare cars because you really don't see them very often. You know, they're very limited production and there's not a lot of them about.
No, there's not. Do they take a lot of looking after?
Like everything, yes. Most of these cars, take a lot of maintenance. I mean, bearing in mind the Forenza that's on the track there, the red one is 50 years old this year, and the Droop Snoots are 49 years old. So they're, and even the HSs, you know, they're getting there as well, you know. So constant maintenance, you know, and lots of love and care.
Yeah, it's clearly an absolute labour of love. It's great to see these cars, and for 50 years, 48 years old, they look absolutely fantastic. Thank you for bringing them along to Silverstone, and we really hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Do you know, Rob, I saw a Vauxhall Chevette HS actually at an auction not that long ago. Have a guess how much it was up for sale for?
I guess, was it a road one or a racing one?
No, it was road one.
Road one, 20,000?
Oh, very good. Well done. It's 25.
Yeah,
I would have thought. I thought, you know,
tempting.
But I did see a rally car version, and that was 90 odd.
Yeah, and if you've got one with a bit of Prix de Provenance, a bit of history, you know, they're even further north of that sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw the Triumph guys out as well, and you were wandering around, and you've spoken to them. So let's hear from the Triumph Car Club as well.
Okay, so we're here at a sunny Silverstone Friday morning, and I'm here with Dave, who's the chairman of the TR Register. Dave, why are you here today?
Well, we always support Silverstone. We've had a stand here for as long as I can remember. Members come all 3 days. A lot of members stay all 3 days. And we like bringing our cars and showing them off here.
Fantastic, and they do look very, very special, but it's a special year for Triumph this year, I understand.
Funnily enough, it is, yes. 100th year of Triumph, 70th year of TR. We've got the 70-year-old car here, number 2, the first right-hand drive TR, TS2. The very first car off the production line was TS1, which is left-hand drive and went to America, and that still exists. But to have that car here is absolutely amazing.
And it does look absolutely pristine. How much work goes into looking after some of these cars?
Not a lot. They don't need a lot of looking after. That car, which is absolutely priceless, in our anniversary last year, we always allow any member to drive it, but last year he did a tour of all the groups, all 52 groups throughout the UK, a year-long tour. It was driven by as many members as each group could attract to drive, and it actually did 9,500 miles in the year, and I think it was driven by, I don't know, 300 or 400 different people. And it came back, it needed a bit of maintenance. I won't deny the suspension was about shot, and there was a few rattles from that noisy bit at the front. But apart from that, it's absolutely fine.
Fantastic. Now, I understand this lovely blue car here is yours. What can you tell us about that?
I completely rebuilt that. It was an American car. I imported it in 2011. It was completely nut and bolted by 2012. I left it left-hand drive because it's my Euro Tourer. It's the car I use for travelling all over Europe. We've just come back from Corsica, as you can see from the badges on the back. We've just done a 3,500 mile trip all around Europe. Last year we went to Romania in it. It goes all over Europe every year. And since I built that, it's done about 76,000 miles now, and it's been totally trouble-free since the day I rebuilt it.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing the cars out on parade today, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the weekend. Let's hope the sun keeps shining.
Absolutely, yes. Let's keep the sun shining.
Oh, there we go. That was the guys from the Triumph. So we've seen the Triumph Car Club, we've seen the Droop Snoot group, we've seen the Fords, we've seen the Gay Classic car group as well out on track. They're celebrating 35 years of the club. It's been a great morning, and we've got a fantastic afternoon ahead of us.
So we are here at Yokohama, who are obviously very famous for their tyres. I mean, look at the size of this. Also beautifully clean. You never really see that, do you? But I want to go and have a chat with Lucy, who looks like she's not working very hard at all. But let's go and grab her and see if we can have a little chat to see what's going on here at the stand this weekend. Hi, Lucy. You should be working hard.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time playing with the kids here.
And also look like you crashed your car just
I
there.
did. I'm not very good, to be honest. Some of these kids are much better than me.
So let us know what's going on here at the Yokohama stand.
Okay, so we've got loads of things going on at the Yokohama Hub. So we've got plenty of kids games. So we've got Scale Electric, Punch Bag, Strongman thing and everything. We've got lots of product displays so people can see our tyres on wheels, and also some fantastic vehicles displaying products from the Yokohama range. So we've got some fantastic BMW M4, and we've got some fantastic urban defenders here, and so please come down and have a look.
I mean, Yokohama have been going for 100 years. How on earth do you keep improving the tyres after 100 years?
Absolutely. Well, it's all the investment in technology which comes from Japan, and it's the consistent development of the new products. So at the moment we're focusing on things like electric vehicle tyres, things like that, and the massive market that's developing with the SUV and 4x4 tyres. So you can see on the vehicles we've got some of those products here for people to see and to see how fantastic the quality of the products are.
So if people come along, they can come and have a play, they can challenge whoever they like as a member of the family to come and challenge.
Absolutely.
And have a good old race.
All ages welcome, so yeah.
I have to have a go on something. Can I have a go on something?
I would suggest you have a go on the punch ball. You look like you'd be good at that one.
I'm not very good at punch it. I'll give it a go though. Okay. I've never done one of these in my life. Just hit it. Yeah. Just hit it. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes! Yes! Look at that. 342, don't you dare say fixed. That was stunning. Thank you. Well done, me. Come and check out Yokohama.
Silverstone Festival in beautiful sunny weather. It's already halfway through a frantic day of qualifying that started, as our racing days will this weekend, with the cars from the Formula Juniors, and they will produce some really spectacular action. We always call these mini Grand Prix cars, and not without reason, because in the early 1960s, the same chassis from Lotus or whoever would not only be an 1100cc Formula Junior car, but with a change of engine could be a 1.5 litre Formula One car as well. As ever, with the skinny tyres and lack of aerodynamic downforce, there are the odd moment or two. And there's a car we won't see again. Engine failure, rod through the block. For car number 40 means that he will not take part in the race. But Sam Wilson in this distinctive Lotus will do, a Lotus 22. He'll be among our front runners. We will have plenty of touring car action as well. And the second session of our morning pitted cars from the 60s, the 70s and into the 80s against each other. So from European touring car action, from the German Touring Car Championship, world and international racers. The historic Touring Car Challenge, organised by motor racing legends, bringing cars from the 1960s, Minis and Lotus Cortinas, right up to the 90s and the noughties, like the flame spitting Skylines, and in the midst of it, BMW M3s and Sierra Cosworths, BMW 635 CSIs, Rover V8s, Mustangs and everything else you wish to throw at it. Anything that had four wheels and a roof, absolutely eligible for battle. And that massive 50-plus car field dominated by the Sierra Cosworths and the Skylines, ending up at the top of the pile. Well, muscle of a different kind in the HSCC Thundersports category that was third out this morning in beautiful sunny weather. And again, big bang of sports cars, whether they were road-based or specific racing prototypes like the Lola T70 and the Chevron B26. Royals RP17 going very quickly indeed. The car of Dan Eagling on the top of the pile, just ahead of the monster March 717. So all eras of 60s and 70s sports car racing to contend with in the Thundersports category, and a few others just to add to the spice. different shapes and sounds. Top of the pile though, the fastest car of the lot was the Ibec. So a little 2-litre sports prototype designed to race at Le Mans, and it came out on top. The MRL Big Cat Challenge, well, the name was on the board above the garages. Jaguars all the way, from the early post-war sports cars, the XK 120s and 140s, but predominantly a sea of E-Types. Relatively standard bodies, semi-lightweights with aluminium roof and bonnets, and full lightweights with all aluminium body panels. The E-Types always giving a great show, and still fabulous drop-dead machinery. The session was interrupted by a couple of spins and a few off-track moments, but nothing too damaging other than to tyres and perhaps some slightly frayed nerves. Up to the top of the pile, Graham and James Dodds in E-Type number 21. That's the fastest of the lot. And then just before the lunch break, the Derek Bell Trophy for Formula Libra, also a rung what you brung group of cars, red flagged after the Modus M1 came to a halt. That car of Henry Chart, 4th quickest overall, but a 2-part qualifying. You don't get a lot of qualifying time as it is, and this was broken up into 2 very short sessions. Expected to qualify well. Car number 7, Neil Oliver's Chevron B37 Formula 5000 cars, with plenty of poke from their 5-litre Chevy V8s. 51 qualified by Darren Burke and then Chris Pittard. But the March 782 came to the top of the pile right at the end, having not got a clean run early on. Andy Smith in the X-Mark Sura BMW powered car, throwing out a lot of oil smoke, but leaving the rest trailing in his wake. And then we moved on to one of the biggest fields and perhaps the most confusing class structure known to humanity, the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. Effectively 2 single races in one 55-car epic grid, and combining the best of sports racers of the 50s and the 60s. So whether you're looking at something like an Aston Martin DB24 or a Healey 104, or the little Lotus 11s and Lotus 15s, Lister Jags, Lister Costins, all sorts of big and small capacity racers. But it was the Lotus 15s that were the dominant force, 3 of them topping the field in qualifying, and it is from there we expect to see one of our winners. But whether you're in one of those, a Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, or whether you're at the front or the back of the grid, it is going to be enormously exciting. Mark Lewis and Andrew Kirkcody's Lotus 15 ended up top of the pile, and they will head the field away in that massive race. So we have had beautiful weather all morning, and that's continued through the lunch break. Our thanks to Gary Champion for holding the fort for, well, very nearly getting on for an hour. That's what I call a big day's work for Champion. Talking about big, let's catch up with, in a different collecting area down underneath the wing in the Formula One pit lane, the biggest man in there. It is Ed Foster.
Thank you, Martin. You'll see that I'm standing in an assembly area, and there's, well, we now finally have a car here. I've changed paddocks. We've got the amazing wing behind us, and I'm going to be interviewing all the drivers before they go out onto the circuit this afternoon. We've had such a great morning of qualifying, some real star performers, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot more this afternoon. So why don't I take you through the timetable for this afternoon? So there's going to be plenty of action. First up, we've got the Racing Legends. Now, these are the Formula One cars that are post-66 up to 1985. Lots of 3-litre cars, fantastic racing. The Masters GT Trophy, slightly more modern machinery, but what we're all really looking forward to is the 75th anniversary demonstration of Grand Prix cars. Post-66 cars again, but it's going to come right up to date. I know we've got a 97 Williams, a Jack Villeneuve car, and later this weekend we're going to have Esteban Gutierrez in something even newer. Masters Endurance Legends, a little bit of Le Mans is coming to Silverstone. And then we've got the classic GT cars, the Prix 66 cars, which are just fantastic to watch, sliding everywhere, loads of power. And then moving to the end of the day, we've got the transatlantic Prix 66 touring cars, those big American beasts versus the more nimble Lotus Cortinas and Minis and the sports car legends, and then rounding out with the road car, the sort of sports trophy, which are more sort of road cars. And they are going to be fantastic. Huge grid of cars and lots of variation.
So you're joining us at Iconic Auctioneers, and this is where you can nab yourself an absolute beauty of a classic car. I mean, there are so many options down there. I mean, I've had a few little looks at some options for myself, but I'm joined here by Rob, who is one of the auctioneers. Hi, Rob.
Hi, nice to see you.
So tell us what we can kind of expect here this weekend.
You can expect fun-filled, many cars going under the gavel. There's something for all tastes and budgets. We've got automobilia this afternoon, competition cars as well today, and then tomorrow the collector's cars.
So doing the actual auctions, I mean, it must be quite a tricky job because you kind of have to keep an eye on everybody. Have you ever had moments where somebody has bid on something and then ended up in a relationship argument?
Once or twice. Yes, body language is always quite amusing to look at. Sometimes it's the wife egging on the gentleman to bid
egging
more.
On?
Yeah, and they're disagreeing, or other times it's the, or I'm saying a big sexist answer, sometimes it might be the lady and the husband going, what are you doing? We occasionally get it, but yeah, we keep smiling and they walk away with the car they want.
Is there any sort of cars down there that you've got your eye on?
There's always something in every sale we do that you think, wow, that really is a special car. So yeah, there's quite a few. I won't say which ones, just so I don't want to be accused of being biased, but we've got plenty of options down there for people.
So you've been coming here for 13 years. Is there any lot in particular that stands out in your memory that you've sold over the years?
Yeah, well, like you say, 13 years here at the Silverstone Festival. Last year, probably a lot of people saw in the press, we sold Princess Diana's Ford Escort. That was a proper viral story. That sold for just over £750,000 last year. So yeah, that's probably the most standout car we've had here at the festival.
Incredible. I mean, yeah, I'm going to have a little browse myself in a bit to see what I could potentially afford. Actually, I do know what I can afford, and that's this painting. I'm going to take this. Thank you very much.
Well, we've had our lunch. You may not have had your lunch, and it's not just about grabbing something on the hoof as you then walk back to the collecting area to drool over fabulous cars. Get yourself to the stage in 2 minutes at Kitchen Live, and Jack Blumenthal, the celebrity chef, will be telling you everything you need to know. He'll be back at 2:30 and again at 3:30 should you miss him. A couple of master classes as well. Warner's Distillery in the tasting tent. Cheese on toast. I see what they've done there at the at the tasting test, and masterclass with Black Lines pre-mixed cocktails. Hold my microphone, champion. You might have to take over. I think he's probably already inveigled himself down there. 3:15. Is that cocktail hour? Probably is. Might not go well for the rest of the afternoon's commentary. And Baker Liz Burnett will be at the Kitchen Live as well. 4:30 this afternoon, so part of the Silverstone Festival Foodie Fest, and don't forget that will continue throughout the weekend as well. So those of you who are making multiple visits, you can do that, and if you get the opportunity, take a look inside the Silverstone Museum. If you don't want to do that this weekend, it is definitely worth a trip on its own. You can catch up with Max Chilton on stage at 2:30. Paul Owen will talk about the renovation and renewal of the BRM brand at 3:40, and then this evening begins with Gary Christian and the rest of the band for the action on the stage, musical action starting at 7:15, and as ABC take to the stage, then Hot Air Balloons will take to the air as well. So hopefully ABC will have their amps turned up to 11, because all those balloon burners will be certainly making plenty of noise, as well as something to glow in the evening sky. Well, it's been a beautiful morning, a little bit of cloud cover overhead, but so far no sign of anything coming out of it as cars head out for our next qualifying session, the Masters Racing Legends Formula One session. These are for Grand Prix cars from 1966 to 1985. So what we're looking at here is, as they called it, the return to power. So after the 1.5 litre Formula One era, which was brought in the early 60s, the 3 litre era, which of course was predominantly supported by the Cosworth DFE, which debuted in 1968, and most of these cars will be from that period onwards. Cosworth V8s powering over 150 outright Grand Prix wins. Well, I'm Martin Havenlice. Alongside me is Alistair Douglas, back at his second home. This is your third weekend in succession, stuck in this single commentary box.
And I'm back here next weekend.
There you go.
Yes, yes, it's great to see cars that I remember from my youth, watching the DFV engine from 1967 right through to the end of this era, 1985. And we've got examples of cars from the early era, but as you say, the majority of them from the middle to late period up to 1985. And we're looking at former champion Martin Stretton, number 44, in his Tyrrell 012. Ken Tyrrell. You'll see Ken Tyrrell on the entry list, number 23. Don't be confused. The Uncle Ken, as he was affectionately known, Ken Tyrrell, died some years ago, but Ken Tyrrell, the American, had to have a Tyrrell. Yeah. He loves racing, so what car did he buy? A Tyrrell.
You couldn't come out and race a Williams if you called Ken Tyrrell. You could, I mean, there's no reason why you wouldn't, but you could. So Benetton livery on the Tyrrell 012, you'll see Candy liveried cars as well, lots of Tyrrell Cosworth cars, and Alex Brundle is racing here this weekend. Father Martin raced for Tyrrell in this period as well. There are 3 different classes of car, and that is based predominantly on their age and their aerodynamicity, if that's probably how aerodynamic they were. The earliest cars, the Jackie Stewart class, sort of middle of the field, the Emerson Fittipaldi class, and then the later class, the Niki Lauda class. So post-1972 flat-bottomed cars for Niki Lauda, because as we know, flat-bottomed girls make the world go round. Emerson Fittipaldi, non-ground effect cars. Patrick Head is the 4th class, post-1972 ground effect cars. So those will be the Williamses, the Arrows, the Tyrrells, the Loti of the meat of the late 70s, early 80s cars. Now, looking at what is something of a rarity in Formula One circles, a Penske Formula One chassis. Roger Penske brought his eponymous team to race in Formula One for a couple of seasons. Mark Donoghue, their star driver, unfortunately was killed as a result of a crash in one of those cars, but they won their one and only Grand Prix victory with John Watson the following season. Penske, of course, famous for racing in the States in all sorts of different sports car and single-seater categories, and a dominant force in IndyCar racing. The Penske chassis, designed on the south coast of the UK. Historical discrepancies of geography bring all those sorts of things. Dark black car at the bottom, the Lek, which was again a short-lived British manufacturer, named after the company that built it, which also built refrigerators. See the blue and yellow of the Surtees, the familiar Marlborough colours on the McLaren MP4s.
John Watson style helmet there as well, isn't it? Silver with the red band.
Yeah, John Watson, Mario Andretti, very similar kind of livery, and the Ram March behind it, the last knocking into Formula One in the early 80s, run by John McDonald. Charlie Kennedy in this Surtees TS16, because John Surtees, not only a multiple world champion on 2 wheels, world champion for Ferrari in Formula One on 4 wheels, but also a team constructor of some note as well, Can-Am champion as well. And little looping spin for the 77 McLaren. And that is Steve Hartley's car. Most unusual. Hartley extremely experienced in Formula One machinery. And the MP4 MP4 McLaren Project 4. So this was the very first chassis built under the McLaren steering hand of Ron Dennis. See the yellow inside the wheels there. Those are brake duct blanking bits of tape there on the Williams.
And the Steve Hartley car, number 77, that we saw spin just a moment ago, that is the car that John Watson drove to victory in Detroit in 1982, from 18th on the grid up to the win for John Watson in this very car. He also took it to second in Brazil and at Caesars Palace, and third in Canada. So a really historic car, the MP41, chassis number 5 for the Anoraks, which was driven by Watson. Also, of course, Niki Lauda, as you've just mentioned, Andrea De Cesaris as well, drove the MP41.
And that 18th on the grid to victory wasn't Watty's furthest stretch for victory, because didn't he have one the next year when it was, I think the McLarens were last on the grid, so he was 23rd or 22nd or 23rd to claim the win. So car number 3 is currently, where is that? That's 22nd on our timing screens, but that's another Tyrrell 012. And that's a car of Ian Simmons.
And that was driven in period by Michele Alboreto, who took it to 6th in the Dutch Grand Prix in 1983. And a car like this, you've mentioned before, Martin Brundle also drove for Tyrrell in this period, along with the American Danny Sullivan, Stefan Johansson as well. A bit of a revolving door at Tyrrell, with Stefan Beloff and Mike Thackwell also having a drive in 83.
Yeah, Thackwell arguably never raced in a Grand Prix, because he was in the first start on his Grand Prix debut, but had to surrender his car to his teammate, and so didn't take the restart. However, Thackwell fans will argue until the cows come home that he did in fact start the race. Oh, now
that's unusual.
Yeah, so car number 30, that's the Arrows A4 of Simon Fish. Now the early years of Arrows, that's a wheel nut that's come off. The early years of Arrows with the Beta Tools and Ragno Ceramica livery, the orange and white. Again, another Tyrrell. This is the preceding version, the 011, the denim colours.
And that is Ken Tyrrell at the wheel, the American driver. And this car, another one driven by Michele Alboreto, with Danny Sullivan in 1982 and 1983, before they moved on to the 012. And the 011 was the last car to win a Formula One race with a DFV engine, although it was the later development of that engine, but the very last car in all those 150 odd wins.
Yeah, good investment from Ford. And here's the Arrows exiting, or trying to exit, Luffield, and yeah, that must have felt quite uncomfortable going in, and even less comfortable coming out, I'm afraid. So there's the wheel nut still attached.
Yes.
So it has, and in fact the safety retaining pin is still attached, so something is sheared off in the hub. There you can see Ceramica Ragno, that's a still going concern based in Imola. And University of Bolton running this Enzyme. So Enzyme, Morris Nunn, the designer of Enzymes and Theodores, so has got a number of cars actually in the field.
And this particular car, the 22 car of Paul Tattersall, driven in period for the Ensign team by the Irishman Derek Daly, Patrick Gaillard and Mark Surer. And for those of you who were here at Silverstone in 1979, it took its best finish, 13th for Patrick Gaillard in the Grand Prix here at Silverstone 1979 in that car.
And that was the N179, N for none, 1 for Formula 1 and 79. In the early days, when people used to give proper numbers to cars so that you knew when they were made.
Yes. Either the year was at the beginning and the formula at the end, or the other way around.
March were very good for that. It's a 782. What does that mean? 1978 Formula 2 chassis. Excellent. Yes, makes life a lot easier for.
And another Tyrrell 011, a very popular car in this race, and that's Jamie Constable, number 99 in the 011B. In the denim livery. Tyrrell had a few different liveries towards the end of its competitive life, and the Benetton livery and the denim livery on that one. And the Lek there, if any of you were here, I keep saying this, if any of you were here, because I was, when David Purley crashed the Lek, it's that car, but not really, because the car was totally destroyed in that huge accident he had at Beckett's. Peter Williams, it is driving it today, the number 31, the Lek CRP1. This is chassis number 1, which is rebuilt from some of the parts. I think it was probably the right-hand wing mirror or something. There wasn't much else left, and David Purley survived what at the time was the highest G impact a human has ever survived. It was 180 G when he went straight on at Maggots across the grass. Brakes failed, throttle stuck open, and hit the barriers at Beckett's, which were much further back then. They were Beckett's used to go behind where the big grandstands are now, and he hit it square on. And the car ended up about a third of its original length.
Mark Harrisoning, one of 2 Villager Shadows. So this is a Shadow DN9. Don Nichols, the boss of Shadow Racing Organisation. And not only has it got the name of Elio De Angelis along the side of it, the driver who drove it in period, but it's got an Elio De Angelis helmet as well. So, and again, you'll see that in the other Villiger Shadow, which is driven by Ewan Surgison, which is the red and white car. Villager made and still do make cigars, cigarillos and so on, German firm, and Ewan Surgison again runs that car in its historic livery, and even goes as far into detail as sporting a flamboyant moustache, the likes of which driver Harold Ertl sported in period.
I haven't seen that car on our screens, but I
haven't, but he is on the timing screen.
I think he's in his 30s, though. I don't think he's in the Shadow for this one.
In fact, he's not on the timing screen. What we do have is 2 Dansenburgs, Christoph Dansenburg and William Dansenburg, Werner Dansenburg rather. Christoph in a Brabham BT 49, that's car number 47, and Werner in the FW07C. And this is a strikingly unusual livery. And if you showed me a picture of this, I would have no clue who drove it or what period it's from. But this is Arthur Bruckner's Arrows A6. So I mean, A6 is sort of end of Mark Surer kind of era, but
Alan Jones, Thierry Boutsen,
yeah.
Chico Serra.
Yeah, never knowingly seen that livery before in my life.
Not the livery, no, and the car wasn't successful either, so that's probably why you don't recall it. It was basically a minor development of the A5, but there was no money left at Arrows by this point. And
they still kept struggling on for another decade and more.
They do, don't they?
Yeah. Well, I think once you're in, you want to stay in. 78 there, looking at the McLaren M29. So this is the end of the era of the old Teddy Mayer run McLaren. So the M25, the car with which they had their last successes. By the time the likes of Jochen Mass was in the M29, it was basically an M25 with 4 more things wrong with it, and didn't really progress the operation. And Marlboro at that stage had really controlling, they were funding McLaren entirely, and brought in Ron Dennis, whose Rondell run cars we saw earlier. Brought in Ron Dennis, and the new cars stopped being M for McLaren and became MP4 for McLaren Project 4. So Ron Dennis's company called Project 4 and took over and turned the company around almost immediately. Of course, John Barnard came in as chief designer, supported by the likes of Steve Nichols, and brought in aerospace carbon chassis engineering, courtesy of Hercules, who built stuff for the space program in the US, and just built lighter, better aerodynamic cars that work better.
And Warren Briggs, who was driving that McLaren M29, was actually a fabricator at McLaren building that very car.
Wow.
And he just had to have one. So
can you imagine you know, when you're a young man fabricating Formula One cars, never in your wildest dreams do you ever think you'll be able to afford to own one of the things you're building, because especially even in those days, they're so esoteric and so far away from modern life. What an astonishing thing to own, something you actually help make.
Yes, quite. It's a car that was driven by Patrick Tambay and John Watson. And the Williams, that's a familiar livery. Fly Saudia and the Leyland on the side. Number 7 is Mike Cantillon in the FW07C. And this was driven by Carlos Reutemann and Keke Rosberg. Carlos Reutemann finished 3rd at Monza in 1981, and it was in this type of, I don't think it was this chassis he was in at Caesar's Palace, but you might remember, Martin, he lost the championship with an ever unexplained lackluster performance, finishing 8th, and he lost the World Championship to Nelson Piquet by 1 point in a car that had up to that point been very, very competitive.
Well, yes. One of the weirdest endings of any championship ever. Just behind it, coming down the straight, is car number 33, which is another Monan design. And again, like the car we saw earlier, the Shadow, Monan developing that as he moved on from Shadow to Theodore, Teddy Yip's team. And Teddy Yip's family still running racing teams and racing cars, but that's a slightly more modern Theodore N183, so 4 years on from the Shadow. But Mike Cantillon, again going very quickly, another ex-Caterham racer. And fastest of all, Ken Tyrrell's Tyrrell. So that remains at the top of the pile, half a second in it, a 1:52.0 to a 1:52.58. Is the gap from this car. Ken Tyrrell, no relation, not that anybody knows of anyway, in the Tyrrell, to Mike Cantillon in the number 7 Saudia Williams. 3rd place, Martin Stretton, the 3rd fastest car. We saw him right at the very beginning, another of the green and black Tyrrell 012s. So that's the Benetton livery car. It's a little bit more upright looking, driver a little further forward it seems than in the 011. And this is right at the end of the sliding skirts and full-skirted ground force, ground effect era, before the flat bottom rules came into effect, and the drivers tended to get moved further and further forward so that you can move the fuel and then the engine a little further inboard as well. Quick laps just come in from car number 77, Steve Hartley, in his MP41.
A problem for car 26 pulling off to the side of the circuit.
Now, when you say Candy Tyrrell, those are the colours I think of. And that, again, another car driven in period by Michele Alboreto. So this is Kyle Tilley's Tyrrell 011.
Washing machine manufacturers, weren't they, Candy?
They were and still are, yes, indeed.
Not a name that's marketed in the UK, as far as I know. Not that I buy washing machines very often.
71 miles Griffiths in the Ram March. And again, this John McDonnell's Ram team, Ram Automotive, were the last cars to run March in Formula One. Good looking car. I mean, not unlike a period Williams, slightly flatter nose, but I always thought it was a good looking car. Like to Derek Daly driving those in their final seasons.
My notes on that one say mostly failed to pre-qualify.
There was quite a lot of that going on. I mean, you'd come to a Grand Prix at Silverstone or Brands Hatch or anywhere else in that period. You'd have a 24-car grid and sometimes upwards of 36 cars trying to get onto the grid. So Friday morning, 8 a.m, pre-qualifying before you could even get into qualifying. And there were a number of teams who existed only not pre-qualifying, or not successfully pre-qualifying. So a little bit like Formula One nowadays has Q1, Q2 and Q3. That would have been Q4 at 8 o'clock on Friday morning. If you didn't progress from that, if you didn't get into the top dozen or whatever it was, top 8 maybe, then you didn't even get a chance to qualify. So Steve Hartley, second quickest, And that lap, 1:52.444, is now 38 hundredths behind Ken Tyrrell's earlier lap. There's Martin Stretton back out. Now he's been in and out of the pits, and that car currently in 4th place, 84 thousandths behind Mike Cantillon's number 7 Williams.
And the checkered flag has just gone out.
He hasn't taken it yet, but Stretton is on his way. And there's another well-known Williams number, 27. They went down into single digits quite early, but the 07B, Mark Hazel at the wheel. The car currently just outside the top 10.
Type of car that Alan Jones took his World Championship in 1980. And to watch Alan Jones on the limit was something else, wasn't it? He had the car balanced at all times, right on the knife edge. And then he'd get out of the car and immediately light a cigarette.
Yeah, him and Keke Rosberg, they were kindred spirits, weren't they?
They were.
Took absolutely nothing from anybody, no quarter given or asked, but just could light it up. And the Hesketh, car number 21, Werner Dansenborg. And that is just still, you know, quite an iconic livery, of course, particularly for British fans, because the association that James Hunt had with it in the early days. And the 308C, really the car that turned around. See the front of the Ensign there, across the top of the nose, you can see Chinese script again. Even at that stage, Teddy Yip was getting involved, and it was his connection with Mo Nunn that when Ensign disappeared down the plug hole and Theodore arrived on the scene, Mo Nunn, have drawing board, will design F1 car, moved over successfully to them. So Ken Tyrrell, Steve Hartley, Mike Cantillon, Martin Stretton and Jamie Constable 5th. Haven't talked much about the car in 6th position. In fact, have we even seen
it's stopped
Kyle
out
Tilley's
on track.
Tyrrell 011? Yeah, oh yes, that was the blue candy car we just saw stopping. Yes, it was, of course. So that was the only bit of that. And then 72, Matthew Wrigley's Penske is the fastest of the Fittipaldi era cars, so the earliest cars. Looking here for all the world at Elio De Angelis. I do really, I know sometimes drivers don't use a hero's helmet livery because you're not Elio De Angelis, you won't be him, you don't drive like him necessarily, but I do quite like seeing the helmet match the car. And that's just a personal opinion, and it's not a hill I'll die on. If you want to have a livery that matches the car, brilliant. I mean, even in period, Gerhard Berger did that when Benetton took over as sponsors. He completely changed his helmet colours away from the Austrian red and white that he started with, and went with their livery. 33. Now there's a car we didn't see before. On camera, that's the Theodore of Georg Hallau, and Café de Colombia says that should have been driven by, I'm trying to think now,
Roberto Guerrero.
Yes, that would have been right. So on the merry-go-round of Formula, I see what I did there, Masters racing legends, Ken Tyrrell in the Tyrrell coming out on top, with Steve Hartley's McLaren MP41 just 38 hundredths behind. Mike Cantillon half a second back, and Martin Stretton a few hundredths slower than him in another Tyrrell, and a bunch of Tyrrells in the top half dozen, 4 out of 6. They must have been a dominant force in period. Well, they are now anyway. Matthew Wrigley in his Penske lines up in 7th place ahead of the Brabham BT49 of Christoph Dansenborg. Nick Padmore's Lotus 77 ahead of the newer Lotus 92 of Michael Lyons. They round out the top 10. And just behind them, Mark Hazel in the 07B Williams and Warren Briggs in the older McLaren M29. The shadow of Mark Harrison and Werner Dansenborg's FW07C ahead of Mark Higson's MP41B and the Ram March of Miles Griffiths. So Charlie Kennedy in the Surtees TS16, third in his class. Look further back though, car number 58, Ewan Sergeson, is on pole in his Surtees, or the fastest in his category in his Surtees, the TS9B. So racing the Surtees this weekend rather than his Villiger Shadow. And that is how they will line up for the race 5 of the weekend. So these guys will be on track in Saturday's morning action or afternoon action, and hopefully by that stage they'll have got the tyres and the brakes up to temperature and will have, having discovered the limits, been able to hang on to them. A moment there for the ex-Vittorio Brambilla march, and a wheel parting stage left for the Ragnar Arrows. A little less than ideal. Third fastest, Mike Cantillon in the Williams. Second fastest for Hartley's McLaren. But Steve Hartley bested in the end, or early on actually. It was a very early lap from Ken Tyrrell in the Tyrrell 012 that took the pole.
So I've just stepped away from the track for a minute because I've come to the Village Green because I want to meet the official charity partner of this event. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to meet Sandra, who is Chief Exec of the Kidney Research UK. So Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the charity.
So we're the charity of the year for the Silverstone Festival, and we are here to tell the story that 3.5 million people are living in the UK with kidney disease now, and our research is looking for answers to help them live a healthier and better life.
So what can people do if they come over here and find you guys?
So please come and see us. We're on the green. We'd love to talk to you. You can learn a little bit more about the research and development work that we do here. And you can do a kidney health check, a quick check yourself on your own kidney health.
Amazing. So you can come down here, get a quick kidney check and donate.
Yes, that's right. And there's lots of other exciting things to do over the whole weekend. You'll see us out and about on the main stage and here in the tent. So we'd love to see people.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to go over here because I have heard that a very, very famous person is here. David Brabham. How are you? Lovely to see you. So just a quick question. You're here because this is rather personal, isn't it? Kidney disease and this particular charity. Can you just let us know a little bit more why?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my father had kidney disease and his mother had kidney disease. It's kind of run through the family on that side. So obviously do whatever I can to support Kidney Research UK. And, you know, we're here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival. We've got the Brabham simulator here, the BT19 Brabham Motorsport Sim. And people can pay £5 to have a go and try and beat my time. And there's a prize at the end, whoever gets the quickest time as well.
Amazing. Make sure you get down here and try and beat David's time.
Plenty of action still to come at the Silverstone Festival. Day 1 of 3 here at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and qualifying all the way through as the Ragnar Arrows gets retrieved, complete with its lost wheel. There'll be a slight hold, and that gives a chance to catch up in the collecting area with Ed Foster.
Next up, the Masters GT Trophy, which was created as a sort of a younger brother to the Masters Endurance Legends. And these are all, well, they're historic, which makes me feel very, very old. But these are GT4 cars from 2007 up to about 2018, split into different age groups. And then each age group is then split into different categories, depending on whether the car's Italian or from the GT4 cars. And up here we've got Craig, who's literally just about to jump in. Craig, I'm right in thinking that you're really the man to beat, aren't you?
Well, that has proved to be the case this year, but, you know, never count your chickens.
How much setup have you got to play with in something like this? Because this is actually quite a recent car.
It is a fairly recent car. There's actually quite a lot you can do to it. So hopefully we've found the right ingredients to make it quick.
And do you already have a setup for Silverstone, or when you go out to practice, do you come back in and change loads of things?
So we have tested this car at Silverstone and got somewhere near. We did make some finer alterations, mainly to me though.
This thing with, it's got a lot of downforce. It's on slicks. It must be pretty tiring to drive.
Well, it turns out I've been doing this about 15 years now, and what I have learnt is the older you get, the more tiring it gets.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Who else should we be looking out for in this grid?
There was another Lamborghini earlier in the year who was pretty quick, and there's Keith Fraser in our team who may or may not, I don't know, we'll see.
And just finally, what help do you get from Lamborghini, or do you not need any with a car like this?
They send us invoices.
Cool, so they're really helpful.
Very helpful, yes.
Fantastic, Craig, thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, let's carry on down the pits. Let's just have a look at who else we can find. We've got Rob Fenn here in the Elise. Why don't we just have a chat to Rob? I'm sorry, I'm going to dive in. Rob, there's kind of wonderful, lots of modern-ish GT cars, but I cannot pass up the opportunity to come and have a look at this. What a machine.
Yes, it is. We've had it a long time. So it's an auto bi-tail car, so supported touring cars back in the day, hence the sort of central seat and everything. But yeah, it's a little pocket rocket, so I'm looking forward to giving the big guys a run for their money.
I'd imagine this is better around Brand's sort of Indy circuit than it is around Silverstone.
It's fair to say, yeah, shorter circuits suit it best, but we'll see. I mean, to see what I can do around the sort of tight, twisty stuff and see if I can build a bit of a gap.
You mentioned the central driving seat. It's a little bit like a sort of cheap is definitely the wrong word, a mini McLaren F1.
You're right. They even did 24-minute races back in the day to allude that it was a 24-hour race. Yeah, so I think a bit of inspiration from the McLaren.
Well, best of luck. Enjoy.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Big Boys Toys for the Masters GT Trophy. So the little 2-litre Lotus versus 5.6-litre Lamborghini Gallardo Super Trofeos. It doesn't really sound like a fair battle, does it? But hey, if everything was fair, there wouldn't be much to life. Well, wherever you are at the circuit, thank you for joining us. Let's hear a little bit more from our collecting area at the wing with Ed Foster.
Well, thank you, Martin. Let's take a wander down. All the drivers are in their cars now. I can hear the whistle going. But look, as these cars go out, let me just talk you through some of them. You can see that the Aston Martin is a hugely popular car in this GT racing, as it was in period. Such great success at Le Mans. And as a Brit, if I was going to buy a GT car, it would be an Aston Martin. You know, the sight of those going down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. There's another British car, the Ginetta we've just seen go past, which Lawrence Tomlinson, the owner of Ginetta, always says you get more smiles per miles with a Ginetta than any other car. No GT racing would be complete without Porsches. Such an incredibly successful manufacturer with the 911. It's really won in pretty much every single decade. The BMW we've just seen go past, we've got another more modern BMW coming past, and then obviously the Italian cars, which you can't not like. We've got the Lamborghini, and then finally the Maserati, which I guarantee you will probably be the best sounding car on the grid, because all Maseratis, excuse me if you don't like Maseratis, but all of them sound brilliant. So that's all the cars out of the assembly area.
Qualifying session about to get underway for the Masters GT trophies, and Ed Foster is going to be in trouble not only with Lawrence Foster of Ginetta but also with everybody at Lotus and at Morgan, because there's an Aero Supersport as well as a Motorsport Elise here, and yeah, okay, Ginetta as well with the G55. But he's right, there are a host of Aston Martins here, as well as plenty of almost every era of Ferrari challenge car that you can think of, from the 360s through the 430s, 458s and 488 challenge cars, and plenty of Porsche 911 Cup cars as well. So most of the cars in this field will have been built for single mark category racing, particularly challenges. You're looking at the Lamborghini Super Trofeos, the Gallardos and the Gallardo Evos, the BMW E46 or E64 you can see there, but the Aston Martins predominantly built to GT4 spec, a couple of M3s built to GT4 spec as well, and
See if you can spot the Ford Mustang as well, Ford Racing 500C. But it will be the tiny Lotus, which has got about the smallest engine in the place, up against 4, 5 and 6 litre rivals. Well, let's take a look at some of those. 144, Christopher Compton Goddard. First time you'll hear that name, but not the last this weekend. Red Bull livery on his Ferrari 430. So another GT2/3 spec car. Again, a lot of these will have raced in their own single mark championships, but quite a number of them will likely have run in SRO rules racing across the continent as well. That car back to 2007, again, still looks so modern, don't they, with the evolution from the 430 through to the 458 and the 488, just kind of mutated rather than really changed. The 488 behind looks barely any different. And you need to look quite closely at the air intakes and so on, and then the sharpening of the lines in the suit as every season has gone by. This is car number 60, Wayne Mars, and that is in class G3. Again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 classes here, dependent on where your car originally came from. 63, Christopher Milner, Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. We've got Super Trofeo and Super Trofeo Evo cars here, and Chris Milner joined by the man who does have a horse in every race, pretty much Nigel Greensall. There are some single driver races that Nigel is not in, but double driver races he tends to be in quite a lot of them, so he's got himself into this one as well. And gives you an idea of how some of the not-so-household names in the UK's racing scene are well respected, particularly in historic racing. There are a lot of drivers, or a number of drivers, who, like Nigel, can be relied upon to pedal anything pretty quickly. There's another name that we haven't seen at all. No, we have actually once today so far. Callum Lockie, you'll see him in a number of cars as well. Inhabits a similar period, or similar space rather, where he doesn't own the cars, but he certainly drives them very quickly. Robert and George McFarlane will be driving that Ferrari 360 Challenge, and this, the distinctive lines of the Morgan Aero. So this is the Morgan Aero Super Sport of Roger Whiteside, car number 100, green and gold. And the Morgan Aero, the most 30s car that Morgan designed in the noughties. Great looking car, and certainly split opinion among Morgan owners who tend to be, and Morgan fans who tend to be traditional with a capital T, but the Aero, I think, just absolutely looked the part. Possibly not the most comfortable aerodynamic treatment. Craig Wilkins exploring the limits and finding them in his Super Trofeo Evo. So Ed spoke to him a moment or two ago, and that should well be among the quickest cars here. Fastest of all at the moment is car number 99, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Keith Freezer, and of a less hypercar and more road-ish car, Bent is the Alpha. Now, that's not on my list, so let me see what we've got here. 57, Barry McMahon in an Alpha 156 Turbo. And not perhaps the most common car in the international racing sphere. So that car, I would think, likely raced in Italy only. Definitely don't recall seeing a 156 Turbo. Super 2000s, yes, but not a turbo. 99, Keith Freezer, fastest man at the moment, in his white Lamborghini with the blue, green and yellow stripes through the centre. And that Huracan Super Trofeo is the quickest car. Now there is Rob Fenn's Motorsport Elise, so 666. And now facing the right direction again, obviously pushing hard to try and fit a bit of pace. 9th fastest at the moment and quickest of the invitational class cars. Coming here into Luffield, right behind the Lamborghini, harrying the fastest man in the place and looping round into a spin. So Keith Freezer, fastest of all. Second fastest, car number 52, Ron Maiden's Lamborghini Super Trofeo. and he has got a co-driver now in the form of Craig Davies. And the Lotus of Rob Fenn back up to speed, coming down the Hangar Straight. See Ferrari being slipstreamed by Porsche in the background. We may well see that in the race again as a move for position. Right behind him, though, is the 55 Lamborghini, and that is the car of Neil Glover and Aaron Scott.
And the 55 Neil Glover is actually sharing with Michael Lyons. We've had some further changes, which Martin hasn't picked up yet, that have come in. So Michael Lyons has taken over second driver duties in the number 55 Lamborghini, and the similar car of Keith Frieser from Canada in the number 99 Lamborghini. These are Super Trofeo cars, and as you were saying earlier, this race caters for all sorts of different classes of car. The GT2, which was a class of racing. GT4 is the modern second level of GT racing behind GT3. And then there are various challenges, single make challenges, like the Ferrari 488 challenge, the 458 before it, the 430 before that. And the Lamborghini Super Trofeo ran in their own series too. A great mix of cars coming down the Wellington Straight, led by an Aston Martin, then a Lamborghini, then a Ginetta behind that, the British mark. The Lamborghini number 11 is that of Jason McNulty, who is an extra entry to the printed programme. Jason McNulty in his Huracan. From 2017. The Maserati number 108, Vance Carney and Richard Dougal in the Gran Turismo. That's a GT4 car, which is pretty obvious when you look at the bonnet. Car number 108. Another extra runner in this race, and they are sitting 22nd on the timing screen. Gary Culver and Nigel Jenkins 458 Challenge car in black, number 34. That's a 2012 car. Gary Culver, a regular racer in classic Ferraris. And another of the popular Lamborghinis. Ron Maiden, who runs the Masters organisation that organises this grid, and a number of others this weekend. Ron Maiden sharing with Craig Davis. It's another extra change to the printed programme. Craig Davis sharing with Ron Maiden. And that car is quickest at the moment with a 2:05.733. And that's just over 0.6 quicker than the number 37 Miles Griffiths Porsche 991. And Miles Griffiths, car number 37, if you do have a printed programme, is not sharing with Philip Walker. Philip Walker has decided not to race, so Miles will be driving solo, and that car is second quickest, the number 37 Porsche. And third quickest at the moment is the number 11 Lamborghini, which we were looking at a little earlier on. Number 11 Jason McNulty driving solo in his Huracan. Cars led down into Stowe Corner by the market trader from London, his business called Fresh and Fruity, which is down the side of the car. And that's number 60, which is Wayne Mars in his 488 Challenge car, which he's been racing in the Ferrari Challenge UK a couple of years ago. He also has a classic racing Ferrari as well, which he regularly competes in. And this year he's been racing in Mercedes GT4 car as well. Wayne Mars, the number 60, driving solo in his 488 challenge. And he's sitting third in the times, just improved. Did the fastest Sector 1 of anybody on that lap, and then his best Sector 2 and Sector 3 to string together third quickest time. But he's being chased by the number 11 Jason McNulty Lamborghini, only 81 thousandths of a second slower than Wayne Mars. But on the track, Wayne Mars is being chased by the number 52 Lamborghini, Ron Maiden and Craig Davis, which is the fastest car of all at the moment. Provisional pole position with plenty of time left, 13.5 minutes remaining. And on screen now is Christopher Milner sharing with that man, Nigel Greensall, and I think just peering through the side glass there, I think that might be Nigel at the wheel. It's going quickly. Car number 63. It's just set the fastest Sector 1 time of anyone, and then the fastest Sector 2 time for that car. So I suspect Nigel Greensall is at the wheel, and later on, when I've got a bit more time tonight, I shall count up the number of races that Nigel Greensall is doing, because not only has he appeared as second driver in a number of cars that we expected him to see, and drivers that he normally shares with, he's now popping up with people he hasn't shared with before.
I'll save you some time.
Oh, good.
Make a list of the ones he's not in.
That's a better idea.
Single-seater races with only one driver. Those will not have a Greensall N.
No.
Other than that, I think we can pretty much assume that he's in almost every he's been, I think, in almost every other qualifying session that we've seen. So,
and do we count the races where he's actually racing in two different cars in the same race as two races?
The question is, if he finishes ahead of himself in one, has he beaten himself or not?
And what does he do on the podium? Does he jump between?
Well, let's hope he doesn't get. Let's hope he doesn't get two podium spots. He might have to. Well, luckily he's got lanky legs; he can straddle both.
Well, he's just gone second quickest.
But we need to get Andy Prio and assess: is this an ex-Andy Prio? It's certainly of the Super 2000 era of Andy Prio. I think it's possibly a Schnitzer. Does it say A Prio in the window? He didn't drive Schnitzer BMWs with this livery on. He was BMW UK. So this should have been a Dirk and Jörg Muller. So I'm zipping up my. So this is the David Addison had just briefly joined us in the back of the booth and brought a touring car bent with him, and that's brought out my touring car anorak. 23, the fastest car in the place, the GT2 Aston Martin Vantage. Now again, I get confused over the years over whether this will be a V8 or a V12. This will be a V12, won't it? GT2. There's the Ginetta G55. Facing the wrong way.
And just looking at our timing screen, that fastest car, number 23, is in your programme as Paul White only. We've not been told of a second driver, but on our screens we've got a McKinnon, so that would be Alistair McKinnon, I think, sharing with Paul White.
It now goes quietly while we both write in Alistair McKinnon, INNON. I would have made a good doctor for the handwriting alone.
And a few other changes as well, which we haven't been through. I've been mentioning extra cars in the race, 4 extra entries we've got, but otherwise changes of drivers and additional drivers.
And one of them was the very first car we saw on screen, which I was looking at my race card and then had to consult yours. Craig Wilkins back up to speed, fastest first sector. Now then, this is interesting. He is currently lying in 7th place, as you can see. That's big number 7, that's his position. Number 8, that's his race number. Just got dive-bombed by the White and McKinnon Aston Martin, which is quicker as it went into the pit lane. Purple second sector. This could be a very good lap for the Lamborghini driver, as long as he comes out facing the right way and doesn't go over the white line exceeding track limit. We're not allowed to say track limits, are we? That's not a historic thing. So that was
two very good sectors. Best speed he's found anywhere, 152.8 on the Hangar Straight, on the run up to the Hangar Straight, 156.7, and comes across the line with pole position in his pocket, despite the fastest Aston Martin cutting across his nose to dive into the pits when he was on the fast lap, which suggests that maybe the Aston Martin could be going quicker. So Craig Wilkins at the top of the pile, and also fastest in class Corsa G3.
And it's interesting to note the top speed times as well on the two long straights. The Hangar Straight very slightly quicker than the Wellington Straight, slightly longer and also a bit downhill as well.
And also you get quite a fast run onto it from the Chapel Curve, because you come onto the Wellington Straight from a handbrake left, basically, don't you? So
that's right.
Yeah.
But it's noticeable that the cars with lots and lots of aero are not necessarily the fastest cars on the straight, but they, of course, pick up their speed through the corners.
Yes, aero is your friend here in the Beckett's S's, and if you've never watched any downforce Formula car through there, then you don't quite get an appreciation for it, because touring cars and saloons tend to slide around through there. With aero, they stay nailed to the floor. 151, David Harrison, Nathan Lukey in their Porsche GT3 Cup car. So 2017, this would have been raced in Carrera Cup GB, in Carrera Cup Netherlands, France, Italy, Spain, Deutschland, USA, Brazil, yada yada yada, as well as the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup that supports the Formula 1 Grand Prix. And 33 Dale Abbott's GT4 Aston, which Ed was looking at a little bit earlier on. Been a very successful customer program, GT4, lots and lots of those in any race on the Nordschleife, not just the 24-hour race. They've had plenty of class wins. Sort of Harrods McLaren-y style livery there. I know it's black rather than dark green, but it's got that little feeling about it.
Oh, spin for the Maserati.
Well, at least it sounds nice. What class do you think that is? Is that GT4 spec car, do you think?
you were away from the screen at the time, but yes, I did go through that cycle. And in the background here, the unusual, shall we say, shape of the Morgan, number 100, being driven by Morgan aficionado Roger Whiteside, he of Greg's the Bakers. And this is no ordinary Morgan, this is the Aero Super Sport from 2009 with a 5-litre engine. And Morgan did actually take part in top-class sports car and GT racing for a short period of time. Charles Morgan, the boss of the company at the time, member of the family, took part, but that car looks mean, doesn't it, with that low line.
They raced at Le Mans in the 24 hours as well as British GT. Keith Arler was talking about that, coming into British GT with Morgan. And Team Tiger raced Morgans as well as Marcus's. But yeah, with DeWalt sponsorship at Le Mans, which then moved on to TVRs very briefly as well in their brief iteration. Craig Wilkins going quicker and quicker, isn't he? 37.58, that's half a second quicker in the first sector alone, 2 seconds quicker than the next best time in sector 2, and 158.6. That is the top speed on the Hangar Straight for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo. It's just as slip of the tongue, just as well it's got a big wing on the back, because you need to fit the name somewhere. That is a very quick lap indeed from Craig Wilkins. 2:01.5, 1.9 seconds quicker than the next best car.
And that next best car is the number 11 Lamborghini Huracan of Jason McNulty, a 2017 car, which is now on screen, the black and gold car.
Third fastest, Neil Glover and Aaron Scott's Super Trofeo Evo. That car, 3.5 seconds off, and that is the third fastest car. So there is a big gap at the top of the field. There are some very, very small, in fact, predominantly the gaps are very small, 43 thousandths, 31 thousandths, 11 thousandths, 1100ths, half a second here, quarter of a second there. But right at the very front, Craig Wilkins is pulling away from everybody. Yellow and black Ferrari of William Ashmore. Another challenge car, this is the 430. So you can see the evolution of the 360, which had those sort of pods at the front for the big air intakes. And as they pumped up the engine size to the 4.3, it needed even more air going through it. So the 430, and then the 458 and the 488, new generation of engine. Again, whole new sharp suit to go with it. William and Martin Addison in the Addison Plant Hire Aston Martin Vantage GT4. No William Addison, just Martin. Greedy. Right, so we will eliminate in 189. I hope you're keeping up with all this. We'll eliminate William Addison from that. And although by tomorrow's race, he might be back in it. Who knows?
Yes. Or maybe Nigel Greensall will decide to share.
Yes, because he's only racing one car in this race, so there's definitely a possibility of two. Do you think he has a little stand in the pit lane with his banner over the top? Nigel, currently available for race 4, 3 and 11. Oh no, sorry, race 11's gone. I've only got race 4 and 3.
And another of the Ferraris, that's another extra runner in the printed entry list. 162 is John Saunders in his 458 challenge. And he sits where on the timing screen? 14th on the timing screen for John Saunders. And another pair of names we've seen frequently so far in qualifying today, the Pearson brothers, running 11th quickest at the moment in their Ferrari 430 in the invitation class, John and Gary Pearson. And another of the Lamborghinis, this one Neil Glover, number 55, sharing with Michael Lyons, who we saw out not just in the F1 66 to 85 qualifying, but also in an earlier qualifying session. Michael Lyons, one of the fastest drivers here out on track this weekend. Contemporary GT driver. And he's sharing with Neil Glover in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo. So a slightly larger wing needed on that one to fit the Evo on the end of the name.
To fit the ego in.
I can't really see whether that's Michael at the wheel at the moment through the side window, but perhaps the times will tell us. With all due respect to Neil Glover, Michael Lyons, a very, very quick driver. And where is that sitting at the moment? Martin?
Second quickest, yeah. So in fact, he has just put in an absolutely sparkling lap to go just 1200ths off the time of Craig Wilkins. He set purple sector in Sector 1 and Sector 2, and on the current lap is purple in Sector 1 again, as you can see from the timing screen. So Craig Wilkins, car number 8, trying to find a bit of space for himself in the purple car, but in the orange and yellow car, or orange, oh, that's not yellow, that's white, you idiot. Orange and white car, purple sectors for the Glover and Lyons cars. This will be Michael Lyons, I think, you're right. So fastest first sector of all, 153.2 on the straight, equal fastest with Craig Wilkins' Super Trofeo Evo. So it does look like the Lamborghini Super Trofeos are going to be at the top of the pile. Now, 2 purple sectors on the previous lap to go second quickest. He's already beaten that on this lap in Sector 1.
Incredible how drivers like Michael and Nigel Greensall and others can step from one car to another. Some of them are 50s sports cars, GT cars, and they step into a 2000s GT car, and within half a lap they're up to pace. A purple sector now in Sector 2 for who we think it's Michael Lyons at the wheel.
On target for pole by half a second according to the timing. And And oh, Nigel Greensill has just gone second fastest, 2:01.565, 29 thousandths off what was pole. So Nigel Greensill, Mike Lyons and Craig Wilkins are the trio who are duking it out. And this car at the moment is on target to go better than all of them.
He's slowed though.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Yes. Well, he was on target. He's taken a checkered flag. So, and in fact, timing now catches up. He did go fastest of all, 2 minutes flat, 0.565. So 2 minutes 1.536 for Craig Wilkins, and a better lap than either of those coming in from Nigel Greensill. Purple sector 1. This could be pole position. At the moment, Greensill is exactly to the 1,000th, 1 full second of pole in a 63 Super Trofeo car. Not an Evo, so a bit less aero, a bit less wing, maybe a bit less power.
Going up towards the wonderful Beckett sweepers, the left at Maggots, then right, left, and then right, and finally left at Chapel onto the Hanger Straight, reckoned by many drivers who race around the world to be one of the greatest sequence of corners in the world.
Yeah. And it came about by accident, because that's where the layout of the perimeter roads ended up. So is this going to be pole position for the 63 Lamborghini? It's currently third. There is 97 hundredths between car number 55 and car number 8, Michael Lyons and Craig Wilkins. And I'm sure it is Nigel Greensill at the wheel of this car, looking to try and take that. And does that mean he's going to be quickest of all? 2 minutes 0.565 was the target time. The second sector was enough. It was enough. 2 minutes 0.499. Nigel Greensill goes to pole position at the checkered flag. And you talked about the way they're jumping from car to car. I think the more drivers do that, the more success they have in doing that, because they're not so set on one particular car that has to handle in a certain way. But it does just show that away from the glowing lights of an SRO GT Championship or the World Endurance Championship, there are racers who can turn their hand to anything and be really quick. And in Nigel Greensill, Michael Lyons, you've got a couple of those. When we get into the older machinery, you will see a whole different group of names like Mark Gillies, who can drive, older cars, much older cars, with the same alacrity that these guys can drive younger versions. There's the Ginetta G55, and the rest of our field now having taken the checkered flag, heading towards the pit lane.
That's quite incredible, that final little battle between Greensill and Lyons, because 3.6 miles and a bit on this circuit with lots of corners and long straights, and they finished up 66 thousandths apart.
Yeah.
Amazing performance there from Nigel Greensill and Michael Lyons.
And when you've got two cars that are built to exactly the same specification, to a degree it seems a little easier to understand. But those two Lamborghinis, although they're both Huracans, both competed in the Super Trofeo series, they are different evolutions of it, or different generations of them. So the car is not necessarily identical. And 66 thousandths. I mean, it takes 700ths of a second to blink the human eye. That's less than that time at the line at the end of a lap. It's just insane.
It's if you put it as a distance, it would probably be just a coat of paint, really.
Yeah. Yeah, the thickness of a bumper. It's winning by a noseband in old horse racing terms, isn't it? Very, very tight indeed. So heading into the pit lane as well, you can see one of our Ferrari Trofeo drivers, a 430. This is William Ashmore in his 430 Challenge. And 43, that is an E46 320i 2002. So that's definitely the Super 2000 generation. But if that car was raced in World Touring cars, that would have been Dirk and Jörg Müller era of Schnitzer BMW. Not sure what its heritage is. Tim Kuehl from Netherlands driving it. A stunning final lap to the checkered flag from Nigel Greensill, taking pole by 66 thousandths of a second from the similar Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of Michael Lyons. Craig Wilkins on top of the pile for a long while, ended up in third, ahead of Jason McNulty. So Lamborghinis at the top of the pile, 6 of them in the top 7. The white McKinnon Aston Martin Vantage, the white GT2 car, the sole interloper, then the Ferrari 430 Challengers and the Porsche Cup cars coming up next. And then the BMWs, the M3 GT4s, just inside the top 20. The Sol Ginetta just outside the 20. The Morgan Aero Super Sport, very distinctive shape to that car, battling with another the Maserati Gran Turismo GT4 car. And did you see the Mustang, the Ford Racing 500C, running round in 30th place? So those are the qualifying times for the Masters GT Trophy, and that will be race 6 on Saturday afternoon. A chance to see some great GT and sports racing cars in action from the big and the small manufacturers, Lotus, Morgan and Ginetta, going head-to-head with the luminaries of the supercar world, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Maserati. And in the end, a titanic battle for pole position that also involved the GT2 Aston Martin Vantage. It was the sole interloper in a top 7 that had 6 Lamborghini Super Trofeos. The Morgan bringing a distinctively British character and flavour to the grid. Craig Wilkins battling for pole position, ending up 3rd fastest. A searing lap from Michael Lyons, nearly putting the 55 Super Trofeo Evo on pole position, but he was beaten at the death by the Huracan of Nigel Greensill.
So I've come down to the village green again because I've come to meet the official insurance sponsor. So basically this is Adrian Flux. They've got some beautiful cars around and I'm going to have a quick chat with Grant. Hi Grant.
Hi Jodie, you okay?
I'm very, very good. So number one, I want to say happy 50th anniversary.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this year we are celebrating our 50 years in business, so what better place to celebrate it than here, sunny Silverstone.
So tell us a little bit more about the insurance company.
So yeah, it's a family-run business formed in 1973, and yeah, we're here now with 50 years. We made our name as a specialist broker. We insure lots of classics, modified, imported, so more the kind of niche products. Motorsport as well, hence us being here. So yeah, you name it, we can pretty much insure it.
Fantastic. And also, very excitingly, apparently someone's told me you got some very nice gifts to win.
Yes, yeah, a bit of fun today. So it's a family event as well, so we want to give something back. So we've got a bit of a prize draw going on, so you can win a drift day in a catering, which yeah,
You're serious?
Yeah, so basically you can take that out next year, have a drift day. Yeah, what better vehicle to spin around and have a laugh than a catering?
Very joyous moments in a catering going sideways.
Silly fun. But speaking of silly fun, yeah, I think we should really get you to have a go. So we're doing a beanbag toss. We are giving away some bits and pieces, but
okay,
I'll hold the
you're
microphone.
Have to take that.
Yeah.
Right, and I've got to get it. So if I get, hang on, let me put that down.
So you have to go for the golden shot, I'm afraid. So you've got 3 chances. Oh, it came back out. Okay, we'll count that. Well done. That was fantastic. You've won. You get a selection of prizes as well, and you're entered into the competition as well. So congratulations.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Silverstone Festival Friday afternoon in gorgeous weather and lots of qualifying. Formula One cars due to come out at the moment. Little message from Ed Foster a moment or two ago that Sam Hancock has just picked himself up a drive in a Formula One car owned by Gregor Fiskin, for which they are currently making a seat for Hancock. That's how little time some of these drivers get in their cars before they actually race. And we've just added Nigel Greensill into another couple of races. But down in the paddock underneath the wing, let's see if we can catch up with Ed Foster himself.
Next up, the 75th anniversary of Grand Prix racing here at Silverstone. What a treat we have for you. All these cars post 66.
Right, having a couple of technical issues. That's strange, actually, because, you know, Ed's tall enough he can see over the wing, so surely the signal anyway. So Nigel Greensill just been added to the Lola B1260 of Chris Milner coming out in our next session for the Masters Endurance Legends. Again, this is another whopping grid with an awful lot of changes. I said Formula One car of Gregor Fiskin. I didn't mean Formula One car, I meant Gregor Fiskin's Le Mans prototype Delara, which Sam Hancock will now be driving. That's car number 81, assuming that he can find some way of stationary or keeping himself stationary in it. The good news is that Gregor Fiskin is actually quite a tall chap, as is Sam Hancock, and so there will be a chance for him to stay exactly where he needs to be. Now, before all of that, you can see, even if you haven't got much motor racing experience, that these are not Le Mans cars. So these are cars that are coming out for a demonstration to celebrate the fact that it is 75 years ago this year that the first Grand Prix was held here at Silverstone Post-War in 1948. Now, of course, the Formula One World Championship started here in 1950 with the Formula One British Grand Prix, but before that there were 2 years of Grand Prix racing as well. What you're seeing here, some absolutely mouth-watering cars. Ex-Thierry Boutsen, Barclay Arrows. You just saw, well, what are we doing here? Okay, so Gerhard Berger era Benetton. I'm afraid being 1, 8, 5, 6, 4. I need to look at the list, but car number 19, we haven't got that. So we don't have a Benetton on our list. Well, that's quite handy. Lots of extra cars going out. Not actually hearing anything from these as well either. So try and pick that up in a moment or two. Wherever you are around the circuit, thank you for coming to join us. If this is your only day, then there will be plenty of opportunity to see the action online later. So drivers of this car, Thierry Boutsen, Mark Seurer, Alan Jones, and of course the most familiar of them all, its current owner Arthur Brooker. So again, don't recognise the livery at all, but it's a Williams FWO. So again, Stuart Dent will be watching and listening and just reloading his shotgun. In the garage, is that a BMS Scuderia Italia Delara, or is that actually a Ferrari? Quite often hard to tell the difference. I think it might be a BMS Delara. So cars heading out to celebrate. Oh, okay, so Arthur Bruckner in the Yaris A6. What's 21 on your list of things? Oh dear, we haven't got that one. No, that here. Is that a Ferrari or is that a Delara? Again. So okay, Leighton House March. I think we're on slightly happier territory there. One of Adrian Newey's first Formula One designs. I think that's a Delara. Behind it, the high nose of Harvey Postlethwaite's Tyrrell. So Delara F191, driven by Matthew Wrigley. Yes, I think that'll be it. So the 75th anniversary of the 1948 British Grand Prix at Silverstone, as I recall, attended by His Majesty the King. Low-nose Benetton, high-nose Williams on the left-hand side. That's the ex-Jacques Villeneuve car, isn't it, I think, that we were expecting to see. Now, you don't see... Oh, and there is a Monteverde Onyx, ex-Stefan Johansson chassis, car number 36. You don't see cars of the vintage of the Rothmans Williams run very often because they need such phenomenal long warm-up times, not in a way that a Cosworth DFV does, and because they need laptops that no longer exist to run them. This is one of the real problems with post-DFV era Formula One. If you want to run cars of that vintage, then you need a 30-year-old compact laptop. Who's got one of those? You'll scour eBay until the cows come home, because nobody really makes emulators for them. Now then, we have all sorts of information about various things that we might or might not be seeing. So you can hear them. So I'm not hearing anything on my cans at all, so I'm hoping we're still going somewhere. But cars wailing around the circuit, sounding absolutely fabulous. And underneath us comes the Williams at full chat, followed by the Leighton House blowing a bit of smoke. So out of Luffield comes the BMS Scuderia Italia Dallara in the red with the black highlights. And looking here at yeah. Is that a Fond Metal Arrow? Is that an Arrows? One of the late Arrows? Again, I do need somebody whose memory is better than mine. Ex-Jackie Stewart Tyrrell 003 going past us. So Fond Metal came into Formula One as a sponsor, but also gave their name to their own team, much in the way that Benetton did, of course, with Tyrrell, and then became Benetton. And here's the ex-Jacques Villeneuve Williams. Running gently at the moment. But still just giving you a little bit of the oral delight of high-revving Formula One engines of yore. Particularly when they go away from you, that's when they really get up into the upper reaches. That's when the inner ear starts to vibrate. And when they're bringing air-operated valves into their Formula One engines. The cabin Tyrrell car number 4, that's the high-nose Harvey Postlethwaite design. He ushered in that high-nose era of Formula One car. Behind him, was that Arrows Steve Nichols design? I can't quite remember now. But again, the Barclay Arrows, they would have been driven in period by the likes of Thierry Boutsen. And the last Cosworth era cars. So that'll be an Arrows A11, I think, getting towards the end of their Cosworth era. The cars that we were hoping to see, well, Dean Forward in one of the 2 Leighton House marches that were on our entry list. The other one was down for Paul Lindstedt to drive. Haven't seen whether there is 1 or 2, because they're actually coming around, as you might anticipate, quite a lot quicker than the GT cars. So I'm not sure if we're seeing the same car twice or are 2 cars half a lap apart. There's the Dallara. So Giampaolo Dallara designing chassis for all sorts of different categories over the years, and the company still does. Has designed LMP1 cars. You will see BR01s with Dallara designs, and Dallara also designing current cars for the hypercar, the top category at Le Mans and in IMSA, or Le Mans rules and IMSA regulations. And there is the Tyrrell, ex-Jackie Stewart Tyrrell. And the original Tyrrell, when he was running the Tyrrell 001, when he was running cars for Jackie Stewart, built by Matra, was built in great secrecy in the woodshed. That was Tyrrell's home operations base, and unveiled to British Motor Racing Press with a great degree of surprise. Nobody knew it was coming, apart from a dozen or so people at the Tyrrell Racing Organisation and Jackie Stewart himself. And of course, it was from there that they continued. Ivan Capelli helmet livery on the car, or on the driver. Now, I'm not sure if that's Dean Ford or Per Lindstad, but it's the CG891. So Leighton House originally came in to sponsor the March team. Industrialist from Japan, who ran the Leighton House company, came in as a sponsor and then took up the overall ownership of the team. And Adrian Newey really cut his Formula One teeth with these cars particularly. This was the post-skirts, but still end of the ground effect era, beginning of the flat bottom floor era. And of course, Adrian Newey coming full circle, having started as a lead car designer at March with ground effect cars. The only Formula One designer currently still practicing who actually cut his teeth in the ground effect era, which may go quite a way to explain why the Red Bull is so good in the current ground effect era, because all those lessons he learned back in the 80s, he is relearning, or has relearned. So 1948, you can imagine the circuit a very, very different place. A recently demobbed Royal Air Force bomber base, and the track set out with straw bales, empty oil drums, bits of string to, literally bits of string to keep the crowd off the track. And well, for those of us who started coming here in the 70s and the 80s, very familiar complaints about the traffic queues to get in.
Yes.
Because it was the first big international sporting event for motor racing fans since the 1930s, and the Grand Prix at Donington, the queues were hours and hours and hours long, because the country lanes coming up from Buckingham and down from all points north have not got much bigger over the years.
No. In fact, the first year, 1948, the circuit used some of the internal runways as well.
Yeah.
So they turned right and went down a straight towards a hairpin, and then back out on another runway, back up again, and then again at the other side of the circuit at Club Corner. And those two hairpins were separated with the cars approaching each other head on.
Yes.
At 160 miles an hour, 150 miles an hour, I suppose, with a piece of canvas just stretched across.
Well, the sight screen works in cricket.
Yeah.
To stop the drivers scaring each other.
And that first race, I believe the guesstimate was 100,000 people turned up, which, as you say, with the lack of any sort of road infrastructure around the circuit that we have today, must have been a huge queue. And its title was the Royal Automobile Club International Grand Prix. It was not the British Grand Prix. That started the following year. The year before, the World Championship was inaugurated here at Silverstone with the RAC British Grand Prix, but it's kind of commonly known as the first British Grand Prix.
Well, first Grand Prix, first post-war Grand Prix held in Britain. So
correct.
And there were Grand Prix held in Britain in the 1930s in Donington Park. So
and they were the Donington Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Again, not the British Grand Prix. Yeah. That's a minor thing for those with the zips tightly up to the neck now. But
I'm sure that kind of wrangling will always be a factor, won't it?
But we do go back to those days with some of the cars we're going to see later in qualifying, with some cars that were actually either the car or cars of that type, raced in 1948. Amazing, and they're still racing. Something just hanging off the airbox of the Williams there, which fell off. Maybe a camera.
Yes. That might well be the case.
It would have been horrible if it had gone down into the airbox, though, wouldn't it?
That would have been very much more expensive. I think this is a Monteverde Onyx. I do think it is, driven by Henry Pearman of Eagle Racing and Group C fame. Henry initially with a turbocharged Hart engine and wings that you could quite happily seat a family of 4 on, because again, in those days of unlimited turbo horsepower, you could not get enough drag and downforce to I think the auto unions of the 1930s with the V16 behind possibly put the driver further forward, but not by much.
No.
That cabin Tyrrell, I associate that particular livery with Ukyo Katayama. And I don't know whether he was... Telefonica still very much a sponsor. Those were the early days of Telefonica being on cars. Of course, they've been sponsoring motorbikes for many, many years. And if you have an O2 phone in the UK, then you're paying money to the less ill-starred than the Moneytron Onyx, Jean-Pierre Van Rossum's Potsy scheme, stroke pyramid scheme, which was Moneytron, which, like most of these extremely wealthy, big promise. .001,
driven by Adam Tyrrell, who I think I read somewhere is a member of the family.
Yeah. A great book has just been published about Tyrrell as well, very well worth searching out. So some of the cars that we've raced at Silverstone in period in Formula One over the years, 75 years and counting of Formula One at Silverstone, for all the ups and downs of various different eras of Formula One management versus circuit management, and there have been a few of those. It continues to be one of the focal points of the Formula One calendar, and certainly one of the focal points of the British sporting summer. And Silverstone, which titles itself as the home of British motor racing, certainly for the last quarter of a century and more, has been and long may it remain so, a great playground for the cars and for the drivers.
So this is the international paddock. I've come down here to meet the lovely Giles English, who is the co-founder of Bremont. Bremont are the official timing partner for the festival. So look, I have to say they are in prime position here. They're literally on the track. Look, you've got all the Jaguars going out at the moment. Right, let's go and have a word with the man himself. Oh, isn't this a wonderful position?
Well, we wanted the perfect view of the course, and obviously people coming to buy a car, they can come and have a look at a watch as well.
Exactly. So this is the second year that you've been the official timing partner. So what brought you back a second year?
Well, I think it's such a sort of iconic event, this, isn't it? And I think what I love is that, well, first all the racing that goes on, and my brother will be racing later on, so we can sit here and watch him come last.
Hopefully not crash.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's no, it's brilliant.
So tell me a little bit, because you've partnered up with Jaguar and Williams.
Yes, we've always had quite a sort of strong motor racing sort of history, and worked with Jaguar for many, many years, and originally designing clocks for some of their concept cars. And then Williams, we've been with them for the last 3 years, and on the Formula One world, as that goes slightly manic, which is great fun and great partnership to have.
And where is that kind of connection been with cars and Bremont?
Well, if you think Williams is based 40 minutes up the road from us, we're based in Henley-on-Thames, using some of the same machines as they're using, with a lovely sort of technical crossover. And we used to have a facility just on the edge of the circuit here where we machined all our car components. So yeah, lots going on there.
Fantastic. Well, all I have to say is I think last year, where did Nick come?
I think he did relatively well. Not last.
Not last. Do we think he's going to do better?
I think he's doing well, actually. Right. So, well, please come and see us.
Good luck. Yeah. Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
Stomach grumbling? Yeah, it's nearly time for tea, isn't it? Get yourself down to the main stage and catch up in a short while with Paul Owen talking about the reawakening of BRM, the family concern, or the V16s particularly. And then later on this evening, live music from the Christians starts off the music for the evening. The hot air balloons heading off into the twilight as ABC take to the stage. Gary Christian and the band, Martin, Fry and ABC, all in fine form. Very well worth staying. And don't forget, there is music Saturday night and Sunday as well. And in the Foodie Fest, in the tasting tent, you can still have a Black Lines cocktail masterclass experience just after 3 o'clock. And Jack Blumenthal will make his final appearance on the Kitchen Live stage, followed by Baker Liz Burnett at 4:30. But if you want a little bit of Ed Foster and who doesn't, just wait a second.
In the year that we celebrate 100 years of the Le Mans 24 Hours, we're going to have a little bit of slice of Le Sarthe brought to Silverstone with the Masters Endurance Legends. Now, these are kind of quite recent Le Mans cars and amazing bit of kit. There's quite a few that are leaving from the pit lane. We've got a few in assembly area here. We have Bradley Smith. Bradley, I was going to say whether one of these cars is hard to drive. I mean, you grew up in radicals and things, so this is surely just a big radical.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of similarities. It actually drives very much like a big single-seater, you know, with a little bit more weight. But yeah, they're amazing cars, serious amount of power and a lot of downforce. So yeah, they're great fun.
I mean, there's a lot. How much can you alter on board in terms of setup?
Yeah, so in terms of the actual setup of the car, there's still quite a lot to play with. So as a team, you can actually make a difference to the performance of the car. But the actual LMP3 category, being designed for, you know, a more gentleman driver racing with a professional, you know, the car's really designed to take a hard life, shall we say. So it's a nice balance between what you can play with, but it's still not as super fragile as, say, some of the P1s that require a lot of maintenance.
Yeah, someone else was telling me that actually these are wonderful cars to run because they were designed to do 24-hour races. So actually, they're not like, you know, a Formula One car, but you just keep throwing money at it. They're pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And Norma, now known as De Queen, did a fantastic job of designing the car. So everything's just super nice to work on. You know, all the setup adjustments really easy to make. So yeah, fantastic cars to drive.
I always think it's a shame when you see these cars at kind of smaller circuits, but when you see them at Silverstone, they just look right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You need the big tracks to really, you know, stretch the legs of what these cars can do. You know, I mean, it's still great to do circuits like Brands GP, you know, something that's a little bit more old school. But yeah, it's when you get out on the big tracks, you know, lots of fast corners that you can, yeah, really show what the cars can do.
And just finally, I mean, there's some very, very quick cars in this. I mean, there is loads of different classes. Where are you going to be in the kind of because, you know, the full order?
Yeah, so I think, you know, you've got a lot of the P2s and the P1s. They're obviously going to be ahead. I think there's a healthy grid of P3s. You know, we should be enough of a gap away from the GT cars. So, yeah, I think if we can trouble a few P2 cars, then have a bit of fun with them, we, yeah, should be in for a good weekend.
Yeah, I can imagine it's enormously satisfying hanging on behind them through the corners.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, if you can. Takes a lot of work, but, you know, you've got to give it a go.
Cheers, Bradley.
Brilliant, cheers.
Let's take a look what is coming up for the rest of the afternoon in terms of qualifying. In a moment or two, the Masters Endurance Legends, celebrating a centenary of Le Mans. International Trophy for Classic GTs, Prix 66 GT cars, and then the Prix 66 Grand Prix cars, front and rear engine. The Transatlantic Trophy, again, Prix 66 touring cars in the Adrian Flux Trophy. And then the Masters Sports Car Legends will be heading out a little later as we round out the afternoon with the HSCC's Road Sports Trophy. So plenty of sports car action this afternoon. We've had one Grand Prix car run there as well from the historic Grand Prix Car Association. The Prix 66 cars, the classic Scalextric cars of your youth, however old you are. So that's what's coming up this afternoon. It is all about the qualifying today. And again, in this category, we've got a combination of small light sports cars right up to Le Mans overall winning challenging cars. So a real mixed bag, and again lots and lots of changes to go through. So we have a couple of changes in the entry list. First up, if you go down to car number 38, that is no longer car number 38. Nick Halusa's Audi R8 is now car number 9, and he is not sharing with Alex Ames. So it'll be Nick Halusa on his own, and the Audi R8 was 38, is now 9. You can scratch car number 43, the BMW E46 of Tim Kuehl. You can also scratch Guy Zeiser and Ollie Webb's BMW E46 car number 60. And unfortunately, we will not be seeing car number 61, the HPD Honda of Mike Cantillon. Gregor Fiskin, car number 81, the Dallara SP1. That is now Sam Hancock who will be driving that car. Christopher Milner remains in car 112. That's the Lola B1260. And he will be joined by Nigel Greensall, obviously. Car number 121, David Smith and Ross Hyatt's Porsche 935. Now, we saw that out earlier on. That's the blue coral liveried car, but that does not seem to be going in this category. So we have 3 additions then. Car number 11, Paul Cope in a 2001 Reynard, and that is green, and I think that is the NASA Max Reynard. 33, Darren Kell, K-E-L-L, and James Kell. I am reading these quickly because it's about to get loud. That is a Ligier LMP3 2017. And finally, addition to the programme, this is on page 22 of your race card, car number 7070, Dallas Carroll, again, a name you'll hear several times this weekend, and he is in a Porsche 911 Cup car, 2017 vintage, and that is white. So again, Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas will be trying to pick the wheat from the chaff, see who's going quickly, and then talk a little bit about some of the cars that we're seeing on the big screen. Appreciate that if you are listening around the circuit while it's quiet, thank you very much for being with us. Daddy says hello to the family, and that's not me, that's the Davison family, so Rowan and the rest of the crew. Dad says hello from Zandvoort. I don't know what he's doing over there. Can't be as interesting or as important as this, that's for sure. Car number 1, well, this is Stefan Yerbstel and Andy Willis in one of a number of LMP3 cars, and this is the chassis that is currently dominant in LMP3 in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, European Le Mans Series and Asian Le Mans Series, the Ligier JSP3. Now, we heard Bradley Smith talking a moment or two ago about the Norma, and that is the car that has now been superseded by the Ligier as the dominant force. Norma now definitely due an update. It's now been built by Gilles Duquesne's organisation, and I understand there is a new Duquesne LMP chassis coming, but for the moment the Norma remains in its decline, let's say, in terms of numbers against the Ligier. Ligier's LMP2 car, on the other hand, which is a development of the P3 car, or the other way around, has pretty much disappeared from LMP2 racing, which is now the domain pretty much of anybody driving an Oreca. So all sorts of different LMP1, LMP2, LMP3 cars, and cars that fall outside of that category. Just watching the 66 Acura. Jonathan Kennard and Jamie Constable will be driving that car. Acura LMP2 car, the RX-01B, and that's a car that competed not only in World Endurance but also particularly in the IMSA series. And 46 there, getting underway with the Thierry livery rather. That's an Oreca 03 chassis, that car being driven by Mark Higson. And that was the chassis that was dominant before the 05, then the 07. From the USA, racing in the IMSA category, the Mazda-powered chassis with the Thetford Norcold livery. That is Gunther Alt. No, that's not. So that's 112. Ooh, sneaky. Now that's Christopher Milner and Nigel Greensell's Lola. So that's an IMSA Lola Mazda. And of course that the Thetford Norcold livery being run by Rob and Chris Dyson for many, many years in the IMSA and before that the American Le Mans Series categories. So all sorts of transatlantic combinations here. See in the background the black number 7 car, a Jade Nissan. Now I've never come across that chassis and engine combination before, and when I saw it on the list I thought, I wonder what one of those is. Well, essentially it looks quite a lot like a Radical, but this one is matte black. So we are getting ready to send the cars out as qualifying gets underway. Qualifying for the vast field in the Masters Endurance Legends here at Silverstone. These cars will be racing on Saturday evening and on Sunday evening, possibly into slightly darker conditions than on that bright sunny afternoon. Not quite into the dusk of Le Mans, but evoking that late afternoon feeling. Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas watching the action with you. Audi R8 heading out of the pit lane, the distinctive colours and shape of the multiple Le Mans winning R8 open chassis, the car that preceded the diesel-engined R10s, and it was the bedrock of the start of Audi's domination of Le Mans in the 21st century.
And I think of all our qualifying sessions today for our races tomorrow and Sunday, this is the one that it's hardest to pick out who might be the quickest. We've got a pretty good idea in previous qualifying sessions who might be the quicker drivers, and then the combination with the car, and you think, yeah, that one's going to be somewhere near the front. But this one is so open, partly because we've got such a vast array of different types of car.
Yeah. We probably shouldn't see LMP3 cars at the front. We probably shouldn't see LMP2 cars vying for the overall podium, but strange things happen in motor racing. We've got plenty of LMP1 cars. You just saw the Audi, and in front of it was the Gulf liveried Lola Aston Martin with the V12 Aston behind it. It makes a superb sound and actually went very well in period. That's a car actually that Sam Hancock drove in period, but is not driving here. We've got Dalaras, we've got Acuras, we've got all sorts of potential race winners. But you're right, trying to actually nail down which of a dozen cars might do it is not the easiest call.
I'll throw my hat in with a possibility somewhere near the front of the De Silvas, the American father and son team in the Pescarolo. That's an LMP1. I think that's it on screen, isn't it now?
Yes, it is.
The number 10 car. And it's a slightly earlier car than such as the Audi R8 and some of the other cars, but it was very, very quick in period, and a couple of very capable drivers.
Yeah, Pescarolo's factory, Pescarolo team went bust, and the factory was bought, and then the keys were handed back to Henri Pescarolo. Right in front of it is another car that raced at just about the same time, actually, 2009 rather, the Zytek of Keith Freezer. And And Zytek then went on from designing their own engines and chassis to be particularly chassis designers. Red 5, now that seems to me like that might have been the car that was raced at Le Mans by Nigel Mansell and his two sons, and get to drive it in the race. GT3 Audi R8 here, so a very different car from the R8 prototype. So the GT3 R8 LMS Ultra.
And that's shared. Frank Rathall, you'll remember, raced in British touring cars for a few years. But that seems to be in some sort of problem.
Yeah.
And I think it's a control-alt-delete on that one for possibly a reset of the electronics.
Very fortunate Dallas Carroll here, one of our late entries, came to a juddering halt and almost ran into the back of that car. The Pescarolo is fastest so far, 1 minute 46.670, just 4.5 seconds quicker than the next fastest car, which is number 6. Now, we haven't talked about the Peugeot 908s or 90X, if we're being strictly Anoraki, and to a degree we have to be. But those diesel LMP1 cars, you just saw one going out of shot at the bottom. There are 2 of them here. There's the other one behind Mike Newton in his own in period and now. A number of MG Lolas that Mike owns. But those Peugeots should be without question the cars that should win here. They were the outright fastest cars at Le Mans in period, and after narrowly not winning to Audi, then went on to win against Audi opposition with a slightly better car or better version of the car. But they should be just about able to stretch their legs and open up the gap on pretty much anything else. And Peugeot, I think, have now let all except the actual Le Mans winning chassis, which David Brabham, who you've heard from earlier, supporting Kidney Research UK, he was one of the drivers that won Le Mans for them. In fact, one of 2 Brabham brothers who have won Le Mans.
And you should certainly make an effort to, if you're here at the circuit, to go into the paddocks, both paddocks, and have a look at the cars, because to see these Le Mans cars up close, they look like spaceships. They really do. They're amazing machines, and the cockpit on our cameras here and from the side of the track looks normal sort of size, but actually if you go up close, it is very, very tight in there, and the driver sits fully reclined with their knees much higher than their torsos. They're sat right back.
Yeah, real Formula 1 driving position.
Really is, yeah.
But at the moment, it is still the number 10 Pescarolo, the open car with the Gulf colours. That is the fastest car. The actual Gulf livery car, which is 007, the Lola Aston Martin. That is the car Christoph Dansenborg, and you will not mistake hearing that coming. Among other things, this is John and Gary Pearson's Ferrari 430 Challenge car, or Ferrari 430. And they will have raced possibly briefly in period at Le Mans, but it's not necessarily a requirement of the championship that the car or cars of its type must have raced at Le Mans, but it's cars that were there for near. There's the Pescarolo, car number 10 on screen, the orange and blue Gulf livery. So Timon Harinder de Silva in that. There's a Norma coming down towards us, and the other car is another Onroque owned and built car. It was Guy Nicolet who bought Pescarolo. He was actually one of the sponsors of the Pescarolo team, bought Pescarolo, handed the keys back to Henri Pescarolo, and then eventually took it over for his own Onroque concern once Henri hung up his team owner's spurs. There is the Jade Nissan, which again, when you say it looks like it, if you said, what does it look like? It looks a bit like a Radical. Yeah, it does really. Behind, an ex-Martin Short Roll Centre Racing. Is that the Dallara? I think it possibly was. And there's a fabulous livery. Wonder how is that livery described, do you think, on the race card? Did it just say black and white? Yeah, yes. Black, white and grey. So that is Claude Beauvais and David McDonald's GT3 Aston. Again, if that was a period livery, I definitely never saw that car race in period, because, oh boy, I don't think you'd forget. That's got a proper art car feel, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So 24, another of the open P2 cars. That's got to be 124, hasn't it? No?
No, I think
that's the Courage, yes, it is. So, yeah, I was looking at 25 Mike Newton's car. So the Smoky Jade continues on its way. But the Courage again, Yves Courage, based, born and bred in Le Mans, based at the Techno Park at Le Mans, built his own cars, and very successful they were in the early years of the 21st century. And here's a BR01, the Russian operation, building those cars in LMP2 and then in LMP1 spec. So this is Max Lyon's car, Max Lynn's cars rather. So that is a P2 spec BR01. Their own P1 car, which was a Dallara chassis, was perhaps the single most evil looking car you have ever seen in terms of the way that it seemed to batter the drivers around. Run by SMP Racing, and the P2 car, the P1 car certainly was a fairly vicious looking thing. Here's one of the best looking and sounding cars of the 21st century at Le Mans. The Aston Martin V12 wailing along in the background of this Lola built chassis, and unfortunately was only really current for a season before Lola and Aston Martin had a bit of a falling out about actually who designed and who built the car. Lola originated the chassis, Aston Martin Racing then claimed it was basically their car, based on a concept by Lola, and then they went off and built their own car, which was possibly the single most unsuccessful Le Mans car since the very early days of Group C2. A car for which I don't think there was a great lot of love, and which you will probably never see racing in historic racing.
On screen now is one of the GT3 Mercedes. This is a car that's current in GT3 racing, British GT, GT Cup and so on in the UK, and will, I think I'm right in saying, Martin, be the GT class in the Le Mans series.
Yeah, now, GT3 now taken over from GT, yes, absolutely. Yeah. So, in fact, that was the original iteration of the AMG GT3, and they're now on to version 4 or something.
Yes.
Onroque, again, Guy Nicolet's company, based at Le Mans. So this is an Onroque Morgan Pescarolo. So it's the Pescarolo chassis, owned by Onroque and rebadged as Morgan. You following with me? No, not really. But it's essentially the same as the Gulf liveried car, just with a few more updates and a different name above the door.
But not linked to Morgan of Malvern in Worcestershire.
No, bizarrely not. Here is another Morgan Pescarolo. It's the same car as the one that in your entry list says Onroque Morgan. Onroque owned it. So it is a Morgan Pescarolo. And that Cummings and Ellis car currently in 16th place. Who's our best? Oh, hello. Sam Hancock in the car that Gregor Fiskin is possibly also driving, or possibly not. The Dallara SP1, car number 81, has gone second fastest.
I think we heard, didn't we, from the horse's mouth via Ed, that Sam is driving solo in that.
Yeah, they were making a seat for it half an hour ago, and yeah, fortunately, I suppose it's a little bit like myself and Ed. We're not too dissimilar in height, nor are you, but enough to make it uncomfortable. 40 minutes thrashing around a high G track like Silverstone in a high G race car. You don't want to be moving around inside it. So 28. This Pescarolo Morgan Pescarolo is currently, I can't find it anywhere on my timing screen, so I've missed that. Christoph Danzenball just gone 5th quickest. Yeah, Beechstein Ice Cream sponsorship. I'm pretty sure that was Nigel, Greg and Leo Mansell. They raced it here at Silverstone, in fact, as well as a sort of warm-up for Le Mans. And then, yeah, Beechstein Mansell there on the rear wing. There you go. I knew it looked familiar for something.
And the Union flag on the side to give away as well.
Well, and also Red 5. You know, it had all the triggers there.
The hallmarks.
All the hallmarks. So the Oreca 03, their front line LMP2 car originally, which then became the fully covered 05, and now the Oreca 07, of which Hugues de Chanac's Oreca team has now delivered more than 100 examples of an LMP2 customer car. Well, Not sure if Martin Short is here this weekend. I know the family are still keeping very busy. This is Gregor Fiskin's Dallara, run in the X-Markets livery at Le Mans by Shorty. And was it the Dallara or his Pescarolo with which they finished 4th overall? An astonishing result at Le Mans for a tiny privateer team, privately funded, privately run.
And there's a great video taken during that race available on one of the video platforms online, which I sat and watched while I was in hospital once, and it was a very, very interesting story, and also Shorty living up to his name, because he was quite short with the team at some points. Just the stress of running his own team at Le Mans.
Yeah, strikes quite short with everybody. Yes. Team, the fellow drivers, the boss, the sponsor, car's owner, everybody, yeah. You don't get anywhere by not being pushing on. Car number 21, Bradley Smith. We heard from him a little earlier on, the Norma M30. So that's a relatively recent car, 2018. Look, this Riley and Scott. Now, Riley and Scott, not a chassis manufacturer that's particularly well known in Europe, but you will know them because not only have they raced in the US a lot, but they were the manufacturers of the cars that were run by Cadillac in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans over a decade ago. So it's the Mark IIIC, Riley and Scott. I'm not sure if this has got a North Star V8 or not. It is the same kind of chassis that would have had the Caddy V8. I'm looking for a badge on the back. Looks like a GM badge, but it may not be a Caddy badge. 41, Rob Hall, Ligier JSP3. And again, the Ligier JSP3 is still absolutely cutting-edge current at the front. If you took that and raced it in Road to Le Mans at Le Mans, you'd be as competitive as anything out there. That is a current Le Mans LMP3 car. It's not, because it's an older version of the same model, but it is still there or thereabouts. Whereas if you look at the car on your timing screen that's in 9th place, say, Mike Newton, car number 25, that car run by RML back in the early noughties, and the same there with that Lola Mazda that you've just seen go through shot. So some of these cars are a long way from being current. Some of them are really 2 changes of underpants away from being current. They are so recent. So the Acura here, again in the early noughties, open top cockpits. You can see the real similarities being the Acura there and things like the Pescarolo with the 2 fins and the 2 air intakes. A very familiar looking kind of package, not designed by the same people or in the same place, but to the same rules regulations, and so similar at least for IMSA and for ACO rules racing. And so an awful lot of the same questions being answered in much the same way.
And that car number 66 gone 2nd quickest, and on board at the moment, judging by the helmet, is Jonathan Kennard. So Jonathan, a very, very quick driver indeed. Also purveyor of fine racing automobiles. But, Jonathan Kennard and Jamie Constable sharing the Acura LMP2 car, 2nd quickest now.
Jamie's no slouch either, is he?
No. He was out earlier in one of the Formula One cars, the DFV Formula One cars.
This LMP3, what is it? That's not a Norma. That is a P3 car. Jaguar I-Am, so ex-Asian Le Mans series. Now, who's just gone 4th quickest? That's car number 5, so that is the ex-Mansell number 5 car of Keith Freezer, the Zytec 09, red 5. There he is, just gone 4th fastest. Right in front of him is the Tequila Patron livery car. And that, again, another World Endurance and predominantly IMSA, but also racing World Endurance car. In fact, that car will have raced here at Silverstone as well 3 or 4 years ago, the HPD Acura. That's Steve Tandy in the 2014 car. Gosh, is it really a decade old? Not 3 or 4 years? See, that's what Patron does to you. You forget everything.
And one of our Peugeots that you mentioned should be the quickest round here has just gone 2nd quickest, and that's Steve Brooks, number 16, driving solo in his 90X. and he is still 3.4 seconds off the pole position time, provisional pole time of the De Silvas.
And Steve's got quite a lot of experience in that car. He had a couple of problems with it. It didn't really seem to like going in a straight line last year. And again, you know, this car was built for Le Mans. It's not high downforce. It's probably not got much in the way of downforce at all in a lot of the slower corners. So there's probably only it's a little bit like a D-Type here, I always think. There's only a couple of areas where it's really even remotely in its element, the D-Type, and the 908, 90X will be exactly the same here, because it's built to thunder around Le Mans predominantly in top gear at very high velocity. So, yeah, okay, the Beckett's S is not unlike the Porsche curves, but it's the Hanger Straight and Wellington Straight that are far too short for it to really stretch its legs. He's got a better lap going here than he did last time round, and that was enough for second, but as you said, 3.3 back. Now this could be a lot closer, 0.6 away out of sector 2. So if Steve's got a little bit of clear track, again, the tighter stuff, he's going to be no aero grip here, and not as much mechanical grip as you would like. How close does he get? 146.254. He's halved the gap. It's gone out from 3 point something to 1.1, so more than half the gap.
And for those of you standing at the bottom of the Hanger Straight, that number 16 car was doing 171 miles an hour past you into Stowe Corner.
And Christoph Dansenborg, similarly, in that Lola Aston 007, the closed car with the Gulf livery, that is honking by you at 171.1 miles an hour. So that's what quick looks like. Of course, quick at Le Mans is a different kind of quick. Before the chicanes went in, the last year before the chicanes went in, they knew that building work was coming onto the Mulsanne, and a small team, WR, conjured up a prototype with a Peugeot, turbocharged Peugeot V6 engine, and went to a WM rather, went to try and get the outright top speed record at Le Mans, and did so, clocking just over 400 kilometers an hour.
Is it true that they closed up all the air vents?
Yes.
And
yeah. The engine was a sacrificial lamb. In fact, the entire car was never expected to finish. It had one job and one job only, and that was to top 400, the magic 400 Ks, which had never been done before. And of course, it's not a closed oval. It is an open piece of public road for 360 days of the year. So a tough ask. And Roger Dorchy, the man with the unfeasibly large cojones, was the man who was charged to go out and do it he did. And Roger Dorchy passed away just a couple of weeks ago, so the fastest ever man in a straight line at Le Mans. Mosler, again, another Martin Short association here. Whoa! The Mosler MT900R. Michael and Sean McInerney, not sure which is at the wheel at the moment, but again, coming down there into Brooklands in front of the BRDC suite, no downforce and a tight left. That's where your traction is absolutely at a premium.
And the fastest speed recorded down the Hanger Straight has just gone up a little, 175.2. 175 between friends for the Lola Aston Martin of Christoph Dansenborg.
So he's found another 4 miles an hour faster than he did last time round. He must have, and in fact he's picked up 3 spots as well. He's just gone 5th quickest, Christoph, but he's still 5 seconds off the pace. '41, Rob Hall in the Ligier. Again, not a livery I recognise, so looking at the door panel to see what championship raced in. Mike Newton raced these cars in period, and I'm sure that the fabulous Baker boys are looking after it here as well. Raced a lot of the time with Tommy Erdos, but all the racing he's doing now in this MG Lola, or MG AER as it is, are single driver races. So Mike has kept his allegiance open with. He really loved this period of endurance racing, raced in the European Le Mans Series, the Le Mans Series at Le Mans, and thoroughly enjoyed the car and is loving it still. They're still working out little gremlins in that car, and it's, what, 20-odd years old now, so everything continues to develop. Kennard and Constable, third fastest in the Acura. And this is a better first sector than the previous one. So again, where are they? 1.6 off Steve Brooks in the Peugeot. So it's going to need to be a lot better than it is at the moment if they're going to try and jump him. But it is a P2 car. So looks like they could be bringing that gap down by getting on for half a second at the moment. Nice clear lap. Sweeping out a club corner, across the line. 1:46.017, that moves them up to second place. He's jumped Steve Brooks, so that's a really good lap. So the Acura up into second place ahead of the Peugeot. So looping spin for the Oreca of James Hagan and Chris Atkinson. Now that is a Formula Le Mans Oreca. So what is that? Well, it was a support category, particularly for Le Mans Series racing. It actually was very popular in the States as well. It's essentially an Oreca LMP chassis with a Corvette V8 behind it. So very customer friendly and very cost effective as well, way of getting into sports prototype racing. So Formula Le Mans, not long lasting, maybe 4 or 5 seasons, but they sound fabulous. They sound like a Corvette on full noise, and that's never a bad thing. Tim and Horenzo da Silva, still fastest of all in this Gulf livery Pescarolo, inside the final 5 minutes of qualifying for the Masters Endurance Legends. 2 40-minute races.
For those of you that have chosen to stand at the bottom of the Wellington Straight, you're watching the aforementioned 007 Aston Martin pass you at 172 miles an hour, so just 3 miles an hour slower than the Hangar Straight.
Steve Brooks looping the Peugeot around. Now we've seen his Peugeot, there is another 90X on the entry list, and I don't know that we've seen that one. Stuart Wiltshire's car number 6.
Yes, so it has been out.
If you're out trackside, then yeah, he's currently 9th, but he's in the pit lane at the moment, then you will see it. Vitaphone Aston Martin as well, the familiar turquoise and black livery. Vitaphone started racing in GT1 World Challenge and so on with the Maserati MC12s, and then went GT3 racing with the Astons. Here is 007, fastest car in a straight line around Silverstone, 172 miles an hour. That must feel pretty good when that V12 is wailing away behind you. You get a good run out of the Chapel curve onto the Hangar Straight. Not quite so quick the pickup here, down into Brooklands, into the stadium section of the Grand Prix circuit here, or one of 2 now, sweeping around, and the exit at Luffield, trying to avoid running too wide over the rumble strips and into the gravel, hugging the pit wall as you come through the long right-hander, and then charging down towards Copse Corner. LMP3 Ligier. This is 133. Now, judging from the livery, I was going to say it's either Jason or John, and I couldn't remember which. It's John Minshaw. Of course, Father Alan Minshaw set up the Demon Tweaks Empire many, many years ago, raced in modern and historic livery himself, and John Jason have both taken up, again, both racing in modern and historic livery. Coming towards us, another Morgan with the pink highlights, and that is a period livery. 28, the white and blue Morgan Pescarolo of Andy Cummings and Bradley Ellis, currently 6th fastest. This looks like a lively lap. It is quicker than anything they've done so far. 151.8 down the straight, this car, so 20 miles an hour slower than the LMP1 Aston. And flashing the headlights furiously at the Aston Martin in front. Oh, look at that, the way the car twitches in. He was offline there and he knew he still needed a bit more room than there was. He's had to work very hard for that. Good end to the lap, and that is a great, great lap. Wow, very quick indeed. So that is their fastest lap, and how much closer are they now? They're 33 hundredths away from Christoph Dansenborg. Steve Brooks still 3rd fastest, and with a better lap going himself as well now. We're into the last minute of qualifying for the Masters Endurance Legends.
The problem has been for these much faster top-class LMP1 cars is that the traffic. We've had 43 cars out on track, and it's a big track, but they're compromising their lines at various corners, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you get the brakes, and you know, 'twas ever thus, particularly in the period that this car raced, there was no separate qualifying, there was no hyperpole like there is at Le Mans now. You just got out there with the other 55 cars, 54 cars, and got on with it. Now, obviously, Le Mans is a longer lap, but the law of Murphy dictates that wherever you need all the road, somebody's already going to be in the way. So, you know, and if you look at pictures of Le Mans from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, or any period, there are always slower cars in the way. And again, a looping spin there. And again, that will not be Steve Brooks just out-driving his own abilities. That will be him coming up on somebody who is going much, much slower, A, than him, and B, than anticipated, possibly after an incident of their own, and him just basically having to check everything up and throw the car into a spin. So that is coming out of the loop. Meanwhile, heading towards the checkered flag is the De Silva Pescarolo, and that is still the fastest car at the top of the pile. The Kennard Constable number 66 car from 2nd place is in the pit lane. Christoph Dansenborg takes the checkered flag in 4th. And Sam Hancock, or Gregor Fiskin, I think it probably is now at the end of the session, in 7th place. So Steve Brooks, this won't be much of a lap to write home about for him. But for Tim and Harinder De Silva, that's a very good qualifying session. They went to the top early, and they stay there by nearly a second. And so Ed talks so often, Alistair, about the scramble to get out of the pit lane, and actually quite a number of these qualifying sessions, although some of them have been decided at the checkered flag, quite a number of them have been decided right at the very beginning by somebody just getting a clean lap.
Absolutely, yes. Your first lap out of the pits, and then your first flying lap after that, if you're still in clear air, that gives you a big advantage. As two completely different cars there on track, the Morgan, the real Morgan, as opposed to the other Morgans we've been seeing, up against an LMP3 car, and that lovely Vitaphone livery on the Aston Martin.
Yeah, kind of changed from a sort of turquoisey green to turquoisey blue over the years, didn't it? And yet still the same company. Obviously they changed their branding, and so yeah, the cars followed. So they come across the line, or he does. Gunther Alt, 43rd place. So there is Christoph Dansenborg. We didn't see the other car, did we? Which is Antoine Dansenborg's Dallara Oreca, 2002 Dallara. And that car ended up 10th in qualifying. So there's the Lola Mazda. Okay, Mazda not really well known for their endurance racing efforts in Europe and Le Mans after the 787B that won it, the rotary engine cars, but those were not rotary engined Mazdas. Mazda USA very, very busy in IMSA racing right up to the last couple of years, actually. The Daytona prototypes, Mazda combined with Yost Racing to be very successful indeed, with a number of championship wins and a number of race wins under their belt over the last few seasons, but don't seem to be any plans for them to enter the new LMDH and hypercar era, which is a little bit of a shame, really. However, here is the car that was fastest of all. Qualifying concluded with no safety cars and no red flags for the Masters Endurance Legends, and the Pescarolo of Tim and Harinder de Silva fastest of all. The Kennard Constable Acura just under a second behind. Steve Brooks tried to get close and had a fairly good stab at it in the LMP1 Peugeot 90X. Christoph Dansenborg, another LMP1 car, the fabulous V12 Lola Aston Martin, fourth quickest and fastest man in a straight line. The Morgan Pescarolo, that's the top P2 car. Cummins and Ellis car in, I beg your pardon, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. The 66 Canon Constable car is the top P2 car. And Mike Newton's MG Loader just outside the top 10, a whisker ahead of the BR01 of Sean Lynn and the HPD Honda of Steve Tandy. Plenty of LMP3 action as well. That is going to be one of the toughest races to win, because there are so many very modern and very competitive cars in that field. And then among our GTs, the Audis, the Aston Martins, the Porsches and the Ferraris will do battle in this monster 43-car field. Combination of Le Mans racers from the last 20 plus years, part of the celebration of the centenary of the world's greatest endurance motor race. Try as you might, Steve Brooks couldn't get to the top of the pile in the mighty diesel Peugeot 90X. It was the LMP2 car, Kennard and Constable, the Acura, that were second quickest. Problems for the Mosler. Looks like the interface between the seat and the steering wheel in that particular instance, and despite that moment, the fastest car of all, driven by Tim and Harinder de Silva, car number 10, the Pescarolo, is the car that will start on pole position for the first of the two races this weekend for the Masters Endurance Legends.
So we are here at Yokohama, who are obviously very famous for their tyres. I mean, look at the size of this. Also beautifully clean. You never really see that, do you? But I want to go and have a chat with Lucy, who looks like she's not working very hard at all. But let's go and grab her and see if we can have a little chat to see what's going on here at the stand this weekend. Hi, Lucy. You should be working hard.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time playing with the kids here.
And also looked like you crashed your car just there.
I did. I'm not very good, to be honest. Some of these kids are much better than me.
So let us know what's going on here at the Yokohama stand.
Okay, so we've got loads of things going on at the Yokohama hub. So we've got plenty kids games. So we've got Scale Electric, Punch Bag, Strongman thing and everything. We've got lots of product displays so people can see our tyres on wheels, and also some fantastic vehicles displaying products from the Yokohama range. So we've got some fantastic BMW M4, and we've got some fantastic urban defenders here, and so please come down and have a look.
I mean, Yokohama have been going for 100 years. How on earth do you keep improving the tyres after 100 years?
Absolutely. Well, it's all the investment in technology which comes from Japan, and it's the consistent development of the new products. So at the moment we're focusing on things like electric vehicle tyres, things like that, and the massive market that's developing with the SUV and 4x4 tyres. So you can see on the vehicles we've got some of those products here for people to see, and to see how fantastic the quality of the products are.
So if people come along, they can come and have a play, they can challenge whoever they like as a member of the family to come and challenge.
Absolutely.
And have a good old race.
All ages welcome, so yeah.
I have to have a go on something. Can I have a go on something?
I would suggest you have a go on the punch ball. You look like you'd be good at that one.
I'm not very good at punch it. I'll give it a go though. Okay. I've never done one of these in my life. Just hit it. Yeah. Just hit it. Okay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yes! Yes! Look at that. 342, don't you dare say fixed. That was stunning. Thank you. Well done, me. Come and check out Yokohama.
Friday afternoon, continuing with lovely weather here at the Silverstone Fest. Oh, hello. Pizza in the afternoon. Very nice indeed. That looks like well tucking into. And yeah, a bevy or two to keep you focused on the action. Why not? Well, you can work off those calories walking around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Lots of vantage points to view from, and of course, so much to see in the infield. But let's get ourselves back into a motor racing frame of mind and catch up with Ed Foster in the collecting area.
Next up, the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. Now, these are all pre-1966, and to give you an idea of how popular this race is completely oversubscribed. There's cars from all different manufacturers, from the UK, from America. Here we've got one of the Daytona Coupes, which is very much a front-running car. And actually, if we come this way, I can see one of the drivers who's sharing with Julian Thomas. This is Callum Lockie, who is doing his best to just walk away from us at the moment. Callum, I'm sorry, desperately trying to catch up. You're a fit man. You should be right at the sharp end, shouldn't you?
Well, we certainly hope so, but you know what racing's is like. All sorts of things can happen.
I've just been saying how busy this grid is. There's just the sheer number of cars. I can see why there's such a battle to get up at the front of the assembly area.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the opportunity to get maybe a couple or three clear or relatively clear laps before it all gets mixed together. And so being out early has a premium.
And you're sharing with Julian. Are you out first or is he out first?
He's out first.
Right, so you've got to sit patiently.
Oh no, he'll be right on it. And yes, I've got to. I want to go.
Well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Right, stay with me. Let's carry on down here and see what else we can find, because it is a real kind of who's who of motor racing. Here we got Phil Keane here actually. I'm sorry guys. So Phil, how are we doing? I didn't see you on the entry list, but I guess you're driving John's car.
Well, it's a long story, but I'm driving with Lee originally, but we're on the reserve list because Lee forgot to enter. And then, so John's just looked at the time schedule and he finishes in the LMP3 and then starts this. So he said, would I qualify this and start this? Just in case he doesn't make it. So it's just, precaution, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you've got such a terrible job. Have you driven this car before?
Yeah, so it's brand new, actually. So we tested it a few weeks back and it seems to be going well. So we'll see if we can get a clear lap.
You hear racing drivers say that as soon as they get into a car, they can tell whether it's fundamentally a good car. That's obviously talking about new cars, but I guess you can tell that with an historic as well.
Yeah, I mean, if they're put together right, every car's different, but no, this seems like a good car, so we'll see. I mean, Valley do a good job, so see what we can do.
And what's the secret to being quick here?
Momentum, carrying speed. It's very easy here to go in too fast, stop the car, so it's about flow and carrying speed, basically.
So it goes sideways on the way in, not on the way out?
Basically, I'll try to avoid going sideways. Forwards only.
Cheers, Phil.
Cheers, thank you.
Phil Keane breaking in John Minshaw's mount as John brings his current car back into the Parc Fermé. So Classic GT car trophy for pre-66 cars just about to head out on track. And we'll catch up with that man, Ed, again.
Mike Whittaker, I always feel bad jumping into people's faces just before they go out, but you're on a work call at the moment.
I am on an official Zoom for work, and my boss has just given me a little bit of freedom just to talk to you. So yeah, multitasking.
Well, I feel very privileged. This car, every time you go out in it, it looks like it wants to spit you out and, well, chew you and spit you out, and yet you keep coming back and race again.
It's a very lively car to race, and that is the charm of it. And round this circuit, it's wonderful. Anywhere fast like here or Goodwood, these cars are just wonderfully entertaining. So it's just very, very lively at the rear, and you've got to learn to play with it a little bit.
And is that because it's such a short chassis?
Yeah, I think when people ask us about the car, I try and just compare it to something. So you take a Mazda MX-5, take a third of the weight out, you shorten it by 6 inches, and then you put a 450 horsepower V8 in the front and try and drive it then. Oh, and then put drum brakes on the rear. So yeah, it is. It's just the nature of the beast. It's very narrow, say, compared to some of the other cars.
So you then either need a really good driver or a really stupid one?
A little bit of both helps out, so I'm told.
Cheers, Mike. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed.
there was a bus coming along there, and Ed pushed Mike Whittaker right under it. It was a short bus with a 450 horsepower V8, but there you go. International Trophy for classic GT cars, qualifying coming up. Mouth-watering selection of Prix 66 goodies, from small engines to behemoths. And as ever, it's not always the biggest motor that gets the fastest lap time out of it. Look for the Lotus Elans, the 26Rs. Those are going to be very quick, despite the fact that they have 1600cc Lotus twin cams. They've got their own little class going on, and they're up against the likes of the Cobras, the Daytona Cobras, the E-Types, you know, things like the TVR as well. You'll see the Alpine Le Mans GT car as well. Lots and lots of big motors stuffed into small cars, and lots of small cars with small motors. Big Heelys. What else have we got? Shelby Mustangs, Shelby Cobras, the Sebring Sprite is back out again. And so too, you heard from Callum Lockie, one of the multiple double driver duty drivers. This time you'll be glad to know that Nigel Greensall was actually in the entry list originally for this, with John Spears in their TVR Griffith. So he has not been added to this, he is in. However, we do have additions. While the cars are going out, let's get around to that. Car number 11, Ford Shelby Mustang GT350. Larry Tucker is joined by Dominic Mooney in place of Laurie Tucker. Car number 21, which is one of our practicing reserves, Graham Dodd, joined by James Dodd in the E-Type. 23, Mark Burnett, joined by Scott Kendall. That's in the Ogle SX 1000, the very individual looking Ogle. Right next to them, 26, Robin Ellis is joined by Andy Wolfe in the Shapecraft 26R Lotus Elan. Phil Keane, as you heard, is possibly taking out John Minshaw's Jaguar E-Type, depending on when or if John Minshaw arrives in any state to drive it. It's car number 33. Davidin Olivier Hart, another practicing reserve, car number 76. Their Bizzarini is Hors de Combat, or whatever the Italian for that is, so they are in their familiar Shelby Daytona Cobra, and they will be driving that in another race this weekend as well. 84, Rick Wilmot is joined by Jack Wilmot in the Shelby Cobra. There is no car 85 for Stephen Bond and Cliff Gray. Simon Jackson, car number 111, the 111 Lotus Elan. It is now not Cameron Jackson, but Dominic Jackson, so he obviously won that arm wrestle. Car number 154, Lotus 26R Graham Widgway, has been withdrawn. 177, Guy Zeiser is joined by Oliver James in the Jaguar E-Type. Bruce White, car number 250, is joined by former British GT champion Michael Caine in the Lotus Elan. Scratch number 501, the Daytona Coupe of Andrew Haddon, and add in car number 180, Lee Mole, in a Jaguar E-Type, which is grey. I hope you are writing fast, because cars are on track. We're looking at car number 500 here. This is Ben Gill's Shelby Cobra. So you will see a lot of Shelby American Cobras, Shelby American Cobra, Shelby Cobra, AC Cobra. It's a Cobra, and predominantly they will be the big arched 427 rather than the more svelte and sophisticated 289, because ain't no substitute for cubes, Alistair Douglas. You put your microphone down away from your arm's reach.
I was listening to your waxing lyrical about Cobras. Yeah, absolutely. Ain't no substitute for cubes. And the other type of Cobra we'll see is the one that's on screen now, which has got, I think that might be Callum Lockie in there, the black helmet.
I think he was ready to go out, wasn't he? So he shares this car regularly with Julian Thomas. In fact, he shares a lot of Julian's cars, but this car was very, very effective. Did it win last year's race? I might have to double check that, but they were certainly in the hunt, weren't they?
They were, and this is it's worth mentioning that I don't believe any of the Shelby Daytona Cobras are original cars. There were 6 built in period, and all 26 of them are running beautifully now, because a lot have been built, some by the Jordan Racing team, Mike Jordan and his son Andy Jordan, and I think this one may have come from that source, but nothing wrong with building a car that looks like the original, as long as all of the specification remains the same. And indeed, these cars can't take part in these races without being exactly to the original specification. So what we're looking at is a recreation of a car which was built in period, and there were 6 of them, and it's the Julian Thomas owned, Callum Lockie shared 192, the familiar number for Julian, which is one of the early pace setters, is already fastest on its first flying lap. The E-Type, we've seen this E-Type before, familiar registration number there, the Dodds car, father and son, Graham father, James son, car number 21. They will hopefully get a run, but they are on the reserve list at the moment. But all cars will go out to practice, and then unfortunately, if there's too many cars to start the race, the reserves, some or all of the reserves, will not get a run. But at the moment, number 21 on screen, the E-Type we saw in the Big Cat Challenge earlier. And Ed was talking to Mike Whitaker in the assembly area. Mike Whitaker has gone second quickest. This is another of the Daytona Cobras with a completely different body shape to the more bulbous one we were looking at earlier. In fact, like the one at the front of this shot, number 77, that's the more traditional shape. But the Daytona Cobra, a completely different body shape, built for the aerodynamics for Daytona, hence it got its name. This the more traditional shape Cobra, number 77 of David Methley, who's driving solo.
A little bit of thirtling. It was Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie who won last year. I did sort of think it probably was. So that is the car that is fastest at the moment, car number 192. And that is the one that we will have, at least one of those that we'll have to look at. Look at the Dodds though, up to 7th quickest already in the number 21 Jaguar E-Type.
And 3rd quickest is the number 76, the light green Daytona Cobra we had a quick glimpse of on screen a couple of minutes ago. That's the Hart's car, David and Olivier.
And here is the Pearson E-Type, that currently lying in 6th position. And there is 76, so that is the David and Olivier Hart. Olivier Hart, still a teenager, I think, and prodigiously quick, very brave as well. JCT 600, that's Jack Tordoff's car, so car number 600 now. Sam and John Tordoff, or JCT 600 is Jack Tordoff's string of dealerships. Let's be strictly more accurate with that. And Sam Tordoff and John Tordoff driving that Lotus Elan.
John, Jack's son, and Sam is John's son. And Sam, a former British touring car driver and also British GT, I think just for one season.
Yeah,
but then discovered historic racing and has been here ever since.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as much fun as modern racing, double plus. So, yeah, why would you not? We've seen a couple of Super 60s cars from the Dutch series, and this is 165, and this is Peter Thompson, Charles Allison's TVR Griffith.
Same 4.7 litre V8 Ford engine as sits in the back of, for example, a GT40, and also in the front of a Mustang. And
stuck in the front of a short chassis, plastic bodied TVR.
Yes, that weighs about as much as your pencil case when it has no pencils in it.
Yeah. Now here's the familiar GT350 shape, Shelby American colours, that mid-blue with the white stripes. And you'll see a number of those. Now, is that 11B, Larry Tucker and now Dominic Mooney in their GT350. This is the small block. The Shelby Mustang grew as well to a big block Ford, which was the GT500, which didn't grow much in terms of wheel arches or anything, just got more and more brutal. Couple of Elans chasing each other down the straight. The Dodds have gone quicker again. And Guy Zeiser and Ollie James is... now, did that say Zeiser and James or Zeiser and Webb? That says Ollie Webb, not Ollie James. So I think that's Ollie Webb then.
Yes.
In 177. That might make as much sense.
That was a misprint on the update, which I did question in my own head.
Or is he Oliver James Webb?
Yes, probably. Yes, because Ollie Webb was sharing with Guy Zeiser in an earlier race.
Yes.
in that car, actually, in the Big Cat Challenge.
Andy Prio starting to become a little bit of a Cobra expert, showing here with Miles Griffiths in the 37 1965 Shelby Cobra. And
that's a strong pairing.
Yeah, definitely is. But how strong? Let's have a. Now I'm going to damn them with fake praise. Did they finish last year? Were they here last? I'm sure Andy was here last year in that car. Or am I getting my my historic race meetings confused? They certainly had a good outing in the revival at Goodwood.
Well, they're 10th quickest at the moment.
Mark Donner, one of our reserves in that maroon E-Type behind them. So kind of 174, and here's the turquoise E. Now, I don't know the number, but I know it's a Sota and Newell car. So 52, Ria Sota and Andrew Newell. Again, they're sharing. Is it this car there? Yes, it is this same car that they're sharing in one of the other races as well, isn't it?
The Big Cat Challenge, yes.
I think it's the semi-lightweight. GT350 versus Cobra. So 101, that bright blue car, that's Christopher Jolly, Stephen Farthing.
Followed by an Austin Healey 3000. So what a mixture of cars. Jaguar GT350, then an Austin Healey.
TVR Griffiths, Marcos 1800. We got the Sebring Sprite out again. Greg Heacock and Ollie Crosthwaite driving that. TVR Griffiths, TVR Grand Tourer out there as well, so a thing that looks like a TVR but not quite the same as some of the others. There's the Marcos, little low-slung red car in the back of the shot behind the Healey 3000.
Great British makes which have essentially disappeared. Well, certainly Marcos, but the Austin Healey morphed into BMW now, effectively.
So now, if you're a proper height, the Marcos, built and designed by Jem Marsh, that's your choice of car.
Yes.
Colin Chapman, 5'4", so you have to be of a certain stature to fit into most Lotuses. Jem Marsh, 6'6" and change, possibly with all the hair on top. Yeah. Most drivers will fit into a Marcos. Of course, this car, the early Marcos GT, 1800cc, they actually, in fact, started as 1500cc Ford engine cars. The 1800 was a Volvo engine car. Then they developed them into a 3-litre with the Ford V6, the Capri engine in, and then went on, and that car gradually morphed into the Manchula and all sorts of stuff with 3.5 up to 3.9, 4.6 V8s in it. They became faster and faster and more Larry as the years went by.
There was talk a couple of years ago of somebody buying TVR and trying to revive it, but nothing's come of it.
TVR or Marcus?
TVR.
Yeah, TVR. It sort of was, and they launched a new car with a Cosworth engine. Yeah, tumbleweed.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately so.
John Davison in his Griffith there, the Griffith using the 4.7-litre V8 that we've talked about before, the Ford engine.
Ford engine in the front, Mark 1 Cortina lights at the rear.
Yes.
Very distinctive 3-segment ban-the-bomb lights that were only ever used on the Mark 1 Cortina. Also found their way onto the back of the TVRs of the same vintage.
No doubt there was a surplus in the parts bin at Dagenham, and TVR managed to pick them up at a right price. An NP registration, for those of you that know registrations, that's Worcestershire. A car that was originally road registered, no doubt.
Yep.
May well still be.
And still is, I'm sure. Yeah, the absence of a tax disc in the window is no longer a thing, is it? No. I'm sure if we went onto the DVLO website, we can see how well it fared in its last MOT test as well. But I mean, it's got everything. And a racing car of that era, a sports racer, would have had everything it needed for the road. It'll have a supplementary brake system in terms of a handbrake. It's got lights and indicators. It's got wipers.
And space for a passenger seat.
It doesn't need a passenger seat to be a road car.
No.
It just needs lights, wipers and a handbrake, essentially, above and beyond a racing car, so not hard to retrofit. Car number 184 just disappearing down out of shot at the end of the hangar straight as we look at this
That's a Ginetta.
Yeah, I knew what it was. Ginetta G4R, car number 8. That's a really pretty livery as well.
Yeah, a very effective car, actually. I haven't seen that one out before. That's Dan Eagling, a preparer who we saw racing in an earlier qualifying session. And the G4R, very effective because it had the 1600cc Ford twin cam engine in it. So a quick car, another car that weighs as much as your pencil case.
Yeah.
Of course, Ginetta's still going to this day, manufacturing racing cars.
And those we talked about, Lotus 6s, Lotus 7s and so on, those also were sold as complete-it-yourself kits, the Ginettas, G4s, of course G15, the Hillman Imp power cars, G21s and so on. And the Walcott brothers had a long and successful career for like 30-odd years building Ginettas for customers as fully finished road cars and as racing devices as well.
Now owned by Lawrence Tomlinson's LNT group.
And the Ginetta G55, you'll see, is a very different thing from a G4R, but then it's got 60 years in between. Again, looking here at Sam and John Tordoff's Lotus Elan. Some of the Lotuses are down as Lotus Elan, some as 26R, but if you're racing an Elan and it's not a standard road car, you will pretty much want to have it to 26R spec. That's as developed as Elans get. And one of the giveaways is just behind the door at sill level. You can see a little scoop, which is an air inlet, and that helps to cool the rear end of the car.
And the 26 refers to the type number of the car. You were talking earlier about how Colin Chapman would assign a type number.
Yeah.
Grand Prix cars had 18s and 21s and 22s. Well, 26 was the Lotus Elan, but it got named the Elan for the road.
Yeah.
But as you say, for racing purposes, owners often call them 26Rs.
And I guess that was the nomenclature from the factory, and the Europa became the Type 49, and so
that's right.
Yeah,
yes.
So yeah, they all had their own number. So we just saw a big looping spin, and not the first of the day for the red E-Type, car number 190. That's William and Martin Addison's red E-Type fixed head coupe, and another car there recovering from a little moment. And it's still possible to have little moments at Silverstone, even with the high speed, because most of them come in the low speed stuff. When you're trying to scrub off all the high speed, you don't tend to have a little moment in Copse or at Stowe or in Beckett's, but you can definitely have them in the loop. Lotuses versus is that an E-Type?
Yes,
that's the
it could be the last lap of the race, this. Look at this.
Very similar, and
brilliant.
You will see this all the way up and down the order as well.
The front left tyre just stopping rotating there as the weight comes off that wheel going into the loop, hard on the brakes, and the wheel almost stopped there in that lead Elan.
But it's possible to understeer an Elan, clearly, if you take in too much speed, as we saw from the pair at the back of the shot there. And here's yet another Elan. This is Bruce White and Michael Caine in their green and yellow, so with the Lotus colours. Although whether Lotus raced Elans in these colours, I don't know, but that's the kind of factory look. Green and gold. Green and yellow, more strictly speaking. That is Michael Caine at the wheel. Helmet works well with the yellow on the stripe. It just it looks like the stripe's been continued sort of slightly skew-wonk inside the cockpit. I wonder how many miles he's had in that car. It's just possible, I suppose, that yesterday was his first adventure in it, as he's a late addition. 14, John Spires, Nigel Greensell in the TVR Griffith once more. And where are they up to? 5th place at the moment, and on a better lap at the moment than the last lap, which was their best. And again, it's Nigel soaring away at the wheel. And one of the joys, if you are an enthusiast who owns cars like these, of having a Nigel Greensell or a Callum Lockie frequently racing with you, is how much you learn. In the same way in modern racing, in Pro-Am racing, in GT3 or in LMP2 or LMP3 or whatever, having the pro driver with you, his value is not that he can go quickly, that's a given. His value is how much speed he can add to you in what he teaches you and the confidence he gives you and the feedback he gives you. And that's the bigger part of the job, actually, for Nigel Greensill and for Callum Lockie and for these, you know, top pros. Phil Keane would be another classic example, who bring speed to the car, not just when they're in it. And that's the deal, because, of course, you know, if you put me in it, it'll be woefully slow for half the race and then electrifying for the other half. And the principle there is to try and make the woefully slow bit, me, less woefully slow than I would be if I was on my own trying to instruct myself. So the pro drivers, their biggest input is when they're not behind the wheel. It's when they're assisting the car owners.
Spin for Paul Ingram and George Ingram in their Healey 3000.
Either of, not quite sure how to tell which is which. But yeah, again, late change of number. There was previously a 33 on the entry list, so they couldn't have that, so they've gaffered on a 1. Again, down in the tight and twisty stuff, just picking up the throttle a fraction more eagerly than those Dunlops were ready for.
Almost got it back and then just on the grass and it went round. Lovely slow-mo there on our screens, showing the suspension working hard as it makes its way across the manicured lawns of Silverstone. The BRDC will be sending the bill later.
He'll be sending a counter bill for lawn mowing. I mean, that's, you know, one of the delights of it being a modern Grand Prix circuit is you don't have sort of long grass and ruts and stuff when you run off track, as probably would have been the case many years ago at any circuit that you raced on.
What you were saying earlier about the pro driver, which in this class of racing it's not so important. The more important thing is that you have fun, but even in GT racing where the drivers are sharing, if you talk to any of the pro drivers, they'll say, yeah, well, we can go out there and get within a tenth of our best time straight away. It's all about coaching the amateur driver who's invariably paying the bills, and that's where you get the time in the combined race. And certainly in British GT, which I've been lucky enough to cover for over the last few years, 10 years or so, it's if you can get your AM driver up to a decent speed, that can be the winning formula.
Now then, here is something unfamiliar going at unfamiliar speed. Car 119 and 116.
611, Luke
611,
Voss.
sorry. Luke Voss in his Turner. So a Turner was a limited production, essentially kit car, built in the 50s and the 60s, and that with a 1650 engine. I need Andrew Marriott or Darren Turner, unrelated to the Turner family in the way that Ken Tyrrell, who's driving the Ken Tyrrell Tyrrell, is not the Ken Tyrrell of Tyrrell fame, but a Ken Tyrrell who owns a Tyrrell. Darren Turner owns a Turner. Andrew Marriott is quite a disciple of Turners and knows an awful lot more about them. I just know them as plastic bathtubs.
I would suggest perhaps that it's a slightly bored out 4-cylinder pushrod engine, Ford.
Yeah.
Maybe, because 1650 was a fairly common bored out size for racing escorts and so on.
Yeah, pre-crossflow. So it would have started probably as a Ford 1500 GT. A lot of the slightly earlier Turners would have been BMC powered. So
and that may well be. It's
1098 or 30.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're going to get a BMC engine out to 1650.
But it could have
1340 with 1380 is about as far as you can go without having any blocks. So I would have thought would have started as possibly as a 1500 Ford
or 1500 MG, something like that.
Yeah.
And yet another Cobra. I don't think we've seen this one on screen yet. That's an interesting livery with the red cross. That whether that denotes England.
That is actually a period livery on Harvey. So typo there in graphics. It's Harvey Blake Jones, not Havey Blake Jones. So yeah, the Motor livery, but it is a period livery. This car raced in the 60s and saw this car racing at the Revive at Goodwood last autumn.
Interesting that red line is continued on the internal bodywork.
Yes.
Inside the back window there.
Well, of course, the hard top is for racing only, so can come off, particularly if it's if you're doing lower speed events, maybe. But he's also got a sort of contrasting and matching helmet. It's a very striking livery, and does make the car very easy to spot, as does the angle of attack being used there by Harvey Blake-Jones. Now this, yeah, you see, that is a 289 shell, isn't it? So that has not got the big fat 427 arches, but it has got a 4.3 motor. So that is a 289. It's an early Cobra. And again, if you compare and contrast that to some of the other cars, it's still got quite substantial ride height. And the narrow arches, that's very much more still ACA as John Tejero designed it, rather than the 427, which grew big fat arches for much bigger tyres. And there you can see the Shelby Daytona Cobra right behind. The angle of the lean is not dissimilar, despite that the Shelby Cobra, the Daytona Coupe, has got a lot more power and tyre underneath it. Still in the way of a 1960s car. It's got lots of suspension travel, because having suspension that followed the roll to allow you to keep your tyres on the ground gave you much better control and traction. So the fastest car in the field has just gone by.
And the second fastest using the same engine, the 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine, but with a lighter bodywork and shorter wheelbase. A lively car, it was described as by Mike Whitaker, but number 14 driven by John Spears and Nigel Greensall, up to second quickest and just 0.8 of a second off the Thomas Lockey pace.
Yeah, that was on the last lap for Nigel Greensall. And here, I'm thinking again, the way the car is dancing, this may well be Callum Lockey at the wheel. Fastest final sector of anybody on this lap, so that might have been him really building up to speed and getting the end of the lap clear.
I think that might be Julian in the car there. I thought I saw Callum in it at the beginning of the session, but it's very difficult to see through the side window there. Julian has light blue on his helmet, Callum is all black, so I think that might be Julian, who goes straight on that's, I think, at Brooklands, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, you saw the moment he got onto the brakes, the car snapped away at the rear. And here is the car that is third fastest at the moment, the TVR Griffith of John Davison. And he's driving solo, so that'll be a lot of forearm pump wrestling that thing around for 40 minutes.
Actually, a 50-minute race for these.
50 minutes.
I think it's our longest race of the weekend.
That car finished third last year behind the E-Type of James Dodd that was second, and if I remember, led quite a long way. And was Callum not catching right at the very end? I think he was, after Julian Thomas started the car, and then they ended up winning it anyway. So John Davison's car was third. Mike Whitaker in his TVR Griffith was fourth, and John Spires and Sam Hancock were fifth in their TVR Griffith. So TVR with plenty of potential. And that car there, third in qualifying, where it finished. There's the Sebring Sprite. We saw that out a little bit earlier as well. Another Austin Healey raced in the style of cars that raced at Sebring.
And just ahead of it, we caught a quick flash of the Ogle, which you meant. There it is now, yes. front of shot. It's not going to be the fastest car here in this race, but an unusual car and unique in this race.
Yes, there can't be too many of them ever built, and possibly just a couple less still surviving.
And this is the John Minshaw E-Type number 33, which in Ed's interview, Phil Keane said he was going to start. That's John in the car now, I think, with the red helmet.
Now again, in terms of quote Pro-Am lineup, I'm not really sure that you can put John Minshaw as the AM in anything. He's a very, very expensive. And the two of them are have done a lot of British GT racing right at the sharp end of the field as well, Lamborghinis over the last number of years. But in historic racing as well, John is a very quick peddler. Jason Minshaw likewise. I mean, the old man wasn't too bad either, was he? used to have an inordinate amount of fun, particularly in his Maserati birdcage. Alan Minshaw.
In fact, Jack is John's son. He races as well, and Guy, the third brother, races. So it's a real racing family, the Minshaws.
Yep, taken after their dad, Alan Minshaw.
Here comes the Ginetta G4R, past the checkered flag, which has just gone out.
Sebring Sprite comes across the line. Almost everybody has completed their laps. The Pearsons moved up into 10th place ahead of the Tordhoffs at the checkered flag, but there is the fastest car of the lot, the Thompson and Lockie Daytona Coupe. So qualifying is done for the International Trophy for Classic GT cars. Well, we'll take a look at the results in a minute with a field of 60 cars, potentially. There are a few, I think now everybody has taken the checkered flag. A few still coming past us at the Heritage pit lane and heading back to the wing. And shot of the gorgeous gunmetal grey E-Type of Paul Pocchiol and James Hansen. So we will wait for those. And then so it is the Thomas & Lockie Shelby American Daytona Coupe that is fastest of all, but with the TVRs hovering around and having had some pretty prodigious results last year, they cannot be counted out at all. TVR Griffiths in second and third and fourth place. At the checkered flag, the Hearts in their Shelby Daytona Cobra coming up firmly as well. The Pearsons in 10th ahead of the Tordhoffs Lotus Elan, and that is the best of the Loti. The best of the Cobras in 12th place, the Griffiths Prio machine, and then Top Jag E-Type in 16th position. Well, with 60 cars going through in qualifying, there will be 2 or 3 who are not available for the race. But the rest of them, hopefully, will all get a chance to head out. And the Turner, Nikolai Mortensen, down in 50th place. 15 seconds off the pace, but it is giving away 4 litres to some of the quickest cars, and by far and away, not the slowest machine out there. So the great and the good of the motor racing industry, predominantly lots of UK cars and lots of British manufacturers in the International Trophy for Classic GTs from the pre-66 era, but it is the big muscle car motors, the American V8s in the Shelby Cobras, the Daytona Coupes, and in the TVRs that dominated in terms of overall pace. Whether they survive through the length of the 50-minute race or not remains to be seen, but the big banger sports cars did dominate last year's proceedings. Of course, if it's wet, suddenly all your power becomes a handicap, and expect the Lotuses to really make inroads into the front runners with only 1600cc from their twin cams, but those Elans will be mighty powerful. It is, however, last year's winner that topped the pile in qualifying.
Everybody loves a goodie bag, right? If you head over to the My Motor World area, you have a stage going on over here. You've got a car you can check out. Everyone loves a Toyota Supra. And hi, Chris. So Chris is the marketing director here at My Motor World. So tell us what's going on here for you this weekend.
Oh, this weekend, so we've got all the team looking to sign people up to mymotorworld.com. By signing up, they're receiving member discounts, discounts on all our range of products. We've got 70,000 car parts, car care from brands that you'd recognise, like T-Cut, Car Gods on the detail side, but then part range like Bremont, Performance Discs, Castrol Oil. So some really cool names, fantastic products, all available, delivered to your door.
Now, I did bring up the goodie bag earlier. So, how do you get the goodie bag if you sign up, right?
Yep, sign up, simple. All the weekend, sign up with the email address, and you receive a goodie bag.
So, come on then, what's in it?
Lots of goodies.
Come on.
Some free products, some sprays,
Lovely.
some Car Gods air fresheners, and a mini mic. Mini mic brewer.
A mini mic brewer.
You've got to get yourself one of those.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and a drawstring bag, obviously.
I mean, that's very handy for the weekend, right?
Spot on, isn't it?
But there's lots going on the stage as well this weekend.
So we're sponsoring the stage. My Boat World stage has live music and all sorts of things going on. But we've got an interactive game. Mike Brewer's going to be hosting it. Play your cars right. So you've got to.
So you guess the cost of the car?
No, not quite. The speed. So
it's close.
Faster or slower? So we'll encourage people to come up on stage and play in the game, and they get some prizes if they get all the way to the end. They get some prizes anyway for taking part.
Excellent. And this is your first year here, right?
It is as My Motor World, yeah. So we've launched the site this year. We're a recognised brand on the high street, or we were. There were a lot of retail shops in the past, but we've moved it all online. Yeah. That's the way, and the future, yeah.
And hey, look, if you want to have a look online, Mike Brewer is on hand to show you what the website looks like. Thank you very much, Mike.
Welcome back to our coverage of Day 1 of the Silverstone Festival. And if you thought all of the different cars in all the different categories, in all the different classes were confusing, oh boy, are you in for some fun with the next one. Before we get into the really technical stuff, let's catch up with Ed Foster in the collecting area.
The Historic Grand Prix Cars Association Prix 66 Grand Prix cars, and what a grid we have. So this era of Formula One, really the biggest change was that some bright spark suddenly realised that actually I think this car is going to go better if I put the engine behind the driver. And Cooper, Lotus both pioneered with that technology. So we've got a mix here. We've got a mix of front engine cars and also rear engine cars. So what we're going to do, the plan is for me to try and find a rear engine car driver and a front engine car driver. So I can see one. We're going to go straight in to go and speak to John Clark over here. The Cooper was one of the manufacturers that kind of pioneered the rear engine layout. John, we've just been sort of talking there about the front engine, rear engines. What a massive shift in motor racing.
Yeah, I mean, it was Cooper that really started it. Cooper and Lotus started it. And you started with things like Cooper T41s. And, you know, you restarted with that in 57. So it was a massive swing from front engine to rear engine. It was always front engine, it was always Italian. And, you know, in real terms, this was a big change. So, you know, if you have a look now at all the various movements in engine particularly, because we had 2.5 litre formula with the rear engine. This is a 1.5, this car, as is that. That's Jim Clark's car, very, very special car, belongs to Mark Shaw, drives it very well. But in real terms, big swing.
And these cars, I mean, they're only little 1.5 litre engines, but they are so quick and they look just fun to drive.
Yeah, they're great fun to drive until they bite you. And this has got a 6-speed gearbox, Calotti 6-speed, which it had in period. And that is difficult to keep it going. It's great for circuits like Monaco here. All the big engine cars will be way down the road.
Well, John, thank you.
Very welcome. Nice to see you again.
Right, let's go and see if we can find someone from a front engine machine. Watch out, it's a very expensive car park to bump into noses and rear suspension arms. There's no missing Geraint Owen. Geraint, I'm sorry, I'm going to come and doorstep you. We've been looking for a front engine car driver, and you are one, but it's not really a Grand Prix car, this, is it? It's more of an American Indy car.
Well, it is, but what people often don't appreciate is that the Indy 500 was a round of the Drivers' World Championship. So Formula One didn't exist until 1961. So in the 50s, Indy was a round of the World Championship. So this car ran at Indy from 54 to 59, and 3 different drivers have got World Championship points in it. So it's not a Grand Prix car per se, but it is a World Championship car.
and probably quite suited to Silverstone. So you wouldn't want to take it around Brands Hatch Indy so much.
Well, it likes fast corners, not slow corners. So it's fine here. You know, you spend 2.5 minutes going round waiting to come to Cops again because it's really good round there. Alton Park is the sort of place it doesn't like particularly going unless it's wet.
And just talk me through, how many gears have you got? Because just two.
Just two, yeah. It's sort of fast and faster, really, or fast and furious, I suppose. You can name a film after that.
So it's not like something like those Edwardian races where you get it first off the line and then you just leave it in second. You are using both gears, I take it, on around the track.
Yeah, you can. I've done Silverstone National Circuit. Just if you're just pottering around trying to bed some tyres, you can just leave it in top. It'll go around there all day in top. Here for I don't know how one politely refers to the first couple of tight corners. I know what they know anecdotally, and you don't want that on camera. So there, it's down into low. It's down into low coming into here onto the start-finish straight, and it's into low through Brooklands Luffield.
Right, so you've got less to do, so you should be quick.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of opposite lock to put on.
There's a lot of holding on.
Yeah, it's all right. It's good. I've had it a while now, and it's just a great it's a great old bus. It's just it's original panel work. There aren't many World Championship cars floating around here with original bodywork on. And it's a nice thing. It goes like stink, and it's got plenty of room. You could sit on my knee and I could still drive it. So there's no rear-engine Grand Prix cars that you or I'll fit in, so we're kind of stuck with this stuff. And the engine should be at the front. I mean, it's proper, isn't it?
On the bombshell of sitting on your knee as we do a lap of Silverstone, I think we should end there. Geraint, thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
That'll be the best offer that Ed Foster gets all day, a lap of Silverstone on the knee of Geraint Owen. We are ready for qualifying for the Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. So cars heading out on track, Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. So you're thinking probably early 60s, well, and 50s and 40s and indeed 30s, because all of those were Prix 66. So we've got a really weird combination here of cars up to 1966. So you'll have the rear engine Lotuses, the Coopers, but if you just pan back, hold this shot and just pan back to the next car behind this Type 51 Cooper, and there's a Cooper Bristol from the 1950s, and pan back from that car to the next car behind it. Wider still, it's coming. There's the ERA. So you've got low-slung post-war single-seaters and very high pre-war front-engine single-seaters where the drive goes under the car. That you've got Maserati 250Fs and Cooper Bristols and so on, which the Cooper Bristol on the right-hand side there with the white noseband, that's a sort of transition between the very upright pre-war. In fact, 38, that's not an ERA, that's my eyes being rubbish, that's a Maserati 8CM, even more exotic. But a similar sort of Edwardian almost style ERAs, you'll see a couple of those. And then again, going around the outside, ex-Jim Clark Lotus 20. I mean, really very, very different. And of course, like with so much technology, the gap where there was no motor racing, 1939 to 1945, advanced things enormously in terms of metallurgy, in terms of understanding of aerodynamics and everything else. And so cars developed in a way when they weren't being raced at all during the wartime years that would possibly not have happened had World War II not created all of these new arts and crafts of aerodynamics and metallurgy that the war machine produced. So cars like this, the Cooper Bristol, 2-litre Bristol engine, the last of the Cooper cars that were front engine, but cars on which men like Mike Hawthorne very much cut their teeth. In fact, it was in a Cooper Bristol that Hawthorne really first made his name.
Absolutely, yes, running in Formula 2 as it was called then, and very much made his name. And we ought to mention that there are some cars here that raced in 1948, and the Alfetta 158 that we're seeing on screen there. And I was about to mention the Targo Lalbo. Talbot Largo, number 26, which is now parked up. That car, we understand from our conversations last night, was actually competing in the 1948 race here at Silverstone. Certainly, and the ERA R3A, which you're looking at now, driven by Mark Gillies, owned by Dick Skipworth for many, many years. And I don't believe that car raced in 1948. My research, I couldn't get to the bottom of whether it did. But certainly a number, I think it was about 5 ERAs took part in the 1948 race. One came third.
And they were a sort of stalwart of voiturette racing.
Yes,
so
very much
not
so.
quite Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, but Formula 2-ish and maybe a bit above, particularly here in the UK. So yeah, ERA born in Lincolnshire. And this is Mark Gillies. Mark Gillies started his career as a young motoring journalist and sort of accidentally a little bit fell into historic car racing, actually predominantly with cars like this, cars of the 30s, and he's become really quite something of an ERA specialist over the years. Very, very quick indeed.
And the orange disc you can see on the front and the rear of the car tells the marshals that this car is running on methanol, not on petrol. So it needs to be, if there was a fire, it needs to be dealt with in a completely different way, and there's no flame, just heat.
Yes.
But as you say, Mark Gillies. Worth mentioning, Martin, as well, that in the days when this car was racing in Grand Prix racing, the races were 3 hours long. And if you go into the paddock and have a look at some of these early Grand Prix cars, you think, well, it's like an armchair in there, nice leather seat and plenty of space. Well, that's why they raced for 3 hours.
Apart from anything else, look how high up the driver is. Mark Gillies' butt is as high as the driver's head in the Brabham that's going by. So you're a long way up, which means you get swung around a lot in the corners, whether you're drifting or not. And so actually, and there's no cockpit size because you need all that room to wrestle the car around on these big wheels. You can see his elbows are out of where any bodywork would have been. So you need something to keep the driver in, and hence a lot of those cars did have seats. I mean, if you look at, you know, a Maserati 250 or anything else of that era, or Sterling Moss's, you know, Mercedes SLR that he won the Mille Miglia in, they have high sides to the seat, you know, down below waist height to keep the driver in place. And of course, in that era, you couldn't just do the belts up tight because people didn't wear belts, and so you were trying to steer the car, whoops, little loop spinning there, you were trying to steer the car with the same device that you were hanging on to for grim death. Now, the little car on the inside there, 27, that is a very distinctive car. Again, one I've never come across before is the Jaguar Peugeot, the red car on the right-hand side. Now, clearly in the idiom of an early 60s rear-engine car, built in South Africa, Alistair's research tells us, by a man called Wouter Hartmann. So built in 1961, and Wouter's Christian name is what the car's name is backwards. So Peugeot engined, competed in non-championship Formula 1 races from 1961 when it was built through to 1967. And there's another car in the field that was also built in South Africa, the Assegai, which is a little better known. That's kind of a 35 Julian Ellison running now. I've actually seen that before and had heard of it before I saw it. I had never heard of the Jaguar Peugeot, but there you go. Well, every day's a school day.
You can add to your knowledge with the name Assegai means spear.
Yes.
Oh, you did know that?
I did know that.
I'm sorry.
It's the Zulu war spear. That I did know. I didn't know how to pronounce it. I always thought it was called an Assegai. Certainly when in the days of Michael Caine and Rorke's Drift, not that he was at Rorke's Drift, but the film Zulu. The common understanding was that it was an Assegai, but it is an Assegai. So Charlie Martin in a more familiar car. Cooper Car Company, of course, more familiar. Those are the Cooper colours, that British Racing, dark British Racing green with the white stripes. And of course, that was the livery that then went on to things like the Mini Cooper. But this is really where they found their footing. And so they got the dominant car of the pre-war year, the Alfetta, And look how tiny the Cooper looks like in comparison. And you can imagine, again, you saw Geraint Thomas with a King Curtis Roadster, you know, 4.4 litre Offie engine, as big and at least as long, in fact, longer than the Alfetta. And again, 500-mile races, you know, 4.5 hours were 5 hours were the deal for those cars. And then people like Brabham and Cooper and Lotus came with these tiny little rear-engine cars and were nearly laughed out of court because the Americans just couldn't believe that something so small and puny and spindly looking was going to last. Now, I did say this was going to get complicated, so this is qualifying for Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. So if you've got your race card, you're on pages 26 and 27, and it says HGPCA Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. Great, you're on the right page, but there are cars that do not appear, because if you turn over to pages 28 and 29, you will see Prix 66 Grand Prix cars front-engined, Prix 66 Grand Prix cars rear-engined. So there are 3 different sets of races for some, if not all, of these cars. It won't make much sense on Saturday and Sunday, but it will make more sense. So all of the cars that are out here are qualifying for 3 different sets of races. Race 7 on Saturday afternoon, which will be the Prix 66 Grand Prix cars mixed, and then a race on Sunday afternoon, 2 races on Sunday afternoon, 1 for front engine, 1 for rear engine. Not all the same cars will do all 3 races. Will Nuttall, however, is fastest of all, so let's get back to something we do understand. Charlie Martin, we just saw in the Brabham, in the Cooper rather, second quickest, and only 31 thousandths between them as they scythe by the ERA. Cooper Bristol, and there again is Will Nuttall up behind Mark Gillies in ERA R3A. So the ERAs, because there were so few of them built by English Racing Automobiles, are all known by their chassis numbers. So you've got R3A, R5, R5A, and so on. Most other cars in these races, like this Lotus car number 20, will be known by the type number rather than the actual shape number, chassis number. So this is Tiffin Salisbury's Lotus 18.
Tivian Salisbury, driving car number 20. Do you remember many hours ago when we opened up this commentary?
When we were both young.
You talked about Stirling Moss driving and winning at Monaco with the side panels removed.
Exactly so.
That's the car. That's the very car that Moss drove to beat the Ferraris at Monaco all those years ago.
And indeed, in a very familiar or very similar Dunlop blue set of overalls with white helmet and goggles, not quite the same stature, Stirling Moss, a little taller, but that car a race winner at Monaco. And there again, going by the Cooper Bristol. By the way, just completely apropos of nothing, but I thought about it last night when I was looking at the entry list. Whatever happened to the Rover Special?
Oh, Frank Lockhart.
Frank Lockhart.
Yeah.
When I first started coming to Silverstone, again, that was a number of years ago, Frank Lockhart was in almost every non-British F3, British saloon car race or whatever, in a car called the Rover Special. And I haven't seen it for years, and I wonder where it's got to.
I shall send a text in a moment when we have time.
Oh, I love that.
To somebody I think might know, and we'll give you the answer.
But it needs to be out and racing again. It was always racing, was always reliable. It wasn't always at the front, but it was always there. And I'm just astonished that whoever owns it now, I mean, he raced it from when it was brand new to when Frank himself was in his 80s.
Yes.
And so clearly the car's got legs. Anyway, Charlie Martin, second fastest. Now the gap's gone out to 1.08 seconds, so we just saw Will Nuttall carving his way through traffic, went quicker again, and Nuttall again with the car really up on its toes. You can see the car sliding and writhing around. He's pushing this Cooper faster than it really wants to go, and see the body language of the car compared to the one he's just gone by. The car is twitching and squirming underneath him. It's a really good view of a driver who's completely on top of the car. He knows exactly what it's going to do, ignores it while it's doing it because he's already focused on the next corner. Another Lotus 18 here, car number 18, and that is Clinton McCarthy. Again, the familiar green of British Racing green of Lotus with the yellow wobbly wheels.
And that took Jim Clark, the great Jim Clark, to his very first single-seater win at Brands Hatch in 1960.
And he was just coming up behind car number 20, which is the Moss Monaco winner. So two very famous drivers, very famous cars. James Hagan there. It's another great-looking livery. And he's just gone by another ERA. So didn't see who that was. Haven't seen the Geraint Owens Curtis out on track. You will have heard it though. It makes a very distinctive sound, and it is a big old beast. It does kind of sound a bit like an automatic. As he said, he doesn't often trouble the gear selector. But of the 55 cars, let's see where he is. Halfway up. In fact, he's not on page 2. So Geraint Owen has been going. Can't see him actually.
And
he's in 21st place. There he is.
That's it. The Curtis that we heard Geraint being interviewed by Ed earlier on. This an Indianapolis car, so that did 500 miles around what's called an oval, but actually it's 4 corners, isn't it?
And you can see that the front wheels are in a different postcode to the rear wheels and the driver. So I mean, you know, a long wheelbase like this, ideal for the long, fast, flat-out blinds of Indianapolis. Little less so in the infield here. And that little hole on the left-hand front corner, the bottom right-hand corner as we can see it, that's where the starter goes in to start the engine, because of course the engine is at the front. And again, it's not in the centre because the crank line of the engine is offset. So the crank is right over to the driver's left and goes down past underneath the driver's left elbow, hence the exhaust out on that side as well. So the Offenhauser engine really cranked over. Ooh, big look up. John Emery in the Brabham BT4. Again, that's such a pretty looking little car.
Yes, one of the earliest Brabhams, isn't it, the BT4? And still finished in the similar sort of shape of colours, the gold but with blue rather than green. And I think the Brabhams, the Ron Tornac Jack Brabham design cars, just so pretty, as we see very much the sit-up and beg style of the number 4 car. That's Michael Birch in his Maserati 4CM from 1935.
That's the second Maserati I've misidentified as an ERA, but that is an obvious, a very similar style car. 4CM, Quattro Cilindri. So 4C, the 8CM has 8 cylinders, and the 6CM has, 6 cylinders. But again, you know, so upright. With these tiny little single-seaters, at least the bodywork sort of comes up to your waist and almost up to your armpits. So Cameron Gillies here, you can see his hands at work, you can see his arms at work, but he is at least relatively enclosed. Mark Gillies, not so. Elbows out in the Airstream. I'm not sure if this is a more comfortable car to drive for any period of time, but it's possibly it feels a little more comfortable. This is the Assegai we talked about a little bit earlier. So again, a unique car in every way. It is a one-off, only one built as far as I'm aware, and again a South African built car. Julian Ellison driving this, and sort of slight shades of the shark-nosed Ferrari at the front, and this car built in 1961, the same year that the shark-nosed Ferraris were dominating in Formula One, in the hands of John Surtees. Phil Hill, rather. Phil Hill, the Formula One champion in those Ferraris in 1961, of which precisely 0 exist, because Enzo Ferrari had the extremely short-sighted idea that he'd have them all crushed at the end of the year. So not one of the original cars remains extant, which doesn't stop there being several shark-nosed Ferraris around and about, having been recreated. So Brian Owen heading into heading off track, and chance here to look at one of our another one of our front engine competitors now. 248 Klaus Lehr's Maserati 250F. There are a couple of 250Fs, and is there a 246 Dino as well? Can I
yes,
see
there
that
is.
on the entry list? Yes, there is. So Tony Smith, who regularly campaigns the last front-engine Ferrari Grand Prix car, the 246 Dino, named after, of course, after Enzo Ferrari's son, as the Dino road car is.
And the Maserati 250F, as the checkered flag comes out that we're seeing on our screens, made Sterling Moss's name in Grand Prix racing.
Yep.
He wanted to get into Grand Prix racing, and he was advised, if you want to get into Grand Prix racing with a works team, impress the Mercedes team, who were the top team at the time, buy yourself a Maserati 250F. So his dad did. He was lucky enough to be able to afford to buy that for him. And of course, the rest is history in terms of Sterling Moss and his Grand Prix victories up until his accident in 1962.
Can't all dentists afford 250 Ferrari, 250F Maserati?
I suspect they weren't as expensive as they are these days.
No, respective to the cost of or the price of dentistry. Charlie Martin still chasing hard. 2.5 seconds now off the fastest lap of Will Nuttall. Nuttall fastest in Sector 1, and with the top speed 135 miles an hour on the straight. And Charlie Martin pushing hard. That could be a contentious battle. Rudiger Friedrichs, didn't speak too much about him, moved up into third place. That's car number 12, and again T53, so 1960 Cooper. And I wanted to see another shot of this, and we do. This is Rod Jolly, and this is not a Cooper T53. This is the Lister Jaguar Monza. So it's essentially a highly streamlined open-wheel version of Brian Lister's Lister Jag, but developed for the Monza-Annapolis races, the race of two worlds. Now, they were held on the combined track at Monza, which was a 10-kilometre road and banked oval Grand Prix circuit. And Indy 500 roasters came over, and the Europeans tried to beat them at their own game. Not entirely successfully, it has to be said.
Rod Jolly, one of the drivers that's chosen to bring two cars along, one front-engined, one rear-engined. So in your programme list, you'll see that he appears twice in two cars.
128, Jeff Underwood. Now, he'll race in tomorrow's race, race 7, and also in the rear-engine race in this unusual Cooper. It's not unusual that it's a Cooper. What is unusual about it is that it has not got a Climax engine. It's an Alpha engined Cooper. And car number 60, okay, again, this is Sid Fraser in 1957, Cooper T43 again. So one of the really early cars in the Cooper remit. And again, that sort of beetle back look to the car, very distinctive. And Cooper kept that for a number of years, over generations of the car, as they evolved before really coming into the full low line. 28, Eddie Maguire. Now, this is one of the last ever front-engine Grand Prix cars, American cars built by Scarab. Lance Raventolo was their star driver, the inheritor, or the man who was due to inherit the Revlon fortune. He was a quick driver, but Scarab arrived sort of much in the way that a lot of British Group B cars arrived, with the wrong car at the wrong time. Scarab arrived with a front-engine Grand Prix car, just as everybody else went mid-engined. Beautiful, but fated never to be a winner. It is the rear-engined revolution at the front. Cooper's first, second and third, followed by Lotus's. And then in sixth place, car we didn't actually see on screen, but the BRM P261, chassis number 7 of Andy Willis, having a really good run into the top 6. And the front-engine cars are going to very much struggle against anything that is rear-engined, whatever the circuit. And here at Silverstone, that remains exactly the same. Outside the top 10, Katsu Kubota qualifying in 11th place, and that is in his Lotus 24. Maserati 250F, John Spires. John has spent more time on the circuit today, almost than the commentary team, and he qualifies as the top front-engine car in 14th place. Excellent performance from him. Grant Owen in the Curtis. That is in 23rd place, and that could well move up the order. Rod Jolly's Monzanapolis listed Jag, and that is 29th of our sea of runners, some of whom will go in 2 races, some of whom will race only the once. And of the upright cars, it looks like the ERA of Mark Gillies is in fact the fastest in that category as well. So a couple of cars didn't really get out there at all. The Turbo Lager of Luke Brandt's stopped on its outlap from the pits, so hopefully they will be fixed and ready to race tomorrow and Sunday. Prix 66 Grand Prix cars with cars from the 30s, the 40s, the 50s and the 60s, charting the changing fortunes of Grand Prix racing from the upright cars of the 1930s, the Maseratis, the ERAs, still front-engined post-war, but that revolution was about to happen from cars like the Maserati 250F, the 246 Dino Ferrari and the Cooper Bristols, and the Alfetta that dominated Grand Prix racing before the outbreak of World War II, through the rear-engine revolution led by Cooper, Lotus and Brabham, and it is those cars that have come out on the top of qualifying ahead of their older rivals, the youthful and rear-engined cars dominating in qualifying.
Now you're probably wondering what you're looking at right now. Okay, so if you have energy at home, buy My Energy. This is what your app looks like on your phone. So you can see where the energy is coming from, maybe from your solar panels, and then where the energy is going, maybe into your electric car. Pete, come and have a chat with me. Tell me about My Energy and what you guys do.
Yeah, so My Energy, we are focused, we're a UK company that's obsessed with energy independence. In a world of rising energy costs and people panicking about where their energy comes from, we want to put the power back into people's hands to understand where their energy comes from, control where it's going to, when and how much they pay.
Now, I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually a customer of yours.
Good,
I do.
fantastic.
I have a Zappi charger at home, and what I find, especially with the app, is the ease of everything. It's so straightforward to use.
Yeah, and that was our goal. I think buying an EV's, it can be confusing enough, but then charging it's very confusing. We've tried to make that really simple. And with the Zappi charger, which is what you can see here, we offer a couple of options in it, but most people will have a single phase unit. You can pick whether you'd like a cable or no cable, in black or white. And the truth, the easiness of it, is that it'll probably charge your car 8 to 10 hours at home while you're asleep.
This is exactly the one I've got, and the one that what I really like about it is that you can put a passcode on it, so no one can just pop up on your driveway and plug their car in. You have to have your own password, which I really like.
Yeah, exactly, and security is a big thing for people. They're nervous about how people are going to tamper with the charger. Well, that puts a stop to that. And I think on a wider piece of our products, and that energy independence piece, we have the Zappi, which charges your car. We have the Libby, which you can see here. So this is our battery storage and inverter system. So you can take power from panels or off the grid and store it for use later. And a diverter which will heat your hot water. Now combine all of those into one little app like you can see there, and you've got full control.
I mean, if you want to go electric and you're considering getting an electric car, getting solar panels, getting your battery storage, make sure you head over to My Energy and come and have a chat with Pete and the team.
Thank you very much.
Five o'clock on a lovely Friday afternoon at Silverstone, and fans young and maybe not quite so young enjoying themselves. Our heroes in orange as ever, the marshals in force around the historic circuit here at Silverstone, keeping everybody safe and keeping the show on the road. So wherever you are, thank you for joining us. We've got lots more action still to go. We've got qualifying for the Asian Flux Trophy for Prix 66 touring cars coming up next. Let's see who Ed Foster can collar.
Next up, the Adrian Flux Trophy for the Transatlantic Prix 66 touring cars. And this is America versus Europe, America versus the UK. We've got Mustangs, we've got Cortinas, we've got Minis. So many wonderful touring cars. Goliath versus David, I think, is what this is all about. I know Steve Soper, you all know, and he's behind the wheel of a Mustang. Steve, I'm sorry, I'm just interrupting. I love it. The competitive spirit never dies. I mean, you are literally you've been waiting to get into the pole position spot for about an hour.
With 60 cars, if you are the last car, by the time you get on the track, you've lost 2 laps. So you need to be in the first 5 or 6.
It makes sense. I mean, you've driven Mustangs quite a lot with Henry. What's the secret to having a quick Mustang and being quick in it?
I wish I knew. We had a quick Mustang and I decided to sell it. And I thought I could build a better one, or Henry could build a better one. And the old red and gold car that his father built, which is 12, 13 years, it still handles better than that.
And you've got the same parts in it, but you can't replicate it.
No, exactly that. And that one's going faster. It's got a better engine. It's going faster down the straight. Just will not go around the corners like the old red one. So I should have stuck with that, really. So, you know.
They say hindsight's a wonderful thing, but it isn't, is it?
Well, you know, cars, I think they're very similar to horses. They've got a mind of their own. You know, that's definitely got a mind. He won't do anything I want. So we'll see. We keep trying to improve it, and we test, but it's still not as good as the old red car.
Cheers, Steve. Good luck.
Cheers.
Right, Max, follow me, because over here we have a father and son duo of the Neils. So I'm just going to sort of jump in. We've got a lot of drivers here. Sorry, guys, I'm going to jump in. Sorry, come on next to your dads. Well, a special occasion, because there's 2 generations here, but your 3rd generation's in the car.
Yeah, Dad died about 7 or 8 weeks ago, and he would never do a race with me, so he's going to do a race with Henry this weekend. I got his ashes back from the crematorium 10 days ago, and he's locked and loaded into the ballast box. So, yeah, we're fully represented this time out.
Henry, obviously quite a useful father to have to ask for advice. Has he given you a bit?
Yeah, there's worse people to have giving you advice, definitely. No, throughout my whole racing career, Dad's always been by my side, guiding me, and he's, you know, a huge factor to all the success I've had. And it's just ace to be here, father, son, at a place like this, Silverstone. It's just fantastic to be together.
And Matt, I've got to ask, is it worse sitting in an assembly area, you going out, or watching your son go out?
He's talking nonsense, you know. All he does is argue with me all the time. The pressure's off if you're not driving, isn't it? You know, you've driven yourself. There's always a little bit of pressure. You want to do well, no matter what level you're doing it at. So, and it's great, you know. But the beauty of the Silverstone Festival and that, people smile here, and there's so much to do and to see. It's just a great event, and the sun's shining on us as well.
Well, cheers, guys. Good luck.
Cheers, Ed.
3rd generation racing there with Henry Neil, Dad Matt, and Granddad Steve Neil, himself a very successful mini racer before he started running Team Dynamics in the early 80s. And Steve taking a race against his own nature in the Lotus Cortina. And of course that Lotus built at Dynamics. Steve Soper also built and raced a number of his own Lotus Cortinas, predominantly in the Dynamics workshops in the early years, and they were very successful, as we were just hearing. Yeah, there's not always you get all the right bits and put them together in the car in the same manner that you did in the last one. And as he said, their new Mustang is not as quick as their old Mustang. Well, it's not that they're getting older and slower, it's just that sometimes it doesn't all go together. So, what a mouth-watering array of Prix 66 touring cars. Now, for fans of a certain age, or even fans who have never seen cars like this race before, so much variety in the engine notes and in the look of the cars, the way they handle. And then you get like the clumps. You get the Lotus Cortina clump battling with the BMWs and the Alphas in the races, and you get the big V8 engines out front. It's just entertainment everywhere you look, Alistair.
It certainly is, yes, and they only have one thing in common, these cars, and that is they all go sideways. Absolutely wonderful to watch. We'll look forward to some great shots, but if you're out trackside, just revel in the angles that these cars are driving at. the number 41 car. That's the
Mustang. Yeah. So Alex Brundle has been part of building this car, and in fact, you may well have been following it on his series of YouTube films about it. So it is the Brundle Mustang, and he shares with Sir Chris Hoy, who, as well as being a cyclist of enormous repute, also has plenty of racing experience, predominantly in prototypes. But again, that's where Alex's racing experience was as well. So coming to a GT car like this, very different from an LMP3 or an LMP2 car, or the British GT races that he started off in, but, you know, just as much fun and just as entertaining.
And it's Alex Brundle at the wheel at the moment, and look at the angle there in our live stream shot through onto the Hamilton Straight. Alex Brundle early out into this session. Another car to look out for is the sort of slightly turquoisey blue Mercury Comet Cyclone.
Yes.
Which is another 4.7 litre Ford V8 engine car, driven by Roger Wills, who we saw out in the Lotus 15 earlier on, with George sharing with him in this one. That's a change of number actually from 169 to 69.
And the Mercury Cyclone, not a very familiar car. British racing fans will be more familiar with the Mustangs, with the Ford Galaxy, the Ford Falcon even. But yeah, that car has arrived in the UK race. There's a Falcon in the background coming in, absolutely full four-wheel drift. The Mercury Cyclone Comet Cyclone has come into UK racing circuits in the last 2 or 3 years. I think particularly Tom Christensen at Goodwood 2 or 3 years ago, making a very impressive debut with it. And there's Matt and Henry Neal's Lotus Cortina, so that'll be
it's
Henry with Flash, won't
with
it?
Flash, yes, because Matt's not driving that car. Gordon Shedden has replaced him, Flash Gordon as he's known, with Henry Neal.
And, motor racing not renowned for its really clever nicknames, is it?
And I think Steve Neal's the third member of that team.
Yes,
that's the car with the ashes in the ballast box.
And actually, I was just saying when we were off mic, when we were listening to Hen and Matt, that with every passing year, Henry sounds more and more, I was going to say sounds more and more like Matt, actually sounds more and more like Steve. Again, you often get that, the sort of, it skips a generation, so the look of the grandfather. He's got Matt's smile, but he does sound like Steve a lot. So Lotus Cortinas, Ford Galaxy, Alpha GTA, yeah, all sorts of small and big capacity touring cars. And this is what racing in the 60s was all about.
Yes, and we haven't quite got the shot yet, and we haven't got any Jaguars in the race, but there's a very, very famous long shot taken from Stowe Corner, which was the shot we had just then on our pictures of the Galaxy and the Jaguars when the Galaxy arrived. Jack Sears driving 11th of May 1963 it was, and they arrived on the scene with the big Galaxy, which is second in the shot there behind the blue Mustang next to the red Alfa Romeo, and there's a Cortina in there as well, and it blew the Jaguars away, and Jaguar were not very happy about that because they'd been ruling the roost for about 4 years.
There's a Cortina in every shot. I think that will be a rule of thumb for the entirety of this race. Wherever you look, there will be at least a Cortina. And that man, Nigel Greensall with John Spears, their car fastest of all at the moment, car number 179. As you're looking at the Neil-driven Lotus Cortina. So 179, John Spears, Nigel Greensall in the blue Ford Mustang. Here's a yellow and black version of the same theme, the GT350 99 car. And that is Alex Taylor, who shares with Andy Prio. You saw Andy hanging around, swapping notes with Matt and Henry Neal just before he made a quick exit stage left as Ed arrived. I think that is Andy at the wheel. Yes, it is.
And again, you can see the flashes of flame as he changes down through the gears and then changes back up again as the fuel just goes down the exhaust pipes and then explodes as it reaches oxygen. Great sight. And that yellow and black car, Alex Taylor and Andy Prio, that is currently lying 4th quickest in the session.
Looking for a grey and white Mustang, and that is, keep going, 263. So Michael and Sean McInerney's car. So that's grey with the white stripes. So Spears and Grinsell fastest. Car number 600, yes, it's Sam Tordoff again, second quickest in the Ford Falcon Sprint. Now, that looks like an aircraft carrier with wheels, and that is red and gold, so in the colours of the Alan Mann Racing team. And then the fourth fastest car, 57, Mike Gardner, Phil Keane, in a white Lotus Cortina. We've seen this before, and where you would normally have a green stripe, they have got a purple stripe down the side and round the tail. So again, we've got Galaxies coming down the straights. This is Marco and Sam Attard, Ford Falcon. The Falcon and the Galaxy, slight variations on the same theme.
I think the Falcon slightly lighter than the Galaxy, wasn't it? Came in slightly later, and also
that'll be a compact.
Yeah, I think that's what it was described as. And another car worth looking out for is the similar car of the duo we've seen before. That's Callum Lockie and Julian Thomas, which is the car towards the back of our live stream pictures. As usual, Julian Thomas's car's dark blue with a white arrow on the front of the car.
So the Falcon on a US market basis was a compact car. This is what passed for a compact car in the European market. So the Novice Cross on the back of this car, this is Paul Jesty, Jack Williamson in their Austin Cooper S. Whoa, big handful there for Alex Brundle in the Brustang. Now that rather looked as though he came in committed and found somebody rather slower than he was hoping for. Either that or he's overdriven the level of rear grip.
Lost it, you mean, I think, in modern parlance?
A surfeit of speed over grip.
Yes.
Alpha GTA coming up behind, so the 1750 Alpha.
And a class-based series was touring cars at this time, unlike today, which are all the cars in one class. So Alpha's very, very successful in their class. And I think the last driver to win the British Touring Car Championship in a class-based series was John Cleland. And I think are we going to see? Yes. And that's an interesting one. He
I wonder if he's got a locking caliber, or whether he was just coming up behind the black car, fully committed, and that might have braked a little earlier than he was expecting. Well, I'll badger him about that on WhatsApp later. When I say badger, I mean rib mercilessly. Sam Tordoff has gone to the top of the pile, 3/4 of a second quicker than our previous pole sitters. So car number 600, the red and gold Alan Mann Racing liveried Ford Falcon Sprint, that is now the fastest car out there. So the John Spears and Nigel Greensell car second quickest. Taylor and Prio in third place. Brundle and Hoy's Mustang fourth quickest. So that was clearly Alex on a quick one when we saw that big moment. That does have sponsorship from Adrian Flux, as well as the race itself having sponsorship from them. That mini Cortina blowing out the rear screen as a Mustang goes by. That's possibly not as the designer intended. That's the Sean Lynn car, isn't it, I think? Or Sean Balfe, rather. Car number 134. That would have gone bang behind him in a bit of a hurry. So Chris Hoy comes over to the Mustang 69 in the foreground, and that is Roger Wills. So Roger Wills in the Mercury Comet Cyclone, and red flag, or red lights, red flag. So session stopped as 263 has gone off. That's Michael and Sean McInerney's Mustang.
You know, I think they went off into that same gravel trap in a different car earlier on.
Yes.
And got beached.
Well, now that's a good time to be changing your drivers over, because you don't need to faff and fuss and rush and hurry. If only the team knew that there was a red flag. And there is Sir Chris Hoy. I know he'll be looking forward to this enormously. He absolutely loves his motor racing.
He did a couple of seasons in British GT in a Nissan.
Yep.
The what would that be, about 2013, 14,
Yeah,
somewhere
that
around
was part of building up to go to Le Mans, wasn't
yes,
it?
it was, yes, and he made it.
Yes, he did.
Dream, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I interviewed him a couple of times when he was doing British GT, and absolutely charming, of course, but what I couldn't get over was how big his thighs are. I don't know whether they're still the same, but at the time...
and they've shrunk.
Yeah, I'm sure they have, but he wasn't far out of professional cycling at the time.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are still the size of most people's two legs together, but when he had just retired from being an Olympian, he came and did Race of Champions, and you cannot imagine, his thighs were literally the size of my waist. Just insane amount of muscle. Now, obviously, you need to burn 10 gazillion calories a day and spend hours on a bike to keep that muscle at that size. But yeah, he's not got small legs. So he heads out in the Mustang. The McInerney's car is still beached, and that will require a tow. And here comes the Mercury Comet Cyclone. So this is car 69. Was 169 in your programme. Roger and George Wills sharing that car.
Plenty of room there to write the full name on the side of the car.
Well, in the traditional way that they had. Now, it's not Roger Wills who's got the novice cross on the back, so that'll be George Wills. So that is actually not Roger Wills' helmet either, so that'll be George Wills who's taken over, and the novice cross. The idea of the novice cross is to allow drivers coming up behind to let you know that you are a relatively, or to let them know that you are a relatively new and possibly inexperienced driver, and normally you need to gain about a dozen signatures to lose the novice cross. So that means completing races successfully without drawing yourself to the disapproving attention of the clerk of the course. It doesn't actually involve particularly any jumping through hoops or necessarily amount of speed. It's just about your safe conduct around the racetrack, to understand that the driver really does know what's going on around him, even if he's not necessarily the fastest out there.
And these days, of course, you have to take a test, a written and a practical test to get your race licence.
Yeah, before you're even allowed out on track, and rightly so.
Many years ago, it would have just been a case of applying for your licence.
Yeah, there are still some states in the Union where that's all it requires. Henry Neal walking away from his car. There's Dad Matt, right in the centre of the shot there. Henry with the black and yellow and white, and Matt Neal. So was Flash in the car in the first place? I think it must have been. So Henry getting in. And, yeah, red flag, so nobody out on track, which means, of course, everybody is in the pit lane. You see Gregor Fiskin way up there in the background. Just above the centre of your shot in the middle, there was a chap in a white helmet, and Gregor Fiskin was stood right next to him.
Our great marshals have got that car out of the gravel already.
Absolutely.
Probably weighs 1.5 tons.
Yes, he's distributing it around the county as it does so. Hopefully I should head back happily.
And number 6 is Rob Fenn, who's driving solo in his Mustang. That's a renumber from 166. He's now running as number 6. Rob Fenn, who we saw out in his Lotus earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And there's the remains of the windscreen or rear screen rubber. And yeah, there is the screen.
Now, and it hasn't shattered because it ain't glass. That's a bit of plastic. So that'll be a little bit of plexiglass. If it had been, well, a rear screen on an original Cortina would not have been toughened. It would have just been a sheet of glass, and that would have, shattered all over the place. And that's the reason we don't use non-toughened windscreens or non-laminated windscreens. Toughened glass isn't allowed even now. You need a laminated screen so it doesn't leave glass all over the place.
Just walking up the pit lane on our live stream, seeing the cars, the Mercury Comet Cyclone. There's a couple of Lotus Cortinas there with the traditional green flash and rear panel on the car. Third one with the same livery. The second of those is Justin Law in his Lotus Cortina. Now, Justin held the hill record at Goodwood a few years ago, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Matt Neal there, Gordon Shedden on the right-hand side, red of face and gesticulating of hand, so obviously he was in the car earlier. And yeah, the boys from Dynamics, no longer running their British touring car team as they have for so many years, but they still have the core of the team at the Team Dynamics base in Droitwich in Worcestershire, and they're building and running these cars. And if you are looking for a historic car to be run, find Matt Neal's number and give him a shout, because they have got such a fantastic engineering reputation over the years, and that undoubtedly translates very well to the historic era as well.
Given the size of the main international pits here at Silverstone, it's absolutely crammed with a double line of cars. Such is the size of the entry for this race.
Well, it is sort of designed for 20 cars, and there are 60 in here, so yeah. So coming down the straight, there is the white Cortina with the red stripes, and this is Sean Balfe's car. And that is what low pressure does at the back of the car. So the windscreen there, really not particularly to keep the weather out, as you would find in a road car, but just to comply with regulations. And it might possibly be even that he had the window open, the driver's window open. It's unusual. Normally you'll have the windows sealed tight as a drum, but it might just be that he had the window open. Little red Mini there. Saw the name of Neil Jarney on the side of that, so that was a car that he raced at Goodwood last year. The Brustang, there's Alex Brundle, shuts the door. Go on, Chris, off you go, son. That currently lying 4th fastest. So Sam Tordoff in a car we still haven't seen, red and gold, the Ford Falcon, car number 600, Ford Falcon Sprint. That is the car that is fastest of all. It's in the Alan Mann Racing colours, the familiar red and gold. Henry Mann's dad, Alan Mann Racing, right from the 60s, very successful in saloon car racing, then into GT racing. They ran the Ford 3L, which was the replacement for the GT40, which, like the Mini Clubman, didn't really replace anything very much. John Spears and Nigel Greenstall's car, 2nd quickest. 3rd, the Taylor and Prio Lotus Cortina, that's car number 99. And that is the yellow car with the black stripes. There is car number 41, 4th quickest, metallic blue and white. So sort of slightly modern paint colour version of the Shelby livery of blue and white. And Sir Chris Hoy heading out onto the Grand Prix circuit as the session gets back underway with just under a quarter of an hour remaining. Starting to run a little bit towards the end of our allotted window. In theory, this session was going to run from 9 minutes past 7. They're nothing if not precise here to 7:36. But I think where are we now? We are 17:24, 25. We've got 12 minutes remaining, so we'll be a minute or two over, which at the end of a day that's already been 9 to 5 is pretty good going. And this is not the final session either. We still have qualifying for the Masters Sports Car Legends to come, and the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. So we've got couple more qualifying sessions after this. Everybody now starting to find their way back up to speed. And car number 600, Sam Tordoff's red and gold Ford Falcon Sprint is out there. That's a lurid moment for the other Alan Mann Racing livery car. Car number 9, Craig Davis in the Ford Mustang. Now, up behind Sir Chris Hoy, and that red and gold car, that's the one that Steve Soper was talking about to Ed. That's the one that they sold because they could build a better one that isn't better, at least not yet. So that Alan Mann Racing car, again, some of the tricks that the old man knew now, is that, yes it is, that's 600. So that's the red and gold Ford Falcon Sprint. Okay, so it's not Alan Mann Racing colours, but it is a red and gold car. Sam Tordoff. So weaving, not because it's on soggy suspension, but just to try and make sure that he's got enough heat in the tyres before he starts to lean on them. And again, the familiar number from Sam Tordov. Not quite sure why the dealer chain was called JCT 600 as opposed to anything else. Again, that's a question we probably need to ask.
I think I knew that, but I've forgotten. JCT is Jack Tordov.
There are a lot of facts that I think I knew and I've now forgotten the answer to.
You have to work out which ones you think you knew but didn't, and ones you did know but you've forgotten.
Well, and the problem with fact-checking is a lot of the times, unlike government ministers, you come up with a fact that you remember, and then as soon as you say it, you go, is that actually a fact, or have I just invented that from other things that I knew? So sometimes the facts you come out on air with are maybe not as accurate as you'd hope. But the one thing we do know is this is the quickest car so far. He's got a 1.1 second margin as well in hand over the Spears and Greensell car. And that is the blue Ford Mustang, dark blue with the white V. Now there's a gorgeous looking livery. Look at that, that's a fabulous green. I haven't seen that car before. So, in fact, it's not even on my entry list, so I'm going to have to crib. 198 Lotus Cortina, that much I've got.
Graham Pattle, that's his normal car.
Right.
I haven't noticed whether he's on my entry list. 198, no, you're right, he's not there at all. But
good.
That's the quick flash I saw of it on the screen, that's Graham Pattle, and he normally shares as well.
And he is, let me find it, Pattle and Burton.
Ah, there we are, so it's Mark Burton he shares with normally.
Now, I don't think the McInerney Mustang has made it back out.
It's 98.
Aha!
On the entry list, is he running as 198?
He is running as 198.
Right. OK, there we are then.
So there you go, right, that's going to confuse the simple man. I'm going to have to put a pointy arrow in my margin so I notice it. 21 Mini Cooper S. Now, mostly they are Austin Mini Cooper S's. There is a Morris Mini Cooper S as well in this, but that 21 car, Aaron Spith, in his what looks like a standard BMC colour, actually, a bit of a maroony colour. Sam Tordov back up to speed again, fastest first sector of them all. Big handful into Cops Corner as the tail just starts to wag the dog. He's got a Mini in front of him. Where is he going to gobble up the Mini? In fact, he's not going to gobble, he's just going to inhale him through that enormous maw of the grille of the Ford Falcon. Mini has either got out of the way or whistled significantly quicker than I was expecting. No, he's halfway back through the Beckett's S's, so Tordov has got by out of the Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight. He's got a lot of track in front of him to utilise. This is Tordov trying to put pole out of reach of anybody else, thundering by you if you're watching down at Stowe right now. Car number 600, Sam Tordov. Fastest man, fastest in Sector 1 of anyone at any stage. Faster in Sector 2 than anyone at any stage. So this is a new pole lap on the way for Sam Tordov. And actually, for the brakes and the tyres, having that 5 minutes in the pit lane to cool down again has given it perhaps a new lease of life, even further sideways, coming across the line. 2:27.297, and that opens up the margin from by 1.6 seconds, another 0.4 quicker than he'd gone. Car number 6, nice angle of attack for the Mustang. That's Rob Fenn in the red Ford Mustang with the triple white stripes. Again, just come across the line. And Fenn 66 is the registration, in very much the style of a US registration plate. Catching up with Dan Williamson in another red Ford Mustang, this time plain red with the black door panels. Car number 12 in white. Again, the GT350, the notchback rather than the fastback version, lighter, and that makes the difference in racing. Goes by the pale blue Mini of Paul Jesty and Jack Williamson. I seem to recall that did they not race a Mini here last year? Anyway, 179, another Mustang, John Spears, Nigel Greensell. So this is not... no, this will be 7... No, that won't be 79. That's 179, but it's not their traditional colours. So that is the car that is second fastest. Behind it, you saw Another of the big Fords.
And it looked like John Spears at the wheel, black helmet, not the Nigel Greensall helmet that we've seen so frequently.
Lotus Cortina coming towards us is the John Wood James Pickford car, number 72. That car currently 27th. So a very mix and match grid at the moment. Qualifying interrupted by that red flag.
And being as Sam Tordoff is still top of the pile, I'll return to our little discussion about where did JCT 600 come from.
Oh, good, you've got an answer.
Yes, I have. It was actually the JCT 600 was started by Edward Tordoff. I must admit, I thought it was Jack, who was John's dad,
right?
Sam's granddad, but it was actually Edward, so another generation up. But the name came from Jack Tordoff's personal number plate he had on his Mercedes 600, so he had a personal plate JCT 600.
He must have been doing well to have a grosser Mercedes in the first place. They never came cheap. And there is the yellow and black Mustang that Andy Prio did the first bit in. And that is Alex Taylor at the wheel.
Dave Coyne and Mark Wright in the number 4 Mustang, the one with the blue and the red stripes.
That's a really good-looking livery as well. And, OK, so the Mustang trying to go around the outside of the Ford Falcon of Robin Ward and running out of room, heading into Luffield.
Back on track again. And,
back up to speed as well, isn't he? Yeah, very much so. Well, this car now down to 5th place. So who's gone past them, you ask? And the answer is 67. Who's 67? That is, I haven't got an answer to that. That's the Thorpe and Quaife.
James Thorpe and Phil Quaife.
Ford Mustang.
Yes.
192 here on our screen. That's Julian Thomas and Callum Lockie. So that is the car that we're expecting to see. So that is down in 13th place. I was getting my Julian Thomas's, my John Spears confused. That is Julian Thomas's traditional colour. Very dark blue with the white V.
And that looks like Callum at the wheel. The black helmet. So Julian maybe started the session. And that's another car we would expect to see somewhere near the front. The 192 Falcon.
Yeah, not at the moment, though. Not finding much pace. Another of our minis, Ellie Birchenough and Nick Topless in the 65 Austin Mini Cooper S.
Nick Topless we saw out in Prix 66 Grand Prix he was in, I think. An interesting mint green Falcon there. It's Robin Ward and Nicholas Chester. Nicholas Chester, an extra driver in that car. The Falcon from 1964, but that's got the 2.9 litre engine, so the smaller engine in that one. Chasing, actually sandwiched between 2 Lotus Cortinas. So-called.
See, now, I'm not sure that there was ever a 2.9 litre engine. There's a couple of words. I wondered whether that had been written down as 209, which is a Ford cubic engine size, and I think that is not a 2.9 litre. I think that's 209 cubic inches, which is 5 litres, which would make more sense, or 4700, which is what most of the others are. It's the small block 209 Ford, which preceded the 289, and I question whether it's a 2.9 litre, because that would make it a straight 6, which seems, in fact, I'm not even sure they made a sub 3 litre straight 6. So
not seen one.
No, it would make little sense for racing. So I would think that on the entry sheet it was down as 209 cubic inches, and that got translated to 2900. However, I'll have to go and do some. I did Google what 209 cubic inches was, and it is 4.7 litres or so.
That's probably the answer then.
Now,
a Mini with the trim flapping.
How unusual.
What a surprise.
That is very period, isn't it?
Little Minis came with these little chrome trims that ran all the way along the edge because they had external seams on the body shells, whereas most cars have the seams turned inwards. The Minis, for cheapness, had them turned outwards.
Yep.
So they put a little trim on them, which then racing drivers quickly rubbed together and removed them.
And external door hinges on the early cars, sliding windows and everything else.
Yes, little cables to open the doors. My mum's Mini had that, yes. And very useful deep pockets inside the doors.
Yeah. In the days when an outer door skin was also the inner door skin.
Yes. Days before
that was your crumple zone.
The side impact and all that.
Yeah, your crumple zone was, well, I was going to say a bottle of water, but of course in those days you didn't have water in bottles. It would have been, I don't know what you would have put in there, maps, gloves, all that sort of stuff. Scarf, because after all, the heaters were not great in those days. 44 going nicely up on its toes is this 65 Ford Mustang, Georg and Sebastian Kjellgren. And another look at the Alpha. In fact, there are a couple of GTA Alphas. This is David and Olivier Hart's Julius Sprint GTA. So this is the 1750 GTV era of Alpha. And this is a 1600cc. They went from 1300, which was a tax break car in European markets, particularly in Italy, 1600, 1750, and eventually 2-litre engine, all based on the same Alfa Romeo twin cam.
Richard Dutton there. We're seeing that he ran for many years for Tech Motorsport. Now his son runs it.
Yep.
Richard Dutton, great pals with Neil Brown, who we lost recently. And Richard and Neil would have shared that car normally in this race.
And the red and white of Fortex still very much on that car as well. Fortex were traditionally white with red panels, and that remains the case. Yeah, the late Neil Brown just passed away a week or so ago. Another actually big supporter, not financially, but in terms of the engine development that went on at Racing Dynamics. So Matt Neal, really close colleague and friend of Neil Brown as well, and racing tuner, racer. In fact, racer first, then engine builder, and then latterly, along with Richard Dutton, being led astray by Dutton. Yes. I'm not sure who led whom astray, actually.
I think Richard led Neil astray.
I would sense that would be the way, but you can, never really tell. So another of our Minis. And again, look, factory standard colours, old English white, and that nice light grey roof. It wouldn't have been necessarily a competition department set of colours, but a lovely looking car. And that's Ian Curley in that Austin Mini Cooper S. Ian Curley has been racing in Mini 7s and Mini Miglias probably since about not long after Steve Neal stopped racing. He was racing in Minis when I arrived, and still racing in Minis long after I've left. So a little bit like Pete Baldwin, Ian Curley's been part of the Mini racing fraternity in the UK for decades. I wouldn't want to say how many because he might be listening. He won't be now, but you know. He'd better not be now. He should be driving.
Flag's gone out. So at the moment, still cars being timed, but still Sam Tordoff at the top of the tree, number 600 in the Falcon, by some margin as well.
Actually any car at the moment on a quicker lap than they have previously done. Of 59 cars out there, literally not one of them is going quicker, which is not usual in any way, shape or form. 777, Melanoli Streaks Lotus Cortina, just behind, what was that, 16, wasn't it? Which was, I've forgotten who that was now. The white and purple, the one with the purple, the puce windscreen McGurk strip. 131, okay, there we go. So that is John McGurk. There you go, Ford Lotus Cortina. Capital G in graphics.
The clue is in the windscreen strip, really, isn't it?
Yes, there you go. Yeah. So normally runs clearly as number 13, but had some spare numerals. Either that or he's very good at craft knifing Gaffer into a suitable shape. So qualifying done then for the Adrian Flux Trophy. We were due to finish at 36. It is now 41 after that red flag, so we're just 5 minutes behind with 2 more sessions to go. And what time do the Christians start? 7:30, so we should be finishing checkered flag on a final session just as they kick into action for the first number this evening. So the Christians first up on stage this evening, and it will be ABC who round out the day. So 60 cars out on track, the Mammoth Field, for the Adrian Flux Trophy for Transatlantic Prix 66 touring cars. And it is the Transatlantic contingent, those pesky big V8s. The Ford Falcon Sprint on top of the pile. Sam Tordoff 1.6 seconds clear of the Spears and Greensall Ford Mustang, the first of a bunch of Mustangs. Michael Whittaker getting up there into third at the end, ahead of the Thorpe and Quaife, Taylor and Prio car. And Brundle and Hoy still top 6 in the Brundle-built Mustang. Gardner and Keane, the best of the Lotus Cortinas. Hart, father and son, David and Olivier in their Alpha just outside the top 10. And of course, that car very much a rival to the Lotus Cortinas. The big engined Mustangs, Galaxies and Falcons should make their way through. And behind them, the best of the Minis, the Bell and Ferguson car in 29th place. And still quite a lot of bigger engine cars behind before you get to the next clump of Cooper S's, with Phil Bullen Brown, Ian Curley and Aaron Smith all doing battle. 50 cars in and still lots more to look at. And it was the Michael and Sean McInerney car that had that little problem earlier on that brought out the red flag. Other than that, everybody keeping themselves pretty much in good trim. Alex Brundle having an exploratory moment on the grass early on, not of his own volition. And then the red flag came out for the McInerneys. Sean Balf's Cortina blew out its rear screen. A couple of the cars, it was Sean Balf's Cortina, I think. A couple of the other cars having a moment or two. Spears and Greensall going second quickest, but it was one of the early front runners, the Taylor and Prio Mustang, finding the grass. But the big Ford Falcon Sprint of Sam Tordoff on top of the pile, and he will drive that car single-handed throughout the race.
Lots of car brands here that you can have a good look at and experience, and I just happen to be here outside the Alpine area, and would you look at that, lots of A110s. Wouldn't it be handy if I can have a good old look inside one and maybe possibly a test drive, because Alex just happens to be sat inside one. Right, lovely. Oh, let's shut that door. Beautiful. Hi, Alex.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Tell us what's going on this weekend.
So yeah, as an Alpine, we've got 3 cars here, hands down, the most exciting cars you can drive here today. What more do you want? 2-door sports cars.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty awesome, and I actually can't wait to take this on a proper test drive. But there's also Esteban Ocon's Formula One car you can have a look at.
Exactly. So we're really lucky. We're just opposite the F1 car lineup, of which there is Esteban Ocon's A523.
Oh, very, very nice. So if you want to come and you've always wanted to experience driving an Alpine A110, this is where you want to come to, right?
Hands down, lightweight experience, probably the best handling sports car you can buy without going over £200,000.
I mean, he's not biased, but he's saying hands down the absolute best.
Exactly. No, not biased, I work for the brand, but Gordon Murray, quoting him, he owns one and he knows something about cars.
Okay, then I guess we'll have to take your word for it. So there's only one way for us to find this out properly, and that's to properly take it for a test drive, right?
Yeah, here all weekend, we've got 3 cars on run, so come and see us and we'll get you signed up.
Excellent. Okay. What's the difference between this and the rest of the cars, by the way?
Okay, so we've got one of each of the products, all the same really engines, just different power outputs. So we've got soft chassis with 250 brake, all the way to this stiff chassis, which is more track focused with the 300 brake. So 0 to 60 from 4.5 to 3.9.
That will do me very, very nicely. Okay. Right, well then I need to get my seatbelt on and everything because, you know, health and safety and all that jazz. Let's get my seatbelt on. Put your seatbelt on, please, Alex. Thank you.
Seatbelt on and shades down.
Okay, shades down. I'm going to hand over my microphone.
Penultimate qualifying session for the 2023 Silverstone Festival. It is the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Car Legends. Let's catch up with our man Ed Foster.
Now, the Yokohama Trophy for the Masters Sports Car Legends is a really interesting grid because we've got 60s and 70s Le Mans cars, we've got Lola T70s, we've got some Can-Am cars, we've got a McLaren M1A, we've got an M1B, and we've got cars from the under 2 litre European Championship. And actually, you would think that the big V8s, the big Can-Ams, are going to be the quickest cars around here. They're not at all. These little 2 litre cars are seriously quick, and they've got lots of grip. So follow me, because there's Andrew Haddon here is literally about to put his helmet on. I'm so sorry, guys. Can I squeeze in? Andrew, I've managed to catch you just before getting a helmet on. Feel free to carry on sort of dressing yourself. I've just been saying that you would expect these Can-Am cars to be right at the front, but these 2 litre things are seriously quick, aren't they?
Yeah, I think the early Can-Am cars like this are a little unruly. The 2 litres are lovely, easy things to drive. I've only driven this once and it's not easy. But I think as they became, you know, development in them, they were much quicker and easier to drive. But these early ones on little tyres, they're quite difficult.
Are they very twitchy?
Yeah, they're really short wheelbase. So, you know, if you start hustling it too much, you'll know about it.
You go quicker and quicker, and then you end up in the gravel trap.
Hopefully not.
Someone of your talents that would never happen to. But I mean, what a wonderful thing to drive on a circuit like this. Fast, sweeping corners.
Oh yeah, we're going to race it at the Revival. Julian Bronson, who owns the car, asked me to drive it for him at the Revival. So nice test day here today, and then, you know, Goodwood with it. So yeah, real lovely thing to drive.
Andrew, I won't hold you up any longer. Best of luck.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Right, look, I can hear the whistle going. We've got people in their cars. It's a slightly smaller grid, so some of the thing we found today, actually, there's been quite a lot of cars going from the pits, but we've got most of them down here. And watch out, because I can feel a spot of rain, which will make things very exciting.
Qualifying for the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Car Legends. 7 different classes of Can-Am, 2 litre sports cars, GT cars, and various assorted sports prototypes. And as we head towards the end of the afternoon, the familiar Team Gunston livery of Gary Firth's Lola T212. This is a car that has had a lot of racing. Number 11, Simon and Dominic Jackson's Lennon P70, a much less familiar mark, but equally anticipated out on the circuit. Keith Arlers sharing with Billy Bellinger in the King Cobra Cooper Monaco. So it's a Cooper Bobtail, Cooper Monaco, but with a substantial 4.7 litre V8 behind it. So all sorts of different combinations of cars, big and small. Henry Fletcher, Chevron B26. Now, again, that's an up to 2 litre sports car. A 2 litre engine here in a Chevron B8 as well. Very different, not an open prototype. This is more of a GT racing coupe. And so we've got classes named after some of the drivers that made their names in various different categories here. Denny Hulme, Joe Bonnier, Pedro Rodriguez, Helmut Marko, yeah, same one, Ralph Stomlin, Alan de Cadenet, and Henri Pescarolo. So depending on the age, the size, the capacity, the weight and the nature of the car, they will be in one of those assorted classes. And of course, we'll be going for outright honours as well. As we've just heard from Andrew Haddon, The fact that you've got a stonking great Chevy V8 in the back may not necessarily be the best thing. So our man Ed has had a variety of different advice today. He said that somebody told him that there was nothing to it driving a Can-Am McLaren, and Andrew Haddon saying it can be a bit naughty. So that's very much a difference of opinion. Tim De Silva in the Tay-Deck, we saw that out early on. Tim and Harinder De Silva qualifying that. They'll race it under its other number, which is crossed out at the moment, in another one of our sports car races this weekend. So they've already had that car running quite happily. And here is 44, Andrew Haddon's McLaren M1A. So the first McLaren Can-Am car. And as he said, they developed very quickly. We saw that earlier on in one of our other qualifying sessions. The difference between something that's relatively rounded and not aerodynamic like the M1 and the big fat cars that followed. So the M1A developed definitely, and Can-Am grew like Topsy, not in terms of engine capacity, but in the width and the length of the cars and the aerodynamic devices they then spouted. So 2 qualifying sessions remain, and this one due to get underway in just a moment or two. Red flag in the last session has delayed it a fraction, but other than that we should be pretty much ready to go. So most of these cars, about half of these cars, are 2-driver efforts. And there is an opportunity for a driver change, or you can hog the fun all to yourself.
Very unusual to see an entry list with 2 Ferrari 512s in it. 512Ms are in this entry. One for David and Olivier Hart, who we've seen out, father and son, seen out a few times from Holland. And a change of car for Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle in number 23, rather than their Lola T70. They're also in a Ferrari 512M.
Probably haven't had 2 Ferrari 512s racing together since they were current at Le Mans. Close-up shots, by the way, there of Nigel Greensell, whose name we have bandied around a lot today. And that's the blue and yellow helmet with the stars on the side, not unlike Hans Stuck's helmet, in fact, in its own little way. He had a band of stars around the chin piece. So Nigel ready to head the queue out, so determined to try and strike early and get that lap in. And again, he is officially on the original entry list, along with John Spears in that McLaren M1B. So the next iteration on from Andrew Haddon's M1A. Is that a lesser spotted Lotus?
No, it's a De Tomaso, isn't it?
Ah, is it?
I think so. Looking at the...
it's not full Group 5 Pantera, is it? Because it hasn't sprouted all the things. So that's
Paul
Group 1, 2. Yeah.
And James Hansen in a De Tomaso Pantera. And the big wing on the back of this car, the 26 car, which is Henry Fletcher's B26, so appropriately numbered. I mentioned earlier the later Chevrons, when aerodynamics came in, had these big wings on them, but actually the earlier cars much quicker through the air, perhaps not quite as much grip, but the B19s certainly mix it with the B21s and the B26s with the wings on. And this, the Chevron B8, the number 35 car of Chris Lillingston-Price, who is sharing with Freddie Lillingston-Price, and I think, is that Freddie there? Yes, I think. The Chevron B8, the B6, I think we've got a B6 in this as well, almost identical. Yeah, John Davison's car is a B6, almost identical, just some changes to the underbody work to make it easier to work on for the privateer teams.
That car was out in the Legends session earlier on.
You can tell by the size of the brakes that it's a more modern car, can't you?
And also the names on the roll hoop. Vitaly Petrov, one of the drivers of that car when it was run by SMP.
Ollie Bryant is an extra entry in your programme, and car number 4 he will be running as. Ollie Bryant driving solo in the Lola T70 Mark 3B, which is the closed body, closed coupe version. The Mark 3B, and I think Ollie will certainly be one of the contenders for a top grid position in this qualifying session. An extremely experienced driver, raced in modern GT cars and some success as well at the Spa 24 Hours, raced at Le Mans as well. We've seen him out at least once, if not twice today with his father, Graham. He's driving solo in the T70. And a young fan on our screen there, that's great to see. I'm a great supporter of bringing your children along to motor racing, because they'll grow up enjoying the sights, sounds and smells of motorsport.
Also, why should it only be the old folks that have tinnitus? If you're bringing your kids, get them ear defenders. Even if you just get little foam earplugs, it does make the world of difference. So yeah, great to see them.
And of course the festival, very much a family event. So we got the big fair inside of Beckett's on the village green.
Yeah, lots to see and do. The foodie festival, the music this evening, food and drink, and yeah, plenty of interactivity. Again, if you haven't had the opportunity to do so far, and you may not have done so today because cars are on track, do have a look at coming back and visiting the Silverstone Museum. It's not just a row of cars and ho-hum yawn. It's a very, very entertaining, interactive history of motor racing here at Silverstone and globally. So it's getting rave reviews, and rightly so. Silverstone Museum, very well worth a visit wherever you get the opportunity.
I think I'm right in saying that your entry ticket for the festival gets you into the museum for the same, no further cost.
What you've got to do though is drag yourself away from the on-track action, and that's not easy. So coming up this evening in just under an hour and 45 minutes will be the Christians, Gary Christian and the boys. Again, in really fine form at the moment. So they're on from 7:15, and then as the balloons take off at 8:30, Martin Fry and ABC will be your headline act for this evening. And that will be a great way to round out the evening. If you are staying here, if you've got the moho, or if you're in a tent, or you've managed to find a B&B or an Airbnb nearby, then why not have some supper in the good weather, make the most of it, and see some two great bands, really still very much at their prime. They are highly entertaining. And you can check out and make all sorts of amendments to your race card, because these things are only written down so that we can change them at a later date. So cars readying themselves for the Masters Sports Car Legends, and after that we'll have the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. So very different kind of sports car racing, much more road car related, whereas these are purpose-built racers. So coming up in the final session, Shelby Cobras, Lotuses, Alfa Romeos, Porsches, TVRs, Jaguar E-Types, inevitably there's an E-Type in every race almost, Marcus's, Datsun 240Zs, Morgan Plus 8 and 44s, Lotus Europas, and all sorts of in-betweens. So plenty still to come. So Jodie Kidd has been out and about all day, mingling with the great and good. Let's see what she has for us.
So I've just stepped away from the track for a minute because I've come to the village green because I want to meet the official charity partner of this event. So I'm going to go inside. I'm going to meet Sandra, who is chief exec of the Kidney Research UK. So Sandra, tell me a little bit more about the charity.
So we're the charity of the year for the Silverstone Festival, and we are here to tell the story that 3.5 million people are living in the UK with kidney disease now, and our research is looking for answers to help them live a healthier and better life.
So what can people do if they come over here and find you guys?
So please come and see us. We're on the green. We'd love to talk to you. You can learn a little bit more about the research and development work that we do here. And you can do a kidney health check, a quick check yourself on your own kidney health.
Amazing. So you can come down here, get a quick kidney check and donate.
Yes, that's right. And there's lots of other exciting things to do over the whole weekend. You'll see us out and about on the main stage and here in the tent. So we'd love to see people.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just going to go over here because I have heard that a very, very famous person is here. David Brabham. How are you? Lovely to see you. So just a quick question. You're here because this is rather personal, isn't it? Kidney disease and this particular charity. Can you just let us know a little bit more why?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my father had kidney disease and his mother had kidney disease. It's kind of runs through the family on that side. So obviously do whatever I can to support Kidney Research UK. And, we're here at Silverstone, at the Silverstone Festival. We've got the Brabham simulator here, the BT19 Brabham Motorsport Sim. And people can pay £5 to have a go and try and beat my time. And there's a prize at the end, whoever gets the quickest time as well.
Amazing. Make sure you get down here and try and beat David's time.
Cars on track at the Silverstone Festival for the Yokohama Trophy for Masters Sports Cars Legends. Sports racing prototypes from the 60s and 70s and covering a near 2-decade generation span. So from the open 2-litre sports cars, and there's a classic example, Xavier Michel in the Chevron B19. Unfortunately, that car at the side of the track, just on his outlap, and that brings us in fact to the first of our program changes. Christian Valliot-Gior is the second driver in that car. However, looks like he may not get an outing. There is no car number 13 for Dean Forward and James Thwaites, so their Lola T70 has gone. You can add Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. That is lost it, car number 23, no longer a Lola T70, that's a 512M Ferrari. And Freddie Lillington-Price joins Chris Lillington-Price in car number 35, the family Chevron B8. Car number 51, Christian Pittard with Darren Burke in their B8. 56, Graham Edelman now has Rob Hall with him rather than Andy Willis. Martin O'Connell joins Steve Brooks in the number 59 Lola T70 Mark IIIB, and Martin Stretton joins Portuguese driver Diego Ferrao in the car number 65 Lola T292. There is a scratch for 95, Gary Culver and Colin Soter's Lola T70. So Lola T70 Mark IIIBs, of whom we had 4 or 5, are now down to single numbers, or single digits even. And smoke from the Alpha, Lucas Halusa's Alpha 33, not looking entirely happy either. He pulls over on the hangar straight as well, so that's a couple of cars that have fallen by the wayside. And finally, Steve Deeks is not here in the Porsche 911 Porsche number 911, but there are additions in the form of number 4, Ollie Bryant in a Lola T70 Mark IIIB, and 186 Robert Shaw in a Chevron B8, and that's the car you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. So that is one of our additions, Robert Shaw in his 2-litre Chevron B8. So I shall write red alongside that. So 30-minute qualifying session, and the little Chevron of Henry Fletcher, the blue car, going around the outside of the Chevron B8. Again, you can see the difference between the light little B8 and a much more purposeful Chevron B26. 31 right behind, Gary First, Lola T212. Here's not a Lola T70, but a car that is not entirely dissimilar, although the people at Maranello would highly argue with that. David and Olivier Hart, they are in the second of our Ferrari 512Ms, and that is car number 14.
So they were due to be out in that Ferrari anyway, but having two 512Ms on any grid is quite remarkable. These things are not exactly hen's teeth, but they certainly don't grow on trees.
And they were the star with the Porsche 917 of the Le Mans film, made by Steve McQueen.
A couple of Lola T70 Mark 3Bs right in front, the Lola closed coupe that then begat the open Mark III, which was the start of Lola's influence in the Can-Am series. I'm not sure if this is David or Olivier Hart, but whoever, he's finding the front and the back of the Ferrari, both arguing with him. He goes fastest of all. A car looking like a really lively proposition. Goes ahead of the Ferrari and Stratton car. So Diego Ferrari joined by Martin Stretton in their Lola T292. That's car number 65. That's now down to second place, although that hasn't been reflected on our timing screen yet. So have they gone quicker still? Looks like they might have.
Or did the Hart car lose its time because of track limits? That's sometimes happens. You see a quick time and then it disappears. We haven't seen that today, so I wonder, perhaps you're right.
No, not much of it.
No, maybe Ferrari went quicker.
Lola T210 here, another of our 2-litre sports cars in the Helmut Marko era category. Hand out the cockpit. So that's coming into the pit lane. Ingo Strolz and Thomas Matzelberger, the all-Austrian crew. And car number 4, so this is Ollie Bryant's Lola T70 Mark 3B.
And there is the Diogo Ferrari Martin Stretton, and that's Diogo at the wheel. Martin Stretton, green helmet, so Diogo has started in this session in that car. That's certainly a contender for a good finishing position in the race, but certainly in qualifying.
Di Tommaso, styled by starting with a shoebox and wrapping it around the car, essentially. Not the most convincing of aerodynamic body structures. It covers the tyres. That's about as much as you can say for it.
The front, actually, the front of it's somewhat akin to the early 935 Porsches, isn't it? It's a sort of boxy front with the lights low down.
Looks only a mother could love.
Yes.
The back is slightly less badly resolved, but not exactly what you call attractive. Later Group 5, Di Tommaso Panteras grew a lot of wings and so on, but they actually did look an awful lot more attractive. Now then, so here is the Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle 512M. Scuderia, is that Montjuic on it? Spanish livery, yeah. But in bright yellow could as easily be Écurie Francorchamps.
And it's Gary Pearson at the wheel at the moment.
Yes, that's Gary Pearson, not Gay Pearson. He dropped an R, unfortunately, in the race card. So essentially, sports car racing version of Ferrari's Formula One flat 12 engine. And as Alistair was saying, when you see the Steve McQueen film of Le Mans, set around the 1970 race, the two protagonists were the 512 Ferrari and the Porsche 917. No 917s in this race, but there were a number of cars that also played a part. Lola T70s played a part in some of the filming as well.
Dressed up as 917s.
Indeed.
Yeah, sacrificial as well. I think they used one to film one of the crash scenes. You can see it, the headlights ablaze there for Ollie Bryant in the very distinctive white, blue and red Lola T70 Mark 3B.
That car third fastest at the moment. And Martin Stretton has, last lap just 206.1. Both these cars going a little slower than that, but the fastest lap at the moment, 205.5 rather, is 1.8 seconds quicker than anybody else has managed so far. So Brown Stretton, something askew with their transponder. It's not giving us split times, it is giving us full lap times. Jason Wright's Lola T70 has just gone quicker, but has not moved up a position. Behind car number 192, Thomas and Lockie, Julian Thomas, Callum Lockie in their Chevron B8. That has moved up a smidge. It's funny how a distinctive livery can make a car look younger than it is. And you look at this car, and that does have a very much more modern look to it, just because the way the livery works on it. This is the Chevron B21 of Pascal Jabou of France. That car, 1972. Again, there's just something about the livery, although it does use perforated film across the front of the car, which of course barely exists these days. It does look really quite modern. Brace of Lola T70s and the 512 Ferrari going by both. Number 3 car is Jason Wright, that's the green machine. And 59 coming towards us, white with the green stripe, Steve Brooks.
And he's sharing with Martin O'Connell. Martin O'Connell, another of the driver preparers. And very, very quick driver indeed. But a spin there for the 512M Ferrari of David and Olivier Hart. And that proves that I think that might be David.
I think that is David now, yeah, with the open-faced blue helmet.
That's right, yeah, with that's father David, son Olivier.
Now have they just come? Has he been in the pits or not? I wondered whether Olivier had started it and David might just have taken over. Not sure. Again, fighting both ends of the Lola at the same time.
And that's the Steve Brooks at the wheel there. I think Martin O'Connell yet to get in that car. Martin O'Connell, very, very successful in open wheel racing, but never quite got there. One of the many, many drivers who had all the talent, but not the funding.
Yep.
Martin, in fact, here he wowed us a few years ago in a Formula 2 race with such incredible speed. Fabulous race, and regularly out in cars. This is Ollie Bryant driving solo in the closed Lola T70, the Mark 3B. Another person who was third at the moment and just done his best sector time, sector 1 time. Sector 2 not as good as he's previously done.
Gary Pearson has just pitted from second quickest and handed over to Alex Brundle. So car number 23 back out now, and that is the yellow 512M Ferrari. So Brundle will be bringing that up speed. Front of the shot, car number 88. Again, very much older looking car, the McLaren M1B of Richard McAlpine. It's grown a couple of aerodynamic devices that you'll see at the front and the rear compared to the M1A that we saw of Andrew Haddon, which was an altogether cleaner car. But whoa! Again, still very much more upright, narrow, and relatively aero-free compared to later iterations of the Can-Am McLaren era, or indeed any Can-Am car as the years progressed.
And that's followed by the orange and sort of dark, sort of purpley orange of Team Gunston, which is a South African cigarette brand, and they ran cars in period, and quite a number of Team Gunston cars have found their way over to the UK for historic racing.
This is the John Spears and Nigel Greensill machine, car number 96, the McLaren M1B. Again, it's basically just big aero tabs, one under the chin to stop it lifting and the other one at the back to try and stop the wheels spinning too much. 117, James Claridge and Gonzalo Gomez in the Ultramar Lola. That's another 2-litre car.
And back to a Chevron B8, this one, the Christian Pittard and Darren Burke. We saw them out in a Formula 5000 earlier on, very quick, both of them, very quick drivers. And out in the Chevron B8, 12th place overall, but just consulting our timing screen, first in their class, which is not a great surprise. Very, very strong pairing. And it just looks right, that car. It's all the dimensions just work from the pen of Derek Bennett.
See, I don't understand why there weren't many more of those built as road cars. You look at something like a Ginetta G15, and that's much prettier and about the same size. Here we go. This is Alex Brundle. Yes, it is. Alex Brundle out now. Gary Pearson starting off this session in the number 23 Ferrari 512M.
I haven't seen Alex out in this car before. He may well have driven it in other meetings, but not a car I've seen him in. I've seen him in the Lola T70 they were originally entered in. In fact, he raced in that here last year, didn't he? Had an oil leak right at the end, had to come in.
I'm not sure, but this may well be the first Ferrari he's ever raced, so it's an entertaining place for an introduction. 0.79 away, so he goes up to second place. Was it in second place? No, he goes up to second place. Fastest second sector of all from that car. So 0.76 away from pole. Ahead of Ollie Bryant, you saw the number 1 car of Stefan Jubstel and Andy Willis, another Mark 3B Lola T70. There's a few of them in this race.
Interesting comparison there. The fastest speed trap time on the Hangar Straight for these cars is 167 miles an hour, and that's from the Ferrari 512, I think, yes, Hart 512 Ferrari. And it was 171 or 172 for the much more modern Le Mans cars that we saw. So speed-wise, they haven't progressed that much.
No, absolutely. However, minimum speed in the corner, that's where your aerodynamic downforce will help you at Stowe. These cars squirming around with very little aerodynamic aid and big fat tyres. And yeah, cars like the Lola Aston and the Peugeot will put an awful lot more pressure on their tyres and carry that speed through the corners.
And Alex Brundle has just done the absolute best Sector 1 time. Meantime, Ollie Bryant has done his best lap of the race. Hasn't moved him from third on the grid in the Lola T70. Alex Brundle goes
purple sector 2
in 2 as well. So are we coming here with this yellow Ferrari that's on our screen now, number 23? Is this leading up to a pole position time?
Definitely looks like it at the moment. The Ferrao and Stretton car is in the pit lane. Diogo Ferrao was out earlier. Martin Stretton will come out in it, and this should be the fastest time of it all. It is fastest lap, 2:04.6 compared to 2:05.5 of Diogo Ferrao, and third Ollie Bryant, 2:07.0 and 2:07.8 of David Hart and Olivier Hart, fourth fastest. Now there's Martin Stretton. This is his out lap. So he will build up to speed, and he will undoubtedly be looking for a bit more pace. And the Hearts go quicker again, do not improve their position, but they are now only 92 thousandths slower than Ollie Bryant's Lola. So what can Mighty Mouse do in this car? Martin Stretton in the 1973 1800cc Lola up against the 5-litre flat 12 Ferrari. We talked about Le Mans cars, particularly the LMP1 cars like the Peugeot and the Lola Aston, really only getting 2 places on this Silverstone circuit, despite its high average speed, to really use their key strength, which is performance in a straight line. And that's the Hangar Straight and the Wellington Straight. And the rest of it is really not designed for a Le Mans car. And as a result, you might find that the smaller, lighter Lola has, although it may not have the top speed of the Ferraris, has got its match pretty much anywhere else. I don't think the minimum corner speed will be much different. Stretton is chasing that pole position. He needs to find a second somewhere. And Brundle's last lap, 2:04.632. Sector 1 was better. Sector 2, better again. He's moving the goalposts here. Alex Brundle goes faster again. Clock hasn't stopped, but should have done. Oh, no, not yet. Here we go. Oh, look at this. He's pitching it in like it's a Formula Junior car. 2:03.984. And it is now 1.559 seconds that Martin Stretton needs to find. So Alex Brundle going nearly 0.6 of a second quicker. He was the first man into the 2:04s. He is now the first man into the 2:03s. I don't know how many laps he's done in that Ferrari 512 before, but he's certainly got it by the scruff of the neck now. I don't know, what's the time now? 7:22 in Zandvoort. I don't know quite what Martin Brundle is doing at this time of the evening, but if he's got a chance to watch a little bit of this on online, I think he'll be pretty impressed with the way that Alex is going. This car third fastest, the Claridge and Gomez Ultramar Lola. And this car has spent a lot of time, I think, racing in the UK. And here is the other Ferrari, and that is in 5th place, David and Olivier Hart. Now, if David Hart was in earlier, is he still? I'm not sure he is. I think Olivier Hart may be in that car now. Martin Stretton back in the pit lane, and 6 minutes and counting, or just under 7 minutes on the clock. So shown as in the pits at the moment, the Ferrari and Stretton car in 2nd place. Now, if he's going to make any adjustment at all, it needs to be very quick for him to come out, get a full warm-up lap of the circuit, which is going to take him over 2 minutes. So he's got about another 4 minutes in the pit lane before he must leave if he wants one more lap in qualifying.
And it's great to see these cars, such as the one we've got on screen now, the 512M, being really driven hard, isn't it? That's what racing cars were made for, not to sit in museums or be tootled around in demonstrations. We love to see them being raced. And the two Ferraris, they've been absolutely door-handled around the circuit, haven't they? Both of them using all of the track. And just about to finish another lap is Olivier Hart. An improvement, but
goes up to 3rd. Yeah, not on the front row yet, but how far is he? 71 thousandths off 2nd placed for Owen Stretton. Martin Stretton back out to the pit lane once more. So it's starting another outlap, or is that the end of the outlap? So still shows in the timing screen as being in the pits, which he clearly is not.
I think it's the transponder, isn't it?
Yes, it's only pinging once a lap as it comes across the line, which is going to really annoy us in the race, particularly once the driver changes happen. So hopefully they'll get that sorted. Car is up on its toes and really moving around. And as you said, with the two Ferraris, they're both being ragged. So is this Lola. So in fairness, is the Claridge and Gomez Ultramar Lola. That's getting a proper ragging. And Ollie Bryant, I'm sure, is not sparing the horses as he takes the whip to his Lola either. Stretton just a long look in the mirrors as he comes down into Stowe. Nothing behind him. Improvement in 7th for the Brooks and O'Connell car. So not sure who's in that, kind of a 59. Steve Brooks, Martin O'Connell's Lola T70.
I think it was Steve Brooks who started that one, so Martin probably on board now. And Martin Stretton looking to his right there as he came over the timing line, probably looking for his board to show what time he's done.
Well, that lap, I think, must have been an outlap. 2:10.3 to 2:05.5, his fastest lap. Into the pit lane with 4 minutes to go is Alex Brundle. And here is car number 59, the Brooks and O'Connell car. Steve Brooks, Martin O'Connell joins him in the Lola T70. And again, that's been properly wrestled around. These are busy old beasts, whether they're 2 litre or 6 litre. Not that you get a 2 litre Lola T70, but these cars in particular, the more horsepower you have, the more you tend to have to work for it.
Entered in period by Sid Taylor, and would turn up at not club race meetings, but relatively lower Formula E race meetings with drivers like Denny Hulme at the wheel of this car, and world champion 1967. So you saw some fabulous drivers in these cars in period.
But if you're going to go pot hunting, go pot hunting. Get a world champion in the car. Claridge and Gomez have moved up to 3rd in car 117. That's the Ultramar Lola, the blue car, open cockpit. Meanwhile, I think this is Martin O'Connell pushing on, looking for an improvement here.
Oh, slightly wide.
Out wide, but they go 5th fastest. And then Ollie Bryan comes across the line behind and pushes them down to 6th. There's the Ultramar Lola. So again, that car being given everything it's got. Martin Stretton remains in the pit lane, as does Alex Brundle. So not sure that the Ferran Stretton car is likely to come back out. David and Olivier Hart still wrestling their car around, or I think it is Olivier Hart. It's just set its fastest speed down the Hangar Straight, 157.9 miles an hour. Thank you very much indeed. Heading into Stowe. And this is a better lap again. Now don't forget that this car just 21 thousandths off the front row. He only needs the slightest improvement. He was fastest with his first sector, faster than he's been before. Not quite as quick in sector 2, but if he can have a tidy sector 3, this could be enough to move them up to 2nd place. They're not going to get the pole, but they could get a front row start. And that is a 2:05, and that's what they needed to move up to 2nd place. 2:05.446. Ollie Bryan, car number 4, also on a personal best lap. He's green in sector 1. And the Brooks and O'Connell car also green in sector 1, but as we saw on the previous lap, not quite as quick. Ollie Bryan closing in. The predictor says he'll be in the red to pole. 1.7 back. At the moment, he is 2.5 back, and that should move him up to 4th fastest ahead of the Hearts. Tim De Silva improves his time with a purple final sector. Fantastic stuff. Didn't improve his position. Ollie Bryant goes up not ahead of the Hearts, stays 5th. 2:06.057, that's his best lap. Not as quick as David and Olivier Hart's Ferrari, and they are now in the pits as well.
Martin Stretton is still out on track. It's difficult to follow him because we've no transponder in that car, so we can't see his times pop up as he makes his way around, but he's coming up to Village, so he's on a lap in the 1st sector.
Henry Fletcher's Chevron currently just inside the top 10, and how much pressure is he under from behind? Well, the Yerbstel and Willis car number 1 right behind him, 26 thousandths is the margin from 9th to 10th, so he's under considerable pressure from the big Lola T70. That's not right behind him on the road, but it is right behind him on the timing screen. So if it was behind him on the road, the headlights would be melting the paint off the back at this Chevron. That would probably be halfway alongside 26 thousandths of a second. So Claridge and Gomez continue to circulate in the Ultramar Lola, 2nd best, and in fact their last lap was another improvement. They brought the margin down to 1.2 away from pole, and they're now 3 tenths ahead of Ferran Stretton's Lola, car number 65, and they are class rivals as well in the Stommond class. And after the great Rolf Stommond, checker flag is out, and the Ultramar Lola was one of the first cars past. You just saw Henry Fletcher go by as well. So last lap for anybody who is still out there and on a hot one. So Henry Fletcher's Lola, green in the first sector. Here's the Pittard and Burke chevron. Right, so timing has fallen over a wee bit. Most of the cars are in the pit lane, but there have been a couple of improvements at the tail end of the top 10. This car currently lying in 14th place, takes a checkered flag. And in fact, that shows so Henry Fletcher in the 8th place, number 26. Chevron has completed his run. That car has also, and currently lining up, lost it. The Thomas and Lockie car lining up in 17th place.
Not far behind, there's 3 Chevron B8s. Pittard Burke is the quickest one, and then Stephen Nuttall driving solo, and then Callum Lockie and Julian Thomas in the car we've got on screen now, 192. Third quickest of the Chevrons.
All in the class named after Swiss ace Joe Bonnier for sports prototypes and GTs under 2000cc between 1966 and 69. I told you there are a number of classes and a number of discriminatory lines between them. Well, again, trying to match cars of a similar period is the key there, really. So basically pitching them against cars with which, or the type of which they would have raced against in period. So between different various rule changes and rule sets happening, yeah, it's never an easy job, but you try and combine the best of everything. A few more spots of rain being reported around Silverstone, and a lot of rain in the background there. One more qualifying session to go, but for the Masters Sports Car Legends, a stunning number of laps from Alex Brundle in the Ferrari 512M that he shares with Gary Pearson have put them head and shoulders ahead. The Ultramar Lola of Claridge and Gomes, Ferran Stretton's Lola in 3rd place. That's the first of the 2-litre, second of the 2-litre cars, and David and Olivier Hart in their Ferrari 512M in 4th, ahead of the Lola T70s of Ollie Bryant and Brooks and O'Connell. So all the way down through our 8-car class, plenty of entertainment all the way through that qualifying session, and they have managed to dodge the rain. There is not much of it here. There are just a few spits and spots around Silverstone, and we'll be hoping that that big grey cloud disappears past the circuit somewhere through Oxfordshire, and yeah, good for the crops, good for the ducks. Not great if you want to watch the Christians and ABC this evening at Silverstone. So a variety of 1960s and early 1970s sports racers and GT cars, or closed sports racers slightly more accurately, in our Masters Sports Cars Legends. And from the big engine cars like the Ferrari 512s, Lola T70s, down to the little 2-litre sports racers. Big moment for the David and Olivier Hart Ferrari. That car going very quickly. Jogo Farral got in a number of laps in the Lola that he shares with Martin Stretton, but Stretton not really able to get the car running at the end of the session. The Ultramar Lola moving up to 2nd quickest in qualifying in the hands of Claridge and Gomez, but it was the Pearson Brundle Ferrari 512, the late addition to the field, that crushed them for pole.
So So you're joining us at Iconic Auctioneers, and this is where you can nab yourself an absolute beauty of a classic car. I mean, there are so many options down there. I mean, I've had a few little looks at some options for myself, but I'm joined here by Rob, who is one of the auctioneers. Hi, Rob.
Hi, nice to see you.
So tell us what we can kind of expect here this weekend.
You can expect fun-filled, many cars going under the gavel. There's something for all tastes and budgets. We've got automobilia this afternoon, competition cars as well today, and then tomorrow the collector's cars.
So doing the actual auctions, I mean, it must be quite a tricky job because you kind of have to keep an eye on everybody. Have you ever had moments where somebody has bid on something and then ended up in a relationship argument?
Once or twice. Yes, body language is always quite amusing to look at. Sometimes it's the wife egging on the gentleman to bid
egging
more.
on?
Yeah, and they're disagreeing, or other times it's the, or I'm saying a big sexist answer, sometimes it might be the lady and the husband going, what are you doing? We occasionally get it, but yeah, we keep smiling and they walk away with the car they want.
Is there any sort of cars down there that you've got your eye on?
There's always something in every sale we do that you think, wow, that really is a special car. So yeah, there's quite a few. I won't say which ones, just so I don't want to be accused of being biased. But we've got plenty of options down there for people.
So you've been coming here for 13 years. Is there any lot in particular that stands out in your memory that you've sold over the years?
Yeah, well, like you say, 13 years here at the Silverstone Festival. Last year, probably a lot of people saw in the press, we sold Princess Diana's Ford Escort. That was a proper viral story. That sold for just over £750,000 last year. So yeah, that's probably the most standout car we've had here at the festival.
Incredible. I mean, yeah, I'm going to have a little browse myself in a bit to see what I could potentially afford. Actually, I do know what I can afford, and that's this painting. I'm going to take this. Thank you very much.
Clouds overhead. Silverstone, what started as a bright and sunny day, has gradually got a little gloomier, and now there is rain in the distance. It does look as though it is going to pass us by. That is devoutly to be wished, not just for our final qualifying session, but also for our music and entertainment for the rest of the evening. But before then, let's catch up with the runners and riders in the collecting area and hear from Ed Foster.
The final qualifying session of today and the final qualifying session of the weekend. We've got the HSCC Road Sports Trophy, and we've got some absolutely fantastic cars here. There's one car in particular I want to go and talk to the driver of, but up the sharp end we've got these Morgans, which I think will be near the front. We've got William, just here, let's go over and chat near your car. I've just been saying that these Morgans are kind of, you're going to be near the front, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously we've got a Cobra in the race, we've got an Elan, but no, the Morgan tends to be a pretty strong car around the circuit here. We've had some good success with this car over the years, so fingers crossed we'll keep it at the front. But yeah, no, I mean that's the plan for the race. So.
And you're on nice sticky Yokohamas as well. So with these, if you're sliding, are you losing speed?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's not like an old historic Dunlop tyre, but yeah, I mean, the best thing is to keep the car in a straight line and keep it on balance through the corners. And yeah, I mean, it should go well, I hope.
I mean, you guys race sort of together quite a lot. Who else are you looking out for?
Probably the Cobra behind us here, the Elan of John Davison here. I think maybe the Morgan, the blue one to our left here, but I'm with my dad, so I did the first stint, and then Dad will jump in for the second half. But yeah, I mean, the plan is to hopefully win the race and get pole, but you just never know at the moment.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Right, stay with us, because we now have a bit of a walk. We're going to go down here, and as you heard there, William talking about the fact that it's a two-driver race. So I've done a few two-driver races in my time, and you wouldn't believe the practice that goes on just trying to do the driver change quickly. So much can go wrong, belts can get lost. There's a process of who undoes what belt, who does up what belt. And what happens if you're the second driver, especially in historics, is you find that the car you get into is not like the car you had in qualifying, because the brakes are finished, the tyres are overcooked, and you've really just got to make the most of it. But two-driver races are fantastic, because you get drivers like William, who's obviously racing with his father, and you get to do that as a family, which is absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to carry on down here, and you'll see there's a sort of bit of an interloper in the shape of an E-Type, the number 12 car down here of Adam Bagnall. You might be wondering why I'm going all the way down the end of the assembly area. We've pretty much walked to Berkshire now. You'll soon find out why I want to talk to Adam. So here we are. Adam, I'm sorry, I'm just doorstepping you here. I read this in the programme and I wasn't sure, so I just checked. Now, you've driven this here to the circuit.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I always drive to the circuit. It means I get used to the car, make sure everything's running right, and I've got to drive safely and carefully, but fast, and get the car home. And also, I've also got a tow bar I put on, and I tow a little micro caravan, so I'll be sleeping in that tonight.
This is fantastic. How many years have you been doing this?
Since I started in 99 or 2000, I've been driving my car to the circuit, and that's when I started racing. So I've never really had a trailer. I've rented one occasionally, but I prefer it in a way. It does put a pressure on you, and when things go wrong, you've then got to think, how do I get the car home? Yes, it can be logistically difficult sometimes, but it focuses you, and I just love it as a road car. Just to get yourself in the zone, or get to know all the noises of the car, so that you're not surprised by anything when you get out on the track. Yeah.
Well, Adam, if there was a Hero's Choice Award, I'd be giving it to you this weekend. Thank you so much.
And I hope I'm going to do well. That's right. Yes.
To be honest, if you've towed a caravan, it doesn't matter how well you do in the race. You've already won people's hearts and minds.
Oh, well, maybe, but I'd like to be out there with the Morgan Plus 8s in a straight line. This is pretty quick. And it's just that it's a bit heavy around the corners, and so if it were wet, I'd be okay. But I think it's going to be dry. I'm going to be struggling a bit.
Fantastic, Adam. Thank you. Well, look, you heard it here first. We've had every type of racing car this weekend, and we've now had a racing car that tows a caravan.
Racing cars that tow caravans. I have seen a P3 pre-war Alfa Grand Prix car with a tow bar racing here at Silverstone over the years. It's not a first, probably won't be the last. Well, skies are darkening overhead, but that isn't going to stop the entertainment continuing. Just under half an hour now, Gary Christian and the band will be live on stage here at Silverstone on the main stage, and they will be followed at 8:30 by ABC, Martin Fry and the band in fantastic form. If you've not seen either live, and even if you have, make sure you go over and see them this evening. Cars heading out on track for the final qualifying session of the Silverstone Festival. Friday comes to an end with the HSCC Road Sports Trophy. So the deal here is cars must be based on a production road sports car model, and the rules are very simple. There are 5 classes, up to 1100cc, 1100 to 1400, 1400 to 2 litres, 2 to 3 litres, and then 3001, and the sky's your limit is the final category. So it is all about engine size. Now, obviously, there are other slight regulations, but in terms of the classes, it is the capacity of the car which will put you into your class. Headlights are on because there are some very dark clouds overhead. There isn't any rain as yet, a couple of spots in the air, but not enough to worry too many people. So let's pick some runners and riders for you. Well, picking out first the Patterson Morgan. So car number 172, that is driven by Russell and Elliot Patterson, Morgan Plus 8. So you see 2 different kinds of the Morgan family here. There's Morgan 4.4s, 4 cylinders, and Morgan Plus 4s, which are also 4-cylinder engines, and a Plus 8, which is a strictly 2-seater with the V8 engine, derived from the Rover V8, and more latterly, later Rover, later Plus 8 with the BMW V8, but these will all be the Rover V8 powered cars. So the traditional Morgan with its wood frame and aluminium body, and the thumping great Rover engine in front. Now, in a smaller capacity, the 1400 to 2 litre class, you will find the Lotus Elans with the 1600cc twin cam. This is the car of John Davison. Davison in a couple of different races, so this car he will now be feeling fairly happy with, and certainly this long queue of cars. Now, 911 we scratched from our previous entry, but Steve Deeks is here with his orange Porsche 911. So 911 SC, car number 911. You can see Mark 1 Escort right behind in the red and gold of the Alan Mann Racing team. And that is car number 5, Philip House in that car. Former VW Championship winner, Phil House. And that car has been very slightly overfilled with fuel and is now costing him about a £5 a turn. Behind you can see the low-slung green and gold of a Lotus Europa, which in racing terms became the Lotus 49. But that, again, derived from a road car, as all these are from production-based cars. Unfortunately, Phil House, now he's not going to find a lack of traction on his own fuel, but those following him round will. And Steve Deeks spent many years here, not just as a racing driver, but as a racing instructor at Silverstone. Would have seen an awful lot of drivers through their ARDS course, which is the essentially the driving test that allows you to get your competition license. 178, Jonathan Rushton in his Morgan Plus 4. So that is the 4-cylinder engine. And throughout their history, the Plus 4 Morgans have had a variety of different power plants. 76, Alexis Maskell and Ollie Bryant in their Porsche 911. And coming up from behind is another of the Marcuses. So this will be Marcus GT. Now, I need to find that on my list. That is 27. Okay, so that will be Roger Watton's 1800cc Marcus. So another, he shares that with Clive Wood. So that'll be another of the Volvo-engined Marcuses. So the familiar long-nose Marcus that followed on from the wooden Wanda, started with the 1500 GT pre-crossflow Ford engine, Volvo 1800, and then moved on to the 3-litre V6 as the 70s took hold. Fastest of all at the moment is car number 26, who is an addition, a change to the programme. It's John Davison. So not number 11, the Lotus Elan, that's number 26. So a couple of changes. Nigel Greensell, of course, has been added to the entry as you look at Roger Whiteside's, well, white side, wide front, white top, white back as well on his Morgan Plus 4. Nigel Greensell has been added to car number 1, which I haven't seen yet, but that is the Shelby Cobra of Kevin Kivloken. And car number 26, John Davison, fastest man out there at the moment in the Lotus Elan. Little pop-up headlights have both worked, so there's a rarity for you.
John Davison, a former champion in this series, which runs throughout the season with the Historic Sports Car Club. And Kevin Kivloken is the reigning champion, hence he runs number 1, and he's found that little board that says I am available for race number 20, which Nigel Greensell had over his pit. So he's been added to the driving roster, and they are third quickest at the moment, and in the number 1 Cobra, which we haven't seen it on screen yet, but I'm sure we will as we pick up different cars. And that's an original factory demonstrator car which Kevin found and had rebuilt. But John Davison, we've seen him out at least twice, from my memory, in different cars, including the fearsome TVR Griffith. But on this occasion in his Lotus Elan, which, rather like the Chevron B8, Martin, it's just, there's the Kevin Kivloken, and it's Kevin at the wheel at the moment. Kevin Kivloken's Cobra, COB1A, a very nice registration, or 1B, sorry, yep. COB1B. Rather nice number for that car, followed by one of the Morgans.
Now, COB you might think would be an automatic choice. COB1 is Nostalgia's Rod Leach's personal number plate. The Co-op Funeral Service in Leamington Spa, its cars carry COB plates as well. So they're not Cobras, by the way. So it's not automatically assigned to any Cobra.
That would be quite a car for the cavalcade behind a coffin, wouldn't it? Your Cobra.
Yeah, it probably would. Not sure you'd quite manage to get the deceased in. However, car number 1 going very nicely. 1.7 seconds away from second place and 2.35 at the moment away from pole position. Not sure how much Cobra experience, particularly in 289 production-ish Cobras, Nigel Greensall has. However, I imagine he'll be going fairly well in it. Porsche 924, car number 3. And this is Pete Connell and John Fawkes in their red 1979 924.
Bit of a departure for Porsche, wasn't it, that particular model, and the 928 as well, front-engined.
Yep, front-engine water-cooled.
Yeah, water-cooled.
Blasphemy, like as if Bob Dylan had bought an electric guitar or something. But enormously expanded Porsche's potential and, in fact, actual market. Although, because it was developed in association with Volkswagen, there was originally going to be a VW equivalent until Volkswagen Motor Group got cold feet and Porsche decided to press on with it anyway. And so it took a little while to gain market traction. Dave Mirage, who at the time was working for a family business, Champion Porsche, in Pompano Beach in Florida, the deal in the States was you got a tiny percentage increase in your allowance from Porsche based on the number of cars you'd sold the previous year. So if you said sold 10, you might get 11 cars the next year or 12. And they were tearing their hair out as how they were ever going to grow their business, even in Florida. Then along came the 924, and nobody in America wanted to touch them. The dealers did not want them. And so Champion Porsche said, send us as many as you can get across the Atlantic and we will sell them. And Porsche went, okay, fine, nobody else wants them, so you can have them. So they were selling them at $20 or $30 above cost price, but as a result, their model volume went through the roof. And from there on, they were established as one of Porsche's biggest dealers, not just in Florida, but in the US. So in the end, it was a successful, reliable, and very driver-friendly car, despite what the 911 purists made of it to start with. Now then, we talked a little bit about the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite earlier on, which we've seen a couple of times with round rear wheel arches. They were only available for 1 year in the MG era of MG midgets. That was 1973. Zip, there's my anorak again. But the square wheel arch there of the standard production car was also, the rear wheel arch was also on the Austin Healey Sprite, the Mark 1 Austin Healey Sprite and MG midget, as you see there. But the Sebring Sprite had that cutaway, so you could actually affect quick wheel changes, because as you can imagine, with the bodywork coming down over a third of the wheel, that sort of slows things up. Again, another production 924, and that's very much not a racing colour, is it? That is a proper standard road car colour. And that's one of the delights of road sports, is you don't have to go out and buy some exotica to go and compete. You can buy possibly quite a down-at-heel car, and a 924 of that vintage, if you buy it second-hand, it's going to need sills and quarter panels and various other things. It doesn't have to have been the most exotic car, but in terms of what it can do with its capacity, that's the secret. It'd be a very cost-effective way of getting into sports car racing.
And if you're doing the championship, I don't know whether it's still true, Rain, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's still in the regulations, but you used to get extra points if you drove the car to the circuit.
Yep.
And that's why you see so many of these cars have got registration numbers, because they are road registered.
Yeah, absolutely so. And yeah, you can see that there is rain in Oxfordshire, not yet in Northamptonshire though. So as we come back out from the wing, yeah, a little bit. I mean, one of the other advantages, of course, of having a road-based car, particularly if it needs an MOT, as most of these possibly will still do, is that your lights and wipers have to work. You know, not actually adding much to your speed unless the lack of wiper means that you're going very slowly. See, that's not really clearing much of an arc in front of the driver, is it? It's doing a lot for the middle of the screen, but not much in the driver's eye line. Sort of stops right in front of his face, so he can see out half of the screen and half not. A couple of 240Zs in the field, and this is the car of Dave Jarman. So 2.4 litre straight six Nissan, or in this case a Datsun. We've got a few of those in terms of the Skyline, haven't we? Not the same engine.
And reckoned to be loosely styled on the E-Type as well, the long bonnet and the small cabin. And the Japanese rather liked the look of the E-Type.
As did everybody. And the American market particularly really liked the look of the 240Z. The Z cars really took off in a big way in the States, which definitely didn't hurt Datsun's balance in the bank balance. And very popular as well in the UK. I think they rusted a little quicker in Europe than they did in a lot of the States. But the 240, particularly probably the purest of the lot, with the 260 and later the 280, they got a lot heavier, a lot more comfortable, particularly with a nod to the US market, and not quite as lively a road performer. Yeah, it really is raining now, I'm afraid.
Well, that means we won't get any more quick times. A lot of cars come into the pits now, unfortunately, which is understandable if you've set a time.
That means, having been in the commentary booth since 8 o'clock this morning, we're going to get wet walking the 50 feet to the car.
We shall have to get our driver to bring the car to the bottom of the steps.
I think that would be most acceptable.
A lovely Alpha there, the 105 shape that's known as, and but with various engine and body styles. But and the Lotus Elan, another car which very nice proportions on both those cars we've got in shot, the white Alpha and the bluey purple Elan.
No secret the Lotus Elan absolutely inspired the Mazda MX-5.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, it was seen very much as the reference benchmark, not just in terms of the shape, but the usability, the driver dynamics of it, the fact that a small engine could still feel like a quick car. Lotus Twin Cam 1598cc. You know, when it was first introduced in the early 60s, it was actually really quite a powerful engine in any kind of car, but 1500, 1600cc MX-5 by the 90s wasn't the biggest engine on the market, but again, in terms of driver enjoyment, right up there with anything else. Now we know, because this car, as we heard earlier, driven here, that its lights and wipers work. At least they did once during the year when it passed its MOT, at any rate. Although I suppose, strictly speaking, no E-Type needs an MOT. I wonder if the continuations do. I wonder if Jaguar build a rusty old shed into a brand new car, whether that needs an MOT or not.
And the triple wipers on the E-Type with the very low windscreen, rather difficult to get the sweep of two larger wipers, so they fitted 3.
Yep.
And that's the Adam Bagnall car.
And they look just about as ineffective as the same size wipers do on my Morris Minor. TVR doesn't seem to be noticing the fact that it's wet. Gaily zooming by with its glass fibre body going, I don't care, I'm not going to get rusty. Oh, that is proper British Grand Prix weather now, isn't it? Look at that. Very wet indeed. Nice looking colour on John Williams' 911 SC. And again, I imagine that car probably isn't confined just to race weekends. That looks like the sort of car that probably has quite a lot of driving in it during the year. And why wouldn't you? Well, apart from that, maybe. Off the brakes, off the brakes. Just a little heart in the mouth aquaplaning moment there for John. But nicely handled.
Rear-engined, rear-wheel drive in the Porsche. So, in theory, a little bit more traction, but what we saw there was perhaps a little bit less weight on the front wheels than ideally he would have liked.
Yeah, any driver of a rear-engine car, my first car was a Hillman Imp, will know what that light front wheel feeling is like. Yeah, lift-off oversteer is much more fun when you deliberately provoke it in the dry at about 40 miles an hour than when it happens in the rain at about 80. So, yeah, the light front end of the 911 not helping much. And of course, with the air-cooled cars of this age, didn't even need sort of water radiators or anything else up front, so not an awful lot there. I imagine for racing, you probably don't stick a bag of cement in the front boot either.
Conditions seem slightly better in Northamptonshire than Buckinghamshire at the moment.
Yeah, it does actually look as though those clouds are swept away. There is quite a lot of light and bluish sky around. It's just that big dark shower that went through. So actually, hopefully, although the grass won't be much for sitting on, hopefully the sky will be clear when our evening entertainment gets underway with the Christians and ABC tonight. Because playing to an empty, wet field is not going to be very inspiring for either of them. 381, John and Amber Dixon sharing this Lotus Elan. Window open. Just to crack the window a fraction to help with demisting.
Poor driver in the car behind, the Morgan, open top, so getting the full force of the
Loving every
rain.
minute.
Yeah.
Loving every minute of it. That's why you have an open top car. See, now he's not going to be struck off from the Morgan register, unlike the owner of the Triumph Stag in the parade at lunchtime, who had a fixed roof on. He had a hard top on. It's August. I know it's August in Britain, but even so.
August and you can't see the cars.
Yeah, if you don't want to have the roof down on a sunny afternoon in a Triumph Stag, or indeed in a Triumph Spitfire, another offender, then just buy a saloon. Yeah, there are lots of them around. Again, we talked about the Mazda MX-5 sort of being inspired definitely by the Lotus Elan. It sort of recreated soft-top motoring everywhere apart from the UK. Given what our climate is, hello, August in the UK, you're looking at it right now, the UK has traditionally been, since the 60s, one of the world's biggest market for convertible cars. You might imagine that maybe the South Pole would be a less likely place to drive a convertible, but never has a Briton used the weather as an excuse for being separated from a ragtop. But everywhere else in Europe and North America, they pretty much died out. In hot countries, people don't like them because you get too hot. But the MX-5 certainly reinvigorated the market for soft-top sports cars. And again, you can almost even see that the overall shape of the Elan transmogrified. Yeah, if Colin Chapman had still been making them 30 years, 40 years later, they may well have ended up looking like Lotus Elans, looking like MX-5s.
Pop-up headlights as well, same.
Yep.
And this is the Ashdown family car, number 45, Barry and son Rupert, who regularly campaign this car in usually in 2 races during the day, and Barry drives in one and Rupert in the other, but of course we've got an opportunity here for them to share the car in this 40-minute race, which will close the programme on Sunday afternoon.
That's a proper 60s colour as well, gorgeous lime green. Not sure that was necessarily a Lotus production colour. I don't know about the blue on this, on the Riley and Speak Series 3 Elan either. Of course, the colours you most frequently think of are red and white with a gold stripe in between the gold leaf colours, but not everything came in that colour. A lot of people prefer to have their car not necessarily in a racing livery. And again, that's a very late 60s, early 70s bright orange on the TVR.
That's the Vixen, which has the 1600cc engine, so very, very similar body shape to the larger engine cars, the Griffith, but a range of engines available in TVRs.
Well, we saw a 240Z, here is the 260Z, again just a slight capacity increase compared to the previous model, but still a fairly sharp suited car. With the 280, it grew federal impact bumpers, anti-smog gear, the power went down, the comfort levels went up. The 280 particularly was really aimed at the US market. In competition, well, they weren't renowned on the racetrack, but they certainly had some pretty decent performances. The Samurais, Super Sam and the like here in the UK, and they didn't make a bad rally car either.
Win Percy, wasn't it, in the Samurai Datsuns?
Win Percy did have a history of being recruited to drive odd things, didn't he? No, I mean, not odd, but just slightly off the beaten track. So TVR 3000M. Again, in the bewildering era of we can't quite decide whether we're going to use numbers or names for TVRs that the 1970s presented. Again, you can see it just slightly elongated and a little bit updated version of the kind of Griffith look on the car. And our third Datsun in the field is Tom Owen's 240Z. Now that properly looks like it's just been driven out of a showroom and had a couple of numbers put on the side. Got a roll cage, obviously, and it'll have fire extinguishers and so on, but it's even got little halogen headlights, fog lights with their black covers on. He's taking things carefully, as you might imagine. So not too many people are going to be really leaning on the car in this weather. It is an opportunity to get some experience of the Silverstone circuit in your car, in which you may not ever have been here in the rain. Seems unlikely, but you may not have. The Elliott family +4, or the Patterson family rather, +4, +8, being chased by, can't see whom in the gloom.
It's Richard Plant and William Plant, another family Morgan.
There you go, another +8 as well.
Yep, Richard father, William son.
That car 4th fastest, and still getting plenty of mileage in. And the Patterson's +8, 2nd quickest. So there it is. Blue +8.
Way down from Scotland. And Elliott the son, Russell the father, and very quick, both of them. Elliott actually burst onto the scene about 3 or 4 years ago in the Morgan and proved to be a very quick driver indeed. And as you say, they've got that car up to 2nd in the times, in the dry, much earlier in the session, of course. Since it rained, we've not had any improvements.
A little bit of a traction impaired moment for Adam Bagnall in the E-Type. Just hitting a bit of standing water. The rain is no longer coming down very much, but there's certainly quite a lot hanging around on the circuit. I have to say, I wouldn't want to be going out in a Can-Am car in this sort of weather. It's probably just as well we got the big bangers through a little bit earlier on, because I think the road sports, of everything that we've seen, are possibly about the best suited to this weather.
Checkered flag has gone out. So a few more times to come in, but nobody improving, of course, in these wet conditions. But it's probably worth staying out there if you've not driven on the Grand Prix circuit in the rain, because who knows what the weather will be like on Sunday.
Exactly right.
Late on, I hope it's nice and dry, but if it is wet, experience is vital.
Well, the other thing is, it may not be at Silverstone, but if you haven't done much wet weather driving, and bizarrely, even though we always bemoan the weather in this country, you tend not to do quite as much wet weather racing as you think you're going to, racing in the UK. It's always a good opportunity to practice your skills. Of course, one of the things that driving a lot in the wet, like driving a lot on the loose, teaches you is how the car how the car handles when you're in low grip situations. And that is not necessarily just weather low grip. When you get the car right to the edge of its performance envelope, then you start to float it around with that relative lack of traction. compared to just a little bit away from the limit. And so racing in the rain or driving in the rain gives you a little bit more of an insight into how the car is going to handle right on the limit. And that's never a bad thing, and it does it at a speed that is a little more attainable. Now, having said that these cars all look like they're fairly road standard, hopefully 10 minutes rain isn't what has brought this 924 to a halt. This is Pete Connell and John Fawkes' car. But it does appear to have failed to proceed at the wrong end of the circuit. This is not the pit lane you are looking for. So the Marcus splashing its way from Brooklands through to Luffield. Used to be a four-corner complex here. Used to come out of Bridge Bend, turn hard right to two lefts at Priory and then at Brooklands, which is still a left. And then you can see, look at the depth of water. A huge amount of spray coming off those front wheels. And I just think that Marcus is feeling fairly floaty at speed as well. Quite a lot of power boat going on there. That rained briefly, but it rained hard, didn't it? Real summer shower. So very few cars have gone round to eventually take the checkered flag. And this is probably most of the field that was still running. Quite a lot, I think, had already decided to call it a day and bailed out to the pit lane. But the hardy individuals making their way round. And that will bring our final qualifying session of the day to an end. Now, for those of you who are still here and have tickets, hello, sheltering in the grandstand. We've all been there, we've all done that. We've all earned that T-shirt. For those of you who have got tickets for either Saturday or Saturday and Sunday, then you will see an awful lot of these cars in action again tomorrow, and some of them on Sunday as well. Not always and or. Some of these categories will be racing on both days that we've seen in qualifying today, but they've all had their brief time on track to really try and dial themselves in and then have a think and go away and hopefully not change their car for the worse. Morgan Bonnet making a little bit of a break for freedom there. Final qualifying session for the 2023 Silverstone Festival for the HSCC's Road Sports Trophy, and John Davison's Lotus Elan fastest before the rain arrived. The Patterson family Morgan +8 second quickest, then the Kivloken Greensall Shelby Cobra third fastest. The Plants Morgan +8 ahead of Simon King's similar car. Steve Deeks' Porsche 911 finished in the top half dozen ahead of Julian Bartas' TVR 3000M, and another Lotus Elan, the Ashdown car, rounding out the top 10. Just outside the 10, the Armstrong and Blakemore Lotus Elan S4, and the first of the Datsuns, Dave Jarman's 240Z. The single Lotus Europa, Jim Dean in 13th place ahead of Philip House's Escort, the Mark 1 car that was spreading fuel liberally around the circuit. That wouldn't have helped when it got a little bit wet. MG Midgets, Lotus Elans, MGAs, more Morgans, and Andrew Bagnall's Jaguar E-Type just outside the top 20. Andrew Walton's Blue 911, 24th place, and the S2 TVR Vixen of David Tompkinson in 26th. Ken Rorison's Alpha rounds out the top 30. GT Junior, the Charles and Nairn car, 33rd. 1800 Marcus of Watton Wood in 36th, and hopefully not wet wood in that car. And those are our qualifiers. So 40 cars, I counted them out, I counted them back in, and that brings the afternoon and indeed the entire qualifying day to an end. The session started dry, unless you were following the number 5 Escort, and then a cloudburst. No chance for improvement in time, so the chance for all the drivers to practice their wet weather skills, because who knows, by the time they come to the circuit on Sunday evening, they may be needing those. Or maybe just to drive the cars home, who can tell. The Road Sports producing plenty of entertainment, and look forward to seeing these in action at the end of Sunday's programme. They will be the final race in the 2024 Silverstone Festival. Well, lots of racing, lots more in-field and on-track activity to come up throughout the weekend. From Alistair and me, Martin, it's bye for now, but let's catch up with the rest of the team.
Well, what a Friday it has been. There's been so much action on track. We've seen literally hundreds of cars. But Nicola, you've been out and about. So what have you seen? I mean,
I've been everywhere. I've been absolutely everywhere today. So I went over to Escapade Silverstone, which are the new builds that they're building just around some of the corners. Honestly, the view from the balcony was breathtaking.
You put your name down for one.
I've tried. I need to save up a few pennies to be able to get in there. But it's just an incredible place. And I also had a little drive in an Alpine A110. That was very nice. I've had a great day. How's your day been?
Fantastic. It's been brilliant. You know, being in the assembly area, you get to talk to the drivers just as they're about to go out. It's brilliant. There's such a good lineup here. So much action, but so much more to look forward to. You've got a few things you're looking forward to over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, just seeing the strip of Jags make their way around the track made me so happy earlier. So seeing them throughout the whole entire weekend, as a Jag fan, that makes me a very happy girl.
Yeah, I mean, the Big Cat Challenge is for you, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, look, we've got a fantastic lineup over the weekend. And in a second, you can see the rain falling behind us. And one thing you probably wouldn't want to be doing is running around Silverstone Circuit. I've done a few laps here. I've never wanted to run it, especially in the rain. But all these hardy souls are doing it for Kidney Research UK. So good luck to them. If you see them on the circuit, please wave. Because I think they'll need it. It's a 5.1k run rather than us.
Well, this is the thing. It's just started raining, and then you were saying, oh, it's going to clear, and then it didn't clear. And then you went, oh, it's going to clear, and then it hasn't cleared. So what we're going to say now is it's going to rain for the rest of the race, but actually that means it's technically going to completely stop, and then the fun run will be perfectly dry.
Exactly that. Don't go anywhere, guys, because we've got such a great weekend lined up. We've got all the racing tomorrow, all the action. We've got demonstrations on this very special 75th anniversary weekend. See you then.